The traffic light was red, prohibiting pedestrians from crossing the road, and the crowd of people was growing, waiting for the light to turn green, and one young man in this crowd was looking at the screen of his smartphone. He read the correspondence intently, and his face showed irritation from the dialogue. They wrote to him that today was June's birthday. The guy replied that he had other plans and they asked him to at least bring a gift. Finally, the traffic light took pity and turned green, indicating that it was possible to cross the road. In a nearby chat, a guy was asked where he was now. He replied that the guy should hang out without him today. One of his friends even offered to buy him food, but the guy refused. In the hustle and bustle of people, the boy and the man bumped shoulders hard. The man angrily shouted at him to watch where he was going, and the boy sheepishly apologized to him. As he walked on, the boy thought that the day was already hard, and then this man crashed into him. The guy sighed sadly and tried to remember what June, whose birthday he was supposed to visit, liked. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar and crash that rolled across the entire area. People started turning around in shock, trying to understand what it was. Someone even suggested that it was an earthquake. Suddenly, lightning of unimaginable proportions fell from the sky to the earth. All the people, including the boy, froze in horror, not believing their eyes. From the place where the lightning struck, a shockwave began to fly out in all directions, sweeping away everything around. Panic reigned, cars exploded and buildings collapsed because of the wave. People ran forward, jumping over obstacles. A new powerful lightning strike hit the building, not far from where the first lightning struck. Immediately, the building began to collapse with a loud noise, and the glass flew in different directions from the shockwave. Panic grew. People screamed, ran, and tried to avoid being hit by flying debris from the building. But there were casualties. The man, clutching his head, called out to the woman, but she lay unconscious. After a while, a hail of smaller lightning bolts fell from the sky and rushed towards the ground. And at the sight of each strike, lightning left behind only destruction. Smaller lightning strikes sent people and cars flying like toys. Our hero, covering his head, ran forward, trying not to get hit by shrapnel and dodging running people and burning cars. He ran forward with all his might, his eyes wide open, not paying attention to the people running with him. The girl who ran out of the metro screamed loudly and called for help, not understanding where to run. Our hero waved his hand at her and shouted for her to run here, and the girl rushed towards him. But she didn't make it in time. Just a little before she reached it, she was hit by an ambulance rushing forward. Our hero kept running forward, not understanding what was happening and really hoping that this was actually a dream. But he was too immersed in his thoughts, and only when it was too late did he notice the truck flying towards him. Life flashed before his eyes, but he could no longer do anything. Awkwardly covering his head with his hand, as if it would save him from being hit by a truck, our hero cowered. But, not feeling the blow, he began to slowly and fearfully open his eyes. Fear gave way to surprise, and everything began to blur before his eyes. His whole body, as well as his mind, twisted as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. A flash of lightning lit up the sky again. Lightning quickly fell to the ground, bringing destruction in its wake. Our hero's eyes widened sharply, trying to understand what had happened to him. He looked around frantically but tried to do it without moving. Thoughts started to return and he wondered where he was, because he had just been run over by a truck. The boy tried to roll over onto his back and looked around, trying to figure out where he was. But as soon as he did this, his eyes widened in shock and surprise. There were two moons in the sky, one blue and the other red, and huge birds like griffins were flying across the sky. Not believing his eyes, our hero wondered what the hell was going on. He lay naked on his back, trying to comprehend what was happening, when he heard a terrible roar. The guy stood up and looked in the direction from which the eerie sound was coming. He came closer and clenched his teeth in shock, not believing what he saw in front of him. It was a giant bear, roaring and foam flying from its mouth. A pack of wolves attacked the bear. Each of them grabbed the bear's paw and several more stood nearby, preparing to attack. Our hero stood wide-eyed and in shock as he watched the battle. Instead of a bear, the guy sees a doctor in a white coat, who is carefully writing something down in a notebook. He asked the boy again if he had understood correctly that he had woken up on another planet with two moons and watched as a pack of wolves attacked a bear. Realizing that this sounded stupid, our hero remained silent, lowering his eyes. Having written this down in his notebook, the doctor asked the boy how he was able to return back from that planet. The question was logical and the guy understood it, but he didn't know how to answer it. The wolves tore at the bear, biting into its neck with their sharp fangs, tearing out pieces of flesh. Unable to withstand the pressure, the bear's huge body rose into the air and its paws stopped touching the ground. The bear fell to the ground with a roar, and from the impact, stones and chips flew in all directions. The pack of wolves united. The largest ones ran ahead, and the smaller ones stayed behind. They surrounded the bear's body and began to tear it apart, ripping out chunks of flesh. Hiding between the rocks, our hero watched what was happening in horror, afraid to make even a sound. He didn't immediately notice that one of the wolves with snow-white skin had crept up behind him. The wolf cub looked at our hero with interest, showing neither aggression nor friendliness. Our hero cursed mentally, looking at the wolf, and horror was visible in his eyes. Our hero ran away from the pack of wolves with all his might. Breathing heavily, he jumped over obstacles and clouds of dust erupted from under his feet. The first rays of the sun appeared in the sky and it began to turn orange, replacing the night. In order to survive, our hero ran with all his might, not paying attention to fatigue. Sweat clouded his eyes and it was hard to breathe. Every breath seemed to burn his lungs. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes that only he could see. It read, "Your physique has increased by 1." The guy didn't understand what kind of message it was and looked at it in surprise. Because of the message, he did not notice a protruding rock and caught his foot on it. Our hero stumbled and, losing his balance, began to fall to the ground. Not only did he fall while running, but he also fell on a slope, and instead of falling, he rolled down, sweeping away bushes. He ended up falling off a small cliff and landing headfirst in the thick grass. The guy started coughing and couldn't stop, sweat and tears dripping onto the ground. Having caught his breath a little, he wondered what that sound was, whether he was really hearing strange sounds now. Suddenly, something caught his attention, causing drool to flow from his mouth. In front of him, he saw bushes with something hanging on them. These were red fruits, similar to tomatoes or apples. The boy thought that he was very hungry and, looking at these fruits, wondered whether they were edible. He noticed one fruit lying on the ground with several ants crawling over it. The guy looked around and saw that other fruits were also covered with ants and decided that since they were not afraid, it meant that the fruit was not poisonous. He took one of the fruits and, kneeling, greedily bit into it with his teeth. He bit into the fruit several times when he suddenly felt something was wrong and froze. He peered closely at the thick grass in front of him. Our hero trembled, feeling someone's gaze, and suddenly heard a terrifying roar. The grass ahead suddenly moved and something ahead made a sound. Our hero's eyes widened in fear when he saw what was watching him. A huge red eye with a thin vertical pupil looked at him. Our hero was so frightened that he was afraid to even move and stood frozen with the fruit near his mouth. A giant snake with blue scales jumped out at him and opened its mouth predatorily. Still motionless from shock, the boy had already resigned himself to his fate, looking enchanted into the snake's eyes. Suddenly, a giant frog jumped out from somewhere and grabbed the snake by the throat, gnawing at it. The frog pulled the snake along with it, and the guy was still sitting on the ground, holding the fruit near his open mouth. Hearing the frog devouring the snake, our hero hiccuped and was finally able to close his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought this was a crazy place. As he fell to the ground, he thought that he was actually the only one who had gone crazy. A downpour fell upon this strange, unfamiliar forest, washing everything around. Raindrops trickled down from one huge leaf to another. A large puddle of water collected on one of the leaves and began to flow down in a thin stream. Our hero opened his mouth and caught this stream, quenching his thirst. He was sitting on a tree branch, with something like a bandage around his hips, leaning his back against the tree trunk and drinking greedily. It was already the 67th day since he had entered this unfamiliar world. He looked down and thought that the pack of those same wolves was still chasing him. Looking at them sadly, our hero thought that they could catch him at any moment. Looking around, he thought that the wolves were not the only danger and he needed to find a safe place. Night fell again and 2 full moons rose in an unfamiliar sky. A year has passed. Our hero found a bunch of bananas, each of which was his size. With a lot of effort, the guy was able to tear off one banana from this huge bunch. She started to fall down, but the guy managed to catch her and did not let his prey fall. And again he saw an unknown message that his strength had increased by 1. The guy felt himself getting stronger and pulled the giant banana towards himself. It took a while, but he was able to pull the banana onto the branch he was sitting on. While eating a banana, the guy thought that he had managed to survive, or rather, had adapted. There was a white wolf cub standing under the tree, and our hero thought that it was persistently following him. The boy stuffed his full cheeks with banana, thinking that he had already gotten used to the wolf cub and even missed him when he was not around. Suddenly, a stream of liquid began to flow down his back from somewhere above. Not understanding where it was pouring from, the guy raised his head up. Seeing the source of the liquid, the guy cursed harshly and instantly tensed up. There was a huge gorilla at the top of the tree. It growled and began to quickly descend. Spraying saliva, the gorilla descended towards our hero and swung its huge fists. Our hero watched as the gorilla rushed towards him and clenched his teeth angrily. Both of the gorilla's fists fell on the branch where the boy was sitting, and it split into small pieces. But our hero was quick, managed to grab the liana, saved himself, and even took his banana. Looking at the gorilla with indifference, our hero said that maybe she would be lucky next time. At that moment, the branch onto which the gorilla had jumped broke, and the huge carcass flew down. And a white wolf cub was watching everything that was happening from the ground. And at the moment of the fall, he was right under the gorilla. The giant monkey fell to the ground with a crash, sending rocks and branches flying. The white wolf cub also got caught in the wave and was thrown away from the gorilla with force. Holding on to the liana, our hero looked down and noticed that the wolf cub had been injured by the monkey's fall. Unexpectedly, after such a fall, the gorilla remained alive and its huge paw hit the ground with force. The gorilla began to stand up and its attention switched from our hero to the wolf cub. The shockwave created by the gorilla's fallen carcass caused a branch to stick into the wolf cub's paw. But despite this, the wolf was ready to fight back and bristled when he saw the gorilla's gaze. The gorilla growled in response, staring at the white wolf cub as if it had already forgotten about our hero. The gorilla growled and swung his huge fist, preparing to hit the wolf cub, who didn't even think about running away. The monkey hit, and the white top flew to the side, whining pitifully. Suddenly, our hero flew up from the gorilla's back and, letting go of the liana, flew towards the monkey. He dropped onto the gorilla's back and jabbed the stick into its eye with one hand. The monkey screamed in pain as the stick pierced its eye, causing blood to immediately flow. Our hero didn't have such agility, but the gorilla was able to grab him by the shoulders with both hands. She threw the guy forward with force and he flew like a straw doll. He crashed his back into the wall with all his might, but managed to notice that the top had come to its senses and was running away. The blow knocked all the air out of the guy's lungs and he tried with all his might to breathe. But the gorilla was not going to give up and was already running towards our hero, demolishing everything in its path. Looking at her with a mixture of irony and contempt, the guy said that it was stupid to get into this fight. The doctor interrupted the memories of the gorilla and asked why our hero did this. The guy said tiredly that he could no longer run away from the suffering beyond the territory. Constant running away did not solve anything. The doctor didn't know what to answer and just looked at the guy with surprise and distrust. Suddenly a smile appeared on the guy's lips and he added that wherever he went, there was always a ruler. Our hero sat by a tree and couldn't move, and the gorilla was rushing towards him. Swinging her giant fists, she was ready to crush the guy's head. But suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a large white wolf attacked the gorilla, trying to bite her throat. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes and watched this scene in surprise, not noticing the blood on his face. A pack of wolves surrounded the gorilla and attacked it, gnawing at its body from all sides. Watching the wolf pack attack, our hero lost consciousness. He thought that this was the end, but the wolves did not touch him while he was unconscious. The wolf cub circled around watching the big wolves attack the gorilla, and our hero decided that the pack decided that he was sleeping with the wolf cub, so they were helping him. Soon our hero realized that this white wolf cub was the son of the leader of a pack of crimson wolves. When the full moons rose in the sky, the howling of wolves spread through the forest. A pack of wolves climbed a high hill and howled in unison at the moon. The wolves ran as fast as they could, and at the same time howled with a single timbre. Our hero was also in this pack and ran ahead. Together with the white wolf cub, just like you and me, my best YouTube viewer, we are both lone wolves, wandering through the night forests in search of cool content. Let's not forget to subscribe, leave a comment, and like. All the best to you. Our hero stopped, trying to catch his breath from this mad run, and the wolf cub stopped with him. After a while, the wolf cub also stopped and tried to catch his breath, sticking out his tongue. The boy picked up the wolf cub in his arms and rushed forward with the pack of wolves. Over time, the wolf cub grew into a huge white wolf, and our hero was still nearby. It was the second year that our hero had been in this world, and a wolf howled on the hill. The crimson wolves immediately howled back at him. The boy howled along with the wolves. He thought that the wolves probably took him for one of their own. Our hero became stronger and stronger, and now the sheer cliff, along which he easily ran up, was no longer a problem for him. It is not surprising that he could climb it, because it was already the 31st year since he came into this world. Suddenly, a giant snake jumped out at the guy and rushed up the hill after him, but our hero was expecting this. Our hero took out a knife and thought that he had no idea how to get out of here. During all this time, he had not found any signs of civilization. He cut the snake from its mouth almost to its tail, and the wolves from below helped him, tearing apart its tail. The wolves began hunting the boar, and our hero thought that he had joined the wolves and was continuing to participate in the fights for the territory of his pack. The wolves were chasing the boar, and our hero was watching, following him along the vines. He flew high, preparing to attack, and let out a hunting roar. Releasing the liana in flight, our hero pulled out his knife and prepared to strike. He landed on the boar's head and his knife went into its head like soft butter. A flock of birds took off into the blue sky without a single cloud. Our hero stood on a hill and looked at a flock of birds, thinking that 120 years had already passed, and he was definitely the only person on this planet. He remembered mourning the wolf and thought that he had made many furry friends, but had also lost many. He sat on the cliff with a bloody knife and realized that he had lost count of how long he had been in this world. Hundreds of years had already passed, and he did not understand how he had remained alive. The doctor concluded that, having become the leader of the pack, even after 500 years he did not find any signs of civilization, and asked how our hero managed to find the way to Earth. Our hero remembered that on a hill under the moonlight, a pack of wolves was going against a pack of gorillas. The crimson wolves rushed forward, bristling, growling, and baring their teeth. Gorillas were rushing towards them. They were also growling and ready to fight. Our hero also fled with the wolves, and during his time in that world, he even made himself some improvised boots. The wolves and gorillas clashed in battle, attacking each other. Our hero looked like a beast. He took up a knife, ready to attack. With all his might, he pushed off the ground with one foot. Floating in the air, he swung his arm, preparing to strike one of the gorillas. Suddenly, a deafening thunder resounded across the battlefield, just like that time on Earth. Our hero froze, recognizing this sound, not believing that he was hearing it again. His consciousness began to slip away, twisting like it had last time. The whole world froze and began to spin. Everything began to quiet down. The battle, the roar, the attacking gorilla. Lightning struck the place where our hero stood, shaking the earth. In the light of lightning, the guide disappeared, and all that was left of him was the knife with which he had gone through many battles. Suddenly, a city appears. The buildings look old, and they are all covered with small cracks. 3 people walk along a road against a backdrop of destroyed buildings, and one of them has a radio beeping. One of the 3 slows down and says, "Great." The girl with long hair turned to her companions and said, "We're going this way." The radio in her hands beeped louder and louder, and one of her companions said, "But Captain." The girl said that the device was behaving strangely, and the spatial energy was off the charts. The guy said to send the coordinates to the portal control team right now. The boy with the instruments in his hands pressed the button and said that he was sending the coordinates. A pillar of light flashed in front of the trio, and one of them said that the portal was opening. 3 ran away from the portal. One said that it was unknown what would come out of it, and the second added that it was not for nothing that he had a bad feeling. The trio ran forward, and behind them the shockwave swept away everything around them. They didn't have time to escape, and the wave threw them in different directions like toy soldiers. One guy came to his senses and screamed in horror that the portal had opened. The second guy pressed himself against the wall and screamed that he didn't want to die. And only the girl boldly turned to the opened portal and grabbed the handle of the katana hanging on her side. She shouted that she would buy time and ordered the boys to run away. One of the guys tried to call the bureau so that they would send help as soon as possible. The portal looked like a bright red circle, and the girl boldly waited to see who would appear from it. "Come out, I'll tear you to pieces," thought the girl, staring intently into the portal. A silhouette of a man appeared in the red circle of the portal. The girl stared forward in shock, not believing her eyes. The haze cleared, and now the image of our hero was clearly visible in the portal. The girl's ardor waned, and she wondered in surprise if there really was a human in front of her. She felt her whole body go rigid and tremble slightly. Our hero was confused after a long stay in the world with animals, and the first thing he did was scream loudly. This cry, more like an animal's roar, brought the girl into complete stupor. The girl held the hilt of the katana tightly, preparing to fight in front of the portal. Our hero, who appeared from the portal, growled menacingly. The girl stared at him in shock, not believing that there was a person in front of her. Her instincts told her that she was facing a wild animal, and she began to tremble. The roar suddenly stopped, and the guy began to slowly sink to the ground. The girl continued to stand, holding the katana, watching the guy fall. The roar from the opening of the portal began to subside, and with it our hero fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The guys who called for reinforcements came closer, and were surprised that a man appeared in front of them. The girl calmed down and, looking at the guy, wondered what kind of power it was. She looked at his sleeping face and thought that she had never felt such pressure, even in high-level dungeons. The girl couldn't understand who this guy was who appeared from the portal. The guy said on the radio that they didn't need reinforcements. He had returned, and they needed an ambulance. The guy was sitting on the couch when the doctor turned off the recording on the dictaphone. He smiled and thanked our hero for everything. He said that he would pass on his testimony to the Bureau of Awakened People. His health was normal, so he would be discharged soon. The guy, lowering his head, called the doctor by name. The man was already standing at the door and turned around in surprise when he heard his name. The guy said that for the first time in 1,000 years he talked to a civilized person and thanked him for listening to him. The doctor said that he had shared a valuable story and that they should thank the hero who had returned from a 1,000-year adventure. Our hero looked with distrust after the departing doctor. The door to the room where the guy was located slammed shut. The doctor walked down the corridor to his office, thinking as he went. He thought he was a very interesting patient. His story was so detailed that he could easily become a writer. The Bureau of the Awakened consisted of several high-rise buildings with helipads. The girl with the katana stood in the captain's office. She was reading the documents and asked if the information here was correct, because she thought it was not. The captain was surprised by such words and asked what was wrong. The girl looked at the card and said that it said that he had an F rank. The captain said that he was a rare patient with such a rank, and added that if he had at least rank E, they could receive benefits from the state. She looked at the card of our hero, whose name was Steve, and said that this rank meant that he was an ordinary person. The girl said that with such a rank, he would not be able to pass through the portal and once again clarified whether everything was correct here. The captain said that maybe he was lucky, sometimes that happens, or he was hiding and accidentally came across the return stone. He handed over the tablet and said that he had received the doctor's report from the hospital and offered to take a look at it. The diagnosis indicated that our hero had post-traumatic stress disorder and that he was prescribed antidepressants. The girl read the document with distrust and was especially attracted by the clause that stated that he behaved like a wolf. The girl remembered what Steve looked like when he first came out of the portal. She trusted her instincts, but she began to think she was imagining things. The girl asked if it was his document. The captain confirmed it and added that even though he was F rank, they should still treat him as a returned one. The girl asked to personally deliver these documents to Steve. The captain was surprised why the girl volunteered to deliver the documents personally. As she was leaving, the girl said that she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Despite the fact that many years had passed, the hospital building looked like everywhere else. Our hero lay on the couch, thinking that 2 weeks had already passed since he returned from that world. He thought that he wanted this more than anything in the world, but when he returned, everything felt foreign, and he didn't understand what to do next. A nurse entered the room with a tray and said that it was time to eat. The guy did not immediately return from his thoughts and looked with tired eyes at the nurse who entered. She placed the tray containing various dishes on the table by the bed. Suddenly, our hero felt that he was really hungry and his stomach began to rumble. Looking at the delicious dishes, he decided that he needed to fill his stomach first. There was a knock on the door of the room where Steve was. The door immediately swung open and the girl with the katana greeted Steve. Our hero squatted and ate food without using cutlery, like a wild animal. The girl with the katana was shocked to see this scene. But the guy didn't see anything strange in this and just turned his gaze to her, without looking up from his food. The girl said her name was Jean, and she was from the Bureau of the Awakened. Steve swung his leg off the bed and muttered, "That smell, that blonde hair." He squatted down next to the girl and sniffed, saying that they seemed familiar. The girl said that she was the first person he met after he returned. Remembering his appearance, the girl thought that when leaving the portal he felt like a predator. But now, looking at how he eats, the girl doubted her sensory abilities. The guy licked the tray of food and, putting it on the table, said that the food was delicious. He asked the girl what this Bureau of the Awakened was, and she asked him in response why he was speaking to her informally. Steve was confused for a second but replied that he was 1,000 years older than her. The girl remembered his diagnosis and that he was a patient and looked away. Jean put the papers in front of him and said that the Bureau of Awakened People helps people like him adapt, and said that everything was written in the document. She asked him to read it carefully and sign the agreement to disseminate the information. Steve gasped in surprise as he picked up the pen. He sniffed the pen, and the girl asked why he continued to sniff things. The guy replied that 1,000 years had passed and they continued to use pens. The girl angrily said that she asked him to sign it, not draw it. The guy apologized and said that she remained the same as she was 1,000 years ago. The girl swore at Steve, called him a Neanderthal, and showed him again where to sign, deciding that he was just an idiot. After thinking for a bit, the girl became a little embarrassed but still turned to Steve. The guy, without being distracted from drawing, asked what she needed. Looking at the drawing of the wolf, she asked if he had learned to draw there, and he replied that he had been able to draw before. The girl asked if he had learned anything there and, seeing his surprise, added, had he learned magic, voodoo, or martial arts? Steve replied that he had been living in the forest all this time to survive. The girl finished the sentence by saying that he had been running all these 10 years to survive. The guy looked at the girl in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. To become a true returnee who can pass through the portal, you need to kill monsters and take their spatial energy. But Steve, apparently, just ran into a travel stone. That's what the girl thought and said out loud that she was simply mistaken. Steve said in surprise that he had been in the jungle not for 10 years but for 1,000. Jean said he was starting to get on her nerves and added that he had been in the jungle for 10 years, not 1,000. The guy started to get angry when he heard the girl's answer and asked her again why 10. She said to look at the records. It says he disappeared in 2015 and it's now 2025. Steve looked at the document in shock, not believing that only 10 years had actually passed. The girl threw the guy his ID card and said that it was his awakened card. The guy took it in his hands and read the inscription, the ID card of the awakened one. The girl said that half of his medical expenses would be subsidized with her help and asked him to read the documents. Before leaving, Jean said that when Steve recovered, it would be better for him to return to his family and said goodbye to him. The guy looked at the door that closed behind the girl, digesting what was said. He grabbed the documents, repeating the already forgotten word, family. Steve read the documents, shocked as he wondered if they were still alive. Remembering his life in the jungle, our hero thought that he had finally given up there. He assumed that even if he returned to Earth, his family would no longer be alive. But upon returning, he had to come to terms with the loss of his wolf family, and the fact that he was alone again drove him to despair. But these were just assumptions because only 10 years had passed. That's what Steve thought as he read the documents. He found the page with the data and gasped. Our hero's mother and father were already dead. Steve sadly repeated into the void that they were both dead, and began looking for information about his younger brother Chad. Having found information about his brother, our hero's eyes widened in surprise. He ran quickly out of the room with only one thought. Chad is alive. He was shouting at the nurses that he urgently needed to see Dr. Boldy, and he didn't hear the girl's words that he couldn't go there. Steve grabbed the door handle to the doctor's office with all his might, and behind him he could hear the screams of nurses. Our hero opened the door, not listening to anyone around him, and called Dr. Boldy. The nurse who ran after the guy said that he couldn't go there. The doctor was sitting at the table and was surprised by such an appearance. He smiled, looking at Steve, and asked him what happened. Our hero confidently stated that he needed the doctor's help. Dr. Boldy was calm and asked what kind of help the boy needed. Steve said that his brother was still alive and he needed to find him, so he asked the doctor to discharge him from the hospital. The doctor said that Steve was ready to return to society and suggested waiting until his brother came to visit him. Steve said that the doctor didn't understand the situation and that he wasn't here for his permission. The doctor just laughed when she heard these words and asked again if it was true. After thinking for a moment, the doctor ran his finger along the crease in his trousers and said, "Okay." With a conspiratorial expression on his face, he said he had one condition. Our hero was surprised by this answer and asked what condition he was talking about. Sitting in the back seat of the car, our hero thanked the doctor, promising that he would not forget it. The doctor and nurse stood near the taxi in which Steve was sitting, and the doctor was pleased with these words. The doctor told the driver that our hero had not fully recovered and asked him to make sure that he would get to the right place. The yellow taxi drove off to its destination, and the doctor and nurse watched it go. The nurse said the doctor paid for his hospital bill, bought him clothes, and even paid for the taxi. She asked why, since they usually leave F-rank patients on the side of the road, and for some reason he calls Dr. Boldy. The doctor laughed when he heard this question from the girl. He thought about it and replied that he probably would like to continue listening to his story. The nurse was surprised and asked why he should listen to this nonsense. Returning to the office, the doctor asked to fix the door handle quickly. The nurse said that she had already called a repairman and could not understand how it broke, looking at the flattened handle. Immediately, a picture appears of our hero, in his excitement, squeezing the door handle with force and it breaking like a toy. The doctor was in no hurry to answer and slowly sat down in his chair. He sat down in the chair, holding onto the handles, closing his eyes in thought. The doctor thought that the handle had broken for the second time and that he had not smelled anything unusual for a long time. The taxi was slowly rolling through rush hour traffic when the news announced breaking news. From the tablet screen in the car, they said that today during the day, due to the miscalculation of the portal's appearance time, monsters filled the unprotected field. The screen showed monsters. One of them looked like a huge predatory creature with several rows of teeth. From the monster's mouth grew another mouth, long and twisting, and the announcer said that in response, the ministry had sent the Army and Air Force on a joint operation. The situation was resolved within 50 minutes, but the Army and Air Force suffered numerous casualties. With 2 tanks disabled and 12 soldiers and awakened dead, the announcer ended the broadcast, adding that he would continue the report when there was news. The image of monsters and soldiers was replaced by the intro of the show, League of Zalem, a superpower fighting club, and another announcer said that a match between two C-class warriors was coming. Our hero watched the episode, and the driver admired the choreographed warriors. Two warriors were shown on the screen, and the announcer said that the winner would be able to fight the fighter who occupies the second place in the world ranking. Steve watched the episode attentively, not understanding what was being discussed or what kind of world the announcer was talking about. He remembered the doctor's words that the world had changed a lot, that since the Great Catastrophe, it had become a completely different place. A warrior in armor appeared on the screen, along with the words, "Rise up, mercenaries." He raised his hand with the sword, and the inscription read, "The greatest distribution of hunting rewards in the history of the Shilla Guild, and that this guild is recruiting new faces." The driver said that if he were awakened, he would quit this job and become a warrior, and our hero asked if there was really any land for hunting here. The driver was shocked by Steve's question and said that he must have hit his head really hard. The man forgave him incredulously. Our hero didn't know if it was true, and he asked him to just tell him and not beat around the bush. The driver said that 10 years ago, the door to another world opened for the whole world. They call that day the Day of the Great Catastrophe. That day, the first rapprochement occurred and their world merged with many others, from which monsters began to emerge. They tried to shoot down the flying monsters with a helicopter, but 10% of the population was lost that day. Despite their weapons, the military could not stop the monsters advancing from all sides. And where the military failed, mercenaries took over. Those who disappeared in that disaster, or as they are now called the Awakened, began to be given licenses and paid for killing monsters, and guilds began to be created. Steve asked again about the mercenary license and asked how one gets it. The driver laughed at our hero's seriousness and said that an ordinary person would not get it. First, he needs to be awakened, and then pass the exam at the Bureau of the Awakened. Steve listened carefully to the driver's story and realized that it was all too complicated. Our hero arrived at the outskirts of the city when the sun was already setting. They drove along narrow streets, between tiny houses and cars parked on the side of the road. The taxi stopped near one of the houses and the driver said that they had arrived. He pointed to a 2-story brick house ahead and said that our hero needed to go there. Steve thanked the driver, who wished him a good time with his little brother. Our hero hesitantly approached the right house and stopped near it. He took a couple more steps towards the house, not believing that he would now see his younger brother. An old woman was standing in the window of the house cleaning the glass. She noticed Steve and looked at him in surprise. She leaned out of the window with displeasure and shouted to our hero who he was. The guy replied that he came to see Chad. The old woman froze when she heard the name and looked closely at Steve. The guy didn't understand why the old woman was silent and continued to wait for her answer. She suddenly got angry, called him names and said that he was still wet on the lips. How dare he address his elders so disrespectfully? Steve was confused by this answer and just looked at her questioningly. The old lady shouted that there was no Chad here and told him to get out of there. She closed the window with force, leaving our hero in deep bewilderment. Steve was surprised and thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place. Suddenly, an old woman's screams were heard from the window, saying that the creditors were already tired of coming here, and in response, a child's voice asked if that terrible man had returned. Steve was shocked and confused when he heard about the loan in the child's voice. Steve heard the old woman comfort the child by saying that he had not returned, and was surprised at this world that could so frighten a child who was not guilty of anything. Steve approached the door, hearing the old woman say that his father worked around the clock, but the debts only continued to grow. A child's voice asked Daddy about his debts, and the old woman answered no, asking him to continue eating. There was a mailbox hanging on the door, filled with some envelopes. Our hero pulled out one of them. He brought it closer, reading the name of the recipient and the sender. He saw that the letter was for Chad, informing him of his debts, and he couldn't believe that his younger brother was a debtor. Steve decided not to bother the old woman any longer and walked away, thinking about what he had seen. He thought that in the wild world the only law was force, but the laws on Earth are much more complex. He hung his head, thinking that if force could simplify the complex, then in the civilized world. He clenched his fist, realizing that in this world, money was power. Immersed in these heavy thoughts, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. Without encountering any obstacles, he entered the building and went to explore it. At the entrance to the premises, he put his ID card and saw a message, "Does not match." The girl sitting at the checkpoint said that his application for a mercenary was cancelled because he did not meet the requirements. Steve asked in surprise how this could be, since he was an awakened F rank. The girl replied that he was indeed F rank, but he lacked awakened points. The guy asked how this could be, since he arrived here 2 weeks ago through the portal. The girl giggled and replied that ordinary people cannot pass through the portal, otherwise their body will be torn to pieces. Steve replied that he had felt similar pain before, and the girl asked him to leave such illusions at home. The girl said that he could go to school or earn points on the field, and after that he could come back when he truly awakened. Steve walked over to the reward wall, which stated that if goblins appeared on a field, they would be rewarded with $500 for each one. He read it again, not understanding what goblins were being talked about, looking tiredly at the inscription. And if you look at the city from above, you can see that high walls run through it. Our hero asked the taxi driver if these walls were everywhere, and he replied that they completely surround the city. Everything is visible in the Maps app. Steve didn't understand what application they were talking about, and the driver explained that the city is divided into 12 areas. There are many gates in the city that allow you to move between them, as well as gates leading to the fields. After listening to the driver, our hero realized that he urgently needed to buy a phone. The taxi stopped, having arrived at its destination. The driver said that they had arrived at the field, gate number 27, and our hero thanked him. The guy got out of the car and slowly walked towards the entrance to the gate he had arrived at. The gates were huge, and above the entrance hung a huge inscription, 27. Steve thought that once he passed through this gate, he would find himself in a hunting ground called a field. He walked slowly through the checkpoint, looking around. Soon, our hero approached two soldiers who were apparently guarding the entrance to the field. One of the soldiers asked what brought the guy here. Without thinking, with a firm look, our hero said that he had come to hunt. The soldier's face turned angry when he heard the boy's answer. He asked our hero to show him his mercenary license. Steve looked down and sadly replied that he didn't have one. The second soldier stood up and said that civilians were strictly prohibited from entering the field. Suddenly, there was a noise from the entrance and all three turned around, looking at its source. Inside the wall, at the entrance, someone was shouting to close the entrance, and the second one answered him that it was too late. An SUV drove out of the gate at full speed, knocking down all the barriers. And the driver of the SUV was attacked by an unknown creature, which sank its sharp fangs into his neck. The SUV did not slow down, but only picked up speed and began to wedge to the side. It still flipped over and crashed into a wall at full speed, which was able to stop the SUV. One soldier was shouting into the radio in a panic that he was calling a special squad, while the second one just looked towards the car in fear. The soldiers began to surround the SUV. The most senior one gave the order to line up and take their positions. There was some movement in the car, and the soldier shouted for everyone to take aim. The car window was smashed by a large hand with green skin, bleeding from cuts. A green creature with long, sharp fangs emerged from the car and growled. The soldier gave the order fire, and everyone who took aim pulled the trigger. A deafening burst of machine gun fire rang out, and almost all of them hit the creature sitting on the car. The creature growled in pain, its entire body riddled with bullets. The senior soldier gave the order to cease fire, and his order was repeated, stopping. One soldier shouted an all clear, the second concluded that the monster was dead, and the third ordered an ambulance to be called. One soldier asked where our hero had gone, and the second asked again if he was talking about the crazy guy who had arrived in a taxi. The soldier turned around in disbelief and asked if he had really left. The second one replied that he most likely ran away, frightened by what he saw. But our hero took advantage of the commotion and made his way through the gates. He walked along the road and asked a question into the void. Is this really a field? He focused on his sensations and realized that he could feel. The guy heard the sound, felt the smell. All of this was around and was acutely felt. He walked slowly across the field and thought that he still needed to buy a car. The guy climbed up a hill, looking at the destroyed buildings and wondering if all cities had really changed so much. Our hero looked into the distance, thinking that this couldn't be. He watched the sun set over the dilapidated buildings, watching the sky turn orange. Not much time passed, and now the sky darkened and the stars appeared. And Steve still stood there, thinking that this darkness was very familiar to him. He took a step forward, towards the cliff, not paying attention to the fact that there was nothing under his feet. He flew down, closing his eyes and thinking that now was the time for his hunt. With his arms outstretched, he flew from the high-rise building like a bird without wings. He dropped quickly to the ground, bending one knee, and his landing sent up clouds of dust. After landing, he thought his body felt a little heavier. His landing caused cracks in the asphalt, but Steve ignored them, looking ahead. He was still squatting with one knee on the ground, and then he put his hand on the ground, preparing to lunge. And this jerk was so swift that pieces of asphalt flew in different directions, and our hero rushed forward. He ran so fast that the eye could not keep up with him, and one could only see a column of dust left behind. Picking up speed, Steve jumped up, flying up a 9-story building at once. But in flight, he cursed and realized that his breathing had become out of control. The strength of the jump was not enough, and our hero caught his hand on the edge of the roof. He sat down, breathing normally, and wondered if the return had caused him to lose his strength. The guy stood on the edge of the building, his hands in his pockets, and the full moon illuminated his silhouette. Our hero closed his eyes, concentrated, and sniffed the smells. Suddenly, the guy felt something and turned to the side. He trusted his instincts and decided to start where they led him. Our hero jumped from the roof of the building he was standing on, kicking up dust from under his feet. He ran to the very building that he had noticed while standing on the hill. Approaching the desired building, our hero looked ahead with concentration. A sound came from the depths of the building, which caught his attention. A white wolf with a bloody skin, cornered by 3 monsters, pressed himself against the wall and growled. The largest monster growled contentedly, having cornered its prey. But the wolf had no intention of giving up and growled in response, and a challenge could be seen in his eyes. Our hero approached closer, trying to step as quietly as possible. He looked the wolf straight in the eyes and tried to convey his thoughts to him, asking if he wanted our hero's help. The wolf looked into the guy's eyes, and the answer was clearly read in them that he agreed to help. But the monsters did not see our hero and began their attack, attacking the wolf. Looking at the attack, our hero only smirked. Steve rushed into battle and addressed the wolf, saying that they were all now his prey. With one blow of his fist to the head, he stopped the first monster and it fell to the ground. The next second, the monster's head split into 2 parts like an overripe watermelon. Suddenly, Steve saw a message box in front of him, which said, "Searching for your class." These windows started to increase, and they said either "searching for your class" or "system error." Steve looked at these windows in shock, trying to understand what was happening and what kind of system error there was. The guy looked around irritably, not understanding what it was, reading the text of the windows out loud. He waved his hand and shouted, "Delete!" in an attempt to remove the annoying windows. In a split second, the windows disappeared, and our hero found himself surrounded by a pack of monsters who were about to attack him. The bravest of the monsters growled and rushed to attack, baring his teeth. The next moment, his teeth shattered into tiny pieces, mixed with blood. With the next blow to the head, our hero knocked the other monster off his feet. He kicked another monster in the stomach, and it doubled over from the force of the blow. One of the monsters, breathing heavily, climbed up the wall of the building. He was frightened by the strength of our hero and tried to run up the building. Suddenly, he heard some noise behind him and turned around, looking down. Our hero easily caught up with him and grabbed him by the head with one hand, stopping him. Steve threw the huge monster down with all his might, and it fell to the ground with a wheeze. The monster fell on his head, breaking his neck, and our hero jumped off, flying down. Steve landed on 2 feet, next to the lifeless corpse of the monster. Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes again with the inscription, "Your class is a druid. Resetting statistics is impossible." Also, the following messages appeared: "Failed to obtain new abilities and fatal error." Looking at the last mistake, our hero gasped and said that he had forgotten about it. It was about 100 years ago in the jungle. He received a message that his constitution had improved by 1 after it had increased to the maximum level. He no longer received the message about the increase. Steve was surprised that there were even statuses on Earth, and thought that perhaps because of this mistake his abilities had weakened. Another window appeared, which said that access to the store was open. Our hero was surprised by the store and thought that he had never seen anything like it before. Pressing the store button, he thought that this was probably awakening. It opened up to me, where it was indicated that our hero had 7 Velk points, a bottle of water cost 1 Velk, and a loaf of bread cost 2. Steve was upset that for 7 Velks you can only buy this, choosing water and a bun. Suddenly, a bottle of water and a bun materialized in front of him and seemed to float in the air for a while. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by a sound. Someone was whining pitifully. Turning around, he saw the white wolf he was protecting. It was a female and she was bleeding, and a wolf cub was whining nearby. To avoid scaring them, our hero quietly approached the wolves. He dropped to one knee next to the she-wolf, looking at her sadly. Our hero stroked the she-wolf's muzzle and realized that she was dying. Apparently, it was poison. The she-wolf closed her eyes. Her breathing was heavy and ragged, and the wolf cub continued to whine. Steve noticed the wave and looked at it in surprise. He told the she-wolf that he had not come here to become a nanny and asked her to talk, but the she-wolf only breathed heavily. The wolf cub stared at our hero with huge, sad eyes, and he said that it didn't matter how sadly they looked at him. But he immediately gave up and thought that perhaps this meeting was destined for him. The guy had a bottle of water in the outside pocket of his jacket, but he reached into the inside pocket. He took out a store-bought rye bun and handed it to the wolf cub, offering him something to eat. While the wolf cub was eating, our hero returned to the battlefield, looking at the killed monsters. He counted the monsters and found that there were 7 of them. Steve thought sadly that a car would have come in handy here. The sun slowly rose over the abandoned city, illuminating everything around. Steve stood with his eyes closed as if soaking up the sunlight. And then he opened his eyes, now looking around the city in the daylight. Our hero was sitting under a large tree. The wolf cub was sleeping in his arms, and in front of him was the she-wolf's grave. He stroked the wolf cub and said that it was time for them to go. There was a commotion as you exited gate number 27. A string of cars were driving, ignoring the orders of the soldiers. The soldiers said that everyone would be quarantined first, and the man behind the wheel got angry and asked why he was taking so long and not letting cars through. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the drivers and soldiers, and they all looked at the gate in surprise. The soldier was finally able to see what the drivers were talking about and couldn't believe his eyes. Our hero walked with the wolf cub, and on his back were the bodies of 7 monsters, from which blood flowed. Everyone around was in shock. One driver was surprised that our hero was carrying everything on himself, and the second asked if he was the only one who defeated them. As our hero came closer, the soldier finally recognized him. Steve came to the already familiar room, where the girl refused to give him a mercenary license. The girl calculated that for 7 goblins he gets 350, 3 heliotrope minerals, 60, quarantine and vaccinations for the puppy, 200, leaving a total of $210,000. Our hero asked in surprise what kind of heliotrope it was. The girl showed the red stone and said that it was taken from the heart of the goblins. The cost depends on the size and the energy stored in it. This stone is valued at $20,000. The girl said that since our hero does not have a bank account, he will receive cash and advised him to open an account because he is capable. Looking at the cash in his hands, our hero thought that if he opened an account and hunted, then earning money would not be a problem. A white van pulled up to the store, and the driver greeted the owner. The owner said that he hadn't seen Chad for a long time and asked where he had gone. The guy replied that he had a part-time job. The man complained that the boy had suffered because of the money, and the boy replied that the work in the field was hard, but the salary was adequate. The man handed over a chocolate bar, saying that Bill liked those, and the boy handed over another bottle of beer, asking him to count that too. After driving away from the store, the van rolled on. Chad was pleased with the job he had done and whistled to himself, looking forward to returning home. A yellow taxi drove down the street, but the guy didn't notice. The white van continued to drive forward towards the end point of its route. Upon arrival, Chad got out of the car with a bag in his hands and, whistling, walked forward. Suddenly, someone behind him called his name and he turned around in surprise at the voice. But as soon as he turned around, the guy treacherously hit him from behind, causing Chad to fall and the contents of the bag to spill out. The guy with the baton in his hand said that he was glad to see him, and added that they were already scared that he had abandoned the child and run away. Chad's head was bleeding, and he looked in horror at the men standing in front of him. The quiet residential area was filled with sobs and the sound of blows. The man with the baton said that the boy's face had improved and lowered the baton onto his shoulder. Suddenly, he screamed that he had to come here many times, and Chad only apologized, enduring the pain from the blows. He handed over a wad of cash, saying that this was all he had managed to earn, $240,000. The man took the money and began to count. $160 for the month, $120 in interest, gasoline, dry cleaning. The man sat down on the steps and said that it was too little, and 2 guys stood behind Chad. Hearing these words, the guy began to shake, and he only helplessly clenched his fist. He started crying and said that he would get the money by any means necessary in 3 days. The man hit him again and asked if he knew how much interest would accumulate in 3 days. He swung again and said that if he deceived him again. But he didn't have time to finish speaking because someone called him out and called him a freak. Our hero approached the group of guys, accompanied by a new friend, a white wolf cub. The man looked at our hero suspiciously and asked who the hell he was. But Chad immediately realized who had approached him and stared at the guy in disbelief. Our hero was beside himself with anger and his eyes were sparkling, foreshadowing trouble, and Chad could only remain silent. Big brother. The guy got up from his knees, not believing that his older brother was standing in front of him, and the bandit with a club looked at him in surprise. Steve took a step, and then another, seeing only his little brother in front of him. His whole appearance was threatening. There was no smile on his face, and his gaze was focused. Our hero walked up to his brother and knelt down in front of him, looking into his eyes. The first thing he could say was his brother's name, Chad. He looked at Chad with warmth and tenderness, and asked if it was really him. Chad also didn't believe that Steve was in front of him and could only squeeze out the word brother. For some reason, Chad remembered the moment when he was beaten up by 4 bullies at school. One bully ordered his pockets to be searched. Chad shouted that he didn't have any more, but the other bully didn't believe his words. The beaten guy looked up and noticed Steve walking by and shouted at him. Our hero was walking with bags of garbage and stopped nearby. Looking at what was happening, Chad reached out his hands to him, started screaming and asking for help, and the bullies were surprised by his brother's appearance. But Steve completely ignored the situation and walked further towards the trash bins, throwing out the bags. Having thrown out the trash, he went back, not even looking at his younger brother screaming for help. The bullies ignored Steve and continued to beat up Chad, asking if friends weren't supposed to help with money. Chad endured all the beatings and watched with tears in his eyes as his brother walked away, abandoning him. The bully said that he was tired of shouting about his brother and asked if he was really his brother. Chad thought Steve was the big brother who would never help. Planes flew over the apartment building and the news announced that a large explosion was growing throughout the country. Chad was sitting at home watching the news, which showed that red domes had appeared all over the city and monsters were starting to crawl out of them. The viewing of the program was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, and Chad turned around abruptly. He ran to the door in fear, hurrying to open it. The first thing Chad could say when he opened the door was, "Mom." There was a man and a woman standing outside the door, and they said it was good that the guy was home. Alas, it was not his mother, but his aunt and her husband who came to him. The aunt said that she couldn't get through to her parents and asked where Steve was. The man started saying that they needed to leave quickly but didn't finish the sentence. There was an explosion outside the door, throwing Chad back into the room. The explosion was so powerful that the door and wall broke, and stones flew into the room along with Chad. A monster with 3 heads on long necks appeared at the site of the explosion, and people around were screaming. Chad lay on the floor with his head broken, afraid to move, looking forward. And from the broken wall, a giant eye of a monster looked at him. But the guy was lucky, the monster didn't notice him, and the eye disappeared almost immediately. Sitting in this devastation, Chell thought that he didn't care, even if Steve disappeared from the face of the earth. And now, looking at his brother standing next to him, Chad realized that this was exactly how he had thought about him before. Steve smiled and said that Chad had aged in that time. Chad still couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his brother. He thought he was already dead. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a bandit who sat down next to him and asked if Chad had hit his head. He pointed at our hero and asked how this brat could be his older brother. These words angered Steve. He grabbed the bandit by the head and began to press him to the ground. The next second, our hero threw the bandit back and he flew off, doing a somersault in the air. Chad was shocked by this turn of events and looked at his brother in disbelief. The bandit flew back and knocked down the sticks standing near the wall in flight. The sticks fell with a crash on the bandit lying on the floor. The 2 guys who came with the bandit got angry at Steve as they watched their boss get hit. But our hero ignored them and asked Chad if he was hurt. He replied that everything was fine. Angry at being ignored, one of the boys yelled at Chad and Steve. He kicked our hero in the shoulder, shouting, "Did they really want to die here?" Steve didn't even move when the bandit's foot hit him in the neck. And at that very moment, the bandit flew off to the side with a scream, and his nanda was twisted into an unnatural position. He was doubled over on the floor, holding his leg and screaming in pain. Our hero was still sitting calmly and Chad jumped up. The second guy was afraid to even move and immediately guessed that Steve was one of the awakened ones. Our hero turned to the standing guy and told him to come here. The guy was seriously scared, started saying that he had not attacked anyone, and even tried to dissuade others from attacking. But Steve wasn't going to hit him. He put a wad of money on the floor and told the guy to take it. The boy was shocked by this turn of events and only stupidly mumbled something unintelligible, relaxing a little. Our hero looked at him with eyes full of hatred and told him to take the money and get out of here. The guy took the money and bowed, thanking our hero, and he and his brother walked away. Steve and Chad arrived at his house when it was already dark outside and the stars appeared in the sky. The same old lady who had recently sent our hero away looked at the guys in shock. Everyone stood silently. The old woman looked at the guys. Our hero lowered his head, Chad held a bag in his hands, and the wolf cub looked at the old woman with interest. The old lady asked incredulously if he was really his older brother, and Chad confirmed it with a smile and laughed. Our hero handed the old woman a bag and said that it was beef. She opened the package incredulously, looking at the contents, and then swore quietly. The old woman went ahead, saying that she should have told him earlier that he had a family, and added that he fell asleep while he was waiting. Upon entering the house, the wolf cub immediately became interested in the boy lying on the floor. He sat down next to the sleeping boy's head and began to sniff him with interest. Steve sat down next to the boy, asking if he was his son. Chad replied that his name was Bill, and he was his only treasure. Our hero asked what was wrong with his mother, and Chad replied that she chose a different life. Chad added that it was his fault, and the wolf cub stopped sniffing the boy and licked his head. Our hero offered Chad a drink, looking at him sadly. Chad didn't mind, and after a while they were already sitting in the diner and clinking glasses. Chad was amazed that his brother, who had gone missing, had returned unharmed and had even become the awakened one that was shown on TV. Steve asked seriously how much more Chad owed, and he replied that it was about $5,000. The guy smiled and said that he would be able to give everything back because now he had a job. Our hero asked incredulously what kind of job he had. Chad replied that he worked as a loader. He explained that the distances were long and no one would take on such dangerous work, so they paid him well. Steve asked if the truck was his, and the guy said it belonged to the old lady's son. She lent it to him. Our hero asked what her son was doing if he could give away the truck. The wolf cub woke the boy up by licking his face, and Chad told him that her son had died during transportation, and she looked after his son as if he were her own and became their savior. The boy woke up and looked at the puppy in surprise, but the puppy's surprise changed when he heard a voice from the kitchen. The boy ran into the kitchen with the puppy in his arms and exclaimed joyfully when he saw his dad. Chad broke into a happy smile, seeing that his son had woken up. Sitting down next to his dad, the boy asked who it was, and he replied that Steve was his uncle. The boy said hello and shyly asked if he could play with the puppy. Steve, of course, gave his permission and broke into a touching smile, looking at the boy. Bill was having fun playing with the puppy, humming something cheerfully to himself. Chad smiled and said that the boy had wanted a puppy for a long time, which is why he was so happy. After thinking for a while, our hero suggested that Chad work together. Chad didn't expect such a proposal and asked in surprise what he meant. Steve said he would do everything himself, and Chad just needed to help him with the truck. Chad was surprised and asked what job our hero was talking about. With a sinister smile, Steve said he was talking about hunting monsters. Chad didn't believe what he heard and asked again what Steve meant. The next day, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. The girl looked at the documents with delight. She said that now our hero was registered as awakened and immediately increased his level. The guy received the card, having read Druid rank F on it. The girl said that now he will receive money directly to the card. The girl handed over a box with a phone and said that it was a gift from them, and once again congratulated him on receiving the rank of awakened. She said that Steve needs to download a special application, after which he will receive information about hunting and new locations. The girl said that if he caught a lot of monsters, he would increase his rank to E and receive more bonuses, and added that if he was just as persistent, the land could be saved. She added that our hero can open a status window. There were errors in the system, but they managed to fix them. A status window appeared in front of our hero, and he began to study them with surprise. Steve didn't understand why some of the numbers, like harmony, were so low and decided that it would be hard to raise them. A white van sped along the highway against the backdrop of mountains and the rising sun. Chad's phone, which was attached to the panel, rang and the screen showed, "Brother." The guy congratulated our hero on purchasing the phone and asked if he had already registered with the Bureau. He said that he would be there soon. He had one last delivery left and he was going straight to our hero. Chad learned that our hero only had to pass the mercenary exam. Our hero walked through the city, talking on the phone, and said that first they needed to pay off all their debts. Brother said that he is still level F, and it will be difficult for him to kill monsters. But our hero didn't listen to the end and hung up, slightly angering his brother with this action. Chad wondered if it was really his brother, because his personality had changed so much. Steve was walking through the city, looking at his phone. He received a notification about bonuses for monsters, and he just passed by one portal. There was a big traffic jam at the entrance to the gate. Drivers were cursing at the slow speed of those ahead and asking them to go faster. In the stream of cars, there was a green SUV not attracting attention to itself. There were guys in white jackets sitting inside, and the guy in the passenger seat was looking tiredly out the window. In the back seat, 3 young men were trembling as if they were afraid of the coming battle. The driver asked the boys to calm down because they were awake and had nothing to be afraid of. They all said that if they passed this test, they would be accepted into the Shinra Guild as core members and promised to do whatever it took. The guy in the passenger seat got angry when he heard the words of the guys in the back seat. He thought that these guys had no abilities, that they got here thanks to their rich parents, and he decided that they would fail again. The soldier at the checkpoint looked at the monitor screen and called the next one. He looked up at the man who had approached and looked at him in surprise. Our hero stood alone, in a brand new tracksuit without any equipment. The soldier asked if he was alone and asked him to show his pass card. Our hero placed the card on the terminal and it lit up green. The soldier read that our hero's name was Steve and that he had the rank of F. Our hero went to the entrance of the gate and the soldier tried to stop him, asking if Steve knew that it was dangerous there. Something caught the attention of the man sitting in the front seat of the SUV. He noticed how our hero walked towards the gate. The soldier wondered if they could send the guy alone since he didn't have any equipment. Another soldier recognized our hero and said that it was he who killed 7 goblins at gate number 27 yesterday. The men in the green SUV overheard this conversation and were surprised. One was shocked that he was going to enter there like that, and the other decided that our hero had gone crazy, going into the gate without equipment. A soldier approached the men in the green SUV and said that the system was a little frozen, but now they could drive through. The man in the passenger seat ordered the driver to step on the gas, surprising him with this order. He shouted for him to quickly catch up with our hero. The driver understood the order and rushed after Steve, who was already turning the corner. The green SUV sped through the gate, chasing our hero. The driver turned the corner sharply in the same direction Steve went. Both men were surprised when the car turned the corner and stopped. There was no one around the corner. The driver did not understand how this could happen, because they almost caught up with the guy. He looked around, trying to understand where our hero had disappeared to. The man, with a sinister smile, thought that he had caught a great catch. Meanwhile, our hero was already running through the forest, raising clouds of dust. He ran as fast as he could, taking long strides. Having run through the forest, the guy stopped, putting his leg forward. Our hero put his hands on his hips and tried to catch his breath. This run was a test, and Steve realized what state his body was in now. He opened the characteristics menu, realized that he really had become weaker, and decided that he needed to return to training. Suddenly, he heard some sounds ahead. Our hero concentrated, trying to understand where they were coming from. Listening closely, he made out human speech. Someone was saying angrily, "Come on, attack, coward." Continuing to listen, Steve thought that they were probably fighting with swords. The second voice shouted, "Do you want to die?" Steve determined which direction the voices were coming from by looking to the left. His lips spread into a predatory smile. He thought that this was not a fight between monsters but between awakened ones. He could not miss such a spectacle. Someone's hand holding a sword flew off with a fountain of blood and someone screamed in pain. One man shouted, "Attack!" running forward. Our hero stood on top of a ruined building and watched the fight. One shouted, "Attack!" and the second asked whose hand to cut off next. Steve watched the sword fight in silence, and someone below shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, go away!" The 3 guys in green were surrounded by a group of men in brown who looked like bandits. One of them shouted at them to drop their things and leave, but the men in green did not want to give up. Steve watched the men and thought that none of them wanted to fight. A blue pickup truck stopped near the collision and a man got out of it. Putting his foot on the ground, the man asked why they were taking so long to deal with them. The guy in green looked at the man who appeared with fear. The man was big and muscular and said that there were only 3 of them. Why were they taking so long? Someone recognized him and said that it was Sheik, for whose head there was a reward of 400 million. This information was heard not only by the guys below, but also by our hero. He was surprised to hear that the man was worth 400 million. The guys in green were scared and said it was a sea-level robber. Sheik. The guys in brown said they should have surrendered while they had a choice, now they're dead. The man rubbed his hands and said that he was that same Sheik, and offered to catch him if he had the courage. The guys in green were scared, convinced that it was that same Sheik in front of them. One of the guys asked if they would let them go if they left everything. Sheik suddenly ran forward and said that it would not be interesting anymore. One of the guys in green asked fearfully to wait. He said that he didn't care about their things anymore, and at that moment our hero decided to go down, simply jumping from the roof. He landed with a thud between the guys in green and Sheik, without even taking his hands out of his pockets. The man was clearly surprised by Steve's sudden appearance and stopped. The 3 guys in green were also surprised by the appearance of our hero, and the guys in brown looked at Steve with fear, asking what was going on. When the dust cleared under our feet, he took a step forward. Sheik asked who he was. Did he really imagine himself to be an angel descended from heaven? But our hero ignored his questions and asked if it was true that 400 million. The man was a head taller than our hero and asked who he was. Steve responded threateningly that he just needed money. The guys in brown were in shock, not understanding what was wrong with the guy, and decided that he just wanted to die. And Sheik, hearing our hero's answer, only laughed loudly. The guy in green was surprised by Steve's answer and Sheik's reaction to his answer. With a sinister smile, Sheik said that it was unlikely that our hero was from the commission. But Steve didn't answer and just looked at him questioningly. The man's eyes suddenly turned red and he said that it would be good if he would mind his own business. Without taking his eyes off the man, Steve froze in surprise. His body began to glow slightly red, and Steve couldn't understand what was happening to him. One of the guys in green knew what was happening and his face was covered in sweat from fear. Sheik replied that Steve looked into his eyes for 5 seconds. He chuckled and said that now our hero couldn't move. Steve clearly didn't expect such an answer and still looked at the man with confusion. Sheik turned to the guys in green and asked what they were waiting for, ordering them to grab him. The boys became bolder when Sheik appeared and went to Steve, asking why he interfered during their conversation. The guys in green still stood there, frightened with their weapons pointed forward. But, to everyone's surprise, our hero was able to hit Sheik. The guys in brown couldn't believe their eyes, and the team in green was surprised that Steve was able to hit the man. But the one who was most surprised was Sheik himself, not understanding how our hero was able to hit him. Meanwhile, Steve clenched his second fist, preparing to strike. He bared his teeth in some kind of animalistic grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was frightened by our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist and his eyes glowing blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at our hero's words. Our hero bared his teeth in some kind of animalistic grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was frightened by our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist and his eyes glowing blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at our hero's words. The man roared, "Stop," and his eyes glowed red again. Surprisingly, our hero froze and his fist stopped a few centimeters from the man's face. With a smug smile, Sheik said that our hero, it turns out, is not so simple. Sheik pulled a knife from the sheath hanging on his belt. He swung his weapon and told our hero that he should never let his guard down. But as soon as he said this, his nose collided with our hero's knee. The knife slipped from the man's hands, and our hero asked, "What else could he do besides this pathetic trick? Is there anything more interesting?" And he swung his fist, aiming at the face. The man tried to use that magic again and began to say a word but did not manage to finish. Steve silenced the man with a hook, knocking out his teeth. The next blow landed in the solar plexus, knocking all the air out of the man's lungs. And Steve's final kick was aimed at the ribs, finishing the man off. Our hero grabbed his jacket with his hand, making a grab. And with one precise movement, he threw the rather large man over himself. Sheik flew backwards, crashing into the window. As a result of such a blow, the glass in the window was knocked out and the fragments flew in all directions. Without even losing his breath, with a smile on his face, our hero said that it was too easy. The guys in green didn't believe that our hero was able to defeat Sheik and wondered who he was. Finished with Sheik, Steve turned to the guys in brown who were holding their swords in front of them. He asked if they wanted to attack, and the boys said no. He just misunderstood them. Steve gave them the order to gather in one direction and the guys rushed to the designated place. Our hero turned to the guys in green and asked if they had a rope. One of the guys said with a smile that he had a rope. Steve asked the guys in brown who were gathered in one place how much they would pay for them. The guys started vying with each other to say that there was no reward for them, that they were only paying for Sheik and in general he had threatened them. Sheik came to his senses and listened in shock as the guys said that having turned Sheik in, our hero was already rich. Tears involuntarily appeared in the eyes of the beaten man, and he angrily called the guys Judases. He said that the guys, like leeches, stuck to him and sucked out their share, traitors. Our hero was surprised, looking at the man who had come to his senses, and asked if he had really woken up already. The guys in brown started to shut Sheik up and said that his place was in prison. Steve asked if they needed these people, and the guys in brown confirmed that they didn't need them. The guys in green couldn't take it anymore, and said that they were all lying, and if our hero brought them together, he would receive an increased reward. But the guys in brown started arguing, saying that they were just servants. Sheik turned to our hero, asking if he was not being oppressed by the laws of the government. Steve turned around irritably, looking questioningly at the man. Sheik said that here he is free and can do whatever he wants, and if Steve puts him down, then for him he will be the king. But this speech was interrupted by the approach of our hero's sneaker. He kicked the man hard in the face and told him to sleep a little longer. Sheik passed out, leaving a sneaker sole imprint on his face. Having dealt with the man, our hero turned to the guys in brown. He asked the guy in green if there was a reward for them too, and the guy replied that they were all criminals. Realizing that they had been found out, the guys became depressed, not knowing what to do next. Steve said that there were too many of them, and one of the guys in green said that they had a car, making our hero happy. With an evil smile on his face, our hero wished the guys good night. The sounds of blows and screams echoed through the forest, and some men still did not give up and said that there would be no reward for them. The red pickup truck sped along the road, through green forests and ruined buildings. And in the trunk of the pickup, like firewood, were loaded men in brown, wrapped in ropes. The guy behind the wheel said that he was very grateful to our hero for saving him, but he replied that he didn't want to save them. The guys in the back seat said that despite this, he helped them, and now Steve is their savior. Not feeling any joy from these words, our hero agreed, since they insisted so much. On the way, our hero asked what abilities the driver had, and he replied that he had the skills of a fencer, stalker, and scout. Steve was surprised that the guy had 3 skills, and he replied that initially he had one, and he was able to master the other 2 in the process. Our hero pondered this information, wondering that skills could be acquired. The driver was surprised and thought how the guy could not know about such a small thing. Remembering how Schick had shouted "stop," our hero thought that it would be a good idea to learn some kind of magical skill. Suddenly, our hero's attention was drawn to something ahead. Through the buildings in the forest, a huge blue dome could be seen, standing out against the pink sky. The red pickup truck was racing forward, right in the direction of that blue dome. Looking at it, our hero asked the driver if this was the portal. This question greatly surprised the driver. He replied that this was a first-level portal, the easiest one, and it was their original target. Looking at the portal, our hero said that he was sorry that he did not have a mercenary license, otherwise he could go in. The driver asked in surprise if our hero really didn't have a license. Not noticing the surprise in the guy's question, our hero replied that he really didn't have a license yet. The driver continued to glance at Steve in surprise, thinking that when the portals opened, the military would open fire. After their attack, only a small portion of the monsters that came out of the portal remain on the field. On the field of such a first-level portal, the experience is small, and to raise it, you need to kill stronger monsters and accumulate experience. And for this you need a second-level portal, but such portals contain terrible monsters. That's why the guy was surprised how Steve, who hadn't even passed through the first-level portal, was able to defeat a level C Schick. Our hero finally noticed the driver's look of surprise and asked what was going on. He couldn't find the words and could only ask about the level of our hero. Steve replied that his level was F, and the driver almost drove off the cliff when he heard that. Our hero looked at the driver and said that he had a request. The driver tensed up a little when he heard these words. The military stood next to the portal, and nearby there was a gathering of equipment, tanks and ambulances. At first, only the silhouette of a man in the haze appeared in the portal. And when it cleared, that same guy from the green SUV appeared. There were 4 people following him, one guy holding the other and saying that they were almost there. The blonde-haired boy moaned that his arm hurt, but instead, there was a bloody stump. Coming closer to the military, the guy called the medics so that they could help the guy quickly. The guy walking in front said that licenses were being handed out to everyone and that guilds with such members should be destroyed immediately. Another guy tried to calm him down, adding that all the guys were like that lately. The man was not reassured by this answer and he cursed angrily, clenching his teeth. He thought that rich kids just buy monsters through brokers and just finish them off. After that, they hire bounty hunters and raise their levels with them, and then join guilds, completing missions. But in such situations, casualties cannot be avoided when the monster turns out to be too strong. The guy was the captain of this group and said that he was already tired of life, where money reigns, and his partner suggested calming down and having a drink. Approaching the military, they asked why it was so noisy in the first-level zone. Maybe something had happened. The captain asked what had happened, and the soldier replied that 10 robbers had been caught, and that among them was a C-level robber, Sheik, who has a bad reputation. The captain was surprised that someone was able to catch Sheik. He said that he was probably captured by someone of high rank, but the soldier replied that he was captured by a boy of F rank. The captain and his partner did not believe what they heard and asked how. The soldier replied that he had simply beaten him up, and that Sheik had a broken nose, cheekbones, and ribs on both sides. For some reason, the captain immediately remembered how our hero entered the gate alone. He loudly asked the soldier where that man was. The soldier replied that it seemed like he had just entered the portal. The captain rushed towards the portal, ignoring his partner's cries. He ran and thought that he had to see for himself, and if it was true, it was incredible. The captain ran towards the soldier standing at the portal. He ran closer and loudly called out his rank. The soldier with headphones turned around in surprise and looked at the captain and asked what happened. The captain asked the guy who caught Sheik whether he entered the portal or not. And at this time, our hero and one of the guys he saved came out of the portal. Steve said that it really didn't hurt, and that the clothes didn't disappear after going through the portal. The guy said that things made in our world can't be transferred through the portal, and these clothes are made from materials from different worlds and cost a fortune. Our hero's gaze was drawn to something to the side and he turned around in surprise. He saw a large glowing rectangle behind him and asked what it was. The guy turned around and said that there was a door to the portal. He said that the portal inside was divided into 38 more sub-portals, and they entered the 24th. Suddenly, the very portal that our hero was asking about disappeared. He asked why the portal had disappeared, and the guy replied that they needed to clear the place and then the portal would appear. Steve asked if they really had to kill everyone, but the guy replied that they only had to kill the boss. Our hero began to warm up and told the guy to wait here, adding that he would be quick. But the guy was against it and asked how he could wait here. But Steve no longer listened to him and prepared to run, making a dash forward. A hole formed in its place, raising columns of dust. The guy looked after him, wondering what kind of person he was. Maybe he was one of those. But then he decided that the person who had defeated Sheikah Rance S would easily be able to handle the first level dungeon. Suddenly it dawned on the guy that he had forgotten to tell him important information. He didn't tell where the door would appear after killing the boss, and that he needed to have time to get out. The guy ran forward, thinking that if Steve didn't manage to get out, he would stay here forever. And behind the portal, a soldier in a booth was wondering what to do after reading the sign that door 24 was closed. The soldier told the captain that the door to the 24th portal had just closed. The captain cursed and became angry at this news. In the forest, beyond portal number 24, a light fog was spreading. 3 monsters stood between the trees and looked around warily, holding their weapons at the ready. One of the monsters heard something and turned around, growling. But the next moment he was already knocked down by one blow, which smashed his head. The second monster was hit in the stomach and flew to the side. Our hero hit the third monster in the stomach and he fell, dropping his knife. Raising the knife, our hero said that they had a pretty good weapon. He squatted down and plunged the knife into the chest of one of the monsters. His face was hidden by a bandage, but even through it the boy could smell the stench of monsters. Our hero took the red stone out of the monster's chest and began to examine it. He said that the stone was only in one of the 3 monsters, but money is not a problem for him now. He opened the stats menu and thought that it was more important to level up now. The guy caught up with our hero and came to the battlefield where the dead monsters lay. Walking past the corpses, the guy was surprised at how many of them Steve had managed to cut out. Suddenly the guy's eyes lit up white, and he thought that he needed to find him quickly. The skill helped him determine which direction our hero was in, and he went there. And Steve stood among the killed monsters and looked at the window with information about the levels. He read that with the points he had, he could buy 2 skills: Beast Taming and Tree Spirit Summoning. He opened the description of the Beast Taming skill, but suddenly 2 monsters jumped on our hero from above, holding weapons. Steve sensed them immediately and turned around, calculating his movements. With one hand, he struck the monster in the face as it flew closer, and with the elbow of his other hand, he hit the second monster. The beaten monsters flew in different directions, and our hero was left without a single scratch. Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes that there were now 545 achievements. Breaking the jaw of another monster, our hero was glad that his level had been raised. Suddenly, a message about an unrecoverable error appeared and additional synchronization continues. Steve thought with disappointment that there was another error, but synchronization occurred for the first time. He opened the menu with all his statuses, seeing that his level had risen by 1. He also noticed that his status had risen slightly. The guy unlocked the skills and decided that he would buy Summon Tree Spirit for 100 points. He received a new ability and decided to use it immediately by summoning a spirit. A small ball surrounded by bright light appeared in front of him. Inside this ball was a small creature that looked like a fairy with wings. Our hero remembered that he had already seen her in the jungle, but then he thought it was an ordinary firefly. Steve turned to the tree spirit and asked him to find the remaining goblins. The spirit accepted the order and the glowing ball flew forward. The ball froze and a beam of light appeared from it, directed at the tree and the ground. The guy realized that she was reading the memory of trees and vegetation and transmitting it to him, but it was happening very slowly, probably because of the low level. After reading the descriptions of other skills, our hero decided to buy himself the reconnaissance skill for the remaining points. Crouching down, Steve placed his hand on the ground and activated the reconnaissance skill. His eyes lit up white and he said, "Tracking." Our hero closed his eyes, reading the information and could not understand why it was only about the dead. Suddenly, something caught his attention and Steve became wary. Deep in the forest, he heard some sounds and realized that this was where he needed to go. Listening closely, he realized that it was not a goblin and grinned sinisterly. Steve jerked from his seat and rushed forward, through the forest to the right place. He climbed a small rise and looked around, searching for the right place. At that moment, a goblin of enormous size tried to stab the boy with whom our hero came. Steve turned to the guy and asked what he was doing there. The guy was happy when he saw that our hero had arrived, while the goblin was aiming a knife at the guy's face. Our hero got angry and said that he asked the guy to wait for him. The guy looked at Steve with fear and, clearing his throat, said that he was being attacked, as if asking for help. Steve smiled, saying he understood the situation. The knife was getting closer to his face, and when it was almost touching the skin, the boy screamed, asking for help. And at the very last moment, when the knife had almost pierced the skin, the goblin turned around. At the last moment, he managed to put up a shield, which saved him from our hero's kick. But the shield did not provide complete protection, because the force of the blow sent the monster flying to the side. But the goblin was not going to give up, and putting his shield forward, he prepared to attack. But he didn't have time to do anything when our hero's foot hit him from below, breaking his jaw. The monster flew forward, crashing into a rock, sending shards flying. But Steve didn't stop there and rushed forward towards the monster. The goblin was bleeding, but still alive, and bared his teeth at the approaching guy. Our hero jumped up and swung his knife high, preparing to strike. He lowered the knife into the monster's chest, and with the blow, he saw a message that a new level had been reached. The next message said that another 120 experience points had been received, and he thought that they were being generous with the points. And the guy who watched this battle was shocked by Steve's skills. Having dealt with the monster, Steve turned to the boy and asked if the door would open now. The guy was at a loss and stuttered, saying, "Yes, of course, the door should open now." The door actually opened, and the boys walked through the portal back to their world. As they walked past the military vehicles, the soldiers standing nearby noticed them. One of the soldiers asked if he had caught Schick. The second confirmed it and said that it was he the captain was looking for. The soldier said that everything should be reported to the captain, but the second soldier suddenly laughed. He looked at the monitor in confusion and asked if it was really possible to finish everything in such a short time. And at this time, the boy said goodbye to our hero, saying that he would return to his group, and our hero said that the work was excellent. As Steve left the storage room where he had left his things, he realized he was hungry. The captain approached him and greeted him, and our hero asked who he was. The man said with a smile that he was from the Scylla Guild. The commander of the 27th attacking party was Morris, and offered to talk. The men came into the diner and sat down at a table next to each other, ordering coffee. Our hero looked at the business card, asking again about Scylla's guild, and the man nodded in satisfaction. The man with a friendly smile invited our hero to join the guild, adding that it offered excellent conditions for growth. But Steve was clearly not interested in this proposal, and he refused, calmly sipping his coffee. The man did not believe that he had been refused and, frowning, looked questioningly at our hero. He thought about how he could really refuse him entry into the guild and decided that he was trying to push his own value. Morris didn't give up and said that if Steve was already a member of the guild, then they were ready to make him a formal offer to join. But our hero was not attracted by this offer either, and he refused again. Starting to get angry, the man said that even though the guild was in 4th place, it didn't mean anything among the top guilds, and assured that if he was offered something, he was ready to make the best offer. After listening to the man, Steve abruptly put the cup of coffee on the table. With a melancholy smile, he said that he simply did not want to work under someone else. Morris didn't know what to say to this and just looked at the guy. Having finished this conversation, Steve went to his younger brother's house. Our hero entered his brother's room, but there was no one there. He looked around and said out loud that there was probably no one at home. Steve climbed up to the roof of the house and lay down on the table, enjoying the warm sun. He thought that probably his brother and his son were spending time together. An old woman with a basket of laundry on her head climbed onto the roof and asked why the young man was lounging there during the day. Steve smiled and invited Granny to join him, saying it was perfect weather for a nap. In response, the old woman asked if he couldn't see that she was busy hanging out the laundry. After looking at her, Steve stood up and began to help hang out the laundry, and the old woman occasionally made comments to him. Suddenly, she became serious and asked if he was really Chad's older brother. Our hero smiled and said that it was true without looking up from hanging out the laundry. Hearing the answer, the old woman became cheerful and said with a smile that it was amazing, asking if he had really grown up. Steve pretended to be angry and said that he had grown up a lot, and the old lady added that he was a rascal. The old woman added that it would be strange if he remained the same after the monsters attacked, people died, and the world turned upside down. She said thoughtfully that since Steve had returned after 10 years, he should take care of himself so as not to hurt him. Our hero realized that the old woman was very worried about his brother and smiled at her gratefully. Steve said that everything was fine. He wouldn't die that easily. And the old lady replied that those who say that usually die first. Chad and his son returned home, and on the way, they met an old lady. The guy asked if Steve was upstairs, and she replied that he was there. The boys went upstairs and joyfully greeted our hero, and the wolf cub ran ahead, wagging his tail. Steve put an envelope on the table, and Chad asked in surprise what it was. Our hero answered with a smile that there were $40,000 and asked his brother to pay off his entire debt. Chad took the envelope, not believing that there could be so much money in it, and asked where his brother got such a sum. But Steve decided not to answer this question and suggested that the guy go and give the money, and then they would have dinner together. Chad was touched by this act and asked our hero how he could repay his kindness. Steve looked at Bill as he happily played with the puppy and said that he didn't need anything, asking him to come back soon. Chad turned his back to his brother and, wiping away tears, said that he understood everything, and our hero conspiratorially called out to him. The guy turned around in surprise and tears still glistened in his eyes. Steve smiled and asked if he could pick up some meat and booze on the way. Chad smiled happily, promised to buy everything, and asked his brother to look after Bill. While Bill was playing with the puppy on the roof, our hero opened the menu with his statistics. He saw the inscription in the window. "The object is fixed. Choose a name." Steve asked the boy what to name the puppy, and without hesitation, he named him Pecky. Steve repeated the name and liked it, so he said with a smile, "Okay, it'll be Pecky." He turned to the puppy and said that from now on he was Pecky, and the window showed that the puppy was level 1 and his combat power was 3. Steve threw the ball and ordered the puppy to bring it, and he rushed after the ball like a bullet. Amazing Bill, with such great speed. The boy praised Pekka and called him to him, and he came running, happily wagging his tail. The sun was already setting when the boy and the puppy lay down on the table, tired after playing, and the boy asked why his dad was gone for so long. Steve looked down and said that he thought he was getting there. He saw that his brother's truck was parked in the parking lot, but for some reason his brother didn't come out and he offered to go and meet him. The boy ran first and, seeing his father's silhouette, joyfully called him. But as they got closer, they noticed that Chad was covered in blood. It was flowing from his head, nose, and mouth. The boy froze, not understanding what was happening, and only quietly whispered, "Dad?" The boy could barely stand on his feet and could only say his son's name when his legs gave way. The beaten boy fell to the ground, bleeding, and Bill rushed towards him, screaming. Steve was confused at first, but the boy's scream seemed to bring him back and he began to get angry, listening to the boy ask what was going on. In one of the residential areas, on the first floor of an apartment building, there was a sign, "Trust, Instant, Interest-Free Loan." Inside, men in formal suits were sitting and playing cards, and one of them was sitting at a computer. The man at the computer asked what the betting was like this week, and the guy next to him gave him some numbers. He asked if there was a competition between Mikhail and Jorvins this week, and the guy said yes, and everyone was focused on Mikhail. He asked if Beyond the Horizon was in trouble and reminded him of what had happened last time, how one player had turned the whole game around. Suddenly, the men's attention was drawn to a noise outside the door and they froze tensely. The man at the computer shouted to the men sitting there, "What's outside?" He got angry and sent them to check what was going on behind the door. The door to the office swung open and the silhouette of a man appeared on the threshold. Everyone in the room froze, watching the man who appeared. He took another step forward, and in the light it turned out that his face was covered in blood. He said that it seemed they had problems. Suddenly, someone grabbed his head from behind, causing the man to scream in horror. Someone pulled the man back and his body immediately disappeared from the doorway, flying back. The confusion of the men in the room turned to anger, and they began asking what was going on. Then it dawned on them that this was an imposition, and they rushed forward, wanting to find out what was happening. The body of the man who had entered the room earlier suddenly fell on the one walking first. The two of them flew into the depths of the room and fell onto the table, scattering cards in all directions. The surviving men grabbed their weapons and began shouting for the attacker to come into the room. At that moment, a silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway and only his eyes were visible, shining with a blue glow. Entering the room, Steve broke down the front door with one hand and lifted it above his head. The men in suits looked at the guy with fear, and one of them called our hero a psycho. After these words, a torn-off door flew at them, knocking down men like toys and breaking everything in its path. The door smashed the windows and a hail of glass fragments flew at the standing men. Steve went on a rampage, smashing everything around him and mercilessly throwing everyone to the floor. He stepped on the head of one of the men, and a pool of blood from his broken nose spread across the floor. The man at the computer looked at what was happening in horror and was shaking at the sight of our hero. Furious, Steve walked towards this man, while all the other men in the room were already lying unconscious. The man and his assistant watched in fear as our hero walked towards them. He asked his assistant in fear if he knew who this guy was. The assistant said that he seemed to be awakened, and it seemed that he even began to recognize him. But the man didn't have time to finish speaking, because our hero kicked the table at which they were sitting. Both men screamed in pain and fear, and one of them yelled that his leg was pinned. Steve threw the monitor and keyboard off the table, climbed onto it, and, squatting down, asked the man if he was Mr. Scott. The man was scared. He swore and said that everything was right. He was Mr. Scott. The man's face was covered in sweat, and he asked our hero who he was. Steve threw the envelope of money on the table with force and said that he had come to pay off Chad's debt. The man was shocked by what he heard and said that Steve had definitely gone down in the morning. He asked if an awakened being could just attack an innocent person and said that he wouldn't get away with it. But instead of answering, our hero hit him hard in the face with his palm and several teeth flew out of his mouth. Steve slapped him on the other cheek and asked why he did that to a man who came to pay him a debt. He continued to beat the man and said that he could have gratefully taken the money and gone peacefully about his business. The man's face was spinning from side to side from the blows, and Steve, not being half-hearted, was asking why he had decided to cross the line and start showing off. The man began to beg for mercy after another blow to the cheek. Steve's eyes lit up as he asked if the man would pay off the debt quietly and peacefully, or if he should be beaten until he died. Tears flowed from the man's eyes, and he, lisping because of his missing teeth, said that he would solve everything and do everything. Steve sat on the edge of the table, and every man in the room was on his knees, his head bowed. They all shouted in unison that the debt of the esteemed Mr. Chad had been paid. But our hero was not satisfied with this answer, and he ordered them to repeat it louder. The men shouted even louder that it was good that the debt of the respected Mr. Chad had been paid. Steve said that if he met them again, they would die, and advised to avoid meeting him. The men fell to the floor in a bow and said they would keep that in mind. Everyone looked tensely at the floor and heard our hero jump off the table. Mr. Scott also bowed his head and listened as our hero's steps became more and more distant. He was furious about what had happened, and his eyes showed a furious desire to avenge the humiliation. One of the men raised his head and looked around and said that the guy had already left. Grinning angrily with his bloody mouth, the man said into the void, "Does Steve really think that he has no connections?" and added that these two are already corpses. At this time, Captain Morris entered the office where the two men were sitting. He told the manager that it was urgent. The guy at the computer asked him what he wanted, and Morris asked him to look at something. Our hero's profile opened on the monitor screen, and Morris said that he was a top-level newcomer. The guy was surprised because he only had an F rank and he was only registered today. Morris said it was doubly cool and asked the disgruntled guy to get information about him. He tried to find something, but the monitor screen showed a message that access was denied. Both were very surprised that access to our hero's data was closed. The guy asked who he was, and Morris asked him to look for information about him illegally. The guy dug around for a while and finally said with satisfaction that he had succeeded. Both were surprised by the story of our hero, which they managed to find, and the boy asked if he was really at level F. The guy was also surprised why access to information about Steve was blocked at all. He also noticed that the information did not indicate what class our hero belonged to, and this aroused even more interest. Morris asked the boy to test our hero's skills. But after checking the information, the guy could only ask in shock, "What kind of bread and water is this?" Morris didn't understand the guy's answer and asked him again what he meant. The guy asked the man in confusion if Steve had really caught Sheik using only bread and water. They immediately imagined our hero throwing buns and bottles of water at the huge man, and he asking him to stop. The guy also noted that they say that our hero disappeared 10 years ago, and added that this is very suspicious. The kid suggested that maybe Steve was a government agent, and Morris said that maybe he was a hunter. The man did not want to believe that in the end, our hero turned out to be a statesman. The boy told him to give up because he was almost 100% a government agent. The guy smugly said that he had already found out everything about him, and Morris thought that this was precisely why he was so cold. The man sighed heavily and suggested that the guy go have a coffee. As he left the office, Morris still couldn't calm down and asked why the agent needed to participate in this. The man asked the boy to continue following him, and the boy again asked the man to surrender. Morris got angry and said that he was just asking to keep an eye on him in case something strange happened, but the guy stubbornly refused. Not realizing that they were trying to find out something about him, our hero came to the hospital to visit his brother. He entered the room and asked his brother if he was awake yet. Chad looked out the window. His head was bandaged, but overall he looked cheerful and very happy to see his brother. Steve put out a bunch of different fast food, and Chad asked why he bought so much stuff again, to which our hero replied that it would make him get better faster. Our hero asked his brother if he was feeling better, and the guy replied that they would remove his bandages tomorrow. Chad asked if our hero had an exam tomorrow, and he said that it was correct. The guy said that if he passes the exam and joins the guild, it will be great. Steve closed his eyes, remembering that in the jungle he was the king of the forest. He thought that after this, would he be able to live in this world under someone's protection? Chad knew what our hero was thinking and suggested that he find out about the guilds for him. But Steve said that this was not necessary because he planned to create a guild himself. The brother was surprised by the news that our hero wanted to create his own guild and not join one. The day of the exam arrived and it was held in the building of the Bureau of the Awakened. The blonde with the katana, Jean, was also in this building and was walking down the corridor. Suddenly, a man from behind called her name and the girl turned around in surprise. The man was the head of the department and Jean asked him what he wanted. The man asked the girl if she had any problems lately, and she asked in surprise why he thought so. The man shouted that there had already been 2 riots in the girl's assigned quarter, and if a portal had opened there now, the city would no longer exist. The girl was not very surprised by this question, and she asked if they really couldn't do anything without her participation. The man went from anger to a request and asked the girl to help him, because he solves problems with portals every morning, and this is very difficult. Jean suggested that the man write a letter of resignation, but the man pretended that he heard her and complained of a headache. Suddenly, the man shouted again, asking why she was ruining good swords again. The girl calmly replied that she simply hadn't been able to concentrate lately. The man said that he had had enough of her stories and handed the girl a piece of paper, and she asked in surprise what it was. Suddenly, the girl got angry and said that it was annoying her because she wanted to rest today, and they were sending her somewhere again. The man said that she was not the only one suffering and added that such a task was not the first for her. The girl sighed heavily and turned around saying that she had had enough, and the man shouted after her, asking what she had had enough of. The man shouted that it was obvious how oppressive the atmosphere was now and said that it was enough to fire the new guys because they needed at least one more for the team. The girl replied that when they take just anyone, they go on missions and die, and this answer angered the man. People were already crowding inside the building waiting for the exam. Some said that they had to pass it this time, while others answered that it was already the 4th time they were taking it. One guy was recording himself on camera. He said that he was at an exam and asked for support so that he could pass. He promised that if he passed the exam and received the title, he would definitely film hunting content. The guy thanked me for the $20 donation and told me where I could find a link to support him. At that moment, 3 men in red caps entered the hall and looked around. Seeing them, the boy said that their guards would soon come in, and filming was prohibited here, so he said goodbye. Having finished the broadcast, the guy turned around and saw the intent gaze of our hero standing behind him. Steve looked closely at the guy's phone, and he asked if this was the first time he saw someone broadcasting. Our hero asked in surprise who the guy was talking to, but he just waved it off and asked him to leave him alone. Steve told the guy he was interesting, and the guy called him an old man. The show began on the podium. The guys in red caps were instructors, and the man at the podium began to tell that he was the supervisor for the 3 days of the exam. He said that the 21 guards stationed there would also accompany them for the next 3 days and 2 nights. The crowd of people who came to the exam began to line up. Some wanted to get to certain examiners, but no one wanted to get to Jean, because everyone who gets to her is immediately thrown out. The man at the podium said that everyone who entered had received tickets, and that they would now distribute them by drawing lots. He continued that everyone whose names he named would need to go to counter number 1. The man began to name names and people rushed towards their overseer. It was the turn of the guy who was hosting the broadcast. It turned out that his name was Donnie, and his title was Warden number 15, which greatly upset him. Our hero was also assigned to Warden number 15. He approached the right number and was extremely surprised to see his supervisor. Steve immediately recognized the blonde standing at the 15 sign. Our hero smiled contentedly and thought that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl did not pay attention to those approaching and looked ahead, but something caught her attention. She saw our hero standing in her squad and smiling contentedly. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and stared at Steve in surprise. The man announced that since everyone had been assigned, they could go to the dormitories assigned to their units and stay there until further notice. A crowd of examinees wandered towards the dormitory. They discussed who they had been assigned to, and some complained that they had been assigned to a blonde. One group of guys stopped near the room and were surprised that there was even a training room there. The boy walked with his head down. He thought he had jinxed it, since he had ended up with the blonde again. In front of his subscribers, he acted as if he had already given up everything, and now he was almost expelled. The guys entered through door number 15. Some were changing clothes, and some were just sitting on the bench. Our hero stood near the locker and noticed Donnie, who was sitting on the bench with his head hanging down. Steve sat down opposite him and asked him why he was so sad, since he had been giggling just a moment ago. But the guy didn't answer and only looked sullenly at our hero. Donnie looked at Steve smiling and thought he couldn't believe this old man was on his team. The guy asked our hero with displeasure why he should be happy, but he did not understand the question. Donnie asked if Steve knew the character of that blonde, because it was not for nothing that they called her a witch. Our hero was surprised that Jean was called a witch and frowned. And the guy continued to say that if she wasn't in the mood, she would ruin the whole squad. and he complained that it turned out they had thrown 2,000 down the drain. Steve didn't understand Donnie's complaints and said that since you failed, it means you're weak. And what does the warden have to do with it? But these words clearly offended the boy, and he angrily asked again what our hero had said. Donnie thought that our hero was looking down on him, so he didn't like him from the first second they met. But Steve didn't understand why the boy was so angry and looked him in the eyes openly. Donnie asked why he was speaking to him so informally, since our hero looked so much younger. Steve smiled and asked if the guy wanted to deal with him. This was just the right place for that. The guys in the locker room froze, listening to the brewing scandal. Donnie got really mad and asked our hero if he really thought he was a weakling. And our hero decided to answer this rhetorical question by saying yes. This answer made Donnie lose his temper, and he told our hero that he was dead. He told Steve to follow him, unzipping and taking off his jacket as he went. Jean entered the locker room of squad number 15 and was surprised to find no one there. She got angry, wondering where all the guys from her squad could have gone. And the guys were in the training room and were amazed at the size of the cage, joking that they could kill in it. Donnie and Steve were standing in the cage, and the guys around them were rushing them, saying that if they got caught, they would be thrown out. And another guy said that since they were in the blonde squad, they would all be thrown out anyway. Donnie called our hero a jerk and said he was showing off while looking at him. The guy asked if our hero hadn't heard of Stone TV, and he is a promising YouTube fighter. But Steve didn't understand what the guy meant and asked what a YouTuber was. Maybe food. This question completely angered Donnie, and he said that Steve was definitely making fun of him. The guys behind the cage started cheering for Donnie, shouting, "Keep it up!" The guy did a series of punches in the air and said that his hobby is to set the brains of people like our hero straight, adding that he has a ton of views on the video from the exam and doesn't want to stop. Steve listened to the guy's monologue in silence the whole time, and smiling, he only said, "Interesting." Donnie yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and called him a psycho as he prepared to fight. He began to close the distance and told our hero to take his blow. Donnie swung his fist at our hero's face, but he stood motionless. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Enough!" And turning towards the voice, everyone saw that the warden had arrived. Donnie turned around, looking at her and thought only, "Blonde witch." The girl angrily shouted for everyone to run away from here. All the guys immediately flew out of the training room, saying that now they were definitely finished. As Jean walked up to the ring to meet the guys, she asked if they really wanted to get eliminated so badly that they decided to go all out. Donnie forced a tight smile and said that it was not so, trying to justify himself to the warden. The girl stopped this conversation and suggested getting rid of one of them right away. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she meant. The girl with a sinister smile said that whoever loses will fly out of here and ordered to begin. The boys stared at the girl in shock after hearing her order. Donnie smiled nervously and thought that the girl was definitely crazy. But our hero understood the order and was not against carrying it out, approaching the boy threateningly. Donnie prepared for the fight and said that our hero asked for it, asking him not to cry afterwards. Steve smiled cheerfully and said that he even felt sorry for the boy. Donnie swung his fist angrily and told them to shut up and move already. And the next second, our hero's fist flew straight into the boy's face, and his blow missed. Donnie passed out after the first blow and fell face down on the floor. Our hero silently looked at Donnie lying on the floor, but did not unclench his fists. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She clearly did not expect our hero to win. But Steve clearly had something in mind and just smiled slyly without saying a word. Looking at his satisfied smile, the girl realized that Steve was the instigator and decided that he was a bad person. The girl remembered his appearance from the portal and thought that from the first day he had irritated her and smelled unusual. But Steve couldn't hear her thoughts and asked her what she was worth. Didn't she want to try too? The girl did not understand his proposal and, frowning, looked questioningly at the guy. And the guy repeated the offer and said that if she wanted, she could come up here. Finally, it dawned on Jean what the guy was suggesting and she got angry. Our hero offered peace terms. If he wins, she will not expel the boy for losing. The girl looked at Steve as if he were a stupid child and said that this was simply unthinkable. But she decided not to refuse, took off the katana hanging from her belt, and placed it on the floor. Jean boldly entered the arena and stood opposite our hero. Tilting her head slightly to the side, she asked Steve if he was unusual. But our hero did not understand what was being discussed and asked what these unusual things were. The girl suddenly started the attack and told the guy that if he survived, she would definitely tell. But our hero was on the alert. He immediately saw that the girl was attacking and prepared to defend himself. He easily dodged Jean's first strike, opening to the side. He parried the next blow with his hand, and the girl decisively delivered a new one. Jean unleashed a barrage of blows on our hero. sparing no effort, but he dodged or defended himself from each of them. At first, the girl attacked only with her fists, but she got into the swing of things and started kicking. But Steve easily defended himself against these blows, as if he didn't even strain himself. Suddenly, our hero tensed up, sensing something was wrong and his eyes widened. The girl prepared herself for a blow that was impossible to avoid and told the guy that if he won, he could ask for something else. Jean did a backflip in the air, kicking our hero, causing him to fly backwards. Steve seemed to have lost consciousness. He flew back and showed no signs of life. The girl looked at the guy and thought that everything was somehow strange. Obviously, everything was not so simple. Jean landed lightly on her feet and looked in the direction our hero had flown. But in reality, our hero pretended to lose consciousness, and instead of hitting the bars, he landed on them. Steve admired the girl and said that she was stronger than she seemed. Jean was shocked and wondered how our hero was able to withstand her blow at all. She decided not to think for long and immediately began the attack, without waiting for our hero to strike back. The girl became enthusiastic and said with a smile that now she would not give in. Jean kicked the guy in the stomach with such force that splinters flew from the ring. Our hero fell to the floor on his back, and the girl began an attack from above, preparing to deliver the final blow. But Steve easily dodged the blow, jumping to the side. Jean began to deliver a lot of punches, and our hero only defended himself from them. The girl decided to sneakily kick him, but Steve easily parried this blow too. Our hero took the next kick while squatting and defending himself with one hand, while the other clenched into a fist. He smiled slyly, showing that not only was he unable to hit, but he was waiting for the right moment and swung his fist. The girl clearly did not expect this attack and only managed to curse. The punch hit the girl in the stomach, around which a blue glow suddenly appeared. Our hero's fist crashed into the blue light emanating from the girl's hands. But the blow was so strong that the blue glow shattered into small pieces, and the girl fell to the floor. Blue sparks danced around Jean like lightning bolts, and she slowly rose from the floor. She couldn't believe that our hero had broken her shield so easily. And our hero clearly got into the swing of things and, raising his fist again, said that it was now his turn. Jean was still sitting on the floor and looking at our hero's attack. She said out loud that he was definitely crazy. Steve's enthusiasm only grew stronger, and he shouted happily about how much fun he was having. The girl also smiled mischievously and said that the guy was definitely unusual, thinking that her intuition had not failed her after all. But our hero did not understand what unusual meant, and only looked questioningly at the girl. He was about to strike when the girl straightened up and extended her hand forward, palm out in front of our hero's face. With a serious face, without a trace of humor, the girl said that she had lost. Steve froze in surprise and asked why, because it was so much fun. Jean replied that the place was too small to use skills and promised that next time they would fight in a place with more space. Our hero said that he was very sorry and smiled sadly, not intending to continue the fight. The girl got a little angry, said that the guy can say whatever he wants, and repeated that she admits defeat. Steve asked if there were many strong women like her in the world, and the girl replied that she didn't think so. Our hero smiled contentedly and said that he then chose her and offered her to bear him a child. The girl did not believe what she heard and asked again what the guy had said. Steve saw nothing surprising in this proposal and repeated the offer to produce offspring. And at that very second, he received a strong slap in the face from Jean, and Donnie woke up from the sound of it. The guy opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening, why the brat was getting it from the blonde, and why he was lying on the floor. Meanwhile, Jean, angrily hissing curses, walked away from the ring, looking back at our hero with displeasure. Then the pain began to reach Donnie, and he remembered that he lost after the first blow. He sadly remembered the girl's words that if he lost, he would drop out without even going to the exam. Donnie fell to his knees sadly, thinking how shameful it was to be kicked out so quickly. Suddenly he noticed our hero, who was leaving the ring, and glared at him angrily. He asked Steve, with tears in his eyes from anger, if he felt better after he humiliated him. But our hero, with a peaceful smile, answered him that he had not lost. Donnie didn't understand what our hero meant and, still frowning, asked him again. And none of those participating in this performance noticed that there was a surveillance camera hanging in the training room. And at this time, when Donnie and our hero were talking, the man in glasses was sitting in the office and looking at the monitor screen. There was a mixture of shock and disbelief on his face, and he asked out loud if Jean had really lost. Our hero told Donnie, who was sitting on the floor, to go and walked forward without looking back. The guy jumped up and said that Jean had said that the loser would be kicked out, so how could he stay? And our hero replied that he had asked not to kick him out. Donnie, his cheek red and swollen from Steve's punch, looked at him blankly and asked, "What?" The guy asked why the girl hit him then, and Steve replied that it was none of his business. Donnie watched our hero go, trying to figure out what happened and how he didn't fly out. Suddenly, Donnie remembered the slap and wondered if they had really agreed that he would stay if our hero could withstand the girl's blow. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes at the thought, and his gaze was full of gratitude. He looked after our hero and thought that he was a man, a real man. The boy's emotions burst out. Tears flowed down his cheeks from gratitude, and he called our hero brother. Donnie stood for a moment, then ran after the guy, saying that they would go together. Suddenly, a male voice came from the speaker, saying that Steve needed to go up to the guard's office. The guys stopped in surprise. Donnie asked if it was his name, and our hero replied that apparently yes. He came to an ordinary door with a white sign on it that read, "Warden's Office." Our hero entered the office and sat down opposite the very man who saw Jean lose to him. Steve was a little worried and asked the man what he wanted. The man took out a voice recorder and warned the guy that everything said in this office would be recorded. The man said that he just saw a sparring match with Jean, who is a B-level awakened, and asked if our hero was unusual. Steve said that the girl asked him the same thing and asked again, "What does it mean?" The man frowned when he heard the question and looked at Steve silently. He said that apparently our hero had not yet become familiar with the information about the Brit's portal. The man began to say that now 3 planets are connected to the Earth by a bridge portal. The first planet is Aruka, friendly, with elves and dwarves as the main races, and cultural exchange and land trade taking place there. The Earthlings who were there return and spread many skills, such as magic and making artifacts. The second planet is Kuchon. It is a world where the Moman tribes and the Chungwon people fight for control of the planet. When the portal opens with the Chungwon people, an exchange occurs, and when it opens in the Moman lands, a war begins. The last planet is Midial, a world inhabited by warlike orcs as well as ferocious monsters. So when a portal opens there, clashes begin. On these 3 planets, there are those who have learned the skills of another world and returned. Their combat power is difficult to attribute to the rank of awakened, so altogether they are called unusual. Steve listened boredly to this pile of information and in the end said that it was all a bit complicated. But after thinking for a moment, our hero said that in fact there are not 3 planets. The man opposite looked questioningly at our hero, waiting for him to continue his words. He thought that if our hero wasn't from one of those planets, then maybe he was raised in a dungeon. But he immediately dismissed that thought, thinking that then he wouldn't be able to defeat level B. Without waiting for an answer from our hero, he himself asked where he came from. Steve said he told that bald doctor everything, that he lived for 1,000 years with wolves. The man froze. Listening to our hero's story, he did not say a word and only looked at him tensely. Steve broke the silence and asked if the conversation was over. The man caught himself and said yes. He was tense but still forced a smile and thanked our hero for listening to him, saying that he could return to the dorm. Steve left the office, and the man continued to stare thoughtfully at one point, thinking that the conversations were true after all. A man walked into the office and introduced himself as Senior Sergeant Sheldon. The sergeant saluted the man sitting in the chair and asked if he had been called. The man in the chair said he wanted to assign the boy the position of Warden number 15. The sergeant was surprised at first, but then he pulled himself together and asked if Jean was really not coming. The man clicked his tongue in irritation, adjusted his glasses and said that she had run away. Sergeant Sheldon did not believe the answer and asked again how she had escaped. The man became serious and said that there was Steve in Team 15. The sergeant needed to keep an eye on him until the exam was over, and then he needed to send a report on his actions. An announcement came from the loudspeakers in the dormitory that everyone needed to put on their uniforms and gather at the stadium. Upon hearing it, the guys began to grumble that it had begun. In the hall, the guard stood next to the numbers on the signs and gave the order to stand in line according to the numbers. Sergeant Sheldon stood at the sign marked number 15 instead of Jean. The guys from his group, seeing that the blonde was gone, immediately rejoiced at this and decided that he had replaced the girl. The man in the red cap smiled and said that he was the new warden and his name was Sheldon. He said that today's exam was a 100-meter run in 9 seconds and 40 triathlons in an hour, asking if it wasn't easy. The guys in the group immediately began to complain that this was unfair because everyone had their own individual characteristics. Meanwhile, a plump girl was running on the treadmill. The warden said that she was being eliminated because she had run the 100 meters in 13 seconds. The girl said she was a healer. Shouldn't they lower the bar? But the warden said that the monsters wouldn't run slower after her if she was a healer. The warden called out group number 15 and called Donnie to the start. He said with a smile that 100 meters in 9 seconds was funny, and the guy from his group started complaining that he was already scared. Donnie made the victory sign with his fingers and asked our hero to cheer for him. Immediately after the whistle, he rushed to the finish line with a victorious cry, raising dust behind him. The warden looked at his stopwatch and said that he had run in 8 seconds, which meant he had passed. The guy in the red cap called out the next one, and it was our hero. Steve stood at the start, resting his feet on the special supports, and looked straight ahead. Donnie screamed at the top of his lungs, supporting the boy, while the rest of the group stood to the side, watching. Immediately after the warden's whistle, our hero rushed forward with such speed that it was impossible to keep track of him. Donnie, like everyone else who witnessed the run, looked at the clouds of dust in shock, not believing that a person could move like that. At that very moment, the phone rang in the man's office. It was Sergeant Sheldon. He reported that Steve had passed the exam and his results were shocking, adding that he would send a video. The man immediately tensed up and asked about the journalists. The sergeant turned around and saw how the men with cameras came to life and began actively photographing our hero. The woman in the office picked up the ringing phone and introduced herself as the manager of the Returned Persons Management Bureau, while the caller introduced himself as Major Swan. He said he had just sent her a couple of videos of Steve and asked her to look at them now. Looking at the video, the girl was clearly amazed by what she saw and could only ask, "What?" The screen showed a recording of our hero's run. The man said that apparently the major was a liar and added that it was now becoming obvious that the interview with the doctor was truthful. Looking at the video, the girl hoped that all the doctor's answers were true. She thought that if the patient was unusual and all his statements were true, then Steve might be a returnee from the 4th unknown planet. The girl ordered the man to bar journalists from entering. The guy looked at the screen of his phone and was confused. He said that it seemed they were already too late because he had found an already published article about Steve and his outstanding exam results. The girl got angry and told him to immediately sort out the articles and impose a ban. Journalists swooped down like flies to honey, some holding cameras, some holding video cameras. Seeing our hero, they all started asking him to say a few words, to spend time with them, or to give an interview. Steve looked at the screaming crowd with confusion, but did not answer them. The girl at this time was thinking that if she had gone through the portal without a protective suit, she would have received rank F due to the dispersion of spatial energy. And then she remembered that the problems in the center began just at this time. At that very moment, security guards burst into the hall and began detaining journalists. And the girl thought that if he really did return from the 4th planet, then the initiative for its development would go to them. The security guards blocked the passage for the journalists and did not let them through, despite their requests. The examinees gathered at the table and discussed Steve and how he was the reason so many journalists had gathered. Journalists were making noise behind the opaque windows, and our hero and Donnie were sitting at the table and eating. The guy looked at our hero with delight, hearing the journalists arguing outside the window. Steve, however, paid no attention to the commotion and calmly devoured a huge portion of lunch. Donnie thought that everything was right. He couldn't have fainted from a punch from an ordinary kid, and he only regretted that he didn't record this fight. Steve noticed his gaze and asked what he was looking at. Maybe he had finished eating already. Donnie began to fuss and suddenly offered to bring our hero something to drink because he definitely wanted water. Leaving the table, where our hero had already dealt with a mountain of food, Donnie thought that just by looking at how he was eating, one could understand that he was different. After lunch, the guys returned to the changing room. Our hero sprawled on a bench, and Donnie sat opposite. He looked around the lockers and said that there were fewer things because many had fallen through. Suddenly, the boy closed his eyes and gasped, as if he suddenly remembered something. Our hero opened his eyes and asked in surprise what had happened. He replied that the next task was a dungeon, and it was more profitable to go there in a large company, and he hoped that the other groups would be redistributed. Steve relaxed and closed his eyes and said that everything was fine. He didn't need anyone. Donnie was delighted by these words and admired our hero's confidence. The guy said he knew how strong Steve was, but they didn't know what to expect in the dungeon, and it would be good to have a few different skills. Steve said that was bullshit and changed the subject by saying that when they first met, Donnie was saying something on the phone. What it was, and the guy replied that it was YouTube. Our hero even rose from the bench, not understanding what kind of word this was. YouTube. Donnie was surprised that he really hadn't heard of this site and asked if our hero had really come down from the mountains, and he said that you could say so. The guy looked at Steve in surprise and wondered what kind of concept this was. Donnie took the phone, walked up to Steve, and said that this was YouTube, showing the video. He pointed to a number and said that it was the number of subscribers, and next to it was the number of views. Steve was interested in one video with a lot of views, and Donnie replied that it was a mukbang. In the video, the girl sat in front of a variety of dishes and bit off a huge piece of meat, which delighted our hero. Seeing Steve watching the video with interest, the boy thought he had an inhuman appetite. Donnie said he knew a lot of YouTubers who filmed similar things and said he could arrange a joint video. And our hero said he remembered the promise. The boy smiled indulgently, looking at Steve's violent reaction. Our hero turned to Donnie and told him that it turns out he was a good guy. Donnie recalled how he attracted the attention of journalists and thought that he had the potential to become a YouTuber because our hero is strong and handsome. Watching Steve watch the video, he thought it was only a matter of time before the guild recruited him, especially if he gained combat power in the dungeon tomorrow. And our hero repeated that he liked Donnie and invited him to join his clan. Upon hearing this proposal, the boy did not immediately understand what was being discussed. They sat and looked at each other in silence, Steve waiting for an answer, and Donnie couldn't believe the offer. He finally managed to speak and asked if he was really creating a clan and not joining a guild. And our hero calmly replied that everything was exactly like that. Donnie was overwhelmed with emotions. Not only could he join the clan of the most talked about hero, but he would also shoot a video with him. Then that would be it. He remembered his childhood when during a sparring session, after another blow, he fell into the ring. Donnie thought he had a difficult childhood, living in poverty. He trained hard but still failed the licensing exam every time. But he didn't give up. But due to the cataclysm, all his dreams were erased. And his friends suggested that he become awakened and get a license because boxing cannot make money. Donnie grabbed YouTube like a lifeline when his friends didn't believe he could make it. And now, looking at Steve, the boy thought that this was the very good content and he was finally starting to get lucky. He happily said that he would follow our hero even to the end of the world. Steve said he really likes it and reminded him again about the mukbang video. Tears streamed from Donnie's eyes and he said that he would not forget. And to himself, he thought that success depends on connections. Steve asked why the guy suddenly started crying, and he asked not to pay attention to it. Donnie became serious and said that in fact you can only start your own clan with 3 members. Suddenly the guys heard the door to the locker room open sharply and someone entered. They turned around and looked questioningly at the man who had entered, studying him. A bald guy in monk's clothes stood in the doorway with a weapon behind his back. The boys looked at the guy with distrust, waiting for him to say something. But Donnie was the first to speak, asking where the monk was from. The guy replied that he was assigned to team number 15, his name was Munch, and at the end, he added Mwamata Buddha. The guys were very surprised and Donnie asked out loud how a Buddhist could be a hunter. The monk didn't answer and only looked questioningly at the guys. Suddenly, a voice came over the speakers, announcing that everyone was invited to gather in the briefing room after they had changed into their combat suits. After hearing the announcement, the boys were surprised that a meeting was about to take place. Donnie grumbled discontentedly that not only were they being assembled at night, but they were also being assembled in combat suits. Steve asked thoughtfully if the dungeon raid wasn't tomorrow. The monk said that, depending on the circumstances, the raid could begin earlier and again added Mwamata Buddha. Donnie was shocked by this news and asked how they could start without warning. Everyone gathered in the room and the head warden said it was time to begin the briefing. The major began to explain that for the test, they would go down into the dungeon. It is located at the 5th station and is under the supervision of the Phoenix Guild. When our hero asked about the guild, Donnie said that although this guild is not among the top best, it is also pretty cool. But Steve was interested in something else and asked what under surveillance meant. Donnie was surprised by this question, and he finally decided that our hero was not from here. He said that it is difficult for the state to manage all the portals that appear and disappear every day, and it hires clans for protection. A private clan that has signed a contract becomes a guild, and the more dungeons, the more people come to the guild. Steve said that, simply put, it is a hunting game where the state can make money, and Donnie confirmed the guess. Our hero thought he wanted to create a clan because he missed life in a wolf pack. Suddenly, he smiled slyly and said out loud that it was possible to govern an entire state. Donnie continued to say that it was good to have your own dungeon, but for that you needed to get permission to use it. Steve didn't seem to listen to him and said that their goal now was to create their own guild. Donnie smiled nervously and said that they needed to pass the exam first. Steve looked at him absently, and Donnie thought he looked like an idiot now. The major continued his briefing. On the screen, he showed what the dungeon looked like now and said that it was abandoned 15 days ago, level 1. This is not a simple dungeon, but has its own labyrinth. If the monster is weak, it will be more fun to receive and deliver spatial energy if there is a lot of it. The man said that the briefing for the raid in dungeon number 1 was starting now. Donnie thought that since it was a maze, wasn't the problem with the monsters. If you did something wrong, you could get trapped. He grabbed his head and said out loud that he could use some intelligence skills right now. Steve heard these words and told the guy that he had this skill. Donnie was happy at first, but then he began to think that the exam had not even started yet, and he had already acquired a skill that was worth more than 20,000. Suddenly, the guy had a thought. What if our hero is actually rich? The monk looked thoughtfully ahead, barely listening to what they were saying around him. Donnie got his attention by asking about his awakened skill. Munch looked down thoughtfully, as if deciding whether to speak or not. After thinking, he decided to talk about the skill, but said only one word, Thevarada. The monk's thoughts were transported to memories of the past and the attack of monsters. Munch sat in the temple, opposite the statue of Buddha, and meditated. In his hands he held a Tibetan bowl, with which he produced a sound that echoed throughout the temple. It seemed that the monsters heard this sound, and it attracted them. Soon a huge crowd of monsters gathered near the temple, and everyone rushed towards the temple building. Another monk burst into the room where Munch was meditating, shouting at him to stop immediately. Not understanding what was happening, the monk asked what brought him there at such a late hour. But the man only shouted for him and the chief monks to get out of there immediately. At that moment, a huge monster appeared behind the monk, preparing to attack. The monk was pulled out of his memories by the major's voice, announcing that the briefing was over. The boys continued to look questioningly at the monk, and Donnie quietly asked what was wrong with him. The major said that they would move to the target point and begin attacking the monsters under the supervision of the guards, and reminded them to read the manual again. The man said he wished everyone good luck, and the buses set off to their destination. The buses arrived at the portal, glowing with blue light, and were watched from above by a helicopter. The guards urged the boys on, asked them to listen to instructions, and warned them that if they didn't get ready now, they wouldn't get out of there alive. The warden asked Team 15 if they were ready, and Donnie advised Steve to secure his gear better. Sheldon said that once they get inside, they can pretend he's not there, complete freedom of action, and added that even if the team does well, they could be left behind due to individual scores. Donnie got a little nervous and said that there were only 3 of them on the team. Would he help them if something happened? Sheldon smiled meaningfully, but said nothing and told them to move on. Getting off the bus, our hero asked Donnie why he was so scared. The guy smiled guiltily and said that he wasn't scared, but he couldn't finish the sentence. The monk was also calm and asked the warden if he could use his personal weapon. The warden replied that of course they could, and the boys headed towards the exit. Donnie was surprised again, this time by the monk, because this was only an exam, and he already had a weapon made of dimensional matter ready. The guard at the portal escorted the 14th team and told the 15th to go forward to the right door. Sheldon smiled contentedly and told the boys to come in. The boys walked into the portal, listening to the warden say that their team had entered. Steve walked forward, and Donnie wondered why he was walking ahead. It was scary. He decided to stop our hero and told him that there was danger around. But then he covered his mouth with his hand in fear. He thought that now his grade would be lowered, because the main thing was to quietly enter and get to the safe zone. Suddenly, from somewhere to the side, a monster that looked like a skeleton in a robe jumped out at our hero. But Steve didn't even bat an eyelid and blew the monster's head off with one blow. Donnie said that his screams attracted the monster, but they defeated it and added that Steve was perfect, as expected. Donnie asked Steve if he would use the recon skill if something went wrong. Suddenly, everyone heard a click, and the tile under one of the guy's feet began to shine. Munch looked down at his feet in surprise when he heard a click. Donnie immediately realized what kind of tile it was and started telling his friends about it. And along with the word trap, a hail of arrows fell upon the boys. The monk reacted instantly and quickly grabbed the weapon behind his back. He again returned to the memories of the attack on the temple, when the military rained missiles down on the monster. His mentor, who tried to save the boy, fought off the monsters with all his might. He was all wounded, but did not give up. Munch cried and asked the man to forgive him, because everything that happened was his fault. The missiles reached the monsters, and along with them the temple was destroyed. And now, on the battlefield, Monk deftly fought off a hail of arrows with a stick that had been behind his back all this time. Donnie admired his skills and said that he had excellent weapon handling. Suddenly, from under someone's foot, a click was heard again and the stove lit up white. The floor beneath the boys' feet melted, and the 3 of them flew down. After the fall, Steve and Munch were standing on their feet, but Donnie was lying in a pile of rocks and quietly groaning. He lay on his back and lamented what would happen to his dream now. Suddenly, from the depths of the tunnel ahead, a growl and some sounds were heard. Donnie jumped to his feet and told the boys that they must be a monster magnet. Monk prepared for battle, apologizing to the guys because his monk skills attract monsters. Donnie was shocked to hear that Munch's skills attracted monsters. But Steve was happy and said that it was even good, because now he wouldn't have to look for everyone. Steve looked forward seriously and said that it was even better this way, because he was too lazy to look for each one individually. Munch looked questioningly at our hero, not expecting such a reaction from him. Steve jumped up, doing a somersault, as if his body weighed like a feather. Donnie was delighted by the jump and asked out loud if he was even human. Once at the top, Steve told Munch that he liked him and invited him to join the clan. The monk looked at our hero in surprise and asked him again what he meant. Meanwhile, a crowd of monsters was approaching our heroes. Steve turned around, looking calmly at the crowd of approaching enemies. He activated the reconnaissance skill and his eyes began to flicker with a blue light. Thanks to his skill, he was able to identify the main monster in this crowd. Steve saw the monster he needed. It was a skeleton in a red robe. Having accelerated to inhuman speed almost from a standstill, our hero headed towards the desired monster. Donnie looked at the crowd in shock and said that it looked like they screwed up big time. And at that very moment, a large stick fell in front of him and hit the ground with a crash. It was the monk, he shouted from above for Donnie to grab onto her. The boy confidently grabbed the stick, casting aside his fears and suggested luring the monsters into the pit and then starting to hunt them. Groaning, Donnie somehow climbed out of the hole, holding tightly onto Munch's staff. Having got out, the guys turned around at the crowd of killed monsters and couldn't believe their eyes. They were in shock, and Donnie could only quietly say that it was crazy what it was. Far ahead, Steve told the boys to deal with the monsters along the way and follow him. The guys were inspired by our hero's words and boldly went forward, and Donnie, smiling cheerfully, said that Steve was definitely crazy. Monk easily scattered the attacking monsters with his weapon, and they flew in different directions. The monk wondered if our hero had learned about the trap using the reconnaissance skill, and was surprised by the speed of the skill and the guy's strength. One of the monsters was approaching our hero from behind, moving along the wall. Having dealt with the monster in front, Steve turned towards the noise, looking at the approaching skeleton from behind. But he didn't have time to get closer to our hero because the stick stuck into his neck. It was Munch who threw his weapon at the approaching monster, accompanied by Donnie's encouraging shouts. And Steve finished off the monster with one kick, and bones flew in all directions. At the observation headquarters, one of the soldiers said that there was a team returning from the dungeon, and the second was surprised because only 30 minutes had passed. Major Swan came closer and said that usually the dungeon was given 5 hours and asked for the team number. Watching the boys exit the portal, the soldier said that this was team number 15 and their vital signs were normal. Swan dialed the sergeant's phone number and asked why the boys were already returning. Sergeant Sheldon, who was watching the boys, said that they were going back because they were finished. He added that it is difficult to understand the statistics of the first level from the video, but even so, our hero's performance is top-notch. The city street was filled with people, some were leisurely strolling, some were rushing about their business, and several people had gathered near one of the signs, animatedly discussing what they had seen. And among these people, Donnie, with a camera in his hands, talked to his viewers, promising to show the life of Steve's clan. He read a comment asking what he would show today, and the guy happily replied that he would show the clan's housewarming party today. From the building with the sign Clan Steve, Donnie's cheerful voice could be heard, who was about to introduce the person responsible for food and simply the breadwinner of this clan. A granny appeared in the frame, chopping greens, and Donnie asked her to say hello to her subscribers. The concentrated expression on her face changed to a frightening grimace, and the granny, with a knife in her hand, told Donnie to leave or she would let him in for dinner. Donnie's ear started bleeding from fear, but he didn't answer his grandmother. Bill was sitting at the table with his dad, and he asked why Grandma wanted to let a guy in for dinner, and Donnie responded to the comment that she wasn't a gangster at all. The next commenter asked why they had a Buddha statue. Donnie said it belonged to the one they had seen before, the third member of Steve's clan, a monk who attracted people with his power. Donnie walked into the room with a camera in his hands, greeting the guys. Steve turned to greet him. Donnie pointed to Munch, who was sitting at a dining table laden with food, and said that he was the monk. The guy asked the monk to say hello, but he became embarrassed and couldn't get a word out. Monk nevertheless gathered his strength and showed the audience his bat, saying that he had been through a lot, but a scream prevented him from finishing. A white truck pulled up to the house and Chad, who was driving, yelled to Steve that everything was ready. The boys ran to the van with satisfied smiles, and Donnie asked for the bill. A white van sped through the dilapidated streets, with a quadcopter with a camera hovering above them. Steve noticed it and asked what the thing was, offering to smash it, and Donnie sighed sadly that he didn't even know about drones. The guy in the van said they were heading to the 4th station now, the 30th gate quest. He asked if they could see the blue portal and added that it would be a momentous day, the first quest of Steve's clan. Donnie said with a smile that his skill was video memory, and he would upload the video to YouTube when they returned. The guys entered the portal. There were a lot of bats around them. Steve was surprised by this, and Donnie said that this was their dungeon. The boy asked if our hero had a long-range skill and he replied that he didn't have one. Donnie frowned thoughtfully and asked how they would catch the monsters then. Munch, who had remained silent until then, confidently told them to leave it to him. Steve and Donnie looked at the monk with surprise and disbelief. Munch dropped to one knee and began to hit the bull with his stick, causing a ringing sound to be heard. The bats began to gather together above the boys' heads, and Donnie asked in surprise if it was because of the monk's thing that they began to behave like this. The bats began to gather in a flock and began to rapidly approach the boys. All the mice flew towards the monk, who was already ready for battle and raised his bat, preparing to repel the attack. Munch began swinging the bat furiously, and a ring of fire formed in front of him, burning the bats. Suddenly, a bat of unimaginable size appeared in front of the monk, and Donnie exclaimed enthusiastically that they had finally dealt with this dungeon. At that moment, Steve struck the giant bat, cutting it in half. Finishing off the remaining mice, Donnie said contentedly that the mission was accomplished. Sitting over a mountain of dead monsters, Steve said that the door had opened and they needed to hurry, and Donnie said he would make another one. At headquarters, a guy approached a girl sitting at a table and she sighed heavily, looking at the monitor. The guy reported that they had walked around the headquarters 4 stations and could complete 20 missions a day, and now they had incinerated a dungeon nearby. Reading the comments under Donnie's video, the girl grabbed her head and said that they barely imposed an embargo. But it turned out that Steve's clan has a streamer. The guy said that this video was already in 3rd place and asked if they needed to do anything. The girl replied that she was aware of the popularity of the video, but suddenly something distracted her attention. This was a video of a fight between Russian bear Mikhail and Hero. The video said he silenced him with his special move and named his next opponent. Hero's next opponent, a tall brunette man with long hair, looked strong and confident. He was also unusual. The video asked the question of what if the state quickly intervened and encountered the guy's second appearance. The girl suddenly stood up from the table and told the guy to get ready for contact with our hero. She confidently took the jacket and said that she would go to the meeting in person. The market square was bustling with activity, with vendors loudly calling out to customers and offering their wares. Our guys were sitting at a table in the cafe. Chad asked if Munch was coming and Donnie confirmed it. Steve asked with interest where he had gone, since there were no temples anywhere nearby. Chad said that Munch was living in the city with the survivors of his temple, and Donnie complained that without him, their effectiveness was diminishing. Chad asked Steve if it wasn't a good idea to take a day off since their clan had already risen so well. Donnie was happy about this news. Chad said that their capital was already 80,000, and Donnie said that now they could go down to the 2nd-level dungeons. Donnie was happy. All he did was collect stones and he had already earned 2,000, and now they could go down to the 2nd-level dungeons. Steve looked questioningly at the rather grinning guy. Donnie looked at the monitor with a smile, happy with the award he had received, and next to him, Steve saw the guy's name, rank, and profession. Steve folded his arms, thinking that he had bought 3,000 worth of skills and had already surpassed many. After thinking about it, our hero smiled and said that since that was the case, today would definitely be a day off. Chad closed his laptop and said he was taking his son and grandma to the park, and Steve saw a sign next to it with his name and the phrase, "No information." A granny came into the room and brought food for the puppy. Next to her, there was also a sign saying, "No information," but next to Pekka, there was information about the level and power. Steve wondered if the dogs might wake up too. After some thought, he called his brother, who responded in surprise. He said that his brother had been fixing the car a lot lately, and Chad replied that it was hard to buy and even harder to fix. Steve smiled and suggested that his brother go and buy a car, a brand new one. The younger brother's eyes sparkled with joy when he heard this proposal. Steve was clearly up to something and agreed with his brother with a sly smile. Our hero also turned to the puppy and called him with him, which made Pecky start wagging his tail cheerfully. The manager showed a blue car, Hyundai Dragon, and Chad said enthusiastically that it was a dream car for all mercenaries. The manager continued to explain that the fuel for this machine was heliotrope, and with a price tag of 80 million, it was considered the best on the market. Steve asked his beaming brother if he liked the car, and he replied, "Of course." Our hero told the manager that he had cash and asked if they could pick up the car right away. The brand new blue car sped through the destroyed city, and Chad was truly enjoying the ride. He was delighted to say that this car was simply something and could not be compared at all with his old van. Smiling contentedly, Steve replied that even in the passenger seat the ride was amazing, and added that he should have bought it a long time ago. Chad asked why they were going to the 4th station, entrance 23, since it had been closed for a long time. Our hero became serious and said that Chell had told him a long time ago that he could not wake up because he had no money. The smile slid off the guy's face and he looked questioningly at Steve, not understanding where he was leading. With the same serious look, our hero replied that he would wake up today. Hearing these words, Chad was shocked and sweat broke out on his face. The blue car drove further and further, passing destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. Chad continued to drive forward, fear and panic washing over the boy, but he didn't say a word. Suddenly, Packy, who had been sitting quietly in the back seat, bristled and began to growl. Steve smiled and asked the dog, as if he could tell if he could smell the goblins. Upon hearing this, Chad said he wasn't ready right now and asked if they could just leave. But Steve didn't listen to him. He got out of the car, said that he would be back soon and asked him to wait. Chad panicked, reached for the door Steve had just exited, and asked him not to leave. But Steve did not hear his request, as only dust remained in his place, and our hero was already rushing forward. Chad looked at the spot where Steve had just been, and was both amazed and shocked by his older brother's speed. Meanwhile, in the instant loan office, they couldn't forget the two brothers. The men watched a video on YouTube with our heroes. One asked if it was really him, and the second answered that yes, and he is now a YouTube star. The man said that our hero was unusual, and it was impossible to measure his strength, and the man in the chair irritably said that then the mercenary would not be able to cope with him. The man standing there was indignant that he couldn't just sit there with his hands folded. The man at the computer asked for a list of all the guilds they cooperate with, and the second one said that if it was Station 4, then it was Mr. Vincent. They remembered a mercenary for whom removing a person is not a problem, because he had already removed 6 debtors. The man at the table grinned sinisterly and told me to call Vincent and give him as much money as he asked for. Leaden clouds were gathering over the city, foreshadowing not just rain but a real thunderstorm. The rain caught the grandmother who was hosting Chad and his son while she was shopping, and she said they had to hurry. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of her, blocking the road. 3 people in black suits got out of the car, 2 men and a woman. The woman approached the grandmother, showed her her ID, said they were from the bureau, and asked how they could see Steve. The grandmother said nothing and just silently looked at the people and the ID. The storm also caught Chad, who at that time was still sitting in his brand new car, waiting for his brother. The guy muttered that he couldn't see anything because of the rain, and Steve had been gone for 30 minutes. Suddenly, Pecky bristled and growled, looking somewhere ahead. At that very moment, the head of a giant monster crashed into the glass of the car door, frightening the guy. The monster's body slowly slid down and only a clawed paw and the creature's wheezing were visible. The car door swung open, startling Chad even more. It was Steve, telling the guy to get out. The guy was very scared, but when he saw Steve, he calmed down a little. The guys stood around the monster lying on the ground and bleeding. Despite the wounds, the goblin continued to growl and tried to attack the guys. Chad let out a startled cry as the monster tried to attack him and covered himself with his hands. A knife fell onto the wet ground, and the sound of its fall echoed throughout the street. Steve turned to his younger brother and seriously told him to follow him, killing monsters. Chad grabbed the knife in fear and stuttered for Steve to stop. Hearing his brother's request, Steve turned around and sternly asked him what happened. Chad stuttered and asked our hero if he had to wake up. But Steve was adamant and said, "If you are weak and will not survive, kill." The younger brother sadly lowered his head, realizing that he could no longer argue with his brother. Suddenly, the monster lying on the ground jumped up, baring its toothy mouth. Little Pekka stood before him, baring his teeth, ready to fight on command. Without thinking, Steve ordered Pekka to bite the monster. The kid boldly rushed forward towards the monster, obeying our hero's order. Pecky bit into the goblin's paw, despite the fact that the monster was many times larger. The goblin grabbed the puppy by the head with his huge paw, trying to detach it from his hand. Steve had no intention of interfering and calmly said that Pecky was still too young, adding that if Chad didn't intervene, the baby would die. With tears in his eyes, the younger brother begged Steve not to do it. A flash of lightning tore through the black sky, and with it, Steve shouted loudly, "Kill him!" Chad was breathing heavily and looked at the knife in fear, clutching it with both hands. And while he was thinking, the monster had already torn Pecky from his hand and was ready to sink its teeth into him. Chad swung the knife with a scream. He knew that if he didn't do something, Pecky would die. The guy thrust the knife into the monster's head with force, and blood splashed in all directions. The monster's lifeless hand fell to the ground, releasing Pecky from its clawed paws. But one blow was not enough for our hero, and he shouted for Chad to continue. Screaming in anger, Chad swung his knife and began to furiously stab the monster. Chad threw the bloody knife away from himself, and a stream of blood began to flow from it onto the wet ground. The guy fell to his knees, breathing heavily and forcing air into his lungs. Chad looked at his bloody hands in horror, not believing what had happened. Steve walked up to his younger brother and looked down at him and told him to hold the blade. Tears streamed down Chad's blood-stained face, and he cringed, telling his brother that he couldn't do it anymore. But Steve was adamant and repeated that if he did not kill, they would kill him. Suddenly, Pecky jumped up and began to growl threateningly. Chad's eyes widened in fear when he heard the puppy growl, because Pecky was growling at the monster that was approaching the boys. Steve told his brother without a trace of emotion to kill the monsters because they didn't have much time. Our hero turned and walked away from Chad, not intending to help him. Looking at the back of his brother as he left, Chad called out to him again pitifully, and tears welled up in his eyes again. The scene from the past came back to him, with the bullies bullying Chad and Steve walking by. He walked with his head down, pretending not to notice how his little brother was being bullied. And then, as now, Chad reached out to his brother, calling him and asking him not to leave. But Steve in the past, without even looking back, moved on. Even now, in the pouring rain, Chad saw the back of his older brother walking away. Tears streamed down Chad's cheeks as he called out for his brother again, knowing he wouldn't come. And along with this thought came the realization that the fear on the guy's face was replaced by determination, and his gaze became stern. The younger brother watched as his older brother left, but he no longer called him or asked him to come back. Chad reached over and picked up the bloody dagger he had thrown earlier. The goblin growled and bared his toothy mouth, intending to kill Chad. As if in a trance, the guy began to rise, tightly clutching the dagger in his hand. He said quietly that his brother had always been like this, without addressing anyone. Lightning lit up the sky again, and with it, Chad rushed from his place towards the screaming goblin. He pierced the monster's head with such force that the tip of the knife came out of its head. Chad woke up, his eyes glowing red, and he hissed softly at the screaming monster to shut up. He thrust the knife deeper into the screaming monster's mouth, ignoring the splashes of blood. There was no longer any fear or alarm on Chad's face, only bloodlust and hatred. He pressed even harder on the blade and yelled at the monster to shut up already. The dagger emerged from the monster's head, cutting it in half and leaving behind a fountain of blood. But this was no longer enough for Chad, and he leaned over the monster's body, screaming, "Die!" He plunged the dagger into the dead body again and again, continuing to scream for it to come down. Chad stood over the body of the mangled goblin, breathing heavily and air whistling out of his mouth. The rain continued to pour as the boy raised the dagger to his face. Lightning lit up the sky, and Chad's face, who seemed to have gone mad, and was smiling as he looked at the dagger. At that moment, another goblin approached him, clutching his hand with a dagger, and his mouth was very close to Chad's face. The goblin pounced on the guy, and they both flew down to the ground. Chad plunged the dagger into the goblin's toothy, drooling mouth. He swung the blade harder, cutting the carotid artery, and blood flowed like a fountain onto the guy. With the goblin dealt with, Chad walked forward, muttering under his breath that it was sticky and going up his arm. The feeling of cutting into flesh. The crazy smile never left the guy's face, and he whispered nonsense. "What are you doing? Don't, save me." Looking at the building on whose roof our hero was sitting, Chad laughed. Steve saw that his brother had awakened and his status had become a cold-blooded killer, which surprised the guy. Looking down at the boy, Steve said what a cute little brother he had. Steve asked Chad louder now if he happened to work part-time at a slaughterhouse. Chad was unrecognizable. His eyes were mad and filled with hatred and murderous lust. But Steve didn't react to his brother's changes and told him to get up. Giggling stupidly, Chad obeyed his brother, but the aggression in his eyes was still visible. Steve said they would end here, and behind him lay half-dead goblins. Dozens, maybe hundreds, wheezing and growling. The rain still hadn't stopped when, having dealt with the monsters, the guys came to the bureau of the awakened. They walked up to the counter. Steve stood there with a frown on his face, and Chad was unrecognizable because he was covered in goblin blood. The girl at the reception was clearly surprised by this duo and asked what their business was. Steve pointed to the bloody Chad and said that he had just woken up. The girl said that first he needed to wash himself, then go through a quarantine inspection, and then come to the measuring room on the 3rd floor. As he walked up the stairs, Chad asked what the measuring room was. The guy replied that there was a device that measured strength. If the number was more than 100, then he would be registered as an awakened F rank. Steve complained that he failed the test last time because he got a 96, but Chad didn't believe him. The boys came into the strength measurement room, and Chad was asked to lie down. The guy was dressed in a special suit and connected to a device that measured strength. The machine showed 111 points, and the employee said that he could go to the Hall of Ability Manifestation. The doctor turned to Steve and asked if he wanted to measure his strength too. Our hero agreed and lay down in the apparatus that Chad had just been in. Steve closed his eyes, listening to the hum of the machine that measured the force. Suddenly, he saw many eyes in front of him and a sign saying that someone was watching him and that information about him was in. Part of the text was hidden. Steve opened his eyes and saw that his strength was now 189. But even this did not shock the guy as much as the picture he saw while measuring the force. The doctor, looking at the indicators, said that the rumors were not lying, and his strength was growing at an incredible speed and soon he would become level E. Steve was not interested and asked the doctor who created this device. The doctor laughed at the strange question and said that it was created by scientists. But Steve didn't understand why the doctor was so cheerful and asked again which scientists he was talking about. The girl at the reception handed Chad an awakened ID and a box with a phone in it. She said the phone was a gift and added that he had received a score high enough for a mercenary. Steve praised the guy for a job well done, and he sheepishly thanked him. Our hero asked if he had seen anything strange when the force was measured, and he replied that he had seen nothing. He assumed that he was simply too sensitive and asked about his brother's skills. Chad clearly didn't like his skill because he sadly said its name, decapitation. Suddenly, that same blonde walked past the guys, surrounded by several subordinates. Steve noticed her immediately and turned around in surprise. Our hero ran after the girl and joyfully shouted to her, "Blondie, surprise her subordinates with this." Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned around and looked questioningly at our hero. One of the guys asked in surprise who had addressed their leader like that, asking if he really wanted to die. Another guy recognized our hero and said that it was Steve, and everyone else realized who he was. With a peaceful smile, Steve apologized for what he had said earlier, adding that he was not used to talking to civilized people. But the girl interrupted him, saying that everything was clear to her and suggested that they never meet again. Jean moved on, and the guys began to discuss how quickly she turned down our hero. The other guy said she didn't blow him off, it was just a small argument. Jean thought Steve was crazy, remembering what he had just said, not believing he was wrong. Jean and her subordinates left, but their conversations could be heard. One said that there was definitely something between them. The second suggested that she was getting married, and the third said that Steve would save them. Jean shouted at them, asking if they were going to get up, and the boys ran forward briskly. Steve looked after them thoughtfully and said, "It's a pity that she has the character of a shrew." A black car was parked near a building with a sign that read, "Steve's Clan." Inside, two people clinked glasses of booze, nearly spilling the contents. The girl from the office drank it with pleasure and said that the strawberry liqueur was ideal. Grandma said that young people like it. Her son-in-law insisted on it for 10 years but never got to try it. Finishing the tincture, the girl sincerely said that she wished death on all monsters. Granny smiled broadly and said that she spoke very beautifully. The girl, in turn, said that this dumpling soup was the best in her life, and the granny added that it would go perfectly with a drink. The girl noticed that Steve was late, and at that very moment Grandma said that he had finally arrived. Steve and Chad walked into the room where the granny and the girl were sitting and looked at them in surprise. Bill ran out to meet them. He was glad to see his dad and Pekka back. The boy ran into his dad's arms and asked what took him so long, and Chad asked if he had a good time. While the father and son were talking, a girl approached Steve and addressed him. Steve was wary and asked who she was. But despite his question, he already saw her name and rank on the sign, a 2. The girl said she was Manager Melissa from the Returned Management Group from the Bureau of Awakened People. Steve asked why she was there, and the girl replied that she had come to make a deal with him. Our hero did not expect such an answer and asked again what exactly she wanted. Melissa asked if he knew the official name of the repatriate, and our hero replied that he had no idea. The girl mysteriously lowered her voice and said that they were called coordinators. Steve was surprised, but the name intrigued him. Melissa asked if he had gone through a red portal when he returned. The guy said yes, and she explained that such a portal means that the repatriate has fulfilled the condition for safe return. But Steve didn't understand this story and asked again what it meant. The girl explained that this portal would appear again and would work in both directions, and our hero asked where it would appear. Instead of answering, the girl raised her hand and pointed forward at our hero. But Steve again did not understand what this meant and looked questioningly at the girl. The girl explained that the portal would appear next to the coordinator, that is, next to him. Our hero thoughtfully rubbed his chin, digesting the information he had received. He remembered the pack of wolves he had lived with for 10,000 years in another world, and thought he could meet them. Melissa said that their administration assumes that this will be a 4th new planet. The girl added that if their guess is correct, then their country will have the only planetary portal to the 4th planet in the world. But all this was not interesting to Steve, and he asked when this portal would appear. Melissa replied that the portal would appear within 99 days. Our hero asked the next question, asking what she wanted from him. Melissa said that until the portal opens, he cannot travel abroad. Steve did not expect such a condition and asked in surprise, "Why?" The girl answered directly that they did not want Steve to become the second hero. But our hero was not familiar with this name, and he asked who it was. Melissa was surprised that Steve wasn't familiar with Hero's case. She said that Hero is #1 in the world, and he used to be a citizen of their country. Steve asked with interest what that meant. The girl said that in the first days after the disaster, the government detained many repatriates because there was little information about the unusual. Hero was an awakened Class B who escaped from the facility after returning, and the gate to planet Kuchun, which is now in another country, was created by him. She asked if Steve knew what the dimensional industry was, and added that if the portal was activated while Steve was abroad. Because of this, their country will suffer great losses, and after that Steve told everything. He understood. And the first thing he asked after this story was what he would get in return. Melissa was prepared for this question and asked what he wanted. Steve said he wanted to promote the clan to a guild and expand the territory of Steve's guild. All this time, Donnie was eavesdropping on the conversation behind the wall and was shocked by such conditions. The girl didn't object and said that if he had any questions, he could ask them. And then Steve remembered that he hadn't asked the main thing. Melissa was used to conducting such negotiations and boldly asked what our hero wanted to know. Steve asked how he would know when a portal had appeared. The girl replied that an agent specializing in searching for small energy faults would be sent. She added that this was their best agent, and Steve was intrigued by these words. Jean remembered Steve's offer to create offspring with him, and she was filled with anger. The girl was working out in the gym and was shouting angrily, asking him if he really thought she was that simple. Colleagues watched this training in shock, wondering what was wrong again. The girl hit the punching bag with all her might, and the stuffing flew out in all directions. She decided that he should have been charged with sexual harassment. Melissa suddenly appeared next to Jean and asked who should be charged with harassment. Jean replied that it didn't matter and that she was in a bad mood, and Melissa asked when she had ever been in a good mood. Jean irritably said that she had dragged it out and asked why she had come, and was told that she was going on a mission. The girl was not happy with this news and she irritably asked what the mission was. Melissa handed Jean the mission documents, and the more she read, the more she began to shake. She was so angry that she could only ask why her. Melissa responded immediately, expecting this question, saying that she is a professional. But Jean was not satisfied with this answer, and she asked again why her, to which the girl replied that she was the best. Jean couldn't say anything and just looked angrily at Melissa, as if this could cancel the mission. The girl asked in response what she thought would happen when the portal opened. Jean had already seen what was happening at that moment and, having calmed down, replied that hell would break out. Melissa said that if she noticed cracks in the space, then she needed to leave with Steve. And until that happened, she needed to be with him all the time. With a sly grin, the girl repeated the word, always again, and asked if Jin understood what it meant. Without waiting for an answer, Melissa walked out of the room, giggling at the furious Jean. Looking after the girl, Jean angrily said that she would definitely write a letter of resignation. Chad sat in his room, holding his head, into which strange thoughts were creeping. Don't leave, they'll kill you, don't leave, they'll kill you. The boy was brought out of the depths of this obsession by his son's voice, who called him to eat. The guys, as usual, gathered in a cafe where the sign of the Wall clan was hanging, from where a joyful cry was heard. Chad asked what was going on, and Donnie replied that their clan was doing great. He happily said that Steven's clan could now descend into the second-level dungeons. Steve was delighted to hear the news and said it was wonderful. Cha said that for the second-level dungeons you need a D rank, and they don't even have a lot of warriors. He asked if it might be better to go down to the first-level dungeons first. Donnie agreed, but immediately added that since he was with Steve, they could go to the second-level dungeons. Steve said that first they will collect more money in the first-level dungeon and try to get stronger, and then they will think about recruiting new members. Everyone agreed with this decision, and at that moment someone approached them. Donnie was the first to hear someone approaching their table and turned around. Munch stood next to them. He greeted everyone, folding his hands and saying, "Save us, great Buddha." Donnie asked if the monk had eaten, and Bill waved his hand at his appearance. Monk replied that he had already eaten and suggested that they move on. And next to him on the sign was level F5. At the entrance to the dungeon there was a crowd of cars. Some were honking, and some were cursing at the driver. There were many other teams at the portal, all of whom were inspired and moving forward with briskness. In this crowd, one of the guys noticed our guys and turned to them. The four of them went into the dungeon, and Chad brought up the rear. The guy called Steve by name, smiling happily at him. Our hero happily shook Jim's hand, and he said that he had heard about the creation of the clan. Steve asked the guy about the guys he was with last time. For a moment, the smile was replaced by a stern expression on his face. Jim was collecting his thoughts, deciding what to say. But he smiled again and said everything was fine. Steve asked why he was alone then. Jim was called by the guys from his team, saying that it was time for them to come in. Avoiding the question, Gene said he had to go and promised to contact Steve. Our hero smiled and waved his hand, saying that he would wait. Munch asked Steve who it was, and he replied that it was his friend from the dungeon. The guys went into the portal, and their bodies were enveloped in a blue glow, and their faces were filled with enthusiasm and readiness for battle. And they didn't even suspect that someone was watching their team. It was the mercenary, Vincent, who was watching the team with interest. One of the guys from Gene's team recognized Steve, and the other one said that it was time for them to go too. And Jin thought that he couldn't tell Steve about the disintegration of his clan. Two of them left the team under the pretext of rest, and when the main core members of the clan are gone, it disintegrates. Null clans are easy to create, but also easy to disintegrate. The stress of death and murder has decided everything, and those two may no longer be mercenaries at all. Entering the portal, the commander said that he had hopes for Jim and the Vanguard. And mercenaries without clans organize one-day teams and attack dungeons, and among them are people who are destined to become comrades. But Jin did not lose hope and firmly decided that he would start all over again. At this time, a motorcycle was racing through the city streets, with a girl in a red suit at the wheel. Jean reported that she left the office of Steve's clan. They say that in the morning they went to the dungeon. Melissa, who was in the office, said she would send her the location now. Jean saw the information on the helmet screen and said that she received the data. She raced on her motorcycle towards the specified coordinates. Her long hair caught in the wind. And in the dungeon the battle raged. Monsters flew in different directions, and cries of the spell could be heard. Chase the dragon. The summoned dragon glowed with blue light and scattered the monsters, leaving them no chance. This was Monk's new spell, the summoning of a dragon. Nearby, Chad wielded a knife, cutting down monsters, and Donnie explained that he had recently joined a clan nicknamed the Bounty Hunter. Donnie also talked about his new skill, chasing. Donnie was slashing at the monsters, wanting them to die, when Donnie shouted to look behind him. At that moment, a monster was flying at Chad from above, preparing to attack from behind. But the guy managed to react and, raising the knife up, ripped open the monster's belly. And at that moment, there was a smile on Chad's lips that looked more like a beast's grin. Donnie noticed that smile and wondered in horror if he really enjoyed killing monsters. Meanwhile, Steve stood above and watched as the guys dealt with the crowd of monsters. Our hero was pleased with what he saw and praised the guys who were able to deal with the monsters together. And nearby, another team was not fighting so smoothly, and a series of explosions swept through the forest. One guy was running from a crowd of monsters and kept throwing fireballs at them, causing them to fly in different directions. But he didn't even think that his comrades, who were also caught in the explosions, were suffering along with the monsters. Jin fell to the ground, injured and cursed at his comrade, asking what he should do when fireballs were flying at him. Suddenly, the guy with the fireballs was wrapped around the belt by the monster's red tongue. Monsters that looked like giant frogs devoured Jin's comrades, and they called for help. Almost losing consciousness, Jim remembered the guys from Steve's clan and thought that he was jealous. He stood up with difficulty, deciding that they would not accept the old man from the E-clan into the clan. And at this time, our guys were already returning and exiting the portal, shining with blue light. Donnie happily said that this time they saved time and their fatigue was reduced. And Munch added that he tried out skills that he didn't know before. Steve praised the boys and said that from now on, they would split into groups and attack. At that moment, a man approached them and asked if they were Steve's clan. Our hero immediately asked who he was, looking at the man with distrust. The man introduced himself as Vincent from the BDG Guild and handed over his business card. Donnie thought in surprise that this was a level 5 guild. They had 4 stations and the right to their own portal. They were in 20th place on the list of guilds. Steve took the business card and, looking at it, asked what his business was. Vincent said that they were in the same territory as Steve's famous clan and decided to give them a gift. All the guys were surprised by the words about the gift. The man said that he heard about the clans leveling up, and as a congratulation, he wanted to give them tickets to a second-level dungeon under their direct control. Donnie happily said that since these were the first tickets to the second-level dungeon, they were very expensive. Vincent smiled and asked if they wanted to go down there right now. Chad was cautious and said that since it was a second-level dungeon, shouldn't they prepare first? Winston replied that there was no need to worry and that they would provide everything necessary for the descent as a gift. Donnie said with admiration that with such support they could definitely cope. But Steve said that they should go to the first level dungeon to improve teamwork, and he himself would go down there. It would be more efficient. Hearing this, Vincent smiled contentedly, but immediately tried to hide this smile. The guys agreed with Steve without arguing and said that's exactly what they would do. Vincent pointed to a brown SUV and invited them into his car. The SUV drove towards the entrance to the dungeon, through destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. Vincent radioed that they would use entrance number 47 and was told that they could enter immediately. Steve noticed that there were no mercenaries visible along the road, and Vincent confirmed that it was empty. The man said that this portal had appeared recently, and that he had taken care of all the details so that Steve could enter right away. Steve said that it was very kind, and the man replied with a smile that if his clan continued to use their portals, they would be very grateful. After some thought, Steve said that they were indeed close enough. Arriving at the portal, Vincent asked the worker if everything was ready, and he answered yes. The worker handed Steve a backpack and said that it contained everything he needed to go underground. Putting on his backpack, Steve turned to Vincent and said that if he came back, they would have lunch together. The man waved at him and said that they would definitely have a drink together when he returned. Steve pressed a button on the suit around his neck and a helmet began to appear around his head. Once the helmet was fully formed, Steve walked boldly into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Watching our hero enter the portal, Vincent began to whistle contentedly. At that moment, he heard the roar of an approaching motorcycle behind him and turned around. Jean took off her helmet and asked if the one who had just entered the portal was Steve or not. Vincent said that everything was correct and asked who she was. The girl rushed to the portal and said that she was from Steve's clan and was also entering the portal. Vincent said, "Okay," and smiled slyly as he watched the girl run into the portal. He remembered a conversation with a man from a credit institution. Vincent immediately set a price of $2 billion for both. But the man said that it was too expensive because it wasn't even murder. Vincent replied that this was not a simple manipulation. Steve was a famous person, so the risk was high. Unaware of anything, Jean boldly ran into the portal, her body enveloped in a blue glow. A long time ago, she found the guys from Steve's clan and approached them. Looking at the guys, Jean asked where Steve was. Chad stepped forward and explained that Steve had recently been invited to the dungeon, indicating where they were going. Jean jumped on her motorcycle and took off after the SUV, telling them that Steve was going to enter the dungeon again. Melissa watched everything through the monitor screen and told the girl to follow him. Jean asked in surprise why she should follow him. The girl replied that she should check his skills personally and then send her a report. Jean asked irritably what she was looking at in the second-level dungeon, especially since she was in casual clothes. Melissa also began to get irritated and reminded that Jean had a bracelet. Jean declared fiercely that she treasured these things, but Melissa replied that she would double the bonus. Jean cursed in irritation and asked if it was really necessary to go to such extremes. Melissa calmed down and asked in a peaceful tone if it was time to catch Steve. But Jean was still angry and asked if the contract wasn't signed, to which the girl slyly replied that insurance is the basis, adding that she relies on it. Things began to dissolve as the girl entered the portal and she cursed mentally. At this time, Steve had already entered the portal and began to look around. Looking around, he said out loud that there was a completely different atmosphere here. Suddenly, he saw the portal behind him open again and began to turn around. But he didn't have time to turn around completely when he heard a furious cry, "Don't move, naked." Jean walked out of the portal, and Steve obediently stood with his back to her, only glancing sideways at the portal. Jean pressed the bracelet and a dark substance began to spread around her hand, and she said that if our hero turns around, he will die. The substance slowly spread over the girl's body, turning into a suit, while the girl complained about her mood. Glancing angrily ahead, Jean said that she needed to demand that her salary be tripled, and then she saw that Steve had been looking straight at her the whole time, without looking away. The girl became furious and screamed that she had told him not to look, calling him a pervert. Steve sheepishly said that he just liked her bracelet and asked if it had an inventory function. The girl's cheeks turned red, and she asked how long he had been staring at her, and the sign next to her showed her level, B8. Suddenly, Steve remembered the day he appeared from the portal and said that she saw him naked that day too. Our hero smiled triumphantly and said that now they were even. But Jean got angry and said that she didn't see him that day of her own free will, and Steve decided to change the subject and asked why she was there. Steve voiced the first thought that came to mind, asking if she wanted to fight. Jean asked if he hadn't heard from Melissa that she would send someone to him. Steve remembered this conversation and said that she was talking about a pro. The girl glanced sideways in embarrassment and said through clenched teeth that she was a pro. But Steve had a different opinion and said, "It seems not." The girl clenched her fists and said that she was dressed like that because she was in a hurry to get here. Our hero seriously told her not to interfere in any case. Jean replied that he shouldn't worry, she came as an observer. Suddenly, the girl felt something, as if an electric current ran through her body. She said that they had guests and our hero turned around in surprise. And behind him stood a huge monster in a loincloth with an axe in his hands. This monster was clearly stronger than those encountered earlier in the dungeon. He did not rush into battle, but watched carefully. Jean said that this orc is incredibly strong and added that our hero was unlucky to meet the orc boss at the very beginning of the dungeon. But Steve was calm and said that there were actually 4 orcs here. The girl looked at Steve with disbelief, asking again what he meant. Suddenly, from different directions there came a roar and the sounds of approaching enemies. Jean said in shock that this couldn't be happening, especially in a second-level dungeon. Steve repeated after the girl with a smile about the dungeon being only on the 2nd level. Jean didn't understand what our hero meant and asked what was wrong. In response, Steve asked if she didn't feel it when she passed through the portal and asked if she was really a pro. The girl got angry and tried to justify herself by saying that it was because of the bracelet. Steve prepared to run and asked the girl not to interfere with his hunt. At that very moment, he rushed forward so quickly that the ground flew apart in different directions, throwing the girl back. Covering her face with her hands, Jean wondered in surprise what kind of crazy speed he had. Our hero found himself next to the orc and hit him hard in the chest. Turning around, he grabbed the axe that the orc had dropped and prepared for another blow. The orc fell to one knee and rubbed his head in surprise, trying to recover from the blow. Meanwhile, the noise from the orcs approaching from all sides was getting closer and closer. Steve turned and struck the orc with his axe, splitting his head in half. At that moment, a second orc was already approaching him, enraged by the death of his fellow tribesmen. Seeing the orc approaching, Steve swung his axe. Torop pierced the monster, knocking out the last wheeze and a fountain of blood. And another orc was already running to replace the fallen one, tightly clutching an axe in his hands. Steve jumped onto the rock and ran along it, and the orc ran below, chasing the guy. After running a bit, Steve jumped off the cliff, seeing a forest with vines ahead. He flew on vines, watching the monster, who at that moment had lost Steve and was looking back questioningly. Our hero jumped from the vine, right above the head of the unsuspecting monster. Meanwhile, Vincent called the customer and asked to transfer the rest, because even with level C, it would be difficult to get out of this dungeon. The man grinned predatorily when he heard the question about what level this dungeon was. Meanwhile, Steve killed another monster by plunging a dagger into its head. Jean, who was watching our hero's fight, looked at what was happening in disbelief. Steve crouched down next to one of the slain monsters, as if not noticing that the next orc was already running towards him. The guy got excited and said that it didn't matter what level they were as long as he could kill everyone here. The monster thrust the axe a few centimeters away from our hero, who managed to react and jump to the side. Steve hit the monster hard in the chest, sending him flying to the side. With the next blow from above, he finally finished off the orc who fell to the ground. Steve, with his helmet bloodied, looked straight into the face of the orc, from whose mouth blood was flowing. The dead monster sat near the tree, and Steve saw a sign saying he had received 32 points. Our hero exclaimed with satisfaction, saying that this dungeon was a real treasure trove. Without turning around, he handed Jean the backpack that he had been given for the trip to the dungeon. The girl took the backpack in surprise, and Steve asked her to help with the bloodstones. Without saying anything else, our hero walked towards the monster, leaving Jean standing behind in surprise. Looking at the guy, Jean thought that although he was unusual, he was only an F level. And while Steve was carving the stone, the girl thought that despite this, he could easily have carried out a bloody massacre. As a result, Jean came to the conclusion that our hero was simply crazy. Suddenly, the girl felt something and glanced to the side. She turned her head to the side and used the reconnaissance skill. Meanwhile, Steve cut out a bloody stone and told the girl to look at how huge it was. But Jean wasn't interested, and she said through her teeth that now was not the time. Steve looked at the girl in surprise and asked why. Throwing her backpack on the ground, Jean said that even after killing 4 orc bosses, the portal would not open. The girl added that there were only stones in the backpack, asking if he knew about it. Steve started taking stones out of his backpack and said that in that case he would put all the bloodstones here. The girl became more and more angry and nervously rubbed her head, wondering what was wrong with our hero. Unable to bear it, Jean said that this was a 4th level dungeon, and if its level was higher, then even if they joined forces, they would not get out of here alive. Steve was shocked to hear that he just sent him to the 4th level dungeon, and for free. The girl realized that our hero had ignored half of what she had told him and looked at the guy in horror. And Steve, delighted, shouted that if he gets out of here, then he will definitely pay for Vincent's dinner. Jean couldn't believe what she heard and asked in disappointment if they were really idiots. Suddenly, the girl felt that she was being attacked and turned around just as the monster was flying at her with a weapon. She wanted to grab the sword, but the side where it usually hung was empty. Then Jean remembered that she had left the sword on the motorcycle because she was in a hurry to catch up with Steve. But Steve came to her aid and cut off the monster's head before he could get the girl. Jean watched in surprise as the monster's head flew away from the body. The headless body collapsed next to the girl, drenching everything around with blood. Steve smiled as he looked at Jean and said that he was strong, although he had been stronger before. The girl did not believe his words and looked at him with a skeptical gaze. Suddenly, Jean felt something, and her eyes widened in surprise. They turned in the same direction with Steve and listened warily. The girl used the clairvoyance skill, and her eyes lit up with a blue light. In the infrared light, she saw dozens of monsters moving towards them and cursed. Jean immediately told Steve that a bunch of orcs were approaching them, and they were at a dead end. Looking at the running orcs with the leader at the head, the girl asked in fear if there really was a whole army against them. Steve smiled and said that even though Munch wasn't here, the monsters were still coming towards them, and Jean asked him to shut up. The first to approach them were the orcs, racing on harnessed wolves. Looking around at the attackers, Jean shouted that it seemed like there were only orcs here. But Steve did not hear the girl and was delighted with the harnessed wolf. Meanwhile, the ogre was getting closer and closer and had already begun to swing his weapon. Steve rushed forward, telling the girl not to touch the monsters, and she replied that he was thinking about other things. The girl used the shield skill and successfully repelled the orc's attack, and Steve rushed towards the next attacker. The orc's head split into two parts, and a surprised grimace froze on his face. And at the moment when the dead body fell to the ground, Steve was already rushing to the next task. At this time, Jean used the next skill and took out a sword from her inventory. She made several blows at the monster that attacked her, but at the sight of the blows, only small cuts remained, and the orc looked at his wounds in surprise. Jean clicked her tongue and thought that she had only taken the blade, looking at the minor wounds. But at that moment, Steve ran up to them and shouted, "I told you not to touch mine," and jumped on the orc from above. With one kick, he knocked the monster out of the harnessed wolf and it flew to the side. Our hero landed easily behind the girl and prepared for a new blow. Like a meteor, he rushed forward, cutting down all the monsters in his path. Our hero boldly rushed into battle as a new wave of orcs approached him. But the next moment, he was knocked down by a blow to the side from a huge club. Huge even among the other monsters, the ogre threw our hero aside with blows from the back of the club. That orc looked like, if not a leader, then an army general. He was larger than the others, wearing a fur cape and with decorations on his neck. Jean immediately realized that this monster was the head of all the orcs. Steve fell to the ground and the dagger flew out of his hands. But he immediately jumped up and, clenching his fist, enthusiastically asked the monster if he was the boss of all these monsters. But the orc only stamped his foot with such force that dust rose up around him and swung his club. Jean ran towards Steve, shouting that he needed to be destroyed first. At the moment when the club almost reached the guy, he jerked to the side, dodging the blow. He deftly dodged the second blow and found himself above the head of the huge monster. Clutching the dagger tightly in his hands, our hero brought it down on the monster's head with all his might. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and asked out loud if he had really succeeded. Steve, surprised, pulled the blade out of the monster's head and saw that it was broken. At that very moment, the orc boss managed to reach our hero with his club and hit him in the stomach, throwing him away from himself. Jean couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that Steve had actually been hit. Meanwhile, no one in the Bureau of the Awakened suspected a trap. Melissa received a call from a subordinate asking if it was too weird, and she asked what it was. The guy asked if Jean hadn't gone to Steve, and Melissa asked what the point of the question was. He said that Steve and Jean's phones were too far apart, and there had been no traffic for almost an hour. The guy said that, judging by the signal, Steve was in the first level dungeon, but he didn't finish telling where Jin was now. Melissa started to get nervous and asked the guy what he was talking about because they were supposed to be together. At this time, the rest of Steve's clan came to the truck to rest and drop off their equipment. Donnie looked into the car and saw that Steve had left his phone on the car seat. Meanwhile, Jin's phone was still on the motorcycle and was ringing off the hook. Unable to reach Jean, Melissa asked her subordinate if he had found out what was going on and where the guys were. The guy replied that he had just checked everything and found Jean in the 5th level dungeon. The girl began to remember what Jin had ordered to enter the portal and wondered if it was worth it to go to such lengths. But then Medusa gathered herself again and asked who was in charge of this dungeon. The guy replied that it was the DGB Guild and sent her information about the guild. She gave the order to check the history of the entrances to the 5th level dungeons and asked to connect her with the guild leader right now. The fight continued. Steve let out a quiet yelp as he hit his back against the wall, and the monsters kept arriving. ready to join the battle, growling menacingly and waving their weapons. Seeing our hero fly into the wall, Jean rushed towards him, shouting his name. Steve was unconscious from the powerful blow when suddenly a voice sounded in his head telling him to get up. Hearing the voice, the guy came to his senses and saw a crowd of monsters rushing towards him. But this further increased the interest of our hero, and he said with a smile that it was a bit difficult for him. Leaping into the ground, Steve grabbed the nearest monster and threw it over himself with force. The orc flew back, hitting another monster, and they tumbled to the side. Our hero picked up 2 axes that the orcs released. He jumped into the air and threw them with all his might at the approaching monsters. Both axes hit the orcs' heads and they fell to the ground, but the rest of the monsters continued to approach. Jean continued to run forward towards Steve as a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. The girl was surprised by the preparation of this army, since they even had archers. She deftly dodged several arrows by doing a forward somersault. But because Jean had to stop, a crowd of monsters headed towards her. The girl didn't lose her head and used her defensive bomb skid, and light poured out of her hands. From this light, the monsters began to crumble like dust. And when the monsters began to surround the girl again, Steve ran up and grabbed her hand, pulling her forward after him. And the orc boss watched their escape from afar, growling loudly. Jean asked what Steve was doing, and he replied that they needed to run, without letting go of the girl's hand. Jean angrily said that they were surrounded by monsters. Where else could they run? Steve pulled the 2-room apartment toward the mountainside, saying it was empty. She answered in fear that she couldn't go there because there was only a cliff ahead. But our hero continued to pull her forward, saying that this was exactly why they needed to go there. Suddenly, Steve picked up the girl in his arms when they were almost on the cliff. The girl asked fearfully what he was doing, and Steve told her to hold on tighter. Our hero jumped off the cliff at full speed, holding Jean tightly in his arms. The guy, clutching the girl to himself, flew down, and several orcs fell after him. He landed on both feet, and the ground around him cracked and flew in all directions. And around our heroes lay the bodies of orcs who had fallen with them and crashed to the ground. The girl, hugging Steve tightly, looked around in surprise, not believing that she was alive. Steve exhaled heavily after such a jump and dropped his hands, dropping Jean to the ground. He walked forward, saying that they were about to die, leaving the girl lying there in confusion. The girl's confusion turned to surprise when she looked up. She looked at the top of the mountain where the orcs stood and couldn't believe that they had jumped from such a height and remained alive. The boys found a cave to rest, and at that time a howl was heard throughout the forest. Jean and Steve were sitting in the cave, the girl hugging her knees with her hands, complaining that the monsters were howling disgustingly. She turned to our hero and, calling him Mr. Unusual, asked what his plan was. Steve replied that we needed to kill more Sokor orcs. Then there would be a level up and we could go on the offensive. Hearing the answer, Jean lowered her head and closed her eyes, sighing heavily. She said that level-ups have no restrictions, but power-ups do, to which the guy replied that he has no restrictions at all. Jean didn't understand his answer and asked again what he meant. Steve just smiled and repeated that he had no limits even in power-ups. Meanwhile, the Earth was in turmoil and 2 military vehicles were racing towards the portal that our heroes had entered. And near the portal, a crowd of onlookers, journalists, and military personnel had already gathered, driving the crowd away from the dungeon. The reporter said that he was at the dungeon of the 5th level of the DGB Guild. 2 days ago, an accident happened here. Steve's clan was also near the portal, and Donnie was on his knees sobbing, worried about Steve. The police led away Vincent, who said that Jean and Steve had entered the dungeon themselves, but eventually confessed to the crime after questioning. Reporters asked Vincent to comment on the situation and asked what Steve's last words were. And Vincent was angry at this time because he didn't know that Jean was from the control center. The reporter said that Steve was getting so much attention because he was a repatriate from the 4th planet, telling what it meant for the world and the country. An excited Melissa walked into the boss's office. She sternly asked the man what he was doing now, surprising him with this question. Melissa scolded the men who hired Vincent and said that he should detain them. The boss said that these notorious guys had already been detained. Only the boss's assistant had escaped, but they were already looking for him. The girl replied that it was unfair. This was a 5th level dungeon. How could one use the word famous? The boss asked if she wanted him to shut down their entire guild. Would that bring Steve and Jean back alive? But Melissa was furious at this answer and asked if it was the same thing. The boss said that the fact that Steve is from the 4th planet is just an assumption. Maybe he is from the dungeon and not the planet. Melissa was outraged by these words and the boss's distrust. The voice on the TV said that due to the recent cases of criminal organizations, countermeasures must be taken to strengthen control over the illegal management of the dungeons, angering the chief with these words. He said that they were spreading news that was putting pressure on the guilds so that the inspection could come to them. But Melissa didn't listen to him, and with tears in her eyes said that it was she who sent Jean there. The boss turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. He said that it was not easy for him either, but they could only believe and wait, while the reporter said that the chance of surviving in this dungeon was very small. These words finally finished Melissa off and she fell to her knees, sobbing. The girl tried to stop her sobbing by covering her mouth with her hand, but in her head there were only thoughts about Jean. Meanwhile, fog descended into the dungeon. The trees were already leafless, but yellow-red leaves still remained on the bushes. The orcs continued to search for our heroes, and one of them was just checking the surroundings. Suddenly, a tiny fairy appeared in front of him, enveloped in blue light. The orc looked in surprise at the tiny baby that flew up to his face. But the next moment he tried to catch her, however, the fairy was quicker and managed to fly away. The orc lost his temper and shouted a spell in his own language at the top of his lungs. His axe glowed yellow, and he tried to reach the fairy again, swinging the axe. But the little girl was quicker and deftly dodged all the blows, flying into the bushes. The orc followed the fairy, and looking behind the tree, was surprised that she had disappeared. And at that very moment, Steve's blade pierced his head from above, cutting it in half. Steve smiled contentedly and said that there were 3 more to kill and then there would be a level up. Meanwhile, Jean used her clairvoyance skill to find enemies. Thanks to the skill, she saw in the infrared light that there was one orc not far from her. She relayed to Steve, who was nearby, that there was another orc within 100 meters. Our hero rushed forward from his place, leaving a shockwave behind him. The girl did not expect him to rush forward so quickly and tried to stop him. But Steve was already flying towards the next orc, swinging his dagger, aiming at his head. Jean ran after him, screaming at the top of her lungs that it was a trap. But she didn't have time, and the orc activated the trap. Several sharpened logs emerged from under the ground, right under our hero, throwing the guy back. He flew into the wall, hitting his back, and the dagger fell out of his hands. Jean watched in horror as our hero was attacked. Suddenly, the orc took out a horn and blew into it, sending a signal to the rest of his tribe. All the orcs around heard this sound, realizing that the trap had worked and one of them had found Steve. At the same time, after the signal, several orcs who had been sitting in ambush began to crawl out from underground. Jean ran as fast as she could towards our hero, shouting along the way for him to get up quickly. Thanks to Jean's scream, Steve came to his senses and turned around angrily. Our hero was still coming to his senses, and a crowd of orcs was already rushing towards him, ready to tear the guy apart. Suddenly, the guy's whole body began to tremble and he grabbed his chest, surprised that he had fallen into a trap. He didn't understand what was happening. His senses were dulled, and all his strength seemed to leave his body. Meanwhile, the orcs were getting closer and closer, and one of them was already swinging his arm to strike. And then it dawned on Steve that he felt sick because he had been hungry for 2 days. Jean arrived just in time. She used her defense bomb skill, scattering the approaching orcs. Thanks to the spell, the first line of orcs was hit. Some were completely dissolved, while others were mortally wounded. After the spell, Jean collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and Steve rushed towards her. He grabbed an axe lying on the ground and killed 2 orcs with 1 blow. A mischievous smile appeared on his face again, and he thought that there was 1 more left. And jumping up to strike the next orc, Steve thought that this was his level up. But our hero was unable to strike, because a blow from the orc boss's huge club landed in his chest. The monster threw our hero back with force and he flew back like a doll. At this moment, Jean came to her senses, having lost consciousness after using the skill. She saw in front of her a huge orc with a club in his hands, who was growling menacingly. The girl said with disdain that this orc was just some fat guy. And Steve flew forward until he met an orc on his way, into whom he crashed. The axe fell from Steve's hands and sank into the orc's head. And at the same time, our hero received a message that his level had been increased. Lying on his back, Steve saw a message that suggested choosing the skill of transforming into a beast. Steve was surprised by the skill he received and wondered whether it was worth spending the points he received on it. At this time, the orc boss was approaching Jean, who was trying to get up. But the girl didn't even have the strength to just stand up. Standing on one knee, she summoned her sword, not going to give up without a fight. Meanwhile, night had already fallen in the city, and in the clan's house, Steve was called Packy. Granny carried a red bowl of food for the puppy and helped him eat. Hearing Granny, the white puppy rushed towards her, barking joyfully. The granny sadly told the puppy that now it was unknown what had happened to his owner, whether he was alive. But the baby did not understand anything that was said and happily approached the bowl of food. And the battle continued. Jean, with the last of her strength, repelled the orc's blows with a summoned sword. At this time, Steve activated the beast summoning skill. Suddenly, Pecky, who was eating food, flew up and began to glow blue. Granny looked with fear as the baby shone and slowly rose above the floor. Black smoke began to rise from our hero's back. And Jin parried another blow, jumping up, avoiding the huge club. Steve's face began to turn into a toothy black maw, shrouded in smoke. And the girl struggled to fend off the blows, trying to gain at least a little time. But, unlike Jean, the orc boss had a lot of strength and swung his weapon with ease. The black smoke began to dissipate, and the black fur covering Steve's body began to change to snow white. Jean missed one blow from the orc, and he hit her with his club with all his might, throwing her to the side. The girl's sword fell from her hands and fell to the ground with a clang. The orc boss rushed towards the fallen girl, and she only helplessly covered her head. And at that moment, a half-wolf with snow-white fur, in black armor, approached them. The orc noticed the beast approaching, but it had already raised its clawed paw to strike. With one paw, the beast knocked the orc boss to the ground, squeezing his head. Jean was surprised to see a werewolf that was the size of the orc boss and easily knocked him down. Steve unleashed a hail of blows on the orc, turning his head into a bloody pulp. The orc boss was no longer moving, and Steve continued to punch him, driving him into the ground. Jean watched the fight in shock, barely able to take in what was happening. Meanwhile, Steve was devouring the monster's body, receiving 45 points for the kill. Having finished with the orc boss, Steve turned his gaze to the girl and caught her surprised look. Taking a closer look at the werewolf, the girl asked in surprise if he was Steve. The beast opened its bloody mouth and barked, first once, then several more times. Jean was surprised that the werewolf was barking. She was amazed and said, "It turns out that he is not a wolf, but a dog." And he barked again. The reporter said that 3 days ago it became known that 2 people had fallen into the dungeon, but had never gotten out. And now there was a lonely motorcycle standing near the entrance. He interviewed the head of the Awakened Bureau and asked him to explain to the audience what this place was. The man said that this place is called the Orc Castle, and it is recommended that a group of 30 people, including at least 10 level A mercenaries, go down there. Listening to this story, the operator said that it was a circus, and the government sent Steve there to get rid of the guilds. He asked how much longer he had to film this interview, and the host asked how many people Steve would disturb if he returned. The operator asked how he would get out of there since he was not hero, but only level F, and added that in 2 everyone would be writing about it. He added that they will write about how their country has lost its place in the ranking. Meanwhile, in the house of Steve's clan, Pecky became an ordinary dog again, barking happily. Granny asked in fear what the hell was going on. Jean, like Granny, was very impressed by Steve's transformation. Returning to his normal form, Steve said that he could merge with the animals he had tamed. That is, it was not a transformation, but a unification. He turned to a bewildered Jean and asked why she was standing there. They needed to gather everything they could and get out. But Jean said with despair in her voice that it was all useless. Our hero did not understand why Jean said this and asked why she thought so. Instead of answering, Jean only said that this place would become their grave. Steve turned to the girl and asked what she meant. The sky burst into rain when the girl said that they killed the main one, but the portal did not open, and asked what he thought this meant. Hearing Jean's words, Steve suddenly realized that she was right, and the portal had not opened. Steve pointed to the body of the orc boss and asked if she really meant to say that this freak wasn't the boss. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jean replied that everything was exactly like that, and that there was someone stronger here. Steve smiled and asked who this guy was that had made her start talking about graves. The girl's face was serious, and in the pouring rain she began her story. About 3 years ago, when Jean had just reached level B, she and her group went down into the dungeon. She joined a raid of 20 people, 10 of whom were A-level from the Management Bureau, and they began to explore the 5th level dungeon. Jean walked in a group with the other guys, and there was complete concentration on their faces. The guy in front of Jin suddenly turned around and looked at her. The girl was surprised by such a close look and asked what was going on. The guy asked her how her ankle was, embarrassing her. She replied with a smile that there was no need to pay attention. It had already passed. The guy smiled at her sincerely and with warmth in his eyes replied that it was good. Melissa followed behind and said that they were a sweet couple, and that was why she said that a couple can't go on missions together. The squad stormed the orc castle and one of the walls was blown up by explosives, flying into pieces. A squad of orcs came out to intercept and ran towards the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries commanded them to storm the tower further and ordered Melissa to hold off the orcs in the direction of 3 o'clock. The girl scattered the crowd of orcs with a spell and said that it was done for 3 hours. The guy continued giving orders and said that the defense was weakening for 4 hours, asking who was there. The guy replied that he had been on the road for 4 hours, But an orc's blow didn't let him finish, and Jean picked up the message and shouted that they needed help. Melissa rushed towards Jean, screaming at her to hold on a little longer. But Jean was knocked off her feet and fell to the floor, screaming in pain. And a huge orc was already approaching her, baring his teeth. The girl stared at the orc in horror and couldn't even move. But they came to her aid, and the guy used a spell to scatter all the monsters approaching her. This spell caused the orcs to crumble into dust like stone statues, and Melissa continued to run towards them, scattering monsters with fireballs, clearing the way. The orcs burned and exploded from these blows, but still did not retreat and moved forward. Melissa shouted at Jean and Tim to look in the 2 o'clock direction. The boys turned around and saw another squad of orcs approaching them. Tim smiled at Jean and invited her to move on. But Jean was scared and tried to tell Tim something. The guy grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, offering to talk outside, but the girl tried to stop him. Turning around, she thought that a strange feeling was following her. Holding hands, Jean and Tim ran away from a squad of orcs who were almost catching up with them. Jean thought she felt like they were being watched. And in the distance, a huge orc with 3 eyes appeared. One bright flash, and the arm along with the sword was torn from the body and flew to the ground. Jean flew forward head over heels, trying to stop. The girl was still lying on the ground when a sword plunged into the ground in front of her, a few centimeters from her stomach. All the members of the mercenary squad turned around and confusion could be seen in their eyes. And Tim, his face covered in blood, lay on the ground with glassy eyes. And above him towered the Orc King in iron armor, who raised his weapon over Tim, who was lying on the ground. Tim met Jean's gaze and whispered the word, sword. But the girl did not understand what he meant. The girl remembered how she and Tim trained in the dojo and heard his voice. Put a part of your soul into your sword, just as a fan cannot live without the wind. So the sword, faith, and heart must become one. Tim smiled warmly at her and said, "Here's the sword, Jean." The Orc King brought his spear down with force and blood spurted out in all directions. After finishing her story, Jean lowered her head and secretly wiped away her tears. Steve put his hand on her shoulder and turned her towards him without saying a word. Our hero placed his hand on Jean's head, trying to comfort her. He put his arm around the girl, pulling her closer, saying, "So that's what happened." And the sword that Jean had forgotten on the motorcycle seemed to start burning, and white smoke began to emanate from it. Donnie, meanwhile, was on air and was sobbing loudly, mourning Steve, asking how he could leave them. And the commentators discussed what happened. Some did not believe that Steve died. Some said that even he could not survive in the 5th level dungeon. And others wished Steve to quickly deal with all the orcs. And next to Donnie sat Melissa, crying over Jean. The reporter said that the great shaman would be performing a ritual today for the safe return of the missing. He continued to tell that a raid of local high-ranking mercenaries was gathering in front of the dungeon, seeking revenge. Morris was one of the volunteers and thought sadly that if Steve had joined the guild, this would not have happened. But as it was just the right thing to do. A man with long hair was watching this report while sitting in the living room. The woman's arms wrapped around the man's neck from behind, and the girl asked what it was. And the guy replied that it was just a transfer from his homeland. It was the famous hero. He said that the shows in this country remained just as boring. And Steve and Jean had a real feast in the cave. The guy was surprised that after leveling up, you can buy more food in the store. The guy advised him to try a steak sandwich, and the girl replied that with such an assortment he could open a fast food outlet. While chewing on a burger, Steve told Jean that she, it turns out, is also a food lover. Taking a bite of the new burger, she asked if 12 pieces was a lot. But apparently Steve's words confused her, and she put down her uneaten burger, saying that she was full. Our hero did not understand how she could have eaten her fill and added that he was already on the 22nd, suggesting that the girl continue eating. Jean smiled softly and kindly at Steve and said that she was very grateful to him anyway. The fire in the cave gave way to a cloud of fireflies, and Steve asked with interest if it was really Jean who took the sword and killed the Orc King that time. The girl sadly replied that she had lost consciousness on the spot, and when she woke up, she was already in the hospital, and Melissa brought her Tim's sword. And that orc was only defeated by 2 elderly rank A mercenaries who sacrificed themselves. The Orc King's attack was comparable in strength to the attack of 5 orc chieftains at once. Steve said that it means there is such an orc here and asked where he is. The girl replied that he was in the Orc Castle, which was not even within a radius of 1 kilometer. And at this time, a fairy, who had previously distracted the orc, flew up to the cave where the boys were sitting. Jean said that the orc chieftains are in 4 small towers, and the lords are in the spire in the middle. And if you cross the wall, there are thousands of orcs moving there. A fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear. Hearing the news, he smiled contentedly and said that he had found the orc's fortress. Jean was surprised by the speed and asked in surprise if he had really found her that quickly. Steve was confident in his abilities and with a smile suggested that they go forward. Jean wasn't so sure and asked what their plan was. Steve's smile turned serious and he replied, "Find and kill." Jean laughed at these words and said that she would have hit him, but she didn't have the strength left. Meanwhile, the orc castle was noisy, and roars could be heard from everywhere. The wooden gates of the fortress began to slowly descend, rolling over the moat near the castle. And from the gates, dozens of orc warriors rushed out, riding on wolves. Suddenly, Steve ran out of the bushes in the guise of Packy, and Jean was sitting on top of him, holding him by the mane. The boys rushed towards the open gates from which squads of warriors had just emerged. But they couldn't slip through unnoticed, and the goblins on the castle walls immediately discovered them. The warriors on wolves who rode out of the castle also saw the boys and began to turn around, and Jean noticed this. The girl shouted to Steve that they were being followed by an army of orcs and asked him to hurry. They were running forward as fast as they could when they saw the gates slowly begin to rise, and the archers on the walls prepared for the attack and pulled the bowstring. A hail of arrows fell on our heroes, but Jean put up a shield and not a single arrow reached them. Running up to the half-closed gate, the girl shouted at Steve to jump. He jumped at full speed onto the gate, grabbing onto its edge, and the warriors remained behind. But even outside the castle gates, a detachment of orcs was waiting for them. Ready to attack and defend the castle, Jean used her skill, Defense Bomb, shouting its name. The explosion cleared a path for them, sweeping away all the orcs in its path. Steve continued to run forward, avoiding the surviving orcs. The girl commanded him to run to the center, and Steve mentally told her to hold on tight. Steve lunged, and the orcs behind him were scattered by the shockwave. Our hero rushed forward straight along the castle wall. Jean was surprised and grabbed the beast's mane tighter. Several orcs jumped from above and flew past our heroes, one knocking Jean off Steve's back. The girl flew down along with the orcs, and Steve began to turn around. But Jean shouted at him not to think about the girl and to run on. She turned over in the air and, noticing the platform, grabbed hold of its wall with her hand. Jean deftly jumped onto this platform, avoiding further fall. But as soon as the girl landed, a crowd of orcs rushed towards her. But Jean didn't lose her head and summoned a sword which appeared, enveloping the girl in blue lightning. Steve continued to run up the wall at this time, and the orcs could only watch him and growl. And at the top of the spire stood a throne, around which there were no walls. The three-eyed orc king, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He sat proudly on his throne alone when he felt something. The monster stood up from his throne and walked forward to the edge to see what was going on. And at that moment, our hero jumped out at him, baring his mouth with the sharpest teeth. The beast grabbed the orc king by the throat, gnawing at his neck. Steve knocked him down and they both flew down from the tower where the throne stood. The giant monster king fell down, his chest pierced by the spire of one of the towers, and Steve received a message that his level had been increased. Shards from the tower fell like hail, falling on the orcs standing below. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in one of the towers, and the orcs turned around in surprise at the sound. From the place where the explosion occurred, orcs and Jin flew to the ground, and during the flight the girl thought, "Is this really how she's going to die?" But suddenly a clawed white paw grabbed her hand and she looked up in surprise. Steve pulled the girl close to him just before the ground and rushed forward, and the orcs ran after them. They ran a little forward and the girl asked what happened to the king, and Steve answered that he killed him. Throwing the girl onto his back, Steve said it was time for them to go, preparing to break into a run. Jean grabbed the guy's mane and asked if he really was able to kill the king, and Steve suggested that she scan the area. Jean activated the clairvoyance skill and, in disbelief, said that the portal had opened. She couldn't believe that Steve was able to kill the Orc King, and so quickly. And at this time on the ground, one of the devices began to beep and the time appeared on the screen. The guy from the DGB guild could only moan in shock, surprising his partner. He still managed to say that it was the 127th dungeon. And the second guy, shocked, asked again what that meant. Donnie also saw that a time counter had appeared above the dungeon and asked in surprise what it was. Melissa heard the announcement that the countdown to the portal explosion was beginning at dungeon number 127. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she realized that Jean might be alive. The crowd gathered at the portal roared as they saw the countdown to the portal's explosion begin. Steve asked Jean if she found the portal. The girl was a little confused and replied that she had found it. She immediately got ready and said that he was at 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle, and there were 10 minutes left before the explosion. Steve and the girl rushed forward, but the orcs did not lag behind and caught up with the guys. Suddenly, Steve turned a corner, smelling a familiar scent. Jean asked where he was going and added that they didn't have time for that. Steve didn't say anything. He ran to the pen where the pack of wolves stood. He activated the taming skill with a smile on his toothy face. Jean, in shock, asked again what he was doing, why he was taming them. And the wolves, hearing the command, froze and stared at Steve. Our hero turned and ran back to the portal, commanding the wolves to run after him. The wolves obediently followed Steve, jumping over the pens. Looking back, Jean asked if Steve wanted to take them with him. Steve replied that yes, because now they were one family. But because of this maneuver, the orcs were now in front, blocking their passage. Jean said that they were surrounded, clearly expecting this outcome. At that moment, a fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear, and Steve conveyed that there was a passage somewhere nearby. Jean was surprised and asked where he was. She immediately activated the clairvoyance skill and saw the right turn. The girl commanded that they needed to turn right now, and Steve ran into the right turn. And a crowd of wolves ran in the guy's footsteps, also running into the turn. The orcs ran after our heroes, growling with anger. The girl pointed to a huge gate ahead and said that they needed to go there. Steve became inspired and said that they were leaving here, picking up speed. Our heroes and a pack of wolves ran out of the gate and raced across the bridge. Jean said there was 1 minute left before the portal exploded. Suddenly, they saw a shining blue door in front of them and joyfully said that the portal was here. Jean said that there were 23 seconds left before the portal closed, and someone from the chase threw a spear at the guys. Jean sensed the approaching danger and turned around. Steve ran forward, not noticing how the spear hit the girl in the back. The blow caused the girl to fall to the ground and roll head over heels while the orcs approached her. The wolves had already run into the portal when Steve turned around, noticing that Jean had fallen off his back. The orcs were getting closer, rapidly approaching the fallen Jean. The spear pierced the backpack on Jean's back, and rocks rained down from it, knocking them out of the monsters as she tried to get up. Steve had already turned around and was running towards the girl, standing on his hind legs. Jean tried to get up, but she had no strength left and she lowered her head, resigned to the situation. Seeing Steve running after her, she shouted at him to stay away. But our hero did not listen to her and approached faster and faster, picking up speed. Jean once again screamed desperately at Steve to stay away, and the boy grabbed the spear that knocked the girl down. And the orc was already near Jean and swung his spear, preparing to strike. But Steve was faster and threw his spear into the orc's chest, knocking him off the wolf. And on the other side of the portal, a reporter said that there were 8 seconds left before the explosion and the people gathered were starting a countdown. Donnie and Melissa continued to shed tears while waiting for the guys, and the operator said that it seemed like things were going badly. The guy said that the audience rating is 60%, and if the guys come back, it will be a real sensation. Steve ran up to Jean and picked her up, gently holding her head. The girl sadly said that there were only 4 seconds left before the explosion, calling Steve a name. The beast seemed to glow and mentally conveyed to the girl that she should hold on tighter. Another orc was already close to the guys and swung his axe to strike. But the next second, only dust remained in the place of the guys, and the blast wave from Steve's jerk threw the monster's back. The countdown ended and the crowd froze, not believing that no one had returned. The orcs stood near the portal and watched as it changed from blue to yellow, and finally the portal exploded. The orcs standing nearby exploded, and the survivors ran away. The presenter said that the residents had finished the countdown and were frozen in anticipation. However, Steve and Jean were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, flashes of lightning began to appear from the portal, causing excitement among the spectators. The first to appear from the portal were wolves, and people began to shout, asking what was happening. The entire flock ran out of the portal, shocking all the spectators, who stood silently frozen, their mouths open in surprise. And after the wolves, the guys flew out of the portal at the speed of a bullet. The viewers were unable to clearly see who appeared from the portal and were not sure that a person appeared there. Military personnel and reporters rushed to the supposed landing site of Steve and Jean. The impact left a hole in the ground, with Steve lying in it, clutching Jean tightly to him. The crowd roared that they had managed to get out alive and wondered how it had happened. And the wolves joined the noise of the crowd, howling at the full moon. The ambulance rushed to the portal, and the presenter said that a miracle had happened. 2 people were able to get out of the 5th-level dungeon, having been there for almost 5 days. In the office, Melissa showed the assembled group a photo taken at the scene of the incident. She said that they had now been taken to the hospital. Someone asked why they looked like that, and they were told that the conditions there were not the best. Melissa also showed an article that talked about a miraculous return, that a guy of F level had passed the dungeon of the 5th level, and they asked if Hero had challenged him. The boss laughed nervously and said that the article was quite provocative. Melissa said with displeasure that someone had spread the information, adding that it was a great job. The boss replied that their job was to take action, not to look for the guilty, and suggested continuing. She said that as word spread about Steve, people from various organizations began to enter the country in an attempt to get him. The boss was angered by this news and called them all bastards. Melissa showed photos of the men, calling them by name and telling them who came from which organization. When the chief saw the photo, he got angry and said that this shameless agent was here too. The girl confirmed that he had also arrived and added that it was he who had lured Hiro away last time. The boss said that first we need to get a hold of Steve and asked if there was a way other than a contract. The doctor who spoke to Steve immediately after his return said that his family was here and he would not leave them. The boss asked in surprise if he really valued family more than money, and the doctor replied that he had lived with wolves for about 1,000 years and missed his family. The chief added that when he returned to Earth he missed the wolves and decided that he could not be understood. The doctor said that the most important thing for him is to be in his family, and it seems that this is quite understandable. Doc continued, saying that Steve should be given a place to live with his family and not be bothered. Then, he would not go against the government. The chief agreed and asked if they should take action in connection with the foreign agents who had arrived. Melissa showed a photo on the screen and said that it was an abandoned house near the city. The boss didn't understand why she showed this and asked what next. She suggested giving Steve the area to use and assigning people to watch over him, adding that the area was far from people, making it safe even if a portal opened. The boss said the house looked decent but needed some repairs and asked about Jean. Melissa said that Jean was the best in her business, and the boss asked if she was awake. The girl answered seriously that the girl was still undergoing treatment in the hospital. The boss asked irritably if she was really writing reports to Steve and just chilling out. Melissa showed one phrase on the monitor screen and said that some people say exactly that about Steve, a scumbag. The chief's face became serious and he gave the order, to work. The crowd was raging in the arena, and the host greeted all the SPFC fans. The host, dressed in a bright outfit, said into the microphone that this was the best competition on Earth and that the main event, the Match of Champions, was finally beginning. The crowd roared with anticipation, boys and girls shouting and waving their arms. And then in the darkness, the silhouette of a man in a cloak and with long hair pulled back into a ponytail appeared. The host stood on a platform under the spotlight and said that we would introduce the champions to everyone. A figure of a man appeared on the screen of a huge monitor, and the presenter said that he was #1 in the world rankings. 21 fights, winner among all 45 SPFCs. The presenter shouted into the microphone that he was the strongest man in the world and the hope of humanity. The presenter continued the presentation, adding that he was an unusual SS level, the strongest magical swordsman. A long-haired guy appeared on the screen. He was dressed in a black classic suit. Black smoke began to gather around his hands, and the presenter introduced him by name, Hiro. Hearing his name, the crowd erupted in a new wave of enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, in Hiro's hand, the black smoke turned into a sword, and the host said that, as if in response to the applause, the sword burst into black flame. A girl with long hair sat among the spectators and watched what was happening attentively. As the host performed, Hiro jumped off the pedestal he had stepped onto, surrounded by black flames. Someone from the crowd said that this was the famous Phoenix. The second was surprised that Hiro really wanted to finish the fight with one sword, since he was facing Mikhail. And Hiro had already landed in the ring, leaving cracks on the floor after his jump, and the host said that he had entered the ring. The guy stood quietly. He didn't respond to the crowd, and didn't seem to react in any way to the screaming fans. The host commented that Hiro appears in the ring with his signature Phoenix Flame. The host began to introduce the second participant, a man-machine class C, a rising star, 13 victories, number 32 in the ranking. The guy appeared on the podium, and the host introduced him, the Russian brown bear, Mikhail. The guy easily jumped off the pedestal and rushed into the ring. The ground where he landed was covered in cracks, and the presenter said that he too had entered the ring. Mikhail immediately rushed into the attack, and the weapons in his hands began to shine. The guy with an evil grin told Hiro that everything would end here for him. The weapons in his hands began to charge, and Mikhail jumped up, preparing to strike at the standing Hiro. The weapon fell with force on the place where Hiro stood, and pieces of stones flew in all directions. The guy was thrown back by the blast wave, and he covered his face, shielding himself from the rising dust. Michael saw that Hiro was able to dodge and called him a little rat. The guy fired his gun, and the host said that Mikhail started using mana shooting. The host commented that the shrapnel even hit the fence, but Hiro dodged the shots with incredible speed. The presenter saw Mikhail's next charge and called it a mana bazooka. The weapon on the guy's hand fired a blast of incredible force, destroying everything in its path. But Hero was able to dodge this shot as well and began to approach Mikhail. The presenter excitedly said that Hero's sword was damaging Mikhail, but the guy immediately responded to the attack with a mana shot. Hero attacked with his sword again, but Mikhail managed to block it. Mikhail's weapon was cracked from the enemy's blows and he was breathing heavily. But Hero didn't give him time to catch his breath and attacked again, and the guy could only defend himself. Suddenly, a sword appeared from Mikhail's weapon and he tried to strike at Hero, but he easily dodged the blow. Hero landed behind Mikhail and readied both swords to strike. He moved with incredible speed, striking Mikhail one after another. But when the guy stopped, he noticed that his entire body was entangled in steel chains. Michael grinned smugly and said that he caught himself. As he prepared to fire, he screamed that his bones would shatter. But Hero calmly replied, "The seventh note, Mikhail. You've already lost." The next second, Mikhail let out a strangled wheeze and blood began to flow from his mouth. His entire body was covered in cuts from which blood gushed out, causing the guy to scream in pain. The audience was shocked to see the huge bear Mikhail fall to the ground and Hero throw off the chains without the slightest effort. The crowd roared and the host asked what happened and declared that Mikhail had lost. The host said that Mikhail, who was determined to win, lost and couldn't get up. The match was stopped and help was on the spot. The men surrounded Mikhail, trying to heal him, but Mikhail showed no signs of life, and one of the experts signaled that regeneration was impossible. The screen showed that Hero had won, and the host said that this was the guy's 22nd victory. After leaving the stage, one of Hero's retinue asked him if he had used the new method, but the boy replied that he had struck him with an ordinary sword. Hero looked calm and thanked everyone for their work and promised to have a drink with them later. But as soon as he entered the waiting room, he was hugged tightly by the girl who was watching the fight. With sadness in her eyes, the girl asked if he had killed him. Hero also sadly responded that Michael is one of the 7 evils of the future. The girl said that he shouldn't take all the worries on himself. She took the guy by the arm and Hero asked if something had happened. The girl replied that nothing special, except for the call from the administration, and the guy asked who called. The girl said that the boss called, told her to take care of herself and suggested that she pack up and leave. While Hero was getting dressed, the girl said that the guy who was locked in the dungeon on the 5th level had gotten out. Hero was surprised and looked at the girl questioningly. She showed the phone and said that he could become the 2nd hero, and now this news is on all channels. The girl said that his name was Steve. He was locked in the dungeon of the 5th level and asked in surprise if the guy really didn't remember, because she even collected articles for him. Hero looked closely at the guy's photo and said that he didn't remember him. The girl asked again in surprise if he really didn't remember him. Not at all. She said that maybe he was an awakened swordsman, but Hero replied that he would awaken in a year. The girl said that he was a druid, and if he really returned from where they say, then a portal to the 4th planet could be opened. Hero didn't show it, but he was very worried about the news about the 4th planet. She said Steve was only F level. It's amazing he came back. Hero listened to the girl and thought that this was simply impossible. He reflected that he had been living for more than 500 years, and this was the 25th regression. Thanks to this, he knows all the awakenings and the main events. However, Steve is not among the great names, and in all this long time he has never heard this name. He continued to reflect that history, of course, can change a little. But the butterfly effect has its limits. Mikhail was supposed to die in 10 years. And the fact that Anna is alive, although she should have died 2 years ago, can also be called the butterfly effect. However, the main events, such as the appearance of the 7th level dungeon or the connection with the 4th planet, never changed. This means that there will be no 4th planet appearing in the next 5 years. The girl asked if it would not have been better to lure Steve to their side. Hero thought for a moment and answered honestly that he didn't know. The girl added that for an hour he is the most popular guy in the country. But Hero said that for now they should watch him. Remembering the scary giant monsters, Hero thought that the end would soon come. Monsters devoured people like snacks, and humanity, having survived the cataclysm, began to collapse due to the hacking of dungeons. Huge red wyverns flew across the ground in flocks. They attacked people, spitting fire, and all because the monsters covered the sky and the earth. The mercenaries fought the monsters, but the only option for the awakened to survive was the country he moved to. This is the reason why Hero stays in this country despite being called a traitor to his homeland. As long as the dungeons in this country are organized by truly talented people, this place will be the best for survival. Refugees will arrive in this country on boats, happy to have made it. And Hero will meet them, and people will say that since he is here, they are definitely saved. He thought that his surviving fellow countrymen would call him a savior, not a traitor to the homeland. He imagined how they would call him the hero, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. The girl looked at him in surprise, and Hero, embarrassed, said that it seemed like it was just a show. Anna didn't understand what he meant, and the guy explained that it was just a deception. But the girl didn't believe him, and said that it wasn't only the Ministry of Defense that was thirsty for him. Hero said that if he survived the end, it would not be too late to pick him up, and again suggested waiting. Shinsum Hospital is one of the few surviving buildings in the city. Melissa entered Jean's room without knocking, interrupting her reading. The girl approached the blonde and asked if it hurt, but she replied that it still hurt. Melissa didn't believe it and said that everything seemed wrong. But the girl repeated again that it hurt a lot. The brunette didn't believe it and said that the whole hospital was talking about how a guy in a mask came to her every night and asked if it was Steve. But Jean quickly changed the subject and asked if she had bought what she asked for. Melissa put the bag on the table and said that luckily she found both a man and food for her. The girl pulled out food and a jar of coffee onto the table, but displeasure was evident in Jean's gaze. She shook her head and said she wanted a different flavor, to which Melissa replied that it was the same color. Jean looked at the food box with disappointment and added that she wanted a different chicken. Melissa started to lose her temper. Her palm glowed white and she said, "Eat what they give you." Despite the dissatisfaction, the chicken was eaten and the coffee was drunk. Jean leaned back on the pillow contentedly and holding her stomach said that she was full. Melissa smiled irritably and said that since she was full, it was time to get to work. But Jean had already closed her eyes and said sleepily that she would start when she had had a little nap. Melissa's palm glowed again and she asked the girl with an evil smile not to talk nonsense. The next moment, the room was illuminated by a bright light and Jean's scream could be heard from the ward. Meanwhile, at the CIA headquarters, the screen showed news that Hero had finally defeated Mikhail. The man behind the monitor did not believe the news and was surprised how Mikhail could have been defeated. The guy standing near the table said that Hero was progressing a little more and he would reach the SSS level. The next news was that after returning from the dungeon, Steve did not show up anywhere, even in raids. The guy showed the photo and said that it was taken quite recently. The man looked at the photo of Steve feeding the pigeons and asked where that place was and what he was doing there. The guy said that he often goes there and the man asked if he was lonely. The man was surprised that he was talking to pigeons, and the guy said that he seemed to be in unrequited love or something like that. The man got angry and said that he could introduce him to many beautiful girls. He added that in any case, it was impossible for Steve to be taken over by anyone else and asked the guy if he understood this. The guy said that in the morning a special group of his people went to the country where Steve lives, however. He was clearly frightened and added that the sky was a bit choppy at the moment. But the man did not understand what was being discussed and asked why. The huge airliner flew across the sky, cutting through the clouds against the backdrop of the azure sky. The girl and her mother were sitting in their seats and the girl was looking attentively out the window. Suddenly, she called her mother and said that a beautiful bird was flying outside. The woman looked up from her reading and looked out the window with interest, searching for a bird. But the curiosity on her face turned to fear when she saw the bird. A red monster with a fanged mouth was flying outside the window. It was a small wyvern that was flying near the plane, as if playing tag. Other passengers also noticed it and began to approach the window, thinking that this bird was somehow strange. But the two men knew for sure that it was not a bird, and listened excitedly to the conversations of the passengers. One said that it was a wyvern, and the second added that although it was small, it was still dangerous. The guy said that it turned out that the wyvern dungeon was open, and added that they needed to report this when they landed. Suddenly, the guy said in fear that if the wyvern dungeon is open, but he didn't finish because a huge wyvern, larger than an airplane, appeared outside the window. She flew up to the plane and opened her mouth, breathing fire, setting the plane on fire. The plane caught fire and began to melt at the same second. After finishing in the plane, the wyvern flew on and joined the flock of other monsters that filled the sky, and the news reported that an explosion occurred in the wyvern dungeon and many monsters escaped. Meanwhile, two SUVs were driving along a dirt road and someone asked if they had really entered the wilderness. Chad was driving and said they were there, but Donnie didn't believe him and the guy started to doubt it too. Donnie looked ahead in fear and asked Steve if this was a cursed house, but Steve saw nothing. Donnie pointed to the two-story house ahead and Munch sighed heavily. Driving closer, the guy exclaimed that this was a truly cursed house. Covered in ivy, the glass was cracked, and a raven was sitting on the roof. The guys got out of the car and couldn't contain their emotions from what they saw of the house, complaining that it wasn't even suitable for an overnight stay. Donnie asked if there was internet reception, and Jean said in fear that she thought she saw a ghost on the second floor. The boys didn't believe that they would actually have to sleep here. It seemed like the building would collapse if they entered, and Jean continued to talk about the ghost. Jean angrily told Melissa that she couldn't live there, and she asked the girl to be quieter. Melissa turned to Steve and asked if they felt uncomfortable because they expected something different. The girl said with a wide smile that restoration work would begin here tomorrow, but Steve said that he didn't need anything. He liked everything as is, and asked if he could settle in. Jean grabbed the guy by the jacket and, pulling him slightly towards her, asked if he had gone crazy. But Melissa intervened in the conversation, saying that people with wild instincts have a special point of view and suggested marking the territory. Steve didn't understand the proposal, and the girl said that they could do whatever they wanted on their territory. Steve liked this proposal and his hand began to glow. Fireflies began to gather around our hero, while everyone else just watched warily. Melissa asked in surprise what it was, and Jean calmly replied that it was the tree spirit. The stream of fireflies became larger and smaller, and little fairies began to fly out of them, scattering in all directions. Melissa asked what he was doing, and Jean replied that she had told him to mark the territory. The little fairies scattered around the perimeter and began to throw seeds into the ground, from which shoots immediately began to sprout. From these shoots, trees began to grow at incredible speed. The guys from Steve's clan watched in awe at the speed, and Chad said that huge trees grew in an instant. The guys didn't believe that what was happening was real, and someone said that now they had a fence. The spirits began to return back, and Steve finally said that the job was done. He said that it goes out about 1 kilometer from the house, so be it. Melissa giggled nervously and said that it was just wonderful. Coming closer, she said that this place will be designated as Steve's Guild, and everything that is on this territory belongs to them. Our hero said that, apart from the ban on traveling abroad, everything sounded good, but the girl said that this point was mandatory. Melissa said that their first concern was Steve's family, and Jean snorted when she heard that. But our hero did not notice this and said that he liked everything. Melissa said that if that was the case, he needed to sign the contract and handed the guy some papers and a pen. But then Jean intervened and said that it needed to be read carefully. But Melissa pushed the girl away and showed her where Steve should sign. Melissa praised Steve and handed him his copy of the contract. The girl shook the guy's hand and suggested that he work hard until the portal opened. Steve said he would keep his promise, and Melissa asked him to trust the government. As Melissa left, she asked Jean to behave herself, and she replied that she would run away if people were not sent here tomorrow to fix the house. The girls exchanged displeased glances, and Jean stuck her tongue out at her departing friend. The SUV drove back through the newly grown forest. Melissa sighed heavily, calling Jean a brat, and the driver asked if it was possible to manage such a large territory with such a small number of people. Melissa replied that if they couldn't do it, they would help. The girl gave the order to collect a raid list of level 5 or higher and put it into standby mode. And somewhere in the ocean, motorboats sailed up to a large ship. They swam closer and opened fire on the ship. The guy shouted the call sign Coral Emerald into the radio, reporting that they were being attacked by pirates and needed help. Another ship reported that it had received the coordinates of the Coral Emerald and added that help would arrive in 2 hours and asked to turn off the engine when the pirates were on board. The pirates swam close to the ship and began to rise. The soldier reported that they were already on board, and there were more of them. The captain said to shut down the engine, turn off all power, and gather in the staff compartment. Suddenly the ship tilted, and the soldiers could barely stay on their feet. The ship's crew watched in horror as something overboard scattered the pirates' boats in different directions. And the next thing they saw was a huge tentacle heading straight towards the ship. The monster entangled the entire ship with red tentacles, breaking the deck like a toy. The ship's crew flew in different directions, and glass rained down on them. In a matter of seconds, the monster had its tentacles gripping the ship, breaking it into pieces, and some of the survivors fell into the water. But in the water, an open mouth with huge teeth was waiting for them. The size of the mouth made the man look like a tiny grain of sand, and it was impossible to escape. And while the huge monster with tentacles dragged the remains of the ship to the bottom, the monster, similar to a shark with many tails, swam forward. The shark returned to the school, where there were dozens, if not hundreds, of the same monsters. Soon, a relief ship arrived at the scene, along with a helicopter. It was reported that the ship had arrived at the scene, however, as a result of patrolling within a radius of 10 miles, no signs of the vessel were found. But this ship also suffered the same fate as the Coral Emerald, and tentacles began to entwine it. And in Steve's guild house, fireflies flew around the trees, helping them grow even taller. And the ringtone of the telephone echoed throughout the house. The sound came from the room where Jean was fast asleep. The girl sleepily answered the call without opening her eyes. Melissa, who called the girl, said that she felt like she had a taste of life. The girl sleepily scratched her stomach and asked what she needed. She was already at work. Melissa asked her point blank if she was with Steve now or not. But Jean only sleepily mumbled that she didn't know, without opening her eyes. Melissa lost her temper and screamed that the sun had already risen and she was not going to get up. The girl looked angrily at the phone, as if she could convey her mood to Jean, who hung up. After making coffee, Jean went out onto the balcony, looking at the giant trees. The girl sipped coffee from a mug, thinking that Steve had planted a lot of things here. Overnight, the tree near the house grew several times taller than their house, surrounded by fireflies. At this time, Steve was watching a pack of wolves, opening the system settings. He gave names to the wolves, calling them any food. Each had an energy level, as well as information about where they were tamed. Steve read a status from one of the wolves that if the energy level increases, then loss of sanity may occur. The guy thoughtfully read the warning and thought that in this case it would be problematic to increase the level. At that moment, Jean came up to him and asked what he was doing. Steve explained that he was naming new members, and Jean asked in surprise if he was talking about wolves. Yawning, the girl said that he should have woken her up and asked why he went out alone. Peku, who had grown bigger, ran up to them. Jean said that he was growing quickly and asked about the younger ones. Steve replied that they had left for breakfast and were probably at the dungeon now. Jean praised his diligence, especially in this heat. Our hero pointed to the forest and asked the girl if she wanted to take a walk. Jean tilted her head to the side in surprise, asking the guy again. In an instant, Steve turned into a huge white beast and extended his hand to her. Jean easily jumped onto his back, and the guy said that he was going to show her something now. The girl smiled and asked if he really wanted to brag about his achievements to her. But Steve didn't answer her question and asked her to hold on tighter. Our hero, in the form of a beast, rushed forward as usual with incredible speed. Jean could barely stay on Steve's back and asked him to go slower. The wolves rushed after them, trying to catch up with the boys, and Jean screamed that she had lost her shoes. In the forest where Steve's guild had settled, several journalists had pitched tents when they heard the howling of wolves. One of them said that there was nothing to catch here, adding that it was also very hot. Another guy said the company told him to get something and complained that he hadn't seen his salary for over a month. He turned to the other guys and asked if there were any who had already been in this forest. Another partner pointed to a number of cameras and said they belonged to the military police, but before they arrived, they would be eaten by wolves. Another guy said that it is impossible to predict when the portal will open, so not only journalists, but influential people were banned from entering. Suddenly, the SUV that Steve bought for Chad appeared on the road. The journalists found out that it was Steve's car and began to look for him excitedly. The car sped past the journalists without stopping. Chad said that even the heat doesn't stop the journalists, and Donnie wondered whose channel it was, his or Steve's. He read the comments under the video. Some were discussing Steve and were surprised that he was only level F, while others were discussing the fight between Hero and Mikhail. Donnie suddenly let out a surprised cry, but when Chad asked what was wrong, he sheepishly replied that nothing. Donnie watched tensely as several major countries sent large donations, totaling 4 billion. The guy was thinking that most of the donations were coming from Europe and couldn't decide whether to tell Steve about it or not. Suddenly, the car pulled up alongside a pack of wolves, led by Steve, and Donnie shouted to him in surprise. Jean noticed the boy's car and waved to them from astride Steve. Donnie waved back and called her his brother's wife, surprising Chad with this phrase. In response to these words, Jean threatened Donnie with her fist, narrowing her eyes angrily. The boy smiled cheerfully and said that they use the same toilet, eat and sleep in the same house. He looked with resentment at Jean sitting astride Steve and said that he had never ridden them like that. And at that time, our hero picked up speed, overtaking the SUV, which surprised the guys. Donnie playfully asked Chad to push himself, and he replied that they wouldn't lose. Chad shifted the transmission into sport mode and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car pulled ahead, slightly overtaking the wolf. Donnie shouted that the last one buys dinner and added that the speed of light is against the rules. Suddenly, Jean felt something and excitedly called out to Steve. Steve was calm and only asked the girl if she felt it. The girl's eyes glowed blue, and she said that a crack had been discovered within a radius of 200 meters. Jean remembered the conversation in the hospital when Steve snuck up on her. She was tired and her eyes were closing, but Jean still asked what planet she was from. Steve looked out the window and, without turning around, said that he was from the planet of the animal kingdom. Jean asked if there was really nothing on this planet except animals. Steve said that looking back he realizes it was a beautiful and romantic place, surrounded by more than 700 times the energy. Jean was shocked to hear about the energy of 700. The guy continued by saying that it was a realm of eternal survival where the battle for dominance was eternal. and whoever was their leader had to be at least U-class, and even after he became their leader, he still thought that he had to accept their challenge. Jean mused that if this was a portal bridge, then it would be possible to enter and exit it without restrictions, and if the aliens were warlike, then this place would soon become a battlefield. The girl was frightened to imagine that a war could begin against beasts of Class C and above. At this time, Melissa and her boss were sitting in a cafe, and he asked if Steve's planet was friendly. The girl said that the risk was high, but the man replied that he was talking about something else. Raising his glass, the man said that on that planet, Steve was a king. Jean asked Steve in horror how he couldn't do it. She said that he was the king there, so why couldn't he? To which Steve replied that if they saw that he was not so strong, wouldn't they want to kill him? Jean cursed and asked in frustration how this happened. The girl commanded Steve to run at full speed to the northeastern field, away from the city. Our hero rushed in the direction Jean pointed, raising columns of dust. Chad asked in surprise where the boys were running, and Donnie ordered to follow them. A huge blue lightning flashed in the sky. Jean shouted that it had started. Space was starting to warp. At the office, Melissa answered Jean's call and asked what happened. They were already near the lightning, and Jean told Melissa that a portal was forming in front of them. The girl was surprised and, not believing it, asked again. Jean shouted for her to send the portal location to the backup unit. Several military vehicles were already rushing to the designated location. The vehicles stopped and set up rocket launchers, and the commander reported that the brigade was ready to fire. Approaching the portal, Steve said that this was not the planet he was on. It was an ordinary portal. Jean asked in surprise why he was so sure of that. Steve walked closer to the portal and said that he felt that this was not the place he came from. Jean speculated that it was because of the space portal that repatriates sometimes pass through, so he could sense it. But then the girl remembered that when Steve returned from the planet, the energy level of this portal exceeded even the level of the portal bridge. But then she thought that the device was broken. Jean said out loud that the portal energy was not as oppressive as it had been that time, and Steve said that it was a portal to the dungeon. Journalists also saw lightning. One asked if it was a spatial wave, and the second confirmed the observation. Immediately, cars from the Bureau of the Awakened rushed past the journalists, and then the helicopters flew in, surprising the journalists even more. One of the journalists said in surprise, "Is it really true that a portal to a new planet is opening?" The lightning began to grow larger and larger, forming a ball. The guys ran to the portal and Steve took his human form. Jean looked at the portal, wondering if it really led to the dungeon. Suddenly, Jean thought that Steve could beat her, the better one in terms of perception, even though he was not a professional. An SUV pulled up to the portal, and an admiring wow was heard from it. Donnie ran to the guys, asking if this was a portal to a new planet. But before they could say a word, 2 cars from the Bureau drove up to the portal. The soldiers got out of their cars with suitcases and said that they were the 11th team and would now install the equipment. The guys asked what it was for, and Jean replied that it calculated the dungeon level and time. Jean and Steve watched with interest as one of the soldiers set up the equipment. The number 4280 appeared on the screen, which greatly surprised Jean. The soldier said that this was a 4th level dungeon and added that his level was not that high. Jean sighed in disappointment, and Steve smiled contentedly, saying that he was enough. But Melissa was the most disappointed when she heard about the dungeon level. Jean's hand began to be covered in material from the bracelet as she said what Steve had said. He said that this was not where he was and they would have to go and check. But the boss went into a rage when he heard that the dungeon was on the 4th level. Melissa said that it was not yet certain, and they needed to go and check first if this dungeon was the return location. The boss said with disappointment that they had spent a lot of money on this. The girl repeated that this was not yet certain, and the skills that Steve was demonstrating were definitely not level 4. The boss said that if the first portal that opened after the person returned was a dungeon, then it meant that he returned from the dungeon and asked if she knew what kind of people trusted them and invested. Melissa asked if they weren't investing in probability, and Steve is unusual and his price is high. The boss said that if he came out of the dungeon, the company's shares would rise and asked him to drag out the time for now. In response, Melissa only sighed heavily. He added that if they cannot satisfy those who invested, then both of them will have problems. Jean reported that there were 50 days left until the portal exploded and asked to suspend mobilization. Suddenly, the soldier turned to Steve and he asked in surprise what was going on. He said that a level 4 dungeon needs to be cleared 5 or 6 times and asked if our hero was scared with his current abilities. But Steve calmly replied that he was not afraid at all. He added that it was not bad and asked how much it cost. And the military man asked in surprise if they were talking about equipment. The military man replied that each guild had one, and a new one cost about 30 million. "A bit expensive," Steve said, and the military man agreed with him. The guy handed over the contract and said that he had recently received a contract for permanent equipment as a gift and asked me to sign it. But Steve asked in surprise why he was giving away the gift so easily. The guy smiled sheepishly, choosing his words. He said that even if Steve didn't return from the new planet, the government would never leave him without attention. And they were also interested in him abroad. Our hero looked at the guy in surprise, and he said with enthusiasm that his country considers Steve family. The guy summed it up by calling Steve a gem, which made Jean feel nauseous too. Our hero replied that no one had written to him from abroad, surprising the military man. At this point, Donnie intervened in the conversation, his face showing excitement. Stepping aside, the boy said that there is a real war going on abroad right now. Steve doesn't know about it, since he doesn't often sit on the internet. But Donnie collects money sent by fans. Steve, without listening to the end, asked how much he had collected. Donnie sheepishly replied that he had collected somewhere around 500 million. Steve put his hand on Donnie's shoulder, turning into the boy. He suggested not to be slaves to money, adding that the day would come when he would choose a better neighbor than 500 million. Donnie lowered his head and said he understood. Why did he smile sheepishly and say that he should have shown Steve the proposal 3 months ago? Steve looked at the boy questioningly. Donnie asked if the hitman would kill him for not showing the offer. Steve offered to say that he showed the proposal, but he didn't respond, leaving Donnie delighted. As he left, our hero told him to get ready with Chad. Donnie added that he would eat up some of that money and put the rest into the guild account. Steve agreed with this proposal and walked forward into the portal. Donnie thought with a happy face how brutal he was, and that just being around him was already profitable. The boy skipped towards the car, thinking about the money he would keep for himself. Steve's suit almost covered his body when he said that if everyone was ready, then they could go. The soldier shouted that a team was coming from the bureau and suggested that they go together. Steve replied that this was not possible, surprising the military man. He explained that the contract stated that only 2 people from the mobilized personnel were allowed, and this also applied to hunting. Jean said that everything was clear and suggested that they go already. The soldier turned to Jean and asked if there was enough staff for the dungeon, and she replied that he could just record video. Packy ran up to Steve, and Steve asked him to pump up there too. Steve happily gave the order to move forward and went into the portal. After leaving the portal, the guys began to look around. Jean asked, "Well, how is it?" asking if this is the same world. Steve replied thoughtfully that he didn't understand yet. Jean looked at him questioningly and activated the clairvoyance skill. Looking at the bare trees around him, Steve said he had a familiar feeling. The soldier asked Donnie tensely if they could just walk. Didn't they have to form up? But the boy responded calmly that since Steve was ahead, they could just follow him. Suddenly, Jean raised her fist up and shouted, "Stop!" The boys behind tensed up and began to peer into the trees ahead. The girl said that a monster appeared 70 meters away from them, or rather 3 of them. Donnie stepped forward and pulled out his dagger, preparing to fight. The soldier also pulled out his sword and asked if that was enough. And Donnie asked irritably what he was pestering about. A monster's howl came from the forest ahead. Chad also took out his sword and giggled as he walked forward, surprising the military man. The soldier asked in fear what had suddenly happened to him, but Donnie remained silent. Still giggling, Chad caught up with Steve and began to walk forward. But seeing his younger brother, our hero hit him on the neck with the edge of his palm. At that very moment, Chad fell face down on the ground. The soldier stared at what was happening in shock, and Donnie walked forward. Steve ordered Donnie to revive Chad and give him a sedative. The soldier, in shock, asked why this happened, and Jean replied that he had a mental illness. When he took a sword in his hands, he turned into a psychopath. Donnie tried to give Chad the medicine and bring him back to his senses. Meanwhile, Steve, who was walking ahead, was looking ahead with concentration. He told everyone to stand behind him and took out his dagger. At that moment, a monster appeared from the forest and roared loudly. 3 lizard-like monsters with spears in their hands emerged from the forest. Donnie shouted that they were lizard people, and Jean commanded them to defend themselves. Steve rushed forward, clutching a glowing dagger in his hands. The soldier's eyes lit up red, and he said he was starting to film. Our hero approached the monsters, and the 3 of them attacked him. Steve easily cut off the first monster's head with one blow of his dagger. He also easily cut the second monster in half, as if he were cutting paper. Steve stabbed the 3rd monster in the stomach. Our hero stopped, having finished off the monsters, and received a message that he had been awarded 84 experience points. The rest of the squad formed a circle, protecting their backs, and they all looked in surprise at Steve, who had already finished dealing with the lizards. The soldier looked at Steve in shock, wondering if such speed was real. Steve gave orders to Donnie and Chad to collect the trophies. The boys rushed forward, Donnie taking the order readily and Chad continuing to chuckle. He butchered the corpse with such ferocity that he splattered blood all over everything, including Donnie. The soldier, shocked, said Chad seemed fine until he picked up the knife, but Jean told him to stomp faster. Steve told the boys that next time they would have to sort it out themselves and asked them to pull themselves together. Taking blood crystals out of the monsters, the guys agreed with Steve's words. The soldier was shocked and wondered if he really wanted to leave the fool and psychopath alone with the sea-level monsters. Steve called Packy over and he happily ran to the guy. He ordered the little boy to go into the forest and bring more of these monsters. The soldier couldn't believe his ears, but the puppy understood the order and barked happily. Pecky rushed into the forest at the same second, barking loudly and attracting monsters. The soldier asked whether this could be considered cruelty to animals. He asked Jean what would happen if he brought a whole army of monsters. Would everything be okay? And the girl again answered that he should focus on filming. Donnie became serious and shouted that the monsters were coming. From the depths of the forest came groaning and unintelligible sounds. Hearing them, Chad began to giggle even louder, baring his teeth in a crazy grin. The soldier was horrified and thought he was having another seizure. Donnie ran to Cheetah, offering him another sedative. But the guy didn't hear him anymore. He rushed forward towards the monsters, laughing loudly. Steve turned back and called out loudly to Donnie, warning him that the monsters were approaching. The guy understood this and eagerly rushed forward. Pecky raced back out of the forest, and the monsters' grunts grew louder. Chad rushed forward and threw the dagger forward, surprising Steve, and the spear followed the puppy. The spear stuck into the ground next to Pecky and he barked loudly. And Chella's dagger hit the head of one of the running monsters. The lizard with the daggers in his head fell, and the remaining monster shouted something in his own language, preparing to strike. And Chad was already rushing towards him, with two shining daggers in his hands. He ran up close to the lizard and swung his daggers, and the monster raised his spear. Steve arrived just then and pushed away the monster's hand, which held the spear. Chad easily landed a blow to the lizard's head while Steve held its paw, preventing it from attacking. And next to him, Pecky bit the monster with his teeth, which increased his level and the power of his jaws. Suddenly, a soldier shouted in fear that there was danger near the guys. A toothy jaw opened up next to Chad, who was intent on killing another monster. Steve and Chad just turned around as a bolt of lightning shot through the monster's head. It was Donnie, holding a sniper rifle and covering the guys. He fired a burst from his rifle and the monster was pierced by multiple discharges. Chad swung his sword with a scream and made 2 cuts into the monster's body. The next second, the monster's body fell apart into 3 pieces and Chad's level rose to E1. The boy continued to smile madly as blood gushed out of the monster's body. Donnie also leveled up to E9 and was incredibly happy about it. The soldier asked in surprise if this was definitely a 4th level dungeon, and Jean asked again if he really thought it was a 3rd. Donnie exclaimed happily that he wasn't worried at all, and Chad continued to chuckle. Jean told the soldier that it was enough talking and that they needed to record a video. Pecky suddenly bristled and growled. The puppy rushed forward somewhere, and Jean shouted to Steve that they were attacking from all sides. Steve turned around in surprise and saw a monster running towards him with its toothy mouth wide open. Another monster was running towards him from the other side, and the 3rd monster jumped from above, raising a long spear over his head. But Steve was already ready to attack and had his dagger ready. The white car was driving ahead when the road was blocked by journalists camped near Steve's house. One of the journalists stepped forward and saluted, greeting Melissa. The girl angrily asked what was going on. Did the guy really want to die, and asked if he was going to run away? The journalist said he would move away if the girl said something, and she asked what he wanted. The guy said he just saw Cedric arrive at the head of the squad. Melissa asked irritably, "So what?" The journalist said that since he was here, it meant the dungeon was on the 4th level. Melissa didn't answer and just looked sternly at the guy. But for him, this look was more eloquent than words. The journalist dispersed the rest of the crowd so that the car could move on. He waved to the departing car and thanked the girl. The other guys asked what she said. He replied that it was a 4th level dungeon and suggested that they get ready. The driver asked if it was a secret, and Melissa asked why he was asking. She looked at the driver and asked what was more important to them, Steve's life or the money. The driver answered uncertainly that Steve, and the girl answered, "That's it." She said that if she just caught Steve as having returned from the dungeon, then those flies would not bother her anymore. The driver asked excitedly if everything would be okay with her, since the boss had said otherwise. To which Melissa replied that this was precisely why they had to find a breach now. Meanwhile, squad number 13 gathered at the portal and reported that they were ready to enter. A tall, muscular man with white hair looked carefully at the squad. He asked the soldiers if they were all equipped, and they answered in unison, "Yes." The man smiled cheerfully and said that if that was the case, then it was time for them to have a little fun. Suddenly, an employee came running to them and said that an order had been given to wait. Cedric was unhappy with this news and asked why. A car drove up to the portal and a girl walked towards the squad. Melissa greeted Cedric with a polite smile. But the guy was hostile and, without responding to the pleasantries, asked what it meant. The girl calmly replied that entry into the dungeon was currently prohibited, and she added that until they received a message from Steve, unauthorized entry was prohibited. Cedric became angry at these words and asked what unauthorized meant. He said menacingly that, in fact, they had dropped what they were doing and rushed here. Melissa remained calm and replied that it just happened that way. The man said that the contract definitely had a clause about reconnaissance and asked if it made sense to allow the team to go without a raid. Melissa smiled slyly and said that now it made sense to add a couple more points. The girl smiled and said that she was here so that no one would get their hands dirty and that she was here on behalf of the boss. Cedric cursed angrily and asked why everything was so complicated. Melissa smiled peacefully and suggested continuing the conversation in the car. Looking at the article about Steve returning from the 3rd level dungeon, the boss asked the chairman not to worry. He spoke on the phone and told the minister that it was a misunderstanding and that more time was needed. After finishing this conversation, the phone immediately rang again. The chief clutched his head and said that he could die like that. He shouted loudly, asking if they had been able to contact Melissa. But despite the hype over the portal, the sun was shining brightly in the azure sky in the city. The doctor sat in his office and moved the mouse around the table. He opened an article that said that Steve had returned from the dungeon and was sorry for his unfulfilled dream of a new planet. The doctor was surprised by the 4th level and asked if this was sabotage. Reading the article, the doctor said that this guy's life is not like a TV series. He remembered the boy's story. He hid on the beach until he found fruit trees, and the sea was full of food. Steve was attacked by monsters from the sea, but it was definitely the sea. The doctor thought that it was impossible that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. The earth was collapsing, and the doctor thought about the appearance of a dungeon, that it could appear due to a split in the planet itself. He remembered when Steve, having broken the door handle, burst into the office and asked the doctor to find his brother. He then agreed, but said that in return he would have one condition, and the condition was a story about how Steve became the king of the wolves, right up to the war with the gorillas. He promised that he would let me know if his brother was found. An ordinary F-level repatriate claimed to have been the king of the planet for 500 years. Who would believe him? The doctor thought that he seemed to have missed something interesting due to his hasty judgment. Meanwhile, our hero was chopping down monsters left and right, soaring high above the ground. He dealt with monsters in flight, chopping off heads, cutting necks and ripping open stomachs. And when he landed, all the monsters were already lying on the ground. The soldier was shocked by this speed, and that all the attackers were on the same team. Steve turned to the boys and asked why they had stood up and ordered them to gather their loot. When the prey was finished, the detachment moved on and stopped, looking around the area. Jean said it was suspiciously beautiful here, and Donnie said the rocks sparkled like diamonds, but the atmosphere was dull. I looked around. Steve said that this was definitely a new place, but for some reason it looked familiar. The boys approached the stone and were surprised to notice that there was an inscription on it in their native language. It was carved into the stone, "No way back, leopard territory." Steve looked around in surprise, as if trying to remember something. Jean asked if Donnie was joking, and he responded with a startled expression that he was not, asking why she thought that. The girl narrowed her eyes in disbelief but did not say anything else. She turned to the soldier and asked if he was recording, and the guy replied, "It's over." Jean asked tensely where their writing came from. Turning around, she noticed that Steve had gone somewhere up the rocks. She commanded the rest of the boys to move on. The squad moved on, following Steve, climbing up the rocks. Our hero had already risen and stood frozen near the entrance to the cave. There was confusion on his face as he looked ahead. The guys were shocked that there was a cave in such a place, and the soldier was worried that someone would jump out of it. Steve called upon the spirit of the tree, and thousands of fireflies flew forward from his body. The guys froze in shock, and Donnie exclaimed, "What is this?" Fireflies settled on the walls of the cave, which were completely covered with writing. The guys were shocked that all the inscriptions were in their language and decided that their relative lived here. Donnie read the entry, "I want to eat chicken, I want to eat soup," and asked if there really was an underground Robinson Crusoe living here. The soldier read the inscription with great intensity, "I want to see a person." Suddenly both guys froze, seeing another entry, "How I want a woman, I really want affection." The soldier said that this pervert wrote a whole novel here. The guys looked at the inscriptions and decided that he was full of desire, and the soldier said that he could not read it anymore. They laughed, and Donnie asked what those burning mushrooms were he was drawing. The next inscription read, "I want to see the faces of even those I hate. I want to see my hated father and mother and my little brother Chad." Donnie said in surprise that Chad's name was on there. And at that time, the younger brother read another inscription. Steve was here. The soldier and Donnie immediately realized who wrote it, and their joy immediately disappeared. Jean, who had been watching what was happening, turned around confidently. She looked at Steve, who had remained silent the entire time, studying the inscriptions. Donnie said that they looked like drawings by ancient people, and the military man added that the creator had good drawing skills. Jean walked up to Steve and asked him if this was the place he had been. But our hero did not answer. He looked ahead in shock at the drawings. The inscription read, "500 years have passed since I became the ruler. For the last 100 years, Kuro could not defeat Steve." And there was also a map on the drawing. Steve vividly remembered Kuro, the huge black tiger he had fought. Our hero saw, as if he were now, the yellow eyes of the enemy with whom he had fought for many years. Jean asked the guy how he was, but Steve only looked at the other drawing in shock. There was a recording of the Third Lunar War. The clan of Gorilla Jack rose up, and when the third moon rises, the battle will begin. He remembered the last battle with the huge gorilla, and the thought that this time only one would survive. Steve just couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the drawings. Donnie continued to explore the cave and said that there were knives here. The boys looked at the shining blades, forged from stone, and therefore they were not artifacts. Suddenly, Steve rushed towards the exit of the cave, surprising the boys. Donnie called out excitedly to Steve, asking where he was running. And Jean had already rushed after him, trying to stop him or at least catch up. Donnie yelled that Steve was offended because the soldier laughed at the drawings, but the guy replied that they laughed together. And Steve was racing up, running straight up the steep cliff. Our hero climbed to the top of the mountain and looked around the area. He simply couldn't believe his eyes and wondered in surprise what had happened here. Jean climbed the mountain where our hero stood and called him by name. Getting up, she asked what was there, whether this was the place where he once lived. Steve replied that it seemed so, but something was wrong, and Jean asked what exactly. The guy pointed in one direction and said that there used to be a snow mountain there. He pointed in the other direction and said there were fruit trees there. Then he pointed to the place where there is now fog and said that there was a sea there. Jean was genuinely surprised when she heard about the sea in the dungeon. Steve said that this sea was called the Sea of Roar, and it was really dangerous. The girl could not believe that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. She asked about the writing on the wall. Didn't he leave them? And Steve said that they were his notes. These were Steve's attempts not to forget about civilization. He wrote them while hiding from animals. He remembered taking notes, and even when he changed his habitat, he returned to this cave and wrote. Jean asked if there were lizardmen back then, and Steve replied that there weren't any back then. The girl asked what happened to his animal friends. Steve looked thoughtfully into the distance and repeated the girl's words. "My friends." The guy said that this was the leopard's territory and they wouldn't leave because of some lizardmen. In response, Jean pointed into the distance and asked if he saw fog there. She said that there, beyond the mountains, was the end of the dungeon, a very ordinary dead end. Steve was genuinely shocked by these words, not believing that where there used to be a sea, there was now a dead end. Suddenly, they both heard a noise below, and Jean shouted that a lizard man was approaching. Jean activated her clairvoyant skill and said that they were approaching. The girl counted the number of approaching monsters. There were more than 80 of them. The guys were climbing to the top where Jean and Steve were standing. Donnie said that if they weren't with them, they would die. Jean screamed that 102 lizards were coming towards them. The girl was indignant that they were all rising at once and took out her sword. And at the very bottom stood the largest red lizard, and she shouted that he was the king of the lizards. The lizard bared its teeth angrily, and on its head was some kind of animal, like a mask. Looking closely at the skull, Steve thought that it looked very much like a leopard's skull. Suddenly, our hero told Jean to stay with the others. And without waiting for an answer, he jumped down from the top of the mountain, surprising Jean. The girl shouted from above, asking what he was up to, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, in the city, an old lady was feeding a pigeon and asked him with a smile if it was okay to peck at food like that. Suddenly, the dove began to glow blue, and lightning appeared around it, which greatly surprised the granny. And Jean stared at Steve in surprise, not believing her eyes. Instead of arms, Steve grew huge wings and he flew down towards the rising monsters. Seeing Steve, the king of the monsters swung his huge spear, aiming at the guy. The spear flew past Steve and he descended towards the king of the monsters, stopping next to him. Here, Pecky began to shine, and lightning appeared around him just like before with the dove. And now, instead of Steve, a white beast appeared, baring its teeth angrily. He grabbed the Lizard King by the throat and together they flew down the mountain. Our hero, together with the Lizard King, fell somewhere in the forest, and from the impact at the place of the fall, it was as if a bomb exploded. Jean watched the fall in shock and called Steve a psycho. At that moment, the boys reached the top, and Donnie said that no matter how embarrassing it was, he shouldn't have jumped. And Chad asked in surprise if it was really his brother who jumped. Donnie said that he seemed to have fallen hard there, which made Jean angry and shout that he was okay. And while the guys were talking, 100 lizard men were rising closer and closer to them. Jean shouted that the lizard was 30 meters away from them and ordered them to prepare for an attack. The soldier picked up a large boulder and shouted that he was ready to attack. Donnie took out his rifle and aimed it, shouting at the monsters to come here. Chad picked up a rock too, but his attention was focused on his brother and his jump. Donnie opened fire, shooting down the approaching lizards, and they began to fall off the cliff. And Steve was fighting the Lizard King below and hit him hard in the jaw with his elbow. The next blow was a fist to the jaw, causing the monster's eyes to widen. Steve then unleashed a hail of punches on the monster, turning it into a bloody mess. Steve opened his fanged mouth and growled furiously. Our hero took the half-dead monster by the neck and shook him slightly, trying to bring him to his senses. After that, Civ took the mask, tore it off the monster's face, and threw it away. Steve dug his claws into the monster's body and asked where the leopards had gone. But the monster did not answer and could only clench his fist behind our hero's back. With the last of his strength, the Lizard King lightly hit Steve on the head with his fist. But this action enraged our hero and he bared his teeth furiously. The ground around the two animals suddenly began to shake and the wind rose, and Steve stood up on his hind legs. Without letting go of the monster, our hero soared into the sky, leaving behind a blue strip of light. The guys on the mountain continued to throw stones at the lizards that were crawling ever closer, and there was no end to them. Another boulder knocked down the lizard, but two others were already rushing to take its place. Donnie continued to fire back with his rifle, screaming for them all to die. Under fire from rocks and rifles, some monsters fell, but the guys were unable to take out all of them. The soldier suddenly asked if melee weapons weren't more effective than ranged ones. Donnie said there is a limit to the amount of fire. Depending on the level, the efficiency drops a lot, but it's a hopeless situation. Jean held two swords in her hands and shouted at the boys to get up, ordering them to concentrate. Chad pulled out two daggers and a crazy smile appeared on his face again and laughter rang out. Donnie yelled that Chad had gone crazy again and said that they couldn't let him jump. Someone screamed to look and the boys saw Steve appear in the air next to them, holding the Lizard King. There was a blue glow around Steve's legs as he grabbed the monster by the throat and swung it, preparing to throw it. The guys stared at Steve in shock, while the crowd of lizards was getting closer and closer. At that moment, Steve swung and threw the Lizard King's body with all his might. The soldier, realizing what our hero wanted to do, screamed in horror that they had to run. The body flew into the crowd of lizards, destroying the mountain along with them. And Steve received a level increase and turned off the wind control skill. The lizards flew in different directions from such a blow, and the mountain began to break. The ground beneath the boys' feet as they stood on the mountain began to crack and Donnie screamed that they were going to fall. Jean also began to fall and only managed to shout to the boys to take care of themselves. The soldier also fell down and tears of fear welled up in his eyes. The mountain finally collapsed and all four of them fell down. The top of the mountain split into two parts with a roar, and a hail of stones and boulders fell down. Jean landed safely on the edge of the remaining mountain, with clouds of dust rising around her. The girl stood up and looked around in search of other survivors. Seeing someone's hand, she rushed forward, asking as she went if everything was okay. The soldier was buried in rocks but was able to raise his hand and say that he was Henry and that he was okay. Donnie said, in fear that they almost died. Chad was lying on the ground and Packy ran up to him. Suddenly, Steve appeared next to them in human form and told them to go because the portal had already opened. When the boys saw Steve, they happily rushed towards him because they thought he had not survived the fall from the mountain. And Henry was surprised and tilted his head to the side and asked how this was even possible. At that moment, Melissa and her assistants in squad number 11, led by Cedric, stood near the portal. Steve and the guys emerged from the portal one by one, surrounded by a blue glow. Seeing the boys, Melissa smiled and said that they were leaving. Steve's clan emerged from the portal in deathly silence, and the military near the portal looked at them attentively. Steve was silent and looked away thoughtfully. There was confusion on the guy's usually serious face. Cedric, seeing our hero, asked if he was Steve, and added that he could barely drag his feet, but Melissa ignored the guy's words and called out to Steve, coming closer. Steve looked at Melissa with the same confused look. The girl came closer to him and greeted him. She wanted to say something else, but did not have time. In front of everyone's eyes, Steve turned into a dove and flew away under the caught glances. The squad looked after Steve in amazement, and one guy asked if Steve had really turned into a dove. The other guy said he also thought he was imagining things, and Cedric added that it would probably be tasty to fry it. Melissa asked if he had ever turned into a dog, and Jean just sighed heavily. She asked Jean what had happened, and the girl replied that if Melissa had come to negotiate, then it was better to go. The brunette frowned and asked what happened to the video. Jean called Henry and told him to take Melissa and return to headquarters. But the girl said that the blonde should go too, and she was surprised by these words. Melissa said that at this point, surveillance on Steve has ended, and an order for her removal has already been issued. Jean instantly became furious and screamed about where they were sending her this time. Melissa replied, "She's going on a field offensive near the middle line. Things are serious there." Hearing the place she was being sent to, Jean gritted her teeth in surprise but did not object. Henry told the boys that 4 people would stay with them to operate the portal, and that this number of people should be enough. Chad shook the guy's hand and said he would treat them as guests, and Henry was advised to hire staff soon. The guy thanked the soldier for his advice and smiled kindly at him. Henry smiled back, a slightly nervous smile, and wondered what Chad's true face was, and nearby Cedric cried out in surprise, "What return are you talking about?" He said that Melissa kept saying that she needed to talk to Steve, to which the girl replied that they had better return to headquarters today and start negotiating the squad's salary. Heading to the car, the girl said that the boss was waiting for them, offering to go. But Cedric shouted that that wasn't the problem and asked if Steve didn't want to talk to them. The man was indignant that the people from the guild had no sense. How could they go into the dungeon alone? And if it exploded, they would call him. Donnie glared at the offending man, indignant, and Chad told him to just leave. Melissa called her boss from the car, which was racing to headquarters at full speed. The man immediately started yelling at her, asking if she had told everything to the journalists. Melissa said that everyone except the management team was leaving, adding that everything could be fixed and suggested that they talk when they met. The chief's ardor died down and he only asked in surprise what this meant. After some time, the group returned to the awakened bureau to submit a report. Henry showed the writing in the cave on the screen, saying that it was Steve's diary. In the next video, he showed Kathiv flying into the air and throwing the Lizard King down onto the mountain. Henry said that it was impossible to film inside the cave, but they did manage to capture a shot of Steve growing wings, and the guy added that he could blend in with animals. Henry turned off the screen and said that his recording was over. Cedric angrily said that they were out of their minds. It was not so easy to defeat the Lizard King. The boss said that the combat power of a 4th-level Lizard King is somewhere around level B. Henry corrected him, saying that it was Class A, and added that Steve had just knocked down level A like that. The boss folded his hands in front of him and said that meant Steve was above level C. Jean reported that the current spatial energy of E level, combat power of C+, after transformation depends on the power of the animal, but is estimated as the weakest SSS level. It was also confirmed that his level increase depends on the removal of restrictions. For other awakened, it is not like that. Cedric asked again about the lifting of restrictions and added that everyone is unusual like that. Jean shrugged and said she didn't know anything about it. The boss asked what his performance had been before. Cedric mused that if all the missing people came back like Steve, then their country would definitely become a superpower. Henry said that if they went there without equipment, they would definitely die, and added that it was unlikely that another such person would be found. The boss asked that anyway. It seemed that Steve was a returnee from dungeon number 4. But Jean firmly said that they could not confirm this yet. The boss said that he also found it unpleasant to realize this, but it was a fact that it was not a new planet that had been discovered. He added that it was more important to understand whether the secret to Steve's success was in that dungeon. Melissa, who had been sitting silently until then, agreed with her boss. The man said that Steve even signed the contract, so why is he trying to interfere with the intelligence service? Cedric said that Steve was just trying to prevent him from finding out the secret of his strength, and called the guy selfish. But then Jean intervened and said that that was not the issue at all. Melissa interrupted the girl before she could finish and asked if they were considering further negotiations. The boss indignantly asked what other negotiations they were going to have. They had already held so many of them. Melissa just smiled and tried to convey her thoughts to her boss. But he seemed to refuse to listen and only asked again what the matter was. Jean flew out of the room where they were sitting like a bullet, calling everyone idiots talking about the secret of strength and power. And at this time, Melissa told him her plans and asked if it wasn't tempting. Cedric said that if they staffed their riot squad with C-level and above people, he would take charge of the search and the chief's problems would be solved. The boss smiled contentedly and said that even if he took all the loot, it would be very profitable. Cedric said the bonus was 780% of the salary, and the man replied that if everything worked out, it would be a trifle. The boss asked Melissa what he should give Steve in exchange for unlimited access to the dungeon. The girl answered vaguely, saying that she needed to give back what was left. But the boss didn't understand what she meant and asked again what they had left. Somewhere outside the city, surrounded by well-kept gardens, stood a small house. Munch walked ahead and several boys followed him, asking if the boy was going to pick tomatoes, and the monk called them to pick potatoes and peppers as well. The boys began to argue about who planted more potatoes and tomatoes, and Munch listened to the boys' conversation with a smile. The monk opened the door to the warehouse where bags of fertilizer and gardening supplies were stored. The boys entered the warehouse, discussing how many tomatoes they would pick today and what they would cook for dinner. Monk said that everyone should take a hoe and go to the garden, and none of them saw that someone was standing outside the window, watching with wide-open red eyes. At this time, the military detachment was preparing to depart and reported that there were 10 minutes left before departure. One of the military commanded the group commander to check the number of passengers and equipment and ask for a report on the situation. The two commanders reported that everything was normal and they were ready. The soldier addressed Team 11, but Jean didn't hear him, staring at her phone. One of the soldiers called her, and she looked at him questioningly, not understanding what was going on. Then it dawned on her, and the girl reported that the 11th team was fine. The military man was satisfied with this answer and said that they would then begin the operation. Military vehicles and tanks moved forward to the desired point. Already in the car, Jean continued to look at her phone and sighed heavily. One soldier said that the nearby dungeons exploded one after another and it was hell, and then asked why they didn't send a detection team to the front lines, to which Jean replied that they needed to write wills and send them to their families while the signal was still there. The guys were annoyed by this answer and asked why she did this to them. Steve's guild house no longer resembled a haunted house, and Granny, Bill, and Packy, who stole the laundry, were running around. Steve was sleeping on a pile of grass that looked more like a nest and did not hear Jean calling him. Donnie, in the next room, thought that Steve was sleeping too long. It was not like him. He looked at his laptop and thought that since everyone knew that Steve was not from a new planet, the sponsorship would stop. But when he opened the account, he shouted in surprise, "That's how much money!" At that moment, Chad walked into the room, startling Donnie greatly. The kid asked him to knock next time, and Chad asked if he had been watching adult films. Donnie thought about it and asked how he could say that, especially in broad daylight. Chad asked if Munch had called him, and the kid said he hadn't. He looked at the phone with concern and said that he couldn't get through, assuming that something had happened to him. But Donnie was calm and said that Munch was probably having a good time with the kids right now. Then he saw the bag in Chad's hands and asked what it was. Chad replied that Grandma said she was weak and he bought her some medicine. And Donnie laughed and asked, "Is that like Steve's fiancé?" The boy asked if he thought our hero was sleeping too long, and Chad replied that he was just about to wake him up. And Steve had already woken up and was sitting on the floor, thinking about what had happened in the dungeon. He thought he would be able to see his friends if the portal opened, but his world turned out to be just a grain of sand. He recalled that he didn't meet any friends there, but he did see some infected monsters. Our hero remembered with longing the family of red wolves and how joyfully they hunted together. He also remembered the huge black tiger Kuro, with whom he had fought many times for territory. And I also remembered Jack, the giant gorilla, and it was in the midst of their battle that Steve returned to Earth. With a smile, Steve wondered where they were, where they had gone, whether they had really moved to other places, having been frightened by the big snake. Our hero stopped at the thought that no matter what, if they were destined, they would definitely meet again. At that moment, Chad entered the room and seeing that Steve was awake, he invited him to lunch. The guy agreed and added that while he was sleeping, he didn't even suspect how hungry he was. His phone rang again and the screen showed Lundy, but Steve didn't hear the call and left the room. The boys were sitting at the set table when Steve asked where Blondie had gone, since she loved lobsters. The guys were surprised to hear this, and suddenly, something occurred to Donnie, causing him to stare at Steve in surprise. Our hero looked at Donnie with confusion and asked what he said. The boy squinted and asked if Steve really didn't know the girl's name. Our hero was puzzled by this question and asked in response, "Isn't her name Blondie?" Donnie couldn't believe Steve was serious and said that her name was actually Jean. The guy was clearly hearing the name for the first time, and Donnie asked in surprise if they hadn't met before. Steve asked again what exactly the boy was talking about. They met to have children. Donnie looked at Steve in shock, deciding that all he had in his head was thoughts of hunting and procreation. Chad changed the subject and said that she had gone to the region on a mission. He said that Jean couldn't get through to Steve and called him, and said that they needed to get someone into the guild. Our hero was not happy to hear this proposal and asked if it was necessary. Chad replied that it was a must. They needed someone to operate the measuring equipment, because they didn't know where or how the portal would explode. Steve turned to Donnie and asked if he had anyone in mind. The boy said that maybe one of his friends, with whom he did boxing or with whom he subscribed on YouTube, would respond. Donnie asked if there was anyone like Steve, but then remembered that he had just returned. While biting into the lobster's shell, our hero asked if there was any news from Monk. Chad was surprised that he wasn't answering him either and added that the monks had taken the children from the orphanage and should now be in the city. Donnie also dialed Munch's number and said he still wasn't answering, adding that it wasn't like him. Military equipment rushed through the ruined city to its destination. The guys in the car heard an announcement that they were entering the red zone of Necroville and were asked to turn off their communication devices. Jean held the phone in her hands as the guys around her started discussing the red zone that wasn't on the map. The girl pressed the power button without getting through to Steve, and the screen went black. Just then, Steve picked up his phone and saw missed calls from Blondie. He immediately called her back, but the voice replied that the subscriber was out of range. Cars raced through the forest, and zombie-like monsters roamed among the trees, and only one of the monsters watched the military closely, staring at them with red eyes. Our hero stood in the room and listened to the beeps on the telephone, but he had no idea that on the other end of the line the phone was lying in a pool of blood. Steve said he wasn't answering and put his phone away, starting to worry. Melissa and Cedric pulled up to Steve's guild house, and she called Chad and asked if they could see Steve. The white-haired man smiled, looking away, and said that this is a dog man. Not far from them, under a tree, sat Steve, his head thrown back. They sat down at the table to talk, and our hero asked in surprise what the research was about. He asked, "This is not the planet they have been looking for so long, so why are they so obsessed with exploration?" Melissa replied that they wanted to know the secret of Steve's strength, and the answer was there. The guy replied that if you train for 1,000 years, everything will work out, and asked why they didn't believe it. Cedric asked not to behave like that in the company of his fellow countrymen, and added that it was not just like that, but to stop the national crisis. The man said that the number of 6th-level dungeons is increasing, and the time it takes to complete them is decreasing. The number of infected people has increased sharply, and there is a shortage of food. He added that it was vital to train high-level people like Steve. Steve noticed the words about infected and asked what kind of infection it was. It turns out that after the cataclysm, an unknown virus began to spread, infecting people living underground. These infected do not die, but attack and infect people and animals. These infected are called Necrovilles, and they look like zombies with red eyes. The girl showed the map, saying that the red dots were their zones. If they increased, it would be more difficult to block the breakthrough into the dungeon. Melissa added that it is believed that the virus came from portals, but the rate of infection is so high that it is difficult to react in time. Steve listened and said that it would be 2 gifts in exchange for permission to explore the dungeon and unlimited hunting. The girl said that first they would raise Steve's guild level to level 5. Our hero asked if this meant they would be able to go into the 5th level dungeons, and the girl confirmed this. Melissa narrowed her eyes slyly and asked, "Isn't it attractive?" Steve didn't answer and asked what the second gift was. The girl said that the second gift is territory. Steve was surprised by such a gift. She showed a map, adding that this place was north of their territory, and asked if they could. Steve looked at the map and said that since it was a field, it was abandoned, and asked if they were talking about protecting the city from the west. Melissa showed a map and said that, apart from a few towns, the rest of the land was abandoned and turned into fields. Those who remained in the fields after the cataclysm moved in search of a safe place, and the cities did not have enough space to accommodate them. Steve smiled cheerfully and asked if they really wanted to place them in the office. Melissa replied that if people came, they would be able to restore the city, clear the dungeons, and be able to cultivate the fields, and if the guild was recognized for attack management, they would make a serious profit. She said that for now, they could use the modular versions to prepare, and if a portal with more time opened, the guild would hit the jackpot. Steve liked these prospects and replied that the conditions were not bad. Afterwards, he asked a question about what is currently happening with the neighboring country. Cedric said that most of the victims of the cataclysm are there, a coup d'etat took place, the system collapsed, the survivors live in groups. The situation is out of control. Isn't it just a matter of time before they run south? All 3 were solemnly silent with sly smiles on their faces, and Steve wondered if he was lying now or if they were. After thinking for a bit, the guy replied that everything was fine and offered to sign a contract. Melissa was clearly pleased with this answer and said that it was the right choice. Steve asked if the requirement to stay in the country for 100 days had been lifted, and the girl replied that it was true. When signing the contract, Steve said that he also wanted to ask for two things. Our hero said that he wanted to meet the scientist who made the spatial energy meter. And the second favor is to find out Munch's location. Melissa was surprised by such a request, and Steve explained that the monk had disappeared and was not answering calls. The girl replied that she understood everything and added that these tasks were easy. Cedric, who had been silent until then, stood up and said with a satisfied smile that he would then begin the quest. In the tall building of the Sela Guild, there were several people sitting near the guild recruitment office. One of the people sitting waiting was Jim. He thought that this guild was one of the largest. Recruitment was only twice a year, and some mercenaries did not even make it to the selection. Scylla's guild is a mercenary place, difficult to get through, but if you are accepted, you will receive tremendous support. Jim jumped at the opportunity because his guild had disbanded. He received a message that he had passed the test and thought that wandering around small clans and all his efforts were not in vain. But Jin was very nervous as he sat waiting and thought that this was not the end. He reflected that out of 50 candidates who made it through the final selection, only 10 were chosen. He decided that he couldn't lose confidence. Perhaps this was his only chance. His thoughts were interrupted by an incoming message, and he stared at the phone screen in surprise. One of the people on the committee told the candidates that it was a great job and they could go. The elderly man said that this time the selection was extremely poor, and only criminals had come. Another added that any kid could do better than them. And Morris said that this swordsman was not bad, looking at the questionnaire. This was Jim's questionnaire, and all the men on the committee confirmed that he was indeed not bad. The old man was surprised that in 3 years, Jin had only reached level E. Morris said he could be promoted and added that he would personally train him. The man ordered that the next ones be called, and the guy at the entrance went to invite them. He walked out into the corridor and invited candidates number 46 through 50. But there were not 5, but only 4 candidates sitting opposite the commission members. The man asked why there were 4 of them, and Morris asked where Jim was. One of the candidates replied that he had suddenly run out. In fact, Jim received a message that said, "If you want to join my guild, then come to the specified address in the city of Steveland." Jim immediately ran out of the building because there was no need to even think, because this was a message from the savior and the hottest guy in the country. The military vehicles continued to drive in the red zone, past the Necroville infected. The driver looked at the screens and turned around, telling the boss to look at them. The guy laughed, because they said that Pro had experience, but they themselves ran in different directions from fear. The boy said that nothing was clear yet, and suggested that the sergeant put them down, just as he had once put down 2,000. The sergeant replied that they should stick to the standard course, because if they went another way, they would not be able to get to the right place on time. Suddenly, the boy behind the wheel went quiet and called the sergeant. On the road ahead, someone or something blocked the path of the military vehicles. The sergeant immediately tensed up and, cursing, asked what it was. As they got closer, they saw several infected people devouring a huge bear. Seeing the light from the headlights, one of the infected turned around and looked angrily at the car with red eyes. The sergeant said they would turn them into dust with a protean missile, but the driver replied that they would raise everyone's ears. But the sergeant said that they had little time, and a little further on there was already a combat zone. The driver did not argue and pressed a button on the dashboard, causing the rocket launcher on the roof of the car to move. The sergeant gave the order to shoot, and 4 missiles flew into the crowd of infected. The monsters turned their heads towards the cars, and at that moment the missiles flew in, tearing them to pieces, and the tanks rushed forward, crushing the monsters and tearing them to pieces. The surviving monsters saw this attack and began to growl, attracting other zombies. The tanks readied their firearms, preparing to fight off the remaining monsters. And the crowd of monsters was already rushing towards the tanks. They were growling and groaning, trying to catch up with the vehicles. The sergeant in the car shouted that they were advancing and gave the order to open fire. The guns burst into a volley of shots following the sergeant's order. The bullets tore the infected to pieces, clearing the way. Meanwhile, the white van was racing along country roads, and behind the van a crowd of people infected with Necroville rushed. Suddenly, the driver saw on the dashboard that an icon had lit up, indicating that the fuel was running low. The driver said he was running low on gas, and Munch shouted at him to move towards the camp. The van sped forward, passing a sign indicating which way they should go. The monsters continued to chase them, and the monk shouted that if they went a little further, they would reach the mountain camp. The driver apologized because it was he who insisted on coming here, but he didn't think that the monsters had already gotten here. Munch approached the senior monk, saying that he too wanted to prepare food for the children from fresh vegetables. The elder monk felt awkward listening to this, but he was grateful for Monk's support. The guy said that they still had a lot of field work to do, so they needed to get rid of the tail so they could eat with the children in peace. The senior monk agreed with the boy, adding that they were probably hungry there, and the infected continued to pursue them, making hoarse, unintelligible sounds. They drove up to the camp. Monk shouted that the door was open and told them to break quickly. He turned back and pulled back the curtain, peering into the depths of the van. He asked the boys if they could run fast because when they stopped, they would have to run with all their might. The children were frightened, and the women sitting nearby only sighed heavily. But Munch was determined, thinking that this time he would save everyone. The monsters approached the van. Despite the awkwardness, they ran very quickly. And then the van stopped. The passengers ran out of it and rushed forward, and the monsters were already on their heels. Munch was carrying 2 children when he shouted something from behind him, and the boy turned around. One of the monsters almost caught up with them. He was stretching his hands forward and wheezing heavily. Monk let the boys go and shouted at them to run forward without looking back. The next second, he began to turn towards the monster, grabbing his bat. He swung the bat at the monster's head and his jaw came off with a crunch. With incredible speed, Monk rushed towards the crowd of zombies, scattering them. Having scattered the first wave, the monk stopped, looking at the approaching crowd of infected. He thought there were too many of them here, and there were still 6 minutes before the dragon's dash. But suddenly, something caught his attention. Fireflies began to appear around Munch, and the crowd of zombies surrounding them. The next moment, tornado columns appeared, lifting the monsters into the air. Everyone watched in shock as the crowd of monsters swirled through the air. Munch stood frozen, watching the scene, surrounded by fireflies with a figure visible behind him. Steve stood on the roof of the building watching the attack and said it was very useful. Munch and the other fugitives turned towards the voice, looking at the boy from a distance. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and stood on the roof, against the backdrop of the azure sky. Seeing him, Munch exclaimed that he was a benefactor, and Steve asked him to move away so that the monk would not be sucked in. Steve activated the tornado skill, and all the monsters began to spin in the whirlwind even faster, and the fireflies began to shine brighter. It looked like a canvas embroidered with precious stones, and when Steve saw it, his eyes sparkling, he said he liked it. Meanwhile, the military vehicles continued to shoot back at the monsters. The sergeant, clearly nervous, shouted into the radio that he was sending a request to connect to the military network. He shouted into the radio that they were being pursued by necrovilles, and they were requesting reinforcements at the location. At that moment, a hail of stones fell on them and dozens of monsters surrounded the tank. The infected tried to get into the cockpit, and the sergeant shouted at them to hold on tight. The stones continued to fly, and the monsters became more and more numerous. They climbed onto the tank, fell, but immediately tried to climb back up. Suddenly, the tank ran over a cobblestone, and the vehicle began to fall over onto its side. Those driving behind saw that the first car had overturned and gave the order to quickly turn around. An unsuspecting Jean was sitting in her car when she noticed her sword began to glow. They reported on the radio that the first car had overturned. The car stopped, and the soldiers asked in surprise what had happened. One of the soldiers nervously told the captain that they seemed to be in deep shit. The necrovilli began to climb onto the next car, covering it like flies. Jean pressed a button on the screen that opened the window shutter. The girl's eyes widened in fear when she met the gaze of red eyes in the window. The infected people surrounded the military vehicle, piling on it in a crowd. Jean gave the order for them to quickly unlock the door, and the soldier complained that it was no accident that he had nightmares yesterday. The driver turned away from the zombie-covered front window and said he was unlocking the back door. The door began to open slowly and everyone heard the wheezing of the infected, and Jean commanded to step back. The decomposed hands of the infected began to grab at the opening door. The soldiers looked at this in horror and wondered how they would break through it. Jean ordered them to go straight to Car 7 and kill anything that stood in their way. A yellow ball lit up in the girl's hands and she shouted for everyone to disperse. A column of yellow fire flew out of the car, sweeping away all the infected in its path. The soldiers were shocked by Jean's skills and said that the way behind was now clear. Jean ordered everyone to hurry to the exit because the zombies were approaching again. The girl told the driver that he was getting out too, and they were leaving the car here. One of the infected jumped from the roof of the car, trying to attack Jean. But the girl instantly pulled out her sword and with one swing, cut down the approaching monster. The monsters began to surround Jin from all sides and she cursed irritably. She slashed her sword in a circle, scattering the infected in different directions and shouted at them to move away. And the sergeant from the first car tried to shoot back at the attacking monsters. He gave the order to the shooting soldiers to surround the car. One of the soldiers said he would check for survivors from the second vehicle. The soldier looked into the car and said that the driver and the front seat passenger were dead, and there was no end to the infected. and they were getting closer and closer. The soldiers tried to open the door, but it did not open, and one of them ordered that a burner be brought to him. He shouted that they were from Group 7. They were opening the door and asked to move away. The rest of the soldiers covered him so that the zombies could not get close to the survivors. But there weren't enough soldiers, and the infected still managed to break through and attack them. The surviving soldiers shouted in fear to the captain that they were being crushed and that they could not stand it for much longer. But the captain told them not to panic because they had to hold out a little longer. One of the soldiers with the clairvoyant skill saw the infected approaching, saying that there were 30 meters left. The zombies grew in number and surrounded the soldiers who were shooting back. The sergeant pulled out a dagger and told the soldiers to prepare to fight them off at close range. Suddenly, flashes of blue lightning began to appear behind the crowd of monsters. These lightning bolts tore the monsters apart, throwing the remains of their bodies in different directions. The lightning became more and more numerous, and soon the entire crowd of infected was engulfed in it. The soldiers, shocked, asked what it was. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted for them to look up at the sky. There were several people in the sky jumping from quadcopters, and on them was written 707A. The captain smiled and said that these bastards came just in time. One of the Special Forces soldiers landed on the car, surprising the soldiers standing below, and Jean fought the infected, cutting them into pieces, unaware of the reinforcements. She turned to strike again, but her sword was intercepted by a soldier who came up from behind. Jean looked at the guy and thought it was Valentine. The soldier who had jumped onto the car earlier said that he would finish the rest himself and prepared the installation behind his back. Valentine placed his hand on the girl's head and pulled her towards him, saying out loud, "Shield," and the soldier standing on the car began to fire, releasing many huge red charges from his weapon. The balls flew forward towards the crowd of approaching infected, but did not incinerate or explode, as if flying forward. Then the soldier shouted. Fire and balls began to explode, ripping the infected to shreds. Monsters, rocks, and trees all flew apart, and in the center of the explosion sat Jean and Valentine. Soon, the place where the monsters were, everything began to burn and explode, and a drone and several helicopters were flying over the site, trying to contact the soldiers remaining below. They asked for a personal count after the wounded and dead were counted. Suddenly, one of the helicopter pilots said that an unknown object was approaching them at great speed. Meanwhile, the infected fell down, having been lifted up by the whirlwind. Steve smiled at Munch, who looked at him seriously, and the air around them seemed to glow with a firefly. The bodies of the infected fell around Munch like a hail of zombies, and the orphans watched what was happening with a mixed feeling of delight and fear. Seeing that there were no more monsters left, the children rushed towards Monk, shouting loudly that all the monsters were dead. Steve smiled and told Munch that it was fun, but now it was time for them to go home. The monk turned to Steve, calling him a benefactor, and asked how he found them. Then the other monks and children saw Steve and asked who he was. Munch, with a satisfied smile, began to say that he asked to welcome this, but did not finish. One of the surviving infected latched onto the leg, gnawing at the flesh. Munch looked down in horror as the zombie bit into his leg. Meanwhile, a new portal opened in a neighboring country, and the road collapsed along with the cars. A huge monster emerged from the portal, causing panic among the inhabitants. The fleeing woman fell and the stroller with the sleeping child rolled away. The carriage was stopped by Hiro, who arrived at the opening of the portal in time. All the residents joyfully shouted the guy's name, glad that he came to their aid, and the monster began to be surrounded by men in black suits with swords in their hands. The monster raised its head up and released several fireballs. One of the men activated the stealth skill, and his swords were enveloped in black flames. At that moment, a fireball flew towards the guy and exploded right next to him, and the monster continued to release fireballs that exploded, destroying everything around. But in place of one man in black, several more appeared, and someone shouted that they were clones. And while they were distracting the monster, Hiro got closer and cut it in half. The boy swung his swords easily, as if he knew where to aim next. Hiro delivered a series of cutting blows, and the monster, cut into several pieces, began to fall to the ground. As a result, the monster collapsed to the ground and its body fell apart into several pieces. People who saw the victory rejoiced and loudly shouted the name of their hero, Hiro. People were shouting that it was Hiro's team and they had saved them again. Military vehicles were racing towards the portal, and the news reported that a huge monster had emerged from the portal, wreaking havoc. But that large casualties were avoided thanks to Hiro's team. Anna praised Hiro and said that it was a great job, and he asked what she was looking at. The girl said that this video was about Steve, and asked if Hiro, the druid she was talking about, remembered him. The guy asked with a smile what was wrong with him this time, that he was stuck somewhere again. The girl replied that he had just returned from the dungeon. Hiro watched the story indulgently and thought that he had been there too and saw no point in making a show out of it. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention and he asked to scroll down. The girl stopped at a general photo of the guys called Deep Analysis of Steve's Guild. Hiro looked at the photo in disbelief because he recognized the boy in it. The girl asked if Hiro recognized anyone in this photo, and Hiro sat in shock because this boy was the eighth evil. The guy thought it was definitely him. The boy must have recently lost his father and was in an orphanage. Hiro thought that was why he wanted to kill him last. The boy thought that this boy was a terrible villain, the eighth evil. Why was he here? In the photo was a new guy, Jim, who was introduced as a new member of the guild, and Hiro remembered him as a hellish swordsman. He also knew Monk and called him the Immortal Destroyer Monk. Hiro couldn't understand how and why all these people gathered in one guild. The girl showed Hiro the video, adding that she had collected all the videos for him so that he could see what she was talking about. Anna added that in her opinion, no one is in control. In one video, Steve easily killed a crowd of monsters attacking him. The next video showed footage of our hero fighting with the Lizard King when he slammed the monster into a mountain. Hiro was shocked to see these videos and the girl said that isn't he too strong for a guy from an F-level dungeon? The guy confirmed that this was definitely not the level of a person from such a dungeon, and Anna said that it was quite possible that he was as special as Hiro. The guy wondered what if he was awakened, but he was simply not entered into the database. Hiro couldn't believe it, but it all fit. Steve was the same regressor as he was. He thought that maybe Steve went back in time to gather all the villains into a guild. But why? Hiro suddenly thought that Steve, like him, wanted to change the future. The guy was horrified to think that then his perfect plan, which he had created to move into the past, could be destroyed. Here, Anna noticed that Hiro was nervous and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy sighed heavily and thought that he wanted to go there after the apocalypse. He was clearly worried and turned to the girl, who asked in surprise what was going on. In response to the question, Hiro replied that he needed to go to his home country. The guy was very serious and said he needed to talk to Steve. But to this statement, Anna replied that it was impossible now, and Hiro asked in surprise why. The tree near Steve's guild grew larger and larger, and deer and even elephants began to appear in the forest. Near the guild, refugees set up camp, and with them were orphans who were sheltered by a monk. They were all surprised that there were even elephants here, and that a lot of different fruits and vegetables were growing. The children saw the growing apples and asked if they could really eat them. Munch gave orders that they also needed a pond, and the children shouted joyfully, enjoying the beauty around them. The children ran and shouted out what they saw along the way. Some saw grapes, while others shouted that they would eat all the bananas. And near the portal, the Bureau of the Reincarnated set up its camp of modules. One guy reported that 37 squads of 20 people had been in the dungeon for 28 hours, and Steve's guild had cleared everything out in 2.5 hours. The second guy said that Steve's guild's 8th run lasted only 11 minutes. Melissa was annoyed, figuring that if they spent 10 hours a day going through the dungeon, they would clear it in 4 days. She was furious because she knew that they had a reason for agreeing so quickly, and that there should have been a limit on the number of raids. Meanwhile, Jim was showing off his new weapon, the Hellblade, and the guys said it suited him perfectly. Steve said it was a welcome gift and asked if he liked it. Jim was delighted and said that he really liked it because his old sword was dull and Steve just gave him this one. Donnie added that it was a blade whose full power was only available at rank B. Until you reached that, the sword would not reveal its full power. The guy said with a smile that he would then try to achieve it sooner and sincerely thanked the guy. Munch turned to Steve and said that he would also like to ask for something. The monk said that his staff doesn't do enough damage and he would like a weapon that would critically hit more often. Jim quietly asked Donnie if he was really a monk, and Donnie replied that he really thought the guy was a nun, while Chad was taking his medication. Munch said that he would really like to buy himself a winged spear, but with his level he can't. Steve asked if he was talking about the spear that costs 120 million and is automatically upgraded to A rank. A spear appeared in our hero's hand, shining and shimmering. The boys enthusiastically confirmed that this was indeed a winged spear. Steve handed it to Munch and the boy immediately swung the spear, checking the balance. Munch said loudly that he was grateful for it and would repay it with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. Jin quietly asked Donnie again what kind of curses he was talking about, and the guy replied that Munch specialized in special debuffs. Steve asked Donnie if he needed anything, but Donnie replied that he had already bought him the thing, showing the rifle in his hands, and added that he didn't need anything else. The guy started asking Steve why there was an elephant walking around his house, but our hero had no idea about it. And Jin thought that he needed to get used to the fact that the F-rank team was walking so freely in the 4th level dungeon. Steve turned to his brother and asked him about the medication. Jim asked again why, and Donnie replied that otherwise he would have to force him to take it. 2 blades appeared in Chad's hands, shrouded in a blue glow. The crazy smile on his face became more meaningful and the guy said, "Let's begin." Meanwhile, Hiro was waiting for an answer to his question. Why they couldn't get to his home country. Anna replied that all air travel is currently closed. But Irov was the first to hear about this and asked what it meant. The girl showed the news on the tablet, saying that she had appeared recently. The article contained information about a wyvern nest being broken and a passenger plane being shot down. Anna added that it's not just air travel that is affected, waterways are also closed, showing an article about a ship going missing at sea. Hiro stared at the article in surprise, mentally wondering why the wyverns had broken out already. At that moment, the minister called him, saying that the matter was urgent. The minister said that his group needed to leave urgently because a 7th level dungeon had recently opened. Hiro didn't believe what he heard, not understanding how the 7th level dungeon could open. Anna was also surprised, saying that according to his predictions, the dungeon was not supposed to open for another 5 months. Looking thoughtfully at the phone screen, Hiro decided that events had moved on. Looking at the notes on the start time of the events, he thought that the wyverns should have broken out in 3 months and it would take the military a month to deal with them. But if they don't manage to close the 7th level dungeon now, the world will start a crisis. Hiro thought that everything was mixed up, and if everything went at this rate, he wouldn't have time to prepare. He decided that the reason could only be Steve. He must have returned from the future, and if so, then all the people around him could become exceptional individuals. Hiro thought that there was only one time stone, and wondered if Steve also went back 20 years, or if he was from another time. Then he might know about him and his future. The guy decided that he could no longer ignore Steve and had to meet him as soon as possible. And if Steve's goals are different from Hiro's, then he will have to get rid of our hero, for the sake of humanity. Hiro turned to Anna and said that they would first head to the 7th level dungeon. The girl responded by saying that she would continue to collect data about Steve. And our hero was in the dungeon at that time and asked Munch to collect the monsters. The monk began to beat the bowl and quietly mutter a prayer. But Donnie ran up to him and shouted at him to press harder into the bowl and pray louder. Jim was confused by this fighting tactic, but he still reached for his sword. Donnie, looking through the scope of his rifle, shouted to the boys that the enemy was approaching. The whole squad was looking intently into the depths of the forest when the guy shouted that it was 40 meters. Chad pulled out his blades, chuckling quietly, and Jim drew his sword when Donnie said the enemies were 30 meters away. Finally, a crowd of lizardmen appeared, running towards our guys, waving spears. Donnie shouted that there were 125 lizardmen ahead. Steve called upon the spirits and they flew forward towards the monsters from his hands. Steve released the spirits with one hand and activated the tornado skill with the other, causing the lizardmen to be lifted into the water and spun in the air. Donnie shouted that one had managed to get out, but then he shot him down with one precise shot. The boy fired back cheerfully, saying that he had already earned 13 points. But the monsters kept growing, and Donnie shouted that there were already too many of them. At this point, Monk activated his Dragon Break skill, and a huge blue dragon lifted the crowd of monsters into the sky. But the monsters began to fall, and Chad entered the battle, rushing towards the fallen monsters. Donnie turned to Jim and asked why he was standing there like a pillar, and went hunting. And Jim really froze, and only Donnie's words pulled him out of his stupor. The lizardmen grew in number, and they looked at the guys angrily, preparing to attack. Donnie shot back at them, screaming for them to die. And Chad cut the monsters with daggers, cutting off their hands. Suddenly, one of the monsters came very close to Donnie, aiming a spear at his head. But Jim came to his aid. He cut the spear and chopped off the monster's head. Donnie smiled and thanked the guy for saving him, but turned around to see that Jin was finishing off the monster in shock. But when the second monster ran up to them, Jim concentrated and easily cut off its head. Donnie thought in surprise that the Hellblade was really good at destroying monsters. The boy thought he was on a whole different level when he looked at Jim. Jin remembered the past when he decided to apply to a big guild and went to an interview at the Scylla Guild. He thought that no other guild would send an E-rank swordsman to a 4th-tier dungeon. And with a satisfied smile, he realized that in Steve's guild, everything was different. Suddenly, a huge lizard man appeared next to Jim and roared right in his face. Looking at the mask on the monster's head, Jim immediately realized that he was the king of the lizardmen. At that moment, Chad arrived and struck the monster from behind, cutting off its arm. And Jim seemed to gather all his strength into the tip of the blade and swung it with a cry. He delivered a series of blows to the monster and its body immediately flew into pieces, surprising the guy. Everyone was surprised by this attack and silently watched as blood flowed out of the Lizard King's decapitated body. But Jim was the most surprised of all. He couldn't believe that he had decapitated the Lizard King with one blow. But Donnie suddenly asked plaintively why it was necessary to kill him just like that. The boy sadly said that now he would have to throw all the blood crystals here again. It took Gene a moment to understand why Donnie was complaining, but then it finally dawned on him. He smiled guiltily and asked for forgiveness, adding that he had gotten carried away. A portal opened next to the guys and a voice announced that there were 5 minutes until the portal closed. Steve commanded to leave here, and the guys obediently went to the portal. Donnie continued to look back at the bodies, adding that there were about 400 million stones here. Chad told him to forget it, because they could come back here again later. Donnie said he wanted to eat some of those fish pies and suggested Chad go and have some. Because of these conversations, no one noticed that the monk suddenly slowed down and began to sweat because his bitten leg began to hurt. Meanwhile, another group was conducting a cleanup in the dungeon. The soldiers sitting at headquarters asked Group 2 to report the situation, and they answered that they had explored Sector 3 by 30% and added that if Steve had found something important here, he would have marked it. The soldier also reported that they had checked all the cave drawings and were moving to the next sector. Suddenly, a soldier from headquarters reported that he saw the movement of 6 targets 70 meters away from them at 4 o'clock. Cedric heard this information and said it was accepted. He sent 2 soldiers, telling them to eliminate the targets quietly and take the blood crystals immediately. Cedric contacted the base and asked them for the location of the Lizard King. The soldier said that the reconnaissance team reported that he was moving in Sector 12. The soldier replied that he understood everything and sighed heavily, putting down his coffee mug. He wondered when they would find anything valuable if they were moving through the dungeon so slowly. Suddenly, the soldier heard strange sounds and turned around to see what was happening. Another soldier reported that 8 lizard men were moving towards the base, 70 meters away. The guy was clearly prepared for the monsters to try to attack them and asked if they saw him. He looked to the side where a red dot was burning in the bushes. The guy held the remote control in his hands and said that if the monsters came closer, he would turn them into mincemeat. Suddenly, something sticky dripped from above onto the guy's face, and he looked up in surprise. And on the roof sat the king of the lizards, baring his teeth, looking down at the soldiers. Meanwhile, Cedric's squad was smashing the lizard men and taking blood crystals out of them. Suddenly, Cedric heard something and turned sharply towards the headquarters, asking what happened. The squad heard a radio transmission that the headquarters was under attack and that they needed to immediately begin a defense. And at that very moment, an explosion occurred there. Cedric cursed and ran towards the explosion, the rest of the soldiers running after him. More lizard men ran towards him and the man swung his axe, preparing to strike. Cedric cut through the monsters with ease as he rushed to help the headquarters. He loudly commanded everyone to run quickly to the base. They had to make it in time. Helicopters and drones from Group 707A circled over the landing site. A new group of infected approached the soldiers. One soldier said that the Necrovilli were retreating. The second shouted that a helicopter needed to take the victims away from here. The soldiers tried to prevent the infected from escaping and shot everyone in sight. Valentine told Jean that they received an SOS signal while they were flying on a mission and apparently arrived just in time. Jean revealed that they were planning to join forces with the SDS group. The guy said that the entire SDS is on the move, as they have to work in 5-second level dungeons at the same time. Suddenly, everyone looked up when they saw a fireball flying towards the helicopter. The helicopter exploded and shattered into pieces, shocking all the soldiers. Suddenly, a monster of enormous size appeared from behind the trees, throwing fireballs in all directions. The soldier in front of the dark screen told Melissa that the report ended there. He said that this was the last recording made by one of the soldiers with the data transmission skill. Melissa clarified that it turns out they didn't learn anything new. He replied that a report on the situation would be received once they had cleared everything out. Melissa asked the soldier to answer why these groups changed their route and ended up there. The soldier started to say that if the instructors decide that it was a mistake, but the girl interrupted him and shouted why they went to the red zone of the Necrovillis, who gave the order. She angrily shouted that if this freak returned from there alive, she would kill him herself. Melissa tried to call but heard the answering machine saying that the subscriber's device was turned off. She sighed heavily and asked out loud what was wrong with Jean. Why did this happen to her all the time? And the phone she tried to call lay broken in a pool of blood. The base in the dungeon was destroyed. All the equipment was overturned and splattered with blood. A soldier with one arm missing flew out of the field headquarters building, barely holding back a scream. And the Lizard King rushed towards the soldier, trying to grab him. The monster easily caught up with the wounded soldier and pinned his head to the ground with one paw. But the soldier seemed to have been expecting this and, grinning evilly, pressed the red button on the remote control. The Lizard King sensed something and turned around, and the boy told him to die quickly. Suddenly, the monster's entire body became covered in fire and began to disintegrate. Cedric and his squad rushed to the headquarters and were surprised to see the head of the Lizard King. One of the soldiers said that a portal had appeared 120 meters away, with 10 minutes left until it closed. Cedric was angry about the situation and said it was a disgrace. At this time, at the headquarters of the capital's defense, Melissa was driving when she received a call and answered it on her headset. The soldier reported that the first group had returned, however. 2 of them were dead and 2 more were seriously injured. The girl was surprised by the number of victims and asked what could have happened to them in the 4th-level dungeon. The sergeant replied that this happened because they had to split into 2 groups for cleanup and reconnaissance, and added that they were going to go down there again in 2 hours. Melissa asked to tell them to wait so she could find reinforcements and asked what the other groups were doing, but they were all on a raid. The girl asked if they had found any other valuables. The soldier replied that they were busy defending the base and there were no more important reports. He added that they confirmed the time differences. Group 1 spent 48 hours there, but only 24 passed on the ground. Melissa thought that when she went into the dungeon, time went twice as fast. Steve disappeared for 10 years, which means he spent 20 years in the dungeon. Melissa remembered Steve's words about how it took 1,000 years of training to become strong. The girl thought that they had already confirmed the truth of Steve's words. Then his training should have taken 500 years in reality. Melissa wondered how Steve could have spent 1,000 years there. She said out loud that Steve's guild was too far ahead of them. Even if they increased the number of mercenaries, they would need to quickly catch up to the guy. The guy said that Steve's group finished clearing the dungeon 50 times in 7 hours. They reported that they were leaving the dungeon on this island. They head to the Awoken Bureau to update their warriors' files, and Melissa was shocked to see them leave. Meanwhile, Chad was driving, his level rising to E0. The guys were sleeping in the back seat. Their levels also increased. Donnie E had 1, Munch D had 0, and Jim D had 2. Steve turned to Jim and asked if he was tired. The guy, embarrassed, replied that it all just seemed like a dream. Steve was surprised by this answer and asked what exactly. Gene said sheepishly that he had been sitting around for 14 years. He had never entered the 4th and 3rd level dungeons before, but today he entered the 4th level dungeon 50 times. And even the lizard men that he killed in droves were as strong as the bosses of the 1st and 2nd level dungeons. In 3 years of picking, Jim barely reached rank E, and in Steve's guild he rose to level D in a day. And if he had gone to Scylla's guild, he would not have had time to complete the training. "Isn't this a dream?" Jim asked, blushing. Steve seriously offered to pinch the guy, but Jim tactfully declined. The car arrived at the Awakened Bureau and Chad yelled at the guys to wake up. Steve told the sleepy boys to finish up here quickly and they would go eat lobsters. In the energy measurement room, as before, lightning was shining and someone's eyes were visible in them. Steve kept hearing voices in the machine and thought that the louder it got, the more clearly he heard them. The guy remembered Melissa's words that this device would be built by an English scientist and she would tell Steve when it would be possible to arrange a meeting. Our hero was full of desire to fly to England to meet him. Donnie saw Steve's research result and said that his number was much higher than C rank. So why was he assigned only that? But anyway, he congratulated the guy. Our hero thought in surprise that they had only just now found out his level, which meant that he was the only one who could see other people's levels. Steve approached an employee and asked who created their internal interface. Donnie said in surprise that it seemed to appear immediately after waking up, and the employee said that it was more of an internal myth. They call it the God Stone. After the Great Disaster, this object was found. It developed spatial engineering. Donnie said that he seemed to have heard of it, and Steve asked in surprise what the Godstone meant. The employee said that after the Great Disaster, a red stone with writings was formed somewhere in Europe. After its appearance, all European awakened ones already appeared with the interface. The people who survived the Great Disaster considered this stone to be a kind of divine message on which covenants were inscribed. After deciphering these covenants, pieces of the stone were placed in all parts of the world. Thanks to them, the awakened ones can function with the interface. A piece of this God Stone is located in the Bureau's computer processor, and thanks to the power of this stone, they are able to control the interface of the awakened. The guys were surprised by what they heard and said that they didn't even know about this. Steve asked the scientist what had been deciphered. He replied that it revealed the basics of the dungeon world, leveling up, using spatial energy, and the like. Our hero thoughtfully asked if all this was God's plan. After leaving the office, the guys actively discussed what they had heard. Steve asked how one could meet God, and Donnie replied that probably after death. Our hero wondered if it was possible to create an awakened one by writing it with atomic energy during a raid. But Donnie said that this was fiction and special conditions were needed for awakening. Steve changed the subject and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jim was still saying that it didn't seem like a dream, and our hero asked how many times he would repeat it. Chad said he was now at level 0, and the guys were surprised that his level had gone up. Steve asked his brother if he remembered about that orc dungeon, and Chad asked if he really wanted to go there again. Our hero said that after leveling up he has enough strength to tame even more wolves. It's time to expand the family again. Donnie asked what they should do, and Steve told them to go on raids with Jim so he could gain experience points faster and work on teamwork. Jim thanked the guy by calling him Captain, and the boy said that it was good to go on raids with Steve. Here, Donnie happily said that since they had increased the level, their government payments had also become larger, and Chad asked why he needed them if they had developed much more in the dungeon. The boy thought about it and said that it was true, they were rich now. Monk said he estimated they made about 5 billion. Donnie added that they had also taken a bunch of blood crystals. Chad turned to Jim and said that he forgot to tell him. The guild takes half of the income, and the remaining amount is divided among the participants of the raid. Jin was shocked that he was transferred 500 million and added that he didn't do anything. Donnie said that Steve was just a very kind person, but Jim couldn't accept those conditions. Suddenly, our hero said loudly that he was hungry and called everyone to eat lobsters. And at that very moment, Donnie grabbed his head and screamed that he had forgotten something. The guys turned to him in surprise and asked what happened. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes and he said that it looked like he would soon be killed. The boys were again surprised by Donnie's behavior and asked why he would be killed. After some time, the guys arrived in Steveland. There were more and more people there, and a portal was shining in the distance. The guys gathered around Donnie's laptop and Jim was shocked by how much money was there. And Chad was shocked when he read who the transfers were from. Donnie sobbed and said that the money was most likely sent to him by the Yakuza. Chad said what business did the Yakuza have with a returning hunter? And he replied that judging by the messages they were interested in Steve's skill in growing plants. Now a huge area of cultivated land has been destroyed. Most of the food comes from the planet Aruka, and Steve's skill can solve any country's crisis. Donnie said with a smile that if they were close to Steve, then no crisis would be scary for them. Our hero asked why he thought he would be killed. Donnie said they were giving him money because they wanted to talk to him, and if he didn't show up in 2 days, they would kill the boy. Steve said seriously that he had already said that he would not go to them. The boy said that they never lagged behind and that Donnie once wrote them something. He wrote a drunk message saying that Steve didn't have enough money to meet him. Jim clicked his tongue in shock, and Steve calmly asked what was needed from him. Donnie asked to record a video message for the sponsors. Otherwise, they would do something bad to the boy. Our hero immediately agreed to this request. The boy jumped up and bowed to Steve, thanking him and promising that he would send all the money for the benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, he added that it would also be worth changing the name of the channel to Steve's Guild. Our hero asked to finish this quickly and go eat lobsters. The boys also supported Steve's request, saying that they were very hungry. Donnie set up the camera and started recording. He said hello and introduced himself. He pulled Steve close and introduced him as the man they had been waiting for so long, and said that he personally wanted to tell the sponsors something. Donnie offered to listen to this and walked out of the frame, leaving Steve alone. Steve looked straight into the camera and said without further ado, "I'm not going anywhere." Afterwards, our hero turned away and said that that was all. Now it was time to eat lobsters. Donnie stood in shock, asking Steve if that was it. The guys also didn't understand what was wrong. Jim added that he said everything to the point, and Munch added that he was hungry and hurried the guys. At that moment, Donnie received a message and read that if Steve did not want to go, then they could come themselves and asked if Steve was okay with it. The boys turned around in surprise upon hearing such a proposal. Donnie said that they were ready to meet them here and that they wanted to have a serious talk with Steve. Our hero asked to tell them that he doesn't mind. As he left, Steve said that who would stop them if they decided to come here. Arriving at the cafe, Chad asked what country they were writing from, and Donnie replied that it seemed to be from the country where Hero went. And the guys didn't even notice that the man at the next table was watching them closely. Night was slowly falling on the city and cars were rushing along the busy road. In one of the cars, the guy was talking to the boss and said that he was already on his way. After ending the call, the guy grimaced angrily and said that this old man was getting on his nerves. He turned to the driver and said that he was very tired today, so they were going to the club. The man received another call and answered it with displeasure. A man from the cafe called. He told the director that he found Steve and the man asked in surprise where he was. He replied that after dinner with the guild, our hero was going to the dungeon. The director asked which one, and he replied that it looked like the dungeon where there had recently been an incident. The man suddenly smiled and told his subordinate to hold him there. After this conversation, a bell rang in the building of the DGB Guild. The man in the chair answered the director's call and asked how he could help. The director said that it seems that there is a member named Grace in the Vita group. In the last interview, she said that she likes Steve. The man in the chair said that everything was correct, he was right. The director said that they would soon be releasing a new song, and said that this time he was thinking of making a splash out of the scandal. The man frowned and asked if this was really about black PR. The director turned to the driver and said that he needed to turn around to pick up the client. The driver turned the car sharply and rushed in the right direction. The man in the car received another call and greeted the caller as the chairman. The chairman yelled at him, calling him a little freak, and asked why he wasn't here yet. The man replied that he was currently devoting all his energy to the State Security Department group and asked why he was swearing. The chairman shouted again and asked if he was plotting something against him again. He shouted for the man to drive quickly to him and added that if he stopped anywhere else, he would not live. The man told him not to worry because he was his son and the deputy of the State Security Department Corporation. He promised that this time he would definitely be able to do something for the benefit of the corporation. But the man didn't understand anything and shouted what he was talking about. With a satisfied grin, the man replied that he wanted to recruit Steve. The chairman shouted again, asking if he really thought it was that simple, adding that he had already sent a manager there. The man couldn't stand his father's shouting and, saying that he actually had his own things to do, hung up. Looking at the phone screen, the man was surprised how he could not trust his own son so much. The next man was called by Gase, who called him brother. The man smiled at the call and asked the girl how she was doing. She asked if it was true that he wanted to introduce her to Steve. The man replied that he was just on his way to pick her up and asked the girl to get out. After finishing the conversation, he remembered the conversation with his father and was angry at the manager. How dare this old fox interfere and hinder him? He thought that young people should talk to young people. Even Steve wouldn't be able to resist the idol of the Vita group. The man thought that if he succeeded, he would no longer have to grovel before his father. His power would be limitless. Meanwhile, in one of the dungeons it was dark. The tall buildings were overgrown with grass and noise was heard throughout the area. The noise came from a helicopter circling the area, with monsters watching it through the windows. Glowing balls flew out from the helicopter and flew forward. Each ball was a device that emitted infrared light. A picture appeared on the helicopter screen and the pilot said that there were goblins everywhere. They were looking for a needle in a haystack. The pilot wondered why they, highly trained soldiers with the best equipment, were sent to look for some guy. Suddenly, an image of a man appeared on the screen in the ultraviolet spectrum. The pilot shouted left and the glowing ball turned, illuminating everything around with a red light. The red light illuminated a man sitting in the corner, with a large scar on his face. The man was angry that he was found and, cursing, said that first they took advantage of him, and now this. The soldiers shouted from the helicopter for him to stay put. They would take him away. The pilot cursed and said that it looked like their guy was surrounded by goblins on all sides. At that very moment, a goblin's face appeared in front of the scarred guy. One pilot shouted to the other that they needed to speed up to save him. And the guy with the scar fired back with a pistol, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. After killing the goblins closest to him, he dashed to the side, trying to escape. But the goblins did not want to let go of their prey and ran after the guy, catching up with him. And outside the window, the helicopter flew closer to the place where the fugitive was located. The boy ran forward with all his might, but the goblin caught up with him, swinging his axe. The guy turned around and fired a few more shots, throwing off the pursuit. He ran up the stairs and continued shooting, preventing the goblins from getting up. But bad luck befell the guy. He tripped and fell to the floor, and with the fall, the gun fell out of his hand and flew to the side. The guy didn't even have time to get up when the goblin caught up with him and opened his toothy mouth to kill him. And at that very moment, the goblin's head exploded from the shot. Amid the sound of breaking glass, a squad of soldiers burst into the windows of the building where the chase took place. The captain said that it was a group of the State Security Department and ordered to surround him. The guy with the scar understood that he had nowhere to run and cursed angrily. And in a black car driving along the city streets, the phone rang and the screen showed Group X. The man answered the call and heard that it was the X team. They reported that the target had been captured. The man said it was a great job and asked to send it to storage. Meanwhile, the director was scolding the manager, asking what he had done. The man angrily said that he asked the manager to detain him until he arrived. The manager remembered Steve walking towards the portal to the sound of surprised voices that he was going there alone. The man called his name and the boy turned around. He handed over his business card and said that he was from the State Security Service. But Steve was no longer listening to him. because he entered the portal and his silhouette became blurry. The manager said guiltily that Steve had disappeared in the blink of an eye and gone into the portal without even listening to him. The director turned away and said he didn't want to listen to anything, and the manager apologized again. He asked how long it took him to clean up last time, and the manager replied that the two of them had done it in 4 days. The man grimaced and said that it would take him about 8 days alone. The director wondered if he really went there alone, calling Steve a madman, since it was a 5th-level dungeon. At this time, the car window opened and the girl asked when she could see Steve. The director closed his eyes, standing with his back to the girl, and asked what kind of splinter it was. And Steve was already clearing the dungeon and standing on a mountain of goblin corpses. Our hero studied the characteristics. He received all the druid points, but he needed more experience points when he felt movement in the mountain of corpses. He smiled widely, asking if there was anyone left there, and activated the search skill. In the Goblin Mountain, one monster was illuminated, which somehow miraculously turned out to be alive. Steve immediately rushed there, swinging his axe, and the goblin stared at him in surprise. The axe fell on the monster's head, tearing apart not only it, but also the neighboring bodies. Our hero took out the bloodstone and saw a message that he had received 23 experience points, just what he needed. The stone disappeared from his hand and immediately appeared on the guild's large account. Now there were enough points, and Interfest offered to open a hunting spot for 5,000 points. Steve heard a message that he had opened a hunting ground. The interface opened a map and asked to select a location for the hunt. Our hero zoomed in on the map and discovered a place called Steve's Land. He chose his land and the system said that the hunting place was successfully chosen. Then he opened information about the tamed ones. The capacity was 100, and he had tamed 24 individuals so far, one of them a hybrid. Steve was surprised to read about the hybrid and decided that it was about P.E.K.K.A. A new squad of orcs was approaching, and the interface offered to assign a summoning command. The orcs rushed forward, swinging their weapons, wanting to kill Steve, and our hero thoughtfully chose which summoning command to come up with, as if not noticing the huge orcs. Suddenly, he extended his hand towards the orc squad. It glowed blue, and the guy said, "Summon beasts." Rays and lightning began to appear from the guy's hand, illuminating everything around. But the orcs fearlessly rushed forward towards Steve, grinning and growling. From the blue glow, a distinct wolf's mouth emerged, revealing a row of teeth. One by one, the wolves began to appear on the battlefield, which made Steve smile contentedly. Now the entire wolf pack was rushing towards the orcs, and the dove was flying over the field, as if watching the progress of the battle. Following the wolves, Steve himself rushed into battle, preparing his dagger for battle. He smiled contentedly and said that he would be able to fill all 100 seats today. The music was loud and the young people were dancing happily in the club. But the director said that people were kind of sad today and asked to invite pretty girls here. The manager called him again, and he answered discontentedly, but Ulyashev did not believe what he heard, saying that Steve had already returned from the dungeon. The director asked if the manager was drunk. Otherwise, how could he have returned from the dungeon in 2 hours? But when he heard that Steve had gone into the dungeon again, he was even more surprised. The manager said that, judging by the saleswoman's words, this was the second time he had done this, so it took him about 2 hours to clear the dungeon. The director found it hard to believe and decided that the manager was completely crazy. Grace was looking at something on her tablet when the director called her, and she asked in surprise, "Right now." Meanwhile, Steve was having fun in the dungeon, cutting orcs into pieces. Turning around, he saw a hail of arrows flying towards the fighting wolves. Steve gave the command to return, and the wolves began to jump into the opened blue portals. And a hail of arrows fell on the orcs, who were trying to hide and screaming in pain. Our hero pushed back and soared into the sky, and 2 white wings appeared behind him. The orcs were shouting something in their own language as Steve flew up to the squad of archers. He flew around the orcs and, descending down, activated the tornado skill. The sparkling funnels of wind lifted the monsters up and began to swirl them. Suddenly, the guy noticed something and looked to the side, and there, from above, a huge monster was flying to the ground. Steve rushed to the place where the monster was supposed to land, and the tornado continued to swirl the monsters. Our hero arrived just as the Orc King landed. Steve said that it was time for the Grey Wolves and called one of the wolves. In an instant, our hero turned into a huge white wolf and prepared to attack the Orc King. The orc said something in his own language, but Steve shouted that he didn't know their language and punched the monster in the face. The Orc King flew back, and Steve activated the tornado skill, and a stream of wind picked up the monster. Our hero, in the form of a wolf, prepared to jump and soared into the air, catching up with the orc flying upward. He hit the monster with all his might, and it flew down with incredible speed, raising a column of dust after its fall. Steve jumped on the Orc King and finished him off with that final blow. The guy heard the information that his level had increased, and he had received 238 experience points. The portal opened 500 meters away and will close in 15 minutes. Steve jerked to the side, and the orcs began to recover from falling from the tornado. He rushed past the pack of wolves and activated the taming skill. The orcs finally came to their senses and rushed after Steve, but he, along with the new wolves, was already rushing towards the portal. The wolves began to jump into the small portals opened by Steve's skill, and Steve ran into the portal, and when he came out he was already in human form, and he thought that the side effects were very different than when he was in the form of P.E.K.K.A. He looked at the menu and saw that he had tamed 88 wolves, and decided that if he went there one more time, he would be able to take all the places and increase his hunting level. Suddenly, a girl in a cap appeared in front of our hero, and Steve asked in surprise what she wanted. It was Grace. She asked our hero if he was Steve. The onlookers immediately recognized the girl and began to discuss what these two were doing together, and whether they were really dating. The crowd was buzzing with speculation about their possible romance, and the manager called the director to say that they had finally met. The director happily asked if they had managed to catch Steve. The manager responded that Grace was making progress and he was responding to her words. The director happily said that it was obvious because Steve was a guy too. The girl took our hero by the arm and the manager exclaimed that they were going to a cafe. The director replied that nothing else was expected from her and asked her to keep an eye on them. The man shouted at the driver to step on the gas and he obediently increased speed. Meanwhile, Steveland was busier than usual. The director finally arrived to them and asked in surprise where he had gone. Grace sat at the table and cried, occasionally sobbing. She said she came here with him. Steve said he just wanted to wet his throat and left immediately. The director screamed, "How could this be?" And the girl sobbed again. Suddenly, Grace shouted that Steve had turned her down because she was weak, and he didn't like weak people. But the director misunderstood her and asked if she had used illegal substances. The girl jumped up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table, shouting that no. She turned around and walked towards the exit, throwing everything to hell and promising that she would become a hunter too. The director asked the manager what happened. The manager relayed Steve's words that his girlfriend should be strong. The director started to get nervous and said that everything was bad. The manager said that there were suitable awakened women in their clan, and the director asked who he was talking about. He replied that, for example, the red-haired one, she is rank A and very strong. The director got angry and said where he got such interest from, and why did he ask where Steve was now. The manager replied that he went into the portal again, and the director grabbed his head because everything did not go according to plan. Suddenly, the manager pointed behind the director and said that Steve had already left, and our hero stood next to the portal and studied something in the interface, which was visible only to him. Steve smiled, looking ahead, and the director said he couldn't believe it. It had only been a couple of minutes. The director rushed towards our hero, saying that this time they couldn't let him go. The man ran as fast as he could towards Steve, calling his name. Our hero asked what they needed, and the director replied that they needed to talk. The director reached into his inside jacket pocket, trying to introduce himself. But Steve didn't listen to him and entered the portal without saying a word. The director asked in bewilderment if he had simply ignored him, and the manager replied that apparently he had. The man lost his temper and, cursing at Steve, was about to go to the portal, but the manager stopped him. The director asked if he saw Steve ignoring him, and the manager trying to calm him down. Suddenly, someone came up to them and said, "Enough," and the director angrily asked who said it. A man stood in front of him, surrounded by guys in black suits, and the director greeted Chandler's secretary. The man said that there were too many eyes here now and suggested that they end it there. And the crowd of onlookers began to discuss the situation. Someone asked if it was the chairman's son. Another added that he got so angry that he refused Steve. Someone asked angrily, "I wonder what he will do this time," and giggled nastily. The director thought that if things continued like this, he would be in trouble. The man said that he was unlucky today, and the secretary suggested that he take a rest today and that he would finish everything. The director was angry, but still calmly said that after all, he was in charge of this case. Chandler said he did a great job and added that he would still have the opportunity to get closer to Steve. The director asked hesitantly if this was true, and the secretary said that of course it was. The man said that he would not bother him anymore today and took his leave. As he was leaving, the director angrily said that he was already fed up with this freak. Meanwhile, Chandler called the chairman and said that he was waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. The chairman asked if his son Howard had done anything wrong. The secretary replied that more important than Steve's dungeon clearing abilities, which exceeded all expectations, the chairman was pleased and said that this is why they invest so much money in him. At that moment, Steve emerged from the dungeon again, surprising the secretary who was talking on the phone. Steve came out and immediately began to study the interface. He finally tamed 100 animals, and at the second level of hunting you can take 200. Having studied everything, he thought out a plan of action and decided that it was time to rest a little and eat. Steve didn't even notice that there were several people standing in front of him behind the interface. The secretary said hello, and Steve said that he was in great demand today. The man introduced himself and added that he was the secretary of the state security department. Steve said that it seemed like this guild was running the dungeon, and the man said that was exactly it. The secretary said that he came to apologize for an incident that happened recently. Our hero did not understand what case was being discussed and asked again. But then it finally dawned on him, and the man said that he was talking about the exact incident when he found himself in the 5th level dungeon. Steve asked why they were only apologizing now, and the man said that it took them time to prepare more than just a verbal apology. The secretary said they would also like to thank Steve. The man added that thanks to him, their dungeons had risen sharply in price, and the crowd asked with interest who this man was and why Steve was talking to him. Chandler said they had something prepared for Steve, but first he suggested continuing the conversation at the restaurant. Our hero liked this idea, and he said that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. The secretary said that the cars were ready, and Steve added that they were good cars, and the secretary asked if he liked them. And the night in Steve's guild looked magical. The tree grew even taller, and fireflies flew everywhere. The boys came home happy about what a wonderful day it had been. Good drinks and delicious lobsters. Jean said that Munch was still understandable, but it was a shame for Chad. He never got a drink. Donnie said it would be cool to hire a driver, and the guys agreed in unison. Suddenly, Donnie's face changed. He cursed, and Chad asked what happened. The boy said that he was supposed to arrange a meeting with those who wanted to join the guild, but forgot because of the drink and food. Munch said that he had to go to the construction office today and said anxiously that maybe they would do the same thing again tomorrow. Donnie replied that they would repeat this every day, drink and eat lobster, and he opened the chat and said that it was full of curses. The kid turned to Chad and asked if he wasn't the one recruiting the new guys. The guy said that everything was true because he still didn't have a license, and in the guild he was listed as a doorman. Jim was shocked, and Munch said that he needed to apply for a license first. Chad said that tomorrow we can apply for a license. Jim said that difficult times will begin, because we still need to go on raids. The guy apologized to the guys, but Donnie said that Steve would think of something, and Munch added that the boss deals with such issues. Bill ran out to meet the boys and rushed to his dad, and Grandma looked down at the boys. Chad happily hugged his son, and Donnie was happy to see his grandma, holding a box of lobsters in his hands. Granny asked where the guys had been for so long, and they replied that they had been working first and then stopped in for a drink and brought lobsters as a gift. Steve put his hands on his stomach and said it was great, and the secretary was glad that he liked everything. Our hero asked if it wasn't too much to show gratitude, the most expensive dishes, and also modified SUVs. Chandler replied that Steve had risked his life, and in such a case there is no such thing as too much, and added that they had some more gifts. Somewhere outside the city, a muffled scream was heard in red containers with the inscription DGB. Someone screamed frantically to just be killed, spitting blood from a broken mouth. Steve asked in surprise if the apology was just an excuse to have fun, and the secretary said that he had a great sense of humor. At this point, Steve became serious and asked what they wanted from him. Chandler also became serious and said that they wanted an official partnership with Steve's guild. He said that the city is divided into 12 sectors, but the DGB does not have its own sector, and all because they do not have a 6th level combat team. Even with the use of all resources, they simply cannot do it. Steve said it was a nasty blow to his pride, and the secretary replied that it was especially true for CEOs. Our hero apologized and said that he did not want to become a representative of one of the sectors, but the secretary said that he was not offering this. The man said with a conspiratorial smile that they, together with Steve's guild, wanted to open the 13th sector. The secretary said that all sectors are formed around the 6th level guilds, but now they are having a very hard time dealing with all the 6th level dungeons. That's why the residents are a little afraid, but what will happen if a 13th sector appears where they won't be in any danger? Then people will flock there and housing prices will rise sharply. And the secretary added that they were confident that Steve's guild would be the one to give people hope. Chandler asked if perhaps the guild had problems they were having trouble dealing with. The man said that Steve's guild had no capital, workers, or experience, and all they would have to do was go into dungeons, and their guild would take care of the management, government, and everything else. Steve asked that they had capital and experience, but they lacked their strength. The secretary said they saw potential in their guild and asked if his comrades could handle it. Steve remembered the guys from the guild and wondered how they would manage this. Chandler asked him why the best guilds receive support not from the government, but from large companies, and added that they could not find a better partner. Steve thought that meant they would monopolize and put all the underground space to use. That sounded good. The secretary thought that Steve's guild couldn't handle it on its own yet. So wasn't this the best offer? Our hero replied that he would think about it, since the 13th district would not be built quickly anyway. Chandler was surprised, but thanked the guy, and thought to himself that they said about Steve that he was a simple-minded glutton who loved gifts. Maybe the gifts were not good enough. Our hero stood up and said that it was time for him to go, and the secretary asked if he had forgotten about another gift. The man said that it was quite difficult to find him, and Steve asked in surprise who he was talking about. Chandler said that as soon as he was put on the wanted list, he ran away and hid, but his company's intelligence agents were able to find the former director of the debt company. Steve was surprised by the mention of the guy, and the secretary said that they declared him dead during the arrest and now he is in his power. Our hero said that he had done a lot of harm to other people and asked the secretary to deal with him as he saw fit. Chandler was surprised by this reaction, and Steve said that he was going to die soon anyway, so why bother bothering him? The secretary asked if Steve would like to meet him after all the suffering he had caused. Our hero said that this was too much even for him and suggested throwing him back into the dungeon. Suddenly, Steve had an idea and asked to wait. Chad was being attacked by his son, showing him all the tricks he learned in school when the boy's phone rang. The boy reached for the phone and answered his brother's call. After listening to Steve, Chad asked in surprise, "Right now?" Our hero replied that he was right now, and the guy asked what was going on there. And he was surprised to hear the answer that someone there wanted to meet him. Steve said he would send him the address and asked him to take a pill before leaving. Steve mentioned a company called DGB, but Chad didn't know about it and asked what it was. The guy got into the car, buckling up, and the secretary wished him to be careful on the road. Through the window, our hero said that his friend would sort everything out. The secretary said he understood and added that Steve could contact them at any time. Despite the late hour, the lights were on in all the windows of the DGB company building. The chairman called Melissa's boss and asked if he was in the office. The man replied that he was there and not leaving, and asked what was needed. The chairman said that they had managed to meet Steve and that everything had worked out well for them and thanked the man. He asked what thanks for because he just needed to get his investment back, because soon everyone would start migrating to Steve's land. The man said they would have to urgently rebuild the infrastructure and residential complexes. The boss replied that it was precisely at times like these that they should help each other. Meanwhile, Chad had already arrived at the right address and was met by two guys. Just in case, they checked to see if he was really Chad and received a positive answer. One of the guys went to the container and asked the guy to follow him. The man in the container screamed and swore, asked to be fed, and promised to kill everyone when he got out. Suddenly, the door opened a little and the man started shouting that he didn't mean it that way. Now he began to ask for forgiveness and said that he was simply very hungry. Chad entered the container and the man froze in surprise and asked who was there. The man recognized Chad and smiled evilly, and the boy quietly said, "Hi." He asked what the guy was doing there, and he replied that he was told that someone here wanted to meet him. The man said he was the same as always and asked if his friend had come with him. Chad replied that no, and the man smiled contentedly when he heard the answer. The guy asked what he wanted, and the man seriously said that he wanted to apologize to him. He said that when he was beating him that day, his friend beat up the guys and he just lost his temper. Chad said he understood everything, and it was in the past. The man thanked him and added that anyway, that was the case with the guy. It wasn't him who sent him to the 5th level dungeon. Seeing the distrust, he asked to think about whether a stupid thug collecting debts could have arranged such a thing. Chad thought about it, and the man said that this was all the work of the Bureau and the DGB, who wanted to use Steve for their own benefit, and he simply turned out to be a scapegoat. The guy listened to him silently and said that he must feel unpleasant. He said it was very unpleasant. The business was destroyed. He was running around abandoned areas with goblins and thought he would die here. Chad said it was all sad and said if that was all he would go. The man asked fearfully if he could help him get out, because he had given him money and also helped Bill's mother find a job, and stopped short at these words. He lowered his head and said that he forgot, because she asked him not to tell him about it. Chad's calm expression changed to one of surprise and he asked what job he was talking about. The man said that he had been managing an employment center for a long time, and she came to him and begged him to help her find a job. He remembered the past, when they had crashed into Chad's apartment, where only Bill's mother was there, clutching the baby to her chest, and the man asked where Chad had disappeared to again. He said that the percentages are dripping and a lot has already dripped, adding that it is sad, because the family is suffering because of one person. The woman cried and trembled all over, begging only not to kill. The man grabbed the girl by the face and said that they could not kill such a beauty. He asked if this man was worthy of her suffering and if they even had food. The man said that he could help her find a job. A hard-working woman like her would pay off her debts in 3 months. The woman turned away and again asked not to kill, continuing to cry. Taking out the money, he asked if she wasn't tired of living like this, and added that in our time, a woman's life changes in the blink of an eye. He put down the money and the paper with the number and asked her to call him when she decided. As he was leaving, the man said that if her husband was not there next time, she would have to pay. The girl looked at the departing men in fear, quietly sobbing. After listening to the story, Chad exclaimed whether she came to his office after this conversation. The man said she came when he went missing and begged him with all her might to help him find a job, holding Bill in her arms. Chad was at a loss for words, but the pain in his eyes was far more eloquent. He remembered when he came home, where his son was crying and found a note. It said that she was tired of this life with him and asked him not to look for her anymore. Chad asked through gritted teeth if the man knew where she was now. The man said that if Chad let him go, he would show her where she lived. The guy's heart was pounding wildly in his chest, but he had already made a decision, looking at the beaten man. Steve was driving in the car when he received a message from Melissa that Dr. Toddler was ready to meet in England. Our hero was delighted with this news and said that he finally had an answer. He remembered Melissa's story about how the force measuring device and the blood crystal generator had started the era of discovery. Steve hoped that maybe he knew what kind of rift it was and what planet the boy ended up on, and maybe then he could meet his brothers. Our hero wanted to share the news and dialed the phone number, but the answering machine replied that the subscriber's device was switched off. Steve turned to the driver and said that they needed to change the route. When the driver asked where they should go, the guy replied that they needed to go back to the DGB container. Meanwhile, the blue SUV drove away, and the man with the scar on his face shouted for everyone to go to hell. The man continued to swear, then turned and thanked Chad, who replied, "You're welcome." The blue SUV continued driving along the indicated route, through the night streets of the city. Stopping at the place the man indicated, Chad said they had arrived. The man stretched and said he had a great nap, adding that he had a cool car. With a sly squint, the man said that Chad was doing well. But the guy completely ignored the man's question and asked where Bill's mother was. The man said that soon his guys would take the guy to her. "Here they come," said the man, pointing to the crowd of men approaching the car. The man shouted at the crowd of bandits surrounding the car, calling them brothers. He leaned out of the window and, waving his hand cheerfully, asked if they had settled in yet. The bandits recognized the man and shouted that he was the boss, and someone was surprised that he was still alive. One of the bandits said they had already decided he had kicked the bucket, and the man said he almost had. Another bandit looked through Chad's window and asked who the kid was. Someone from the crowd recognized the guy and asked if he was Chad. The bandits knew this name and began to loudly discuss him, calling him an idiot and marveling at his nice car. The man with the scar said that he wanted to find his wife and asked for help. The bandit looked into the car and asked if he was really looking for his wife. I think her name was Yuta. Chad was told to get out because she was in this building. The guy walked forward, and behind him followed a crowd of bandits with axes and bats in their hands. One of the bandits pushed the guy in the back, asking what he was so afraid of. Chad almost fell over as he walked into the building, and someone laughed behind him because he was so eager to see his wife. Someone said to turn on the lights and the room filled with bright light, temporarily blinding Chad. When his eyes adjusted, the boy realized that he was standing in front of a crusher, splattered with something red. The guy frowned, and the man with the scar said that there used to be a grinding factory here. One bandit said that Utah was in the second one, and another replied that there were more than 200 corpses here. He doesn't remember anymore. Chad turned around to ask where Bill's mother was, but one of the thugs hit him over the head with a bat. The guy flew to the floor from the blow, and blood started flowing from his head. The man with the scar said that Chad was stupid for not realizing that they had killed her and chopped her into pieces. He said that they helped Utah, and she didn't give anything back and called her an ungrateful creature. The bandits said that if she hadn't been so stupid, she would have survived. But they were doing Chad a favor. Chad tried to get up from the floor, and the man said that his wife didn't matter anymore. The scarred man started beating the boy, shouting that it was all his fault. He and his brother had destroyed his business. The bandits shouted at the man to calm down. Otherwise, they would kill him, and then there would be no fun. And the man continued to shout that it was all because of them, and asked how he could kill them. With a crazy smile, the scarred man asked if Chad knew how long he had been dreaming about this. The boy didn't answer, but he started coughing and was called a tenacious bastard. Someone said to pour water on him when he passed out, and Chad thought he was going to kill them all. remembering his childhood when he would say the same thing while playing games. He used to think that the problems would go away after school, but as an adult he was playing games again and wishing the manager would die. Chad played a game where a maniac kills a victim and imagined himself killing his enemies, thinking that the only way to escape his terrible life was in the virtual world. And only Yuta treated the guy with kindness. She was the first to invite him on a date. But even after the birth of the child, the habit remained, and Chad continued to vent his anger in video games while his son and wife slept nearby. The guy thought that he was tormenting Yuta with endless hysterics and was a good-for-nothing jerk. One of the bandits turned on the grinder and shouted to the boss that everything was ready. The man with the scar told Chad to get up because he was tired of being beaten and added that he would soon meet his wife. And the guy thought that if he could meet her, he would beg her to give him another chance. The man said they would do the same thing as the girl, break her knees and slowly lower her into the grinder. He turned to the bandit with the sledgehammer and said that they could begin. He swung the sledgehammer and told me to grit my teeth because it was going to hurt. Chad quietly said thank you, now that he remembered the past. The guy said he was a bastard who deserved to suffer, but their blows didn't hurt at all. The bandit screamed that Chad had completely lost his mind and dropped the sledgehammer. But the guy instantly got to his feet and quietly cut off the bandit's hands. Blood gushed out, and the bandit screamed, and the daggers in Chad's hands became more clearly visible. The bandits watched the scene in horror, and Chad said that when Bill's mother left, he promised not to do it again. The bandits began to understand, and the guy with a sinister smile said that now he would not let them out alive. The bandits started shouting that he was awakened and that they had to run, looking at the bloody blades. But there was no escaping Chad. He easily caught up with the bandits, cutting them down. The man with the scar on his face looked in disbelief at Chad, who was killing the bandits with a smile. The guy killed another bandit in a few blows and the smile on his face grew wider. The bandits began to run out of the building screaming, and a severed head flew out after them. Chad ran out right after her, holding the blades tightly in his hands, and the bandits shouted, "Run!" But the guy caught up with them instantly and found himself behind the back of one of the bandits. One of the bandits shouted where their snipers were. But where the snipers were supposed to be, Steve was already standing looking down with a smile. The man in black standing next to our hero asked if his brother was okay. Steve replied that everything was fine and asked to make sure that Chad did not get into trouble with the law later. One of the men replied that most of these guys are people with negative social value, so the government won't care. Chad didn't see that his brother was nearby and continued to make a bloody mess out of the bandits. Civ smiled and said that now he was truly awakened and could handle everything himself. And on Chad's face there was a smile, but not that crazy one, but a meaningful and angry one. The news reported that despite numerous underground breaches, the entire area was becoming safer thanks to the intervention of special military forces. However, many people feel that guilds are not coping with the increasing number of dungeons that appear. But for now, residents can hear the soldiers' joy at victory. A special group of 707 appeared on the screen. Among them was Jean. The news said that thanks to their intervention, the cleanup group was able to return. In the live footage, Jean, safe and sound, was walking with the red-haired girl. Melissa watched the episode and called Jean an idiot because she could have called. Speaking of scandals, one has been brewing around Grace, who recently released a new song. There was a photo on the screen of Grace and Steve talking, and the host asked if they saw the guy. Jean was passing by when this report was shown and stopped to watch. At that very moment, the girl became furious and called our hero a bitch. Meanwhile, Cedric was coming out of the portal and quietly cursing. One of the soldiers said that they sent 12 teams there who began to bring more things, but they did not find the treasure that was spoken of. Melissa listened to the report in silence and thought about the past. She remembered Steve's words that they just needed to train for 1,000 years. And then I remembered Cedric's words at the meeting that Steve simply didn't want to tell anyone his secret. Jean then got angry and shouted that our hero was not like that. Having gathered all this information, Melissa decided that she needed to focus not on the dungeon, but on Steve, and asked what he was doing all this with. The girl's phone rang and she answered, asking Steve if they were able to find his brother. Steve said everything was fine and asked something else about what happens to awakened people when they get bitten by a necroville. Melissa immediately asked with concern if someone had been bitten. At this time, Munch was lying in his room, holding his bitten leg and screaming through his teeth. The bite on my leg was bleeding and a bloody web began to grow from it along my leg. Steve replied that no one was bitten. He was just curious. The monk writhed in pain, hugging his bitten leg, but it did not help. Melissa replied that according to the data, there were only 38 cases of awakening recorded. Steve clarified what eventually happened to them. The girl replied that on the 48th day, 2 died from leukemia. She continued the story by saying that 26 of them simply went bald. And in 7 cases, other than pain at the site of the bite, no side effects were observed. And only 3 F ranks turned into necrowells. Symptoms typically include fever, phantom pain, and redness of the veins. The girl said she assumed that the lower the rank, the higher the probability of conversion. Steve asked what happens after a bite. You have to go to the karate. Melissa replied that special institutions constantly monitor those bitten and conduct research to create a vaccine. Steve hung up and thought that they were just being experimented on. Our hero was walking down the street, and a man was sitting on the side of the road and selling something right on the ground. The man was writing some hieroglyphs on pieces of paper, and his face was not visible under the hood. Then he noticed Steve sitting down opposite him. Our hero said hello, and the guy replied that he hadn't been seen for a long time and asked if he wanted more medicine for his brother. But Steve replied that no, he needed something else, and told him that his friend had recently been bitten by a necroville. Our hero asked hopefully if he had a cure for him, because the past had helped his brother so much. The man began to rummage through the jars, looking for an ointment that would help with any bites. He finally found the right jar and took one. The man handed it to Steve and said that 1 jar should be enough. Our hero took the jar and read the name, Anti-Frame. The man said that the ointment should be applied twice a day, morning and evening, and that it would start working in about a week. Steve asked the seller how much he would charge for the ointment. The man said that since this is the second purchase, he will give a discount. Usually it costs $4 million, but he will sell it for $2 million. Steve said that it was better to take some extra and asked if he would sell him 10 of these jars, and the man happily agreed. Our hero thanked the man with a smile, saying that he owed him a favor. And he said that if the bitten person is suffering from convulsions, then he needs to be hit harder and the infection will stop. Steve took the ointment and walked forward, leaving the salesman behind. Suddenly 2 policemen appeared, shouting that nothing could be sold here. But the man collected the goods in a second and jumped down, to the shouts of the police to stop. The police approached the edge where the man had jumped, and one said that he did not see anyone. Suddenly, a large black bird flew out from below, leaving the police perplexed. And Munch was lying on the bed, writhing in pain and holding his bitten leg. Donnie, Jim, and Bill stood outside the door, worried that Steve was late. Bill looked at the writhing Munch in fear and asked if he was turning into a zombie, and Donnie replied that it looked like he was. Donnie picked up the phone and asked if he would have to kill him, hesitating whether to press the button or not. Jim asked what it was. The boy replied that it was the ultimate superweapon, and the boy clarified that if he pressed the button, the monk would die. Without waiting for an answer, Ball pressed a button and a super bright flashlight turned on the phone. Donnie put the phone away and the guys froze, looking at Munch, but he hadn't changed at all. Bill asked in disappointment why nothing happened. Jim was scared out of his wits, and Donnie said he was just kidding. The boy calmly said that he thought 100 spears would hit the monk and was upset that nothing happened. Suddenly, the boy put his hands forward and shouted words like a spell. "Come back and don't become a zombie, ta-da." At that moment, Granny shouted from the first floor, calling everyone to dinner. Otherwise, the soup would soon get cold. Suddenly, Munch, who had been lying down, sat up in bed and grabbed his head. Bill pointed and shouted that Mr. Monk had stood up, surprising the boys. Jim asked if he was really turning into a monster, and Donnie replied that he was probably just hungry. Suddenly, a voice behind them asked what they were doing there, and the guys turned around in unison. Steve stood in the doorway with a green jar, and the guys started to hurry, afraid of Munch. Red veins reached the boy's eyes as Steve hit him hard on the head. The reporter was reporting live from the city where the 7th level dungeon had been cleared. The whole world is watching this place. It has been 10 days and 11 hours since Hero and his team of 10 entered. Many residents take to the streets to rally together for the speedy return of the heroic group. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the portal and the crowd began to buzz excitedly. People joyfully shouted that they were already leaving and called Hero. The reporter said that Hero's battle group came out of the dungeon. It was important for all of humanity to know that the main group of our warriors was able to successfully complete the task. As the crowd applauded, the reporter shouted that Hero's battle group had saved their city. Suddenly, the guys behind Hero started to fall one after another, and the medics immediately ran to help them. Suddenly, Hero also fell to his knees, surprising everyone present, and the reporter asked if the battle had really been that grueling. The boy fell to the ground unconscious, and the reporter reported in horror that 7 people from the combat team did not return. After the dungeon, Hero was taken to the best hospital in the country, and Anna was sitting next to him. The guy opened his eyes, saw the girl, called her, and she looked at him in surprise. Then the girl realized that Hero had woken up, and the guy grabbed his head and asked for water. After drinking the water, he sighed heavily, and the girl asked her not to blame herself. It was not his fault, and he thought sadly that everything was right. It was not his fault. The girl said that they found out about Steve and Doug's meeting and added that something was fishy about it. The guy was surprised because Doug is the deputy of the Bureau of Supernatural. They're responsible for all national defense, and Doug's attention is worth more than the entire Awoken Federation, which means they're interested in Steve. The guy thought angrily that Steve was a bastard, because it was he, Hero, who had to lead the world to a bright future and decided that he could no longer be ignored. He thought that he had lost 7 people because of the 7th level dungeon, but he was not upset. During this time, he had already lost many comrades. He had lost the whole world, dying over and over again. He remembered Anna's death, thinking that even she had died dozens of times. The guy realized that he was furious, and it was all because of him, Steve. He can't risk the plan because of one freak, because judging by his actions, he has something terrible planned. Hero decided that for the future of humanity, he had to kill Steve. The guy called Anna and asked her to find any ship that could sail, even to build it with her own hands, but it was needed. It was a crisp morning in Steve's guild, the sun shining through the leaves of the giant tree. Chad woke up in his room with a headache, and his grandma told him that was exactly why he shouldn't get drunk and send him downstairs for breakfast. The guy took the identification card from the table and thought with a smile that now he was a real mercenary, and Donnie was already sitting in his room at his laptop, doing some work. He thought that when everyone found out that Steve was just woke, the number of views would drop. But even so, the channel already has 1 million subscribers, and he has collected more than 10 million. He said he never thought he would see such a figure. It is true what they say, success depends on connections. He thought that gaining the trust of a strong person in time was also a skill. Suddenly, Chad opened the door abruptly, scaring Donnie to death. The guy was clearly having fun and asked Donnie if he was the only one having fun here. The boy angrily asked if he hadn't been taught to knock, and Chad apologized. Chad smiled and said that his grandmother was calling him to breakfast and asked where Jim was. Donnie replied that he was training as hard as he could and added that he would come down when he was done. Jim stood on the training field around some stumps. He stood with his eyes closed as if listening to the sound of the wind, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Jim began chopping down trees, skillfully applying one skill after another. With the final blow, he broke the last tree and said with displeasure that it was too slow. Trees appeared on the field again, and Jim said that he could not hesitate in the fight any longer. He used the skills over and over again, thinking that he would not let this happen again. Meanwhile, Steve and the boys decided to go hunting with a pack of wolves for deer. One boy shouted that the one who catches the deer will win, and the second added that the loser collects apples. Steve stood near the temple, and opposite him stood the senior monk and 2 guys in gray robes. Our hero said that the temple was already ready and asked if it would fall apart. The monk laughed and said that everything was built to glory, and Steve replied that if something was wrong, he could say so. The monk replied that they were very grateful that Steve had helped them find shelter, and they did not know how to thank him for his kindness. The deer and the pack of wolves rushed past the men, Bill racing ahead of everyone and asking them to run even faster. The boys from the temple rushed after them, urging the wolves to run faster. Steve said that it was the first time he saw him so happy, because before he was lonely. Once upon a time, mothers forbade their children to play with Bill, and he heard it all. The woman from the temple said that it was already lunchtime and asked Steve to join her, but he said not today. Steve asked if Munch was feeling better. The monk said that he had been delirious for a long time, but now he can even train. The man added that Munch even developed an appetite, and Munch looked at himself in the mirror, looking at the scar around his red eye, and remembered the past when he was teased as a bald macaque. He was an orphan from childhood, but other children laughed at and bullied little Munch. When he realized that he was different from others, he closed himself off from the others with a wall. But the master picked him up and invited him to go to his temple. And so, many years later, the master was killed by goblins who attacked the temple. Munch told Steve that when the master was killed and the temple was burned, he felt real hatred. The monk confessed that it was then that he began to kill. He furiously chopped down the goblins one after another, showing no mercy. Munch cleared the entire area of goblins, finding them even in the most hidden places. He said that he had committed this sin voluntarily, and he didn't care where he would go after death, he just wanted to calm the heat inside. Then, in a fit of rage, Monk imagined many things. It seemed that someone was talking to him. But it was he who told his adult self that if he didn't care, he would have died in the dungeon long ago. Munch turned to Steve and said that he had saved him again and helped to calm the hatred by restoring the temple. Suddenly, Munch said seriously that he now had a different goal. Steve and the boys listened to him attentively, not understanding what he was talking about. At that moment, the monk summoned a winged spear right in the room, destroying everything around. The guys jumped back in surprise, not understanding what had come over him. With a sinister smile, Munch said that for the sake of all the disadvantaged, he would go through hell for them. Jim didn't understand what they were talking about, and Donnie said that now they had two crazy people. And from below, an old lady with a knife was running, shouting, who of them dared to draw a weapon in the house? And Munch had already jumped out of the window, smashing it to pieces. And even before the guys arrived, Munch studied his reflection in the mirror and listened to his name being called to eat. Suddenly, he hit his head on the mirror and a crazy smile appeared on his face. The full moon shone in the sky, leaving a lunar trace on the surface of the sea, and the waves crashed against the rocks of the shore. A small ship was racing along the waves, and Hiro and Anna were standing at the stern. Cobrel swam to the shore, and Anna said that they had arrived. They were already waiting on the shore, and the girl said that they would continue by car. Hiro stood silently, looking firmly ahead, and thought that he was following the druid. The guys in Steve's guild were discussing whether the monk had come yet. Someone said that he had gotten it good from the old lady, and someone else added that it was not surprising because he had broken the window. Chad said the secretary called. They finished the city plan based on his work, and tomorrow they'll get a map and start designing a detailed city. Steve asked Chad to keep an eye on them so they wouldn't start any shady dealings here. While chewing his breakfast, Jim asked with interest where Steve was going. Our hero replied that he was going to England to meet with Dr. Toddler. Donnie said that there was no way to get there yet. Steve asked why, and the boy replied that all air traffic and sea routes were closed. Our hero asked in surprise what had happened, and Jim said that there had been a chain of dungeon breakthroughs. The sky had been taken over by wyverns, and the seas by some other monster. Steve tensed up and asked for more details, and Donnie showed him a video report about the wyverns. Another report talked about a giant octopus, and Donnie said they couldn't even find it. Chad asked thoughtfully if Steve couldn't fly himself. Our hero replied that he could become a pigeon, but he could fly like that for no more than 10 minutes. And Chad added that it wouldn't be enough to get to England. Steve sighed heavily and said that he never thought that powerful wings would be needed. Steve asked how much longer they would have to wait, and Jim replied that the country's army was already engaged in extermination, but they would have to wait at least a month. Our hero was shocked by this, and Donnie suddenly said that there was another way to get to England. The boy said that he needed to get a golden eagle, or rather an awakened golden eagle. Steve was surprised by this proposal and asked where he could look for such an eagle. The guy replied that it was possible in one closed area, and Steve asked why there. Donnie replied that there was one channel where a man was surviving in the wild, and the north of this territory was a paradise for wild animals. In one video, they showed huge awakened animals, and among them was a golden eagle. After a while, the blue SUV was already racing forward, and someone in the car exclaimed, "Seriously, damn!" Steve said he had nothing better to do anyway, and Donnie tearfully replied that his eyes were already hurting from managing the channel. Our hero said that he should be happy then, and Donnie replied that if they filmed good material here too, there would be even more work. Anna was driving the car and suggested that Hiro get some sleep since they still had 10 hours to drive, but the guy refused. The girl said that if anyone found out about their actions, there would be a scandal. Hiro understood that an interethnic conflict would begin, and the girl asked why not catch him by official means. The guy replied that there was no time for that, it was easier to kill him himself. The navigator said that in 1,200 meters the Necroville zone begins, and the girl said that we would have to drive through it. The car drove onto the highway, which had already begun to become overgrown with grass. Steve and Donnie's SUV was still there, and the boys were no longer in it. Some beast of unprecedented size was blowing steam from its nose and baring its toothy mouth. In front of Donnie stood a boar of unprecedented size and looked angrily at the boy. Steve's voice in his head asked how he felt, and a frightened Donnie replied that he looked very strong. Steve kept asking what else, and the boy said that he didn't seem to like people. Our hero liked this answer and decided that he wanted and had to tame it. Suddenly, the boar lunged at Donnie and he ran forward in fear, running away. The boy immediately ran up a tree, and the boar crashed into him head-on. The impact caused the tree to fall, and Donnie shouted for Steve to save him. At that moment, the boar hit the tree harder with its tusks and it began to fall. The tree fell along with Donnie, and the boar rushed towards the boy. He fell on his back and screamed for help with his eyes closed when he felt something drip onto his cheek. Donnie opened his eyes to see a giant rabbit with red eyes behind him. The boy started to crawl forward, and the boar and Steve were already standing there. Realizing that the animals were not attacking, Donnie asked if they were going to eat him, and Steve replied that it didn't seem like it. The boy lowered his head in relief and exhaled heavily. He pointed at the hare and asked if Steve could take it out because it was scary and its stats were huge. Level C, rank 2. At that very second, a blue portal appeared and the hare jumped into it. Looking at the boar, Donnie asked why he didn't leave too. Steve climbed on top of him and said he would give them a ride, and decided to name the boar Yucca. Our hero was riding on Yucca, and Donnie was riding on the wolf and asked if the transformations were worth it, to which Steve replied that it only changed their character a little. Donnie said incredulously that it didn't look like it, and Steve added that he didn't transform animals stronger than himself. Steve asked if the hare was that scary, and the boy replied that he wasn't really. And our hero added that he had a higher rank than the boy, and he started whining that even the hare was stronger than him. Donnie said that they had already found 2 strong animals, but there was still no eagle, and asked how much longer they would hang around here. The guys came to a hillside that overlooked the entire forest, and Steve said that finding the eagle was the hardest part. Our hero called Melissa, and she asked how she could help. Steve asked where the blonde was now. He couldn't get through to her. The girl replied that she was currently in another area, and Steve asked to connect them. Leaden clouds were gathering over the half-ruined city. The soldier shouted to the captain that there were 10 minutes left before the dungeon was breached. Jean said that they had to retreat immediately. They had requested an airstrike a long time ago and asked why they hadn't received an answer yet. The soldier received a transmission that an airstrike was impossible and the artillery was not working. In response, the soldier cursed and asked why they were only reporting this now. They were informed that the 3rd battle group would arrive in 10 minutes and another group would arrive in 15 minutes. Jean angrily asked if they were making fun of her, since they would have to hold back the spiders themselves. The soldiers said that it didn't matter now and they had to retreat. Jean irritably replied that they should take the equipment and leave. The soldiers shouted that they had to get out before the witch changed her mind, and the girl mimicked the words that this was precisely why no one loved her. The girl received a call and answered, introducing herself as the captain of the 11th Reconnaissance Group. Steve greeted the blondie happily and said that they hadn't heard from each other for a long time. The girl was surprised to hear Steve and was silent for a while. Steve said he needed to find the golden eagle and asked if her group could help, and the girl listened with clenched teeth. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Fuck you, sex maniac," and hung up. Steve looked at the phone in surprise, not understanding who they had called him. He turned to Donnie and asked him what he thought the request to catch an eagle had to do with sex. The boy looked ahead tensely and asked Steve what was that up ahead. And beyond the city, a column of some strange black smoke rose. Donnie picked up the phone and said with surprise that they were starfish, and Steve asked again what he was talking about. The guy showed a news report that said that a dungeon of starfish had been breached. They were shooting fire and exploding after death. Our hero was surprised that they would interfere even after death, and Donnie looked away in fear. He shouted for Steve to look at the birds. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew over the boys' heads, flying away from the dungeon. It seemed that Steve was only enjoying this commotion, and he watched what was happening with a smile. Donnie saw the fire ahead and said it was spreading very quickly, and added that they had to get going. But Steve was calm and looked at the fire ahead, not intending to run. And the fire rose up and came closer and closer to the place where the boys were standing. The animals ran with all their might from the fire into the depths of the forest, and the fire caught up with the animals and almost touched those running behind. Suddenly, the wolf that Donnie was riding howled. Looking ahead intently, Steve said that here came the arsonists. The flame had already caught up with the crowd of animals and was making its way to the fastest ones. The boys looked up at the sky, and Donnie exclaimed that there was a golden eagle soaring up there. And in the sky, among a flock of birds, an eagle was flying, clearly larger than the others. Steve said he looked cool and read the information that he was a C rank 6. Looking at the eagle, our hero named him Ringo and said that now he would fly with him. The news reported a sudden fire, but it ended unexpectedly due to a natural disaster. Experts report that all the starfish were destroyed by the hurricane along with the fire. Watching the report, Donnie said it was bullshit and added that this is why no one watches the news. Happy that the video had uploaded, Donnie said that now let people know the truth. The drone recorded video of Steve, in the form of a boar, rushing to the edge of the fire. He ran around the fire at great speed, as if outlining it with his power of the earth spirit. And then he used the tornado skill, and the starfish were burned in their own fire. The video was called "Steve Has the Tornado Skill," and people immediately started commenting on what they saw. Some didn't believe it, and some asked if Steve was God. Donnie was shocked that in just a few seconds the video had over 400,000 views. Another video showed the fire already out and drones flying around the area. In the video, Donnie was seen rushing towards Steve, who had collapsed unconscious. The boy thought that he shouldn't fill in the part where Steve fell, so as not to throw away weaknesses. But then he came up with the idea that he could post it as a separate video. Suddenly someone called the guy and he turned around in surprise. With a glass of coffee, he went out onto the balcony and looked down. Chad and Jim were standing below. Donnie asked if they were going into the dungeon, and the guy said that a second-level dungeon had opened nearby. Chad said they still have 3 spots open. Donnie laughed and asked if they wouldn't close the second-level dungeon themselves. Chad said he had the most skills, and Jim said Munch was already waiting in the car. Donnie mused that the boys had acquired a lot of different skills. This was due to the small squad in order to cover as many needs as possible. The boy asked to give him time to post another video, and he would join. Fingers quickly flew over the keys and the screen read, "Steve, I invite you to London, Dr. Toddler." The video footage showed that the Earth was being terrorized by monsters and that the sky had been lost. Even the ocean is now inaccessible, so nothing can stop him, the video said, with Steve standing with his back turned. Our hero turned around and said that he would be back soon, asking him to keep an eye on the house. And in the next frame, Steve grew huge wings behind his back and he flew upward. The caption on the video said his adventure continued. The final shots show Steve flying forward, and Don was delighted with the video and decided that it could be made into a film. The video spread across the internet and was also watched in a large motel. Anna watched the video that Donnie had just uploaded carefully. She was surprised by the information about London. Hero came out of the shower and, drying his hair, asked what happened. The girl said tensely that it looked like Steve was no longer in the country. The girl showed the video, and Hero irritably asked why he ran away to London. He mused that if Steve was from a more distant future, then he knew all of his plans in advance. Hero decided that our hero was deliberately avoiding him and being wary of him. If so, then he is not ready to meet Hero, and he must catch him before he finishes his preparations. Anna said they couldn't wait for Steve to return. Hero smiled ominously and said that he would bring this freak out into the light. The girl asked in surprise how he would do it. The guy resolutely replied that he would do this through provocation. Steve was unaware of these plans and flew towards London in the form of an eagle. He thought that he couldn't fly faster and that at this rate he wouldn't get to London. And when he opened the interface, he was surprised to see the limit of Ringo's use. Also, a bunch of new fire skills opened up and Steve asked why they were so expensive. Suddenly, the system showed that there was 60 seconds left until transformation. In the forest, between the huge trees, the sounds of fighting could be heard. The bull ran forward and 2 men on motorcycles were catching up with him. The man shouted not to waste bullets and to aim better. The guy said he'd already hit the bull 3 times, but it was still alive. They might run out of gas. He asked Uncle John to come closer and he shouted for him to shoot him. The guy took aim and said that this was the end. As the motorcycle drew closer, he fired at the running bull. The bullet hit the bull in the leg and he screamed in pain. But the bull didn't fall and ran on, and the guy asked if he really needed to stick a machine gun into this bull. Suddenly the boy called his uncle and, pointing at something falling, asked what it was. Right in front of the bull, something fell to the ground, enveloped in a flash of lightning. The bull flew back in shock from the force of the blow, and the stones flew with him. The men on the motorcycles rode forward tensely, looking around. They stopped near a hole that had formed when something fell from above. The boy asked his uncle what had fallen from above, and the man replied that it didn't matter. They just needed to take the bull. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream from the pit and tensed. The boy asked his uncle what that sound was, and suddenly a bright light appeared in the pit. The uncle asked in horror what it was, looking at the flashes of lightning. The bright light began to grow larger and larger, and the scream became louder and louder. The guy asked if it was a human screaming like that, and the man replied that it could be some alien imitating a human voice. Suddenly, a human hand appeared from the hole, with lightning running through it. Uncle John pulled out a knife, ready to defend himself, and they both watched in suspense to see what would happen next. Steve climbed out of the hole, holding his head, and said that he thought he was going to die like that. Our hero groaned, and his uncle asked if he was really a human, despite the guy's words that he was clearly a human. Steve introduced himself by giving his name and asked who they were. The guy introduced himself as Alvin and asked how our hero survived after falling from such a height. Steve said that the fall hurt like hell and asked where they were now. The guy named the area, adding that there was a river nearby, and all of this was in Steve's country. Alvin said he sounded like a southerner and asked why he fell out of the sky. Steve laughed and said that first he was flying and then he fell. The guy said that judging by his words and the fact that he remained unharmed, he is a very strong awakened one. Steve hesitated, not knowing what to answer, and said that he really was strong. The man still held the knife at the ready and asked if he was alone or with friends. Steve replied that he had friends, but he was traveling alone. Uncle said that he wouldn't detain him then. They were chasing the bull and he was somewhere here. The man asked Alvin to look for the bull and the boy looked back, saying that it was somewhere around here. Steve thought about the place where he fell and asked himself if he was flying in the right place. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and, not finding the phone, absent-mindedly asked where it could have fallen. Without thinking, he activated the clairvoyant skill to search. The phone was nearby in the bushes, but when the guy picked it up, he said with annoyance that the device was broken. Meanwhile, the men found a bull that had flown quite far away and doubted whether it was alive. Uncle was surprised that the bull didn't die from so many bullets, but from one blow from Steve, and right away. The boy asked if he would have to be cut up to carry it away, and his uncle replied that he would have to be skinned all day and also fight off wild animals. The uncle took out a knife and said that if they did not bring it, the villagers would die of hunger. Suddenly, Steve appeared behind him on the rock and called out to the men. He asked if they had a blood crystal phone because his was broken. Alvin said there was one in the village, but the man cut him off mid-sentence. Uncle said that there are women and children in the village. How can they bring such an awakened one there? The guy realized that he had said too much and apologized. While they were talking, Steve walked up to the bull and lifted it over his head with ease. The man was shocked by his strength, and Steve offered to carry the bull in exchange for the phone. They went away to whisper. The guy said that he was quite strong, and the man added that bullets wouldn't get to him. Alvin said that maybe he should take the bull to the village first, otherwise the villagers would have nothing to eat. But Uncle reminded him of what the awakened had done to the village last year. They introduced themselves as nomads and were accepted into the village, and then they brought friends and killed all the inhabitants. Steve asked what they were talking about and if they needed to go. The men said they were already on their way and asked Steve to follow them. They got on the motorcycle and the man started the engine and our hero walked behind. The uncle asked the boy to hold on tight and added that Steve would not be able to keep up with them, carrying the bull in his arms, and Alvin was sorry to leave the bull. Uncle stepped on the gas and the motorcycle rushed forward at high speed, surprising Steve. The man said to forget about him. If they go to the river, they will find more prey. But their plan was ruined as Steve easily caught up with them with the bull in his hands. The men stared at the guy and Steve told them to be careful. There was a cliff ahead, and the men flew over it with a scream. There was a bustle in the village. The gates were broken and people gathered around. They recognized Uncle John and asked in surprise if there was a bull running after him. Someone looked and said that it was someone running next to the bulls in their arms. People joyfully rushed towards Uncle John when he stopped the motorcycle. The man asked in surprise what had happened and why the gate was broken. The villagers, wrapped in bandages, ran forward to tell their uncle everything. The men were shocked and asked what had happened here. It was as if a herd of bulls had run through. One of the townspeople approached the uncle and said that they had all gone to save Chloe. The uncle asked what happened to her and asked her to tell everything right away. The man said that suddenly a winged beast attacked the village. He said that the beast killed people, caused chaos, and could even spit fire. But despite this, one townsman was able to lead everyone to shelter. He turned around and saw Chloe fall to the ground. Then this monster attacked the girl, noticing that she was lying alone on the ground. The monster grabbed her hands and flew away, holding her tightly. The townsman finished his story by saying that the monster had taken Chloe away from here. Uncle John angrily asked where the creature had taken the girl. The townsman asked him to wait and said that the elder had already taken several men and set out to search. But the uncle was adamant and screamed, trying to find out where the monster had taken Chloe. The townsman gave in and, pointing to the mountain, said that the monster had flown away behind it. The uncle immediately jumped on the motorcycle and rushed in the indicated direction, ignoring the screams. Alvin turned to Steve and, with tears in his eyes, began to beg him for help. The guy asked our hero to save their Chloe and added that he would never forget him. Steve didn't need much persuasion, and to the guy's surprise, he immediately agreed. Our hero said that then they would give him the phone when he returned. Blue lightning enveloped the boy's back, and at the same moment he grew wings, lifting him into the air. The residents, shocked, asked who this man was, and Edwin replied that he was a southerner and a young nomad. Watching Steve soar into the sky, the guy added that he was also a beastmaster. And at that time, a huge bear was raging in the forest, growling and spitting saliva. The men were trying to lure the bear into a trap and escape when suddenly one of them tripped. The man lost his balance and flew across the ground, and the bear was already very close to him. And his partner could only shout his name. The man stumbled and flew forward, and the bear was already very close. He swung his huge paw and hit the man, sending him flying. The men grabbed their knives and rushed towards the bear, shouting, wanting to avenge their comrade. But the beast was stronger and more agile than the men, and with a blow of one paw scattered them. Looking at this, someone shouted, "Retreat!" The man said they were no match for the bear, but the other disagreed and asked if they would have to run away. Suddenly someone shouted, "Be careful!" And the next moment the bear struck again, coughing up blood. One of the men said that at this rate they would all be killed. He thought that there was no point in saving Chloe. Too much time had passed. That flying creature had probably eaten her. Of all the awakened villagers, there are only 4 left. They can't lose more people. They really will have to run, the man thought as the bear swung its paw again. A clawed paw almost landed on the head of one of the men, and he looked at it in fear. Suddenly, something crashed into the bear at incredible speed, throwing him aside. It was Steve, in eagle form, who kicked the bear in the face, causing it to fly off. The men stared at our hero in surprise, not understanding what was happening. They looked at Steve, with wings and a cloud of twinkling crickets, and asked in unison who he was. Someone said he was a man, but at first it seemed like an eagle. Steve replied that Alvin had asked him for a favor and asked where Chloe was. The man said that the flying creature took her somewhere to its nest, apparently somewhere on the mountain. He added that the bear caught them by surprise, and the other men were rubbing their bruises. A bottle appeared in Steve's hand, and he said that since they had seriously injured people, they had better use the potion. One of the men picked up the bottle and said that this potion was very valuable. Steve was asking where exactly the girl had been taken when a bear appeared behind him. Without taking his hands out of his pockets, Steve kicked the bear so hard that it flew back. After being kicked in the stomach, Steve turned around and punched the bear in the jaw from below, somersaulting in the air. Steve landed lightly on his feet, and the bear fell prostrate on his back after such blows, and the men only watched in amazement. The bear was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, but judging by his stats, his integrity was almost complete, and Steve asked if he was pretending to be dead and ordered him to open his eyes. The bear obediently opened his eyes and looked at Steve, who ordered him to stand up and obey. The huge carcass immediately sat down in front of our hero, showing with its whole appearance its readiness to submit. The men couldn't believe that Steve had just tamed a huge bear. The system asked for a name, and Steve named him Cole. It turned out that he was the king of the forest until a flying creature arrived, and having defeated him, took all the lands. Our hero said with a smile that then the bear knew where the creature had flown and suggested going to take revenge on her. The bear roared, showing his readiness with his whole appearance. At that moment, John rode up to the company on a motorcycle and ran up to them. One of the men asked him why he had come, and he replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was where Chloe was now. The man didn't know what to answer because they didn't even know where she was. Steve told John that he would return the girl to them, and in return, he must fulfill his promise. John just now noticed Steve and was surprised at what he was doing there. Our hero rushed forward and told Ugal to lead him to the right place. The men remained behind, watching in surprise as Steve and the bear raced forward. Suddenly, Steve's entire body began to glow blue, and lightning began to envelop him. The next second, wings appeared behind his back and he soared into the sky. The men looked at Steve in surprise, amazed that he could not only tame animals but also turn into them. John fell to his knees, watching the boy fly away. He folded his hands in prayer, hoping that Steve would be able to save Chloe. And from a nearby cave came the sounds of chomping. The winged monster sat on a mountain of bones and held a half-eaten deer in its paws. In the corner, next to a mountain of bones, sat a girl. She was crying and calling for her dad in fear. But the sound of Chloe's voice attracted the monster's attention, and he suddenly turned in her direction. The monster growled, spraying saliva and blood, and the girl cowered in fear, covering her face. Suddenly, a bear appeared behind the monster and he turned around in surprise. The monster turned and rushed towards the bear, who was already ready to accept the fight. The bear rushed forward, and behind him soared a huge eagle. The monster was about to sink its fangs into the metal when it suddenly glowed blue and became smaller. Steve partially merged with the bear, and one of his eyes turned red. He saw that the monster was a wyvern, a young, wounded specimen. The wyvern sank its teeth into Steve's clawed paw, but he immediately struck the monster with his other paw. He grabbed the monster by the neck and threw it forward with all his might, sending a fireball after it. The wyvern broke through the cave wall and fell down like a stone. Steve turned to the girl and said that he would save her, but for now, she needed to sit here quietly. At that moment, a wyvern crawled into the cave, and Steve wondered if he could tame it, since his spatial energy was greater. Here, our hero saw information that in order to tame a wyvern, its integrity must be less than 10%, and he realized that he could. Suddenly, the thought appeared in his head that he wanted to destroy this lizard, and his hand itself hit the monster with all its force. The wyvern broke through the cave wall again and flew out, its integrity reduced to 16%. Steve realized that Sooty's hostility was getting out of control, and it was becoming very difficult to control his emotions. The thought to kill flashed through my head again, and my body prepared itself for the blow. Steve's furry leg slammed into the wyvern, and he screamed in his head that he couldn't kill it. Realizing that the bear would not stop, Steve canceled the transformation and Sooty returned, jumping into the blue portal. The wyvern fell down, and the integrity of its body became lower with each impact with the rock. Steve knew it was time when he saw that the integrity was less than 10% and activated the taming skill. The wyvern seemed to freeze and an exclamation mark appeared above its head, indicating that the skill had worked. Immediately after taming, he activated instant recovery and the wyvern's integrity began to increase. When 99% of the wounds were healed, Steve gave the order to fly. The winged monster was still falling down with a roar, but it was able to slow down and stop. Our hero saddled the monster and they flew up together. The wyvern, shrouded in a blue glow from the healing spell, flew up towards the top of the mountain. The men below froze in surprise, clutching their machine guns tightly in their hands. John could not stand the weight. Tears flowed from his eyes and he began to ask his daughter for forgiveness. Seeing how upset their uncle was, the other men also began to sigh, remembering the missing Chloe. Suddenly, all the men froze in surprise and looked up questioningly. Someone pointed ahead and asked if that was the flying creature. Someone shouted that a state of emergency had been declared and that the shooters needed to get ready immediately. The men readied their machine guns, ready to shoot and kill the monster. Suddenly, the head of the village shouted to stop and not shoot, seeing something ahead. All the men froze in surprise, asking what had happened. The chief replied that there was someone on the creature's back, and the other man said that there was someone sitting on its back, and then they saw Chloe. John couldn't believe his eyes when a wyvern landed in front of him, with Chloe sitting on its back. The girl saw her dad and joyfully threw herself into his arms, and the man could not hold back his tears. Soon, the whole village gathered around the fire. They gave away meat, ate their fill, and discussed Steve and his new title of Dragon Knight. A new batch was being roasted on the fire and someone said that the baby needed more meat, and another said that he was afraid to approach this creature. Steve watched the children play with the wyvern and thought that after being tamed, it had become more friendly. It turned out that after taming, he can find out the past of any animal. The wyvern horde was almost completely destroyed by the Air Alliance. Being very young, she flew behind everyone, which is why she was able to get out of the carnage alive. After crossing the borders, she suffered from injuries and hunger. And after an attack on the village, she found Ugolko's den and settled there. The chief said that thanks to Steve they can celebrate today. With the help of magic he brought them food, healed the wounded, and even fixed houses. He said that even before the government was destroyed after the disaster, they lived in poverty, but still lived happily. And when it turned out that even together they couldn't cope, they had to run, because they couldn't do anything to these creatures. It became impossible to survive in the city, so they went deeper into the continent. There used to be many such nomads, but now there are fewer of them. It is impossible to hunt. Nothing grows on the ground, and animals attack along with marauders. The chief said that when they left, there were 400 of them, and 2 years later, only 60 remained. He added that today they wanted to start moving again because it was impossible to stay here. Steve asked with interest if the continent was safe. They told him that it was not safe anywhere now because there was a huge territory there and monsters and bandits were gathering there. But the village chief heard that there were protective barriers there that protected civilians. He added that it would be difficult to get along without connections, where they even speak a foreign language. They are simple refugees, and it would be a miracle if they got there alive. Steve remembered Melissa's words that soon Asia would become one big field and then refugees would come to Steve's lands. The nomads heard from the guards that if they could not protect themselves, then they should join those who could, but they would have to pay for it. The chief stood up, saying that everyone was already drunk and suggested that they spend the night here. He added that they had prepared a room for Steve on the second floor, and Alvin said that it was a bit sloppy but he could rest there. But our hero replied that it wasn't worth it, and that he needed to go somewhere. The boss said worriedly that it was too late, but Steve replied that it was no big deal. The man agreed and added that they had already detained their savior, and Steve sheepishly said that it was not so. The chief asked Alvin to bring the blood crystal phone from his room and the guy rushed to fulfill the request. All the villagers gathered to see Steve off, and behind him the wyvern was already ready to fly. Our hero picked up the phone and said that the navigation and satellite communications were working fine, adding that he would be going to a good cause. The chief said that Steve shouldn't thank them, since it was he who saved their village. Suddenly, Steve's hand began to glow, and a ball of lightning began to appear in it. The villagers looked at this with fascination, surprised that he was using magic again. At that moment, dozens of blood crystals poured out of Steve's hand. The men looked at the pile of crystals in surprise, wondering at their value. As he left, Steve said that he hoped that these crystals would help them too, and said goodbye. The residents said goodbye to our hero with gratitude, wishing him a successful journey. Steve waved at them in response, saying that they would meet again. The wyvern took off into the sky and Steve shouted that they were now heading to England. John held Chloe's hand and they both watched our hero for a long time. The presenter greeted the viewers, saying that they had a news bulletin. They received word that a horde of wyverns had been destroyed by the Air Force Alliance, and that morning, the Air Force encountered another wyvern. However, the last wyvern was reportedly piloted by an awakened one, and now viewers are celebrating the appearance of an unknown dragon knight. The picture changed and the program Quick Report came online. They showed a view over one of the destroyed bridges. There was literally just a breakthrough there. 2 huge fire ants came out of the portal and created real hell. Suddenly, something rushed onto the bridge and the presenter asked the camera to switch. The video clearly showed a man with long hair and holding 2 swords in his hands. The presenters immediately recognized that it was Hero and were surprised at what he was doing in a neighboring country. They began to doubt whether it was really Hero, whether it was really him in the video. The news reported that the awakened #1 hero suddenly appeared on a bridge in a neighboring country. Together with the Scylla Guild that arrived there, they destroyed the monsters for 10 minutes. The commentators were divided between those who supported Hero and those who called him a traitor. And the news reported that the Dragon Knight supported the troops during the Scorpion Purge and that awakened summoners of the highest ranks began to gather there. And everyone was interested in only one question. Who is this Dragon Knight? Another news item reported that the Dragon Knight had once again supported the troops and helped them deal with the ogres. Judging by the news received, it was finally possible to find out that the Dragon Knight is Steve. The commentators all praised Steve, called him a god, shared information about his abilities, and suggested that Hero give him the title of #1. Breaking news has it that the #1 hero has personally accused Steve. The host said that Hero's unexpected statement, as well as his appearance in the country he once abandoned, caused a stir, and he suggested watching the interview together. Reporters asked why he was blaming Steve and why he had come to the country in the first place. Hero said that he came here personally to report that Steve, who is called the God of Wind and the Tamer, is a deceiver. Journalists began asking for details about why Hero was calling him a liar. Hero replied that Steve fled the country when he found out he was coming there because he was afraid he might expose him. The reporter asked if he was trying to say that Steve's real abilities were exaggerated and that all his videos were lies. Hero stated that Steve is just a tamer, and his abilities have never been professionally evaluated. It's just the government making money off of him. The reporter said it looked like there was a conflict brewing between them and asked if he wanted to tell Steve anything. Hero asked the camera if our hero could see him and said that if he wanted to prove him wrong, Hero was waiting for him at the SPFC station. Sipping coffee from a glass, Donnie said in surprise, "Wow." The news was already full of Hero's statement that he could deal with Steve with one hand and that he challenged him to a fight. Another article said that world-famous Steve showed his friendly attitude towards the Russian president. Watching the news, Chad asked in surprise how Steve ended up in Russia on his way to England. The guy got a call and answered, saying it was Steve's guild and Chad was on the line. When asked by the caller, he replied that he too could not reach Steve. Donnie asked if it was the bureau director calling again, and Chad grimly agreed. The boy was surprised that he called every day, and Chad said that he could call every hour. Donnie said that just a couple of months ago he couldn't even look at the director, but now he calls them every day. They found nothing in the dungeons and were also surprised by Steve's antics, a sullen Cedric complained, and his colleague advised to give up trying to find the cash and just collect the loot. Donnie said that Steve was really needed right now, and Chad asked what it was this time. The article said that the appearance of dungeons of the 7th level had become more frequent. The residents were worried, and they hoped that Steve's guild would take on the 13th district. Chad said that lately a lot of people want to move to this new area of the city. Donnie said that the world needs stick and added that it should be used. Chad grumbled that the principal had told him the same thing, which surprised the boy. The director said that they would have to stand up for the land when the area was recognized, and the bureau would take on the payment of taxes and the closure of simple dungeons. Donnie was surprised by this conversation and asked him what he told him. Chad replied that they were still thinking about it, and Donnie said that they should have agreed. The bureau wants them to team up with a special unit when dungeons appear. Chad said that while his brother is away, he can't decide everything on his own. He's not sure that they can handle creating a district and clearing out the 7th level dungeons. Donnie thought that if they became a special squad, then the attitude towards them would be completely different. However, they would have to risk their lives more often, and now this was not necessary. Donnie looked at the photo of Steve standing next to the president, with a painted wyvern sitting behind them. He thought that the country was in total disarray right now because of Hiro's statement and the creation of the 13th district, and Steve was now in an unknown location. Donnie asked Chad if they couldn't get in touch with him either, and the guy agreed. And at this time, somewhere in the destroyed city, a lonely car was driving. The man who was driving in the red car called our hero by name, a little nervously. He asked if Steve could see him and added that he was already on his way to the meeting place. In response, our hero asked if it was he driving the red car. The gray-haired man behind the wheel said it was him and added, "Welcome to London." The man asked if Steve could see the 3 stone golems chasing the car. Our hero replied that he would sort it out now, and the man thanked him warmly. Steve rode down on the wyvern, watching as the 3 golems chased the car. One of the golems, who was closest to the car, swung its huge hand. She landed next to the car, breaking the earth into small pieces. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew at one of the golems, knocking him off his feet. The huge monster flew to the side, smashing the building with its body. The remaining 2 golems roared, turning towards the incoming ball. At that moment, Steve flew past them, riding a wyvern, attracting their attention. Steve waved his hand and small flames poured out of it. This was the fire fairy's skill. And then he used the fire tornado skill, blowing the fire from the fairies with the wind. Both golems fell to the ground, unable to withstand such an onslaught. Steve walked up to one of the monsters and a pillar of flame burst from his hand. He walked up to the second monster and kicked it in the head, causing it to split. From the impact, the monster's jaw flew far forward, smashing the wall of the building in front. Steve said they were weaker than they looked and decided it was because they were low level. At that moment, the wyvern landed next to Steve, raising currents of air around itself. There was a clap and a shout of delight behind him, and Steve turned towards the sound. The gray-haired man took a photo of Steve and said he was exactly as the rumors said. Our hero asked if he was Professor Toddler, and he replied that it was he, in person. Suddenly, the wyvern flapped its wings, raising a wind, and the professor looked at it in surprise. He asked if this was the famous wyvern. Steve said the Russians suggested painting it to distinguish it from other wyverns. The professor said that he felt the presence of the Dragon Knight, even if only for a short time, and thanked him for saving him. Steve responded by saying that the translation of his phrases worked perfectly. He must be using a good translator. The man showed the device and said that when he found out about the meeting, he immediately bought the most expensive translation device. Looking around, Steve asked if this was really London. Everything looked destroyed. The professor replied that things were not going very well in England at the moment, and that things were downright terrible in London. He added that when the sun disappears, everything becomes even more terrible. Steve said that everything was clear, and the professor suggested going. Our hero opened a portal and ordered Byron, as he called the wyvern, to return. The wyvern slowly entered the portal, and the professor watched it, fascinated. He said that this was a portal for summoning beasts, looking forward in surprise. And at this time, Byron began to slowly appear on the other side of the portal, among a pack of wolves. The workers looked forward in fear as a huge wyvern emerged from the portal. And Byron had already completely passed through the portal and it closed, and the animals gathered around him. Suddenly the wyvern growled and the pack of wolves took up its roar with their own howls. Looking at the howling animals, someone said that it was probably the same wyvern from the news, and another added that there was a farm of domesticated animals and they were all cute there. The red car was already rushing forward, and the doctor said that he would never have thought that he would see this in person. He said that if such a large wyvern was able to return through the portal, then the level there is at least 3, and Steve said that he was well aware. The professor said that of course he was aware, since he was currently the main topic of the news. The man smiled and said that he had been waiting for their meeting and was very glad. But Steve didn't share the enthusiasm, and thought it sounded like he wanted to experiment on the guy. The car drove past destroyed houses, towards the coast, where huge monsters were swimming in the river. Steve asked if his lab was in London, and the man replied that the city no longer existed. New Dover is the new capital of England, and his laboratory is also located there. Steve asked why they hadn't arranged to meet there then, and the professor replied that he needed to get here for some materials. He said that there had recently been a massive bombing here, and that there were now many samples of blood crystals here. The professor said that he is currently researching the creation of instant teleportation stations, which will work like a portal for animals. He added that the monster portals work in the same way during a breakthrough. The man asked if it wasn't wonderful that if they could use this, then no monsters would be able to stop the movement of humanity. Steve wasn't particularly happy with the idea and said it sounded good. The professor said that even now water and air routes are blocked. At this rate, they will be isolated, and it will be difficult for humanity to survive. The red car had already left the city and was racing across the bridge over the river. Suddenly, the professor said that he probably talked too much, but Steve did not take his eyes off the road. The man asked why our hero wanted to meet him so much, but Steve suddenly said quietly, "Be careful," looking ahead at the road. At that moment, the bridge in front of them split as if something had hit it from below. It turned out that a huge whale had pierced the bridge with its snout, causing the car to fly backwards. The professor grabbed the steering wheel and shouted in fear that it was a whale. And Steve saw not only the whale, but also its C2 level, and the fact that its integrity was 18%. Suddenly, a giant shark appeared from the water, and tentacles were visible nearby. The professor did not let go of the steering wheel, although the car was flying through the air due to the impact, and exclaimed in surprise that it was a megalodon monster. Right under the destroyed bridge, an epic battle took place between a huge whale and a megalodon. The car jumped up, quickly flew down, and the professor shouted that they were going to crash. The next moment, the car fell into the water, and the whale followed it into the water. And the military was already rushing to the battle site. Some in helicopters, others on waterboards. The helicopter said that a small vehicle had been hit and asked them to try to evacuate civilians. The soldier on the board asked who was behind them and was told that the Muscle Queen, David and Silva, were there. The two in the back took the order, and the muscular man with ponytails, who was called the Muscle Queen, said he understood. He turned around and asked if that red car was Professor Toddler's, and the man replied that it looked like his. David said he would go get the professor and asked the man to take care of the tentacle shark. He lowered himself into the water and began to look around in search of the car. The man's eyes glowed like two spotlights, illuminating everything around him, and he was able to find the car. However, there was no one in the car, and he reported that the car was empty. The man looked around and saw a giant shark chasing a whale that was much smaller than it. The shark almost caught up with the whale and its jaws closed, but the whale was able to turn around and escape the attack. And immediately after the attack, the whale rushed upward into the air, and the shark quickly rushed after it. The whale emerged from the water, sending up a fountain of spray. The military saw a megalodon appearing behind the whale and shouted that it was time to open fire. Suddenly, one of the soldiers noticed that there were people on the whale's fin and ordered not to shoot. It was Steve and Professor Toddler, who breathed a sigh of relief that they had almost been eaten. Our hero looked at the shark and read its stats. Level D3, Young Specimen. He extended his hand forward and activated the tornado skill. At that very moment, a blue glow appeared around the shark, drawing it in. The military, watching from the side, saw what was happening when the shark became completely covered in a blue glow. One of the soldiers said that it looked like a tornado. He saw something similar on YouTube. The emerging Muscle Queen said with surprise that this was a dragon knight. Steve summoned the fire fairies, and the tornado turned into a huge fire whirlwind. When the military saw that the whale had escaped from the shark, they opened fire to finish off the monster. The helicopters flew closer to the burning shark and opened fire. Steve and the professor were still holding onto the whale's fin, and he thought that Steve had managed to catch the megalodon in the fire tornado and was glad that he had been able to see it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Steve asked the whale if he was glad that he was finally able to avenge his mother. The whale didn't answer, but only looked gratefully at our hero and dived back into the water. Meanwhile, the soldier was shouting that the megalodon was falling, watching as the huge monster, engulfed in flames, flew down. The moment the shark crashed into the ground, Steve saw that his level had been raised and his water attribute skill had been cancelled. The small house was located near the cliff, and the sun was shining brightly above it. There were mugs of coffee and cookies on the table. The man asked if he had slept well, and the guy replied that he had slept great. Looking at the sea below the cliff, Steve said that this was a great place, and the professor agreed. And not far from the men, raising waves and splashes, a whale jumped out of the water. The professor said that blue whales are having a hard time right now due to monster attacks, but this guy was lucky to meet them. Steve said with a smile that, to be honest, the town really is at the end of the world. The man said that the English troops have been pushed back by monsters for a long time. There are no places left to escape, so the country is in the process of creating impenetrable walls. The professor said that he was still haunted by what happened that night. He said that he was surprised that he could control and manipulate various animals, but he was even more amazed by the fire tornado and that he was able to see it. Steve drank his coffee calmly, and the professor said that there had never been an awakened one who could tame animals and use all four attributes: water, fire, earth, and air. The man asked with a smile what his life was like before waking up. Steve replied that his life was very ordinary, but it became extraordinary when he ended up in the animal kingdom. Our hero asked, after all, it was he who created the device for measuring spatial energy. The man replied that yes, it was his job, and asked if Steve liked him. Our hero asked what laws were behind this device, and the professor asked in surprise why he needed it. Steve said that every time his strength is measured, he feels like someone is watching him. Professor Toddler looked nervous and said nothing. Steve said that it also has to do with the planet from which he returned to Earth. He said that as far as he understood, that planet was broken into pieces and appeared in the form of dungeons, and that fourth-level dungeon was only a small part. He added that instead of friendly animals, there now live lizardmen, which he had never seen before. He asked what had happened to his comrades, why he had not aged at all in 1,000 years, and who were the people watching him when they measured his energy. The doctor listened to our hero and said that it was all true. He said that all of Steve's questions and sudden interest in his language and writing were not accidental and were connected. They entered the hatch in the floor and went down the steps. The professor said that his laboratory was there. Steve said it was pretty deep, and the professor replied that it was designed to withstand even a nuclear blast. He added that although this was his personal laboratory, it was government property and Steve was the first outsider to enter it. The men came down the stairs and the doctor said that they had arrived. The professor entered the password and the door slowly opened. They stood in the doorway and the doctor said it was her, shining a flashlight. Steve said nothing and silently looked at the space behind the door. Behind the door, there was a large room with things lying around everywhere, and the doctor said with a smile that everything here was cluttered. The professor said that despite its appearance, the equipment was fully equipped. He showed Steve the equipment racks and said that it was analysis equipment, test samples. The man showed the robot and said that it can reproduce a photocopy of any object after entering a code, and it also recognizes voices. On another table there were stones and flasks, and the doctor said that this was ore from the dungeons. They use it for research. On the screen were Steve's notes from the cave, and the professor said that all of this was found in the dungeons over the past 2 months. The man happily said that it was amazing to find a human language in the dungeon. He said that in all the dungeons they had visited in the last 3 weeks, these inscriptions had been found. Steve stared at the professor in shock, surprised by these words. He asked if there were multiple versions of the same dungeon. The professor said that in different cities of the world, such dungeons of different levels appeared. He added that in total, 8 locations with this dungeon were opened in the world, from the 2nd to the 5th level. Steve asked if they were all at different levels, and the man replied yes, adding that they appeared at different times. Our hero remembered Melissa's words that they open near the awakened. Perhaps the point is that these are dungeons, not a planet. Steve asked if the planet had broken apart and been copied, and the doctor replied that this was the most logical theory. Our hero asked what happened to the animals living there then, and the doctor replied that he himself was interested in this question. The professor replied that this was exactly why he wanted to talk to Steve. Our hero looked at the professor in surprise, and he took the guy by the hands. He said he had hoped to get answers about how the dungeons appeared and disappeared by meeting Steve, but was recently contacted by the author of the inscriptions. The professor happily said that after receiving the letter from Steve, he could not sit still for so long as he waited for the meeting. He smiled and suggested that they find the answer to the question together with Steve, calling him a dragon knight. Steve was disappointed, thinking with irritation that the man knew nothing at all. The professor remembered that Steve was interested in a device for measuring spatial energy and offered to show it. The man began to rummage through one of the boxes, saying that it was somewhere here. Suddenly, he joyfully shouted that he had found it, taking out a piece of some kind of stone. The man showed the stone to Steve with satisfaction, and he asked what it was. The professor handed it to Steve, saying that it was called the memory stone. He said that you need to take this stone in your hands and close your eyes. Steve didn't ask any unnecessary questions and placed his hand on the stone, which immediately began to shine. Our hero closed his eyes and again saw the inscriptions that someone was watching him. And when he saw the inscription that his data was recorded, the guy suddenly opened his eyes. The professor asked with interest how everything went, what it felt like. Steve said tensely, feeling someone's gaze on him as he held the stone in his hands. The professor said that everyone reacts differently, but that those who are particularly sensitive may feel uncomfortable. And Steve asked if it was possible to make a measuring device out of the stone. The doctor replied that everything was exactly like that, but he did not make this stone. Steve asked in surprise how it was not the doctor who made the stone, and the man confirmed his words with a smile. The professor said that this stone fell near the portal on the day of the Great Catastrophe. It turns out it took a long time before they learned of its benefits, and Steve asked if it fell from the sky. The man said that although Europe had suffered from a great catastrophe, it had received a blessing, a divine stone. It fell on the day of the Great Catastrophe, and that is how they were able to begin exploring the spaces. The professor said that thanks to the information contained in the stone, they were able to create many devices. The man turned to our hero and showed him a box with different flasks. He said that this was one of his inventions, a case for stones. He managed to attach a memory stone to it. Steve wasn't particularly interested, but the man added that he had managed to transfer all the information sealed in the stone. The professor said quite a bit that the stone takes over information from any contact. It has a limit, but now it copes well. He handed the box to Steve and invited him to try touching it. Our hero didn't ask any questions and put his hand on the box. After seeing the measurement results, the doctor enthusiastically said that Steve had managed to overcome Brang's energy in just 3 months. The professor said that maybe it was because Steve was special, but even so, the speed was astounding. Our hero asked if this was really a portable measuring device. The professor replied that it was, and added that he wanted to work on its size some more. The excited man said he had recently developed another device and invited Steve to look at it. He pulled out another box and handed it to Steve, and the guy asked if it was made with the same stone. The professor replied that everything was as it was, and added that the case had other functions. He said that this stone can carry an impressive amount of information and can reveal data about physical indicators. Steve asked again what stats he was talking about, seeing the information on the sign about agility. The professor said that with the help of this device, one can determine the level of strength and agility. This will help to form squads not only by energy, but also by strength. Steve listened thoughtfully as the professor explained how this would help create more effective teams. With a happy smile, the professor asked Steve what he thought about it. And our hero thought that it turns out that there were no other awakened ones before who could see the indicators of others. The professor said that he had finished making a sample and that there would be a demonstration tomorrow and invited Steve to participate. Our hero returned the box to the man and agreed to participate. Suddenly, the box with information about Steve's strength and dexterity began to sparkle. An error window appeared on the screen, and the doctor said in surprise that this had not happened yesterday. He turned away embarrassedly and asked our hero to wait a little. The professor called the director and said that tomorrow's demonstration would have to be cancelled. He said that there was some kind of problem with the device and an error had just occurred. While he was talking on the phone, Steve was reading an article about him and Grace, and there was also a spicy inscription from the cave, and our hero was sad that they didn't choose a different quote. The professor said he would like to continue the conversation, but something urgent had come up. Steve asked the professor if he knew where these stones came from. The doctor immediately replied that such memory stones are mined on the planet Aruka. Meanwhile, the sun was setting over Steve's guild, turning the trees and fireflies orange. Bill and the boys from the monastery were playing in the sand when a shadow of a man appeared above them. Hero stood above them, holding 2 swords in his hands, fresh blood dripping from them. Bill froze, looking at Hero, and one of the monks said that it was blood. The boy turned to the child and the young monks and they stood up looking at Hero. Bill was the first to come out of his stupor and ask who he was. Hero's clothes and face were stained with blood and he asked the boy if he was Bill. Steve had no idea what was going on in the guild and asked the professor about the planet Aruka. He replied that the memory stones here are nothing special and reflect the same wavelength unless they are split into pieces. If blood crystals act as batteries, then memory stones are data transfer devices, and the High Elves use them to maintain communication. Steve asked who he meant by High Elves, and the professor replied that he was talking about high-ranking elves. He added that the spatial energy alteration device was just a nice bonus. Initially, they wanted to develop a network for communication between elves, and then they want to make a network for the Earth. Moreover, they want to develop a network of portals for communication between the entire planet. With a smile, the professor added that they learned this secret information from the elves who arrived on the planet. They said that on Aruka, elves use stones to determine energy, class, and other characteristics. The professor added that it turns out that it is not possible to hide personal information from the elves. Steve wondered in surprise if the High Elves could see the same information window. He opened it and saw all the information about the professor: his rank, class, profession, and basic characteristics. Suddenly, the information window became rippled, and the message appeared: no signal. Looking at this, Steve thought with annoyance that the system was being capricious again. But the professor didn't understand why Steve didn't seem to be listening to him and decided that he had gone too far with his talking again. He said that the box needed to be fixed, even if he had to stay late, and added that he wouldn't leave the lab until everything was fixed. Steve said with a polite smile that then she would not distract the professor. The man asked our hero to wait a little. A guide would come soon and show him the city. As he was leaving, he said that there were a lot of shops on the shopping street, advised not to go too far, and added that they would continue the conversation tomorrow. Steve was left alone in the lab and began to look around, waiting for a guide. The screen showed information that time moves twice as fast in the dungeon, and that the rock carvings were more than 200 years old. Steve read the report and realized that this was all they knew at the moment. Another screen said that emotions changed over time and signs of emotional instability were noted. Looking at the inscriptions, Steve said irritably that it was all ridiculous. In front of him stood a table covered with memory stones of various shapes. Our hero took one stone and again saw the inscription that he was being watched and the data was recorded. Steve thought that perhaps the High Elves knew who was watching him, and maybe they knew about the Great Catastrophe. These thoughts gave him the idea that he needed to visit the planet Aruka. Suddenly, a man behind him called out to him, coming down the steps. Steve was distracted from his thoughts and asked the man if he was the guide. He introduced himself as William from the Lawrence Corporation and that he was a pioneer in the field of measurements. Steve immediately told the man that he needed to get somewhere. He pointed to the screen and asked if he could get in there. The man said this was the Southern Portal in London. This was the 11th area of operation of the Infantry Brigade. William asked if Steve wanted to take part in clearing out this dungeon, and our hero agreed. The man was taken aback by this request but agreed to accompany him. And Professor Toddler sat in his office and tried to figure out the error that had occurred. He measured his own numbers and there were no errors, and he wondered why Steve was having an error. The man could not understand why the error suddenly began to appear. Suddenly, the door to the office opened and the man asked if the professor was there. The man greeted David as he entered and asked what he was doing there. He replied that there was a dragon knight here. How could he miss such an event, and asked where he was. The professor replied that he had some problems and asked the conductor to take care of him. David was disappointed and asked again just in case if he was sure he wasn't there. The professor confirmed that everything was correct and asked the man to put his hand on the scanner since he had come anyway. David realized that this was some kind of new invention and put his hand on the screen. Information about strength and agility appeared on the screen, and the professor joyfully exclaimed that everything was working. David realized that these numbers were his physical indicators and looked at the screen with interest. The professor said that he expected nothing less from an awakened C rank who had reached the limit in terms of strength. David was flattered, but sheepishly said that he would be happy with the 4-digit results. But he still needed to train. At these words, the doctor's eyes widened because a new thought came into his head. David said that he would go look for the Dragon Knight and said goodbye to the professor. And the man was still thinking about the words spoken about the 4-digit indicator. He started typing something quickly on the keyboard, saying that 999 was the maximum number. The professor thought that if he opened Steve's data and increased the limit to 9,999, he stared at the screen in surprise, looking at the result, and cursed. And already outside the laboratory, the huge monster was tied up with strong chains. The chains were attached to 4 war machines surrounding the monster. A black car drove by, and the man said that the monster was immobilized for research because it would die anyway, so the company was buying them. William was driving and Steve was sitting next to him watching the proceedings when the man said they had arrived. They arrived at a portal glowing with blue light, around which there was a military camp. William told Steve that it was a level 5 dungeon full of giant grasshoppers, and that there were 18 hours left before the dungeon exploded. The screen showed a video of a man yelling at a guy in a grasshopper costume that he would kill him. Next, the slogan was written, "Forward warriors, the crazy grasshopper is waiting for you." William said that the man was a famous comedian and the squads were trying to make money with his help. Ahead, Steve saw a squadron of aircraft fighting a huge wyvern. Steve asked if the attack had really begun, and the man said that more than half of all territories were currently in combat, but the raids into the dungeon were not stopping. Suddenly, the men's attention was drawn to a loud cry. "Be careful!" A downed helicopter was flying towards them and crashed into the ground with a roar. The blades of the helicopter broke off and flew towards William. But Steve grabbed the blades with one hand and stopped them, surprising the man. Someone shouted what happened, and they answered that the helicopter had crashed and the rest had flown underground. The soldiers looked at Steve, one asked who it was, and the second recognized him and said that it was a Dragon Knight. William thanked Steve, who asked him why, and the man replied in surprise that it was for saving his life. William said that now it could be said that the issue with the entrance to the dungeon had been resolved. Suddenly, the man turned around and said, "Here they are." He pointed to the men in uniform and said that this was the Lawrence Corporation combat team. These A-rank guys were specially selected for Steve. William introduced the man, saying that he was the leader of the Phoenix Squad, Robert. The man greeted Steve and said that he was the captain of the 2nd Phoenix Squad. But Steve went further, saying that it wasn't worth it and that he would go into the dungeon himself. William called out to our hero in shock, asking how he could go into the dungeon on his own. But Steve was adamant and told them not to follow him. William tried to stop him, saying that this was a 5th level dungeon. Our hero did not listen to the man and boldly stepped into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Steve opened the information window and said with annoyance that it still didn't work. Having closed the information window, our hero said that B-rank monsters have energy no more than 1,400. William tried to stop Steve again by calling his name. But our hero no longer listened to him, and already in the portal took the form of a golden eagle. Looking at the guy's back, William couldn't believe his eyes and sighed heavily. He turned to the man from the squad and asked him what to do to follow him. Robert replied that he saw no reason to do this since Steve himself did not want to. The soldiers also discussed what had happened, some asking why they were being devalued, while others said that despite the fact that he was a dragon knight, they should follow and help. William apologized to Robert because he was so busy, and the man replied that it was okay. They were still waiting for the quest to start. The soldiers continued to discuss Steve's actions, and William grabbed his head and asked what he should do. Suddenly, a red SUV drove up and stopped next to them. Everyone turned to look at him with interest, wondering who had arrived. David Dane, wearing a tracksuit, got out of the car and waved to William. Coming closer, he said that everyone was gathered and asked Robert why he was here and not catching grasshoppers. Robert responded by asking what a hero who was supposed to save the whole world was doing in the village. David asked him why he was judging him, and Robert replied that for now he could judge the 9th in rank and the 1st in England. Robert said with a grin that they needed to prepare for the quest, and added that they would meet at the party. David responded by asking if he would really be able to see that drunk ass at the farewell party. The soldiers quietly discussed how sometimes such conversations made them feel sick. After waiting for the end of the conversation, William called David with tears in his eyes. The Muscle Queen sat down a little and asked why his dear William was crying and where the Dragon Knight was. The guy replied with annoyance that he had just gone into the 5th level dungeon alone. David was surprised by this news, and William added that he left so quickly that he did not have time to stop him. The boy sadly asked what he should do, because if something happened to Steve, he could be fired. Suddenly, David laughed loudly, surprising the guy with such a reaction. He explained that this action was entirely expected from a Dragon Knight. David said that he didn't seem to know much about the Dragon Knight, but William repeated again that this was a level 5 dungeon. The man said he would wait for him at the Pink Ice Cream Cafe and asked him to let him know when he came out. Suddenly, David turned back, sensing something. He pointed at the portal and said that Steve had come out, and William couldn't believe his eyes. And Steve actually came out of the portal and was shaking the dust off his suit. William screamed in shock that this simply couldn't be happening. Nearby, soldiers were checking their equipment in preparation to enter the portal. They discussed that something had happened to the incoming combat teams and did not believe that they could prevent the rift. One of the soldiers asked if the place would now be filled with grasshoppers. Another soldier replied that the National Bureau had already requested assistance. The soldier asked what would happen if the rift happened while they were inside, and the other soldier replied that he tried not to think about it. Suddenly, one of the soldiers raised his head and froze, looking up. He asked if he was seeing things, and the second soldier asked what they were talking about. The soldiers reported to Robert that Steve had already returned, and the man did not believe what he heard. William happily rushed towards Steve, and David shouted loudly, calling him a Dragon Knight. Suddenly, Steve recognized David and said that this was the same strongman. But the guys didn't have time to talk, because someone shouted that the fire boar had escaped. David turned to see a huge boar surrounded by fire running towards them. William said in fear that it was a fire boar, and David was furious because this pig destroyed his favorite ice cream parlor. The man swung and shouted that he would not forgive this, and used the Mega 10 strike skill. David's fist, glowing with blue light, hit the boar right in the head, and the next second the boar flew back from the force of the blow. His huge body flew into the crowd of standing soldiers and they scattered to the sides. The soldiers were delighted to discuss that everything was as expected from David's thunderstorm, dealt with in one blow. Steve also liked the hit and said with a smile that it was strong. David approached Steve and asked, they already knew each other, but he introduced himself anyway and extended his hand. Steve shook hands and introduced himself, and David said he had been waiting for their meeting since that day. But our hero did not understand why David was waiting for this meeting. The man said he saw Steve turning the megalodon into fish food. That day, David realized that he and Steve were very similar. The man asked if our hero knew how he got such muscles, and Steve asked if he needed to know. The man said he saw a cave painting of Steve where he was training with giant bananas. He said that everyone around him laughed, but he saw a kindred spirit and also began to train with bananas. Steve asked in surprise if this was true, and the man replied that it was true. David showed the photo and said that this is what he looked like at his worst. Steve looked at the photo, pretending to understand what the man was talking about. David said that he managed to get a job on a banana farm. Bananas always gave him strength. Steve thought it was a flashback because bananas had saved his life too. He thought it was amazing that someone saw themselves in his drawings, since they had become a laughingstock, and he decided that he liked David. The man suggested ignoring the numbers and asked if he couldn't destroy the monsters with the muscles he had built up. Steve liked this question and said with a smile that he could easily do it. David said he wanted to see how Steve would handle monsters in close combat without using skills. Steve immediately accepted the challenge and said that there was no problem with it. William intervened in their conversation and asked them to wait a little. But the guys no longer listened to him and entered the portal. William and all the soldiers watched with interest as David and Steve entered the portal. All the news was full of headlines that David and Steve had saved England by clearing the dungeon 15 times in 40 minutes, right before the rift. All associations, including the Lawrence Corporation, thanked Steve. The Queen of England presented Steve with a gift, knighting him. Melissa and her boss read the news, wondering what was happening. The girl said that he saved the country, but the boss just grabbed his head. He asked Melissa there was still no news from him. The girl replied that nothing happened and that she couldn't contact him either. The chief asked if his dungeon had been cleared and if they had found anything interesting there. The girl replied that nothing happened, and the man sighed heavily, expecting such an answer. Melissa asked if it would be okay if they returned the money. The boss said that a 7th-level dungeon was about to appear, and that money was not his concern at all right now. He sighed heavily and said that if only they had the opportunity to clone Steve 100 times. Melissa asked him with a smile why he was worried, since he was going to leave when the 7th-level dungeon appeared. The boss said that's not what he meant at all. The girl asked where he got such patriotism from, suggesting that he didn't know something. The boss changed the subject and suggested that the girl think about how to quickly get Steve back to the country. Melissa said not to worry. He'll come running back after he checks the internet. The boss asked what she was talking about, and the girl said that a new video had been released on their channel an hour ago. With a conspiratorial smile, the girl said that Hero had indeed caused a stir. The boss started watching the video and asked in surprise what all this was about. The military fired at the huge monster from several helicopters, and nearby, a celebration was in full swing, where they were thanking everyone for participating in the party on the occasion of clearing the dungeon. The two clinked glasses of champagne against the backdrop of continuous fireworks. David told Steve that this day was the best ever, even better than the day he caught the tentacled shark. Our hero thanks us for such words and said that his fists also showed themselves to be excellent. David asked if he had met Sylvia when he was in Russia, and Steve asked who she was. The man clicked his tongue and said that she was quite a famous tamer. She dropped everything and flew to Russia when she heard about Steve. At that time, many tamers wanted to see him. Steve asked in surprise why him, and David replied that it was because he was a dragon knight. The man added that there was not a single tamer in the world who could tame a wyvern. But Steve didn't understand why there was such a fuss about it, and said it was easy. Suddenly, David said seriously that in any case, Steve should not give in to provocations. Steve asked what it was about, and the man suggested that he hadn't watched the news yet. There was an article on the news about Hero saying that he wouldn't need a single punch to beat Steve. Our hero was surprised and asked who this guy was, and David was surprised that Steve didn't know him. David said that he and Steve were from the same country, but Hero ran away to another. Steve looked at the article and said he had never heard of him. The man said that in any case, this guy is a psychopath and a murderer, and asked Steve to avoid him. Our hero tensed up and asked again what he meant by psycho and murderer. David said that Hero is #1 in the world and has done a lot of good things, so he really wanted to be friends with him. The news was full of news about the fight between Hero and David, and he said that one day he had the opportunity to talk. But David lost and honestly admitted it to Hero. He said that although he lost, it was the best fight of his life. Hero angrily said that evaluation is a privilege of the strong, and not for those ignorant who do not know how the world works. The boy stared at the defeated man with burning eyes and said that he would show him the price of arrogance. David asked the guy, frightened, what he meant. And the next moment, Hero unleashed a series of powerful blows on the man. David said he saw the devil in his eyes that day. He showed his scarred arm and said that as a result he had to undergo 8 complex operations on his arm. Steve could hardly believe such cruelty as he listened to David. And then many of those who challenged him died in fights. Judging by the video, he kills his opponents, even when he wins by a large margin. He kills even those who surrendered. That's why he is a murderer. Steve asked him why he was doing this, David replied that he didn't know and warned him again not to mess with him. Steve asked what offense he had to provoke him like that. The news said that Hero went too far and attacked Steve's lands, and the guy himself commented that he was just defending himself. Steve wondered out loud in shock if this bastard had really attacked his territory. David was also not aware of this news and looked questioningly at Steve. A voice came from Steve's guild building, asking why it had taken them so long to contact our hero. But the guy asked to tell what happened in the guild. Chad said that Hipro burst in and said that if Steve didn't come, he would kill them all. 2 wolves on patrol died. Steve listened to the news in shock and asked again who exactly died. He said that it was impossible because, if they were attacked, he would receive an alarm signal. The guy opened the information window, but it said no signal and he cursed. It dawned on Steve that the alarm wasn't due to an error in the status window. He wondered what the others were doing while the pack members were dying. Was it really made so that they couldn't leave a certain area? Steve shouted what the guys were doing when all this was happening, and Che responded by shouting what he was waiting for, because it was Hero. He was #1 in the world. Our hero started to lose his temper and Chad asked him to quickly return home. Steve looked angrily at the screen and decided that when he returned home, he would give the boys such a training session that they would beg for death. David, who overheard the conversation, asked Steve if he was going to go back. Our hero said that he should go immediately, but David asked him not to do this because Hero's plan was obvious. The man said he didn't know why Hero was fixated on him, but he definitely had a purpose. He said that it was a rare sight for a champion to mock a weakling who had not yet been given a rank, adding that it was likely that a misfortune would occur during the fight. But Steve replied that everything was fine and asked to say goodbye to Toddler and William for him. David didn't say anything else and just looked sadly after Steve. Our hero extended his hand forward and activated the Wyvern Summon skill. After a couple of seconds, he chuckled in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Steve started shaking his hand, asking why the summoning wasn't working. Meanwhile, Toddler was watching him, watching the boys' attempts to activate the skill. The man said he wanted to keep the guy longer and asked himself why David brought up the news. He asked Steve on the monitor if he was surprised and added that he would understand everything later. And our hero looked impatiently at the skills window, watching the countdown on it. Finally, the window started working and immediately, information appeared about the invasion and 2 dead wolves. Steve read the names of the dead wolves with sadness. Suddenly, the Wyvern summoning skill was activated and a portal appeared near Steve. In the hall where there were many people, a wyvern appeared and everyone started discussing it. David watched the wyvern's appearance with undisguised delight. The professor also watched this appearance through the monitor screen. He saw an information message that the skill rollback would occur in 23 hours. The professor took the stone in his hand and it began to glow with a blue light. It turns out that it was an artificial ore created by combining memory stone and anicamite, arucamite. He thought back to all of Steve's skills and thought that his abilities were the same as those of the High Elves. Steve's status window apparently didn't work after touching the arucamite. After coming into contact with the arucamite, an error occurred, and all abilities that use spatial energy were disabled for about a day. The professor pondered what if the development of humanity goes in the same direction as that of the elves, and mysteriously fell silent. At the same time, in one of the high-rise buildings, a telephone rang. David called the director and he asked if he was with Steve now. The man said he had recently passed away and added that he had saved all possible information on the stone. The director said that he had left earlier than expected and asked David to return to headquarters. The professor continued to stare at the monitor screen when his phone began to ring. Toddler picked up the phone and answered the principal. The man with the mustache asked him what he thought, whether the test was successful. The professor said that everything went as expected. The man asked if he understood correctly that if it worked on Steve, it would also work on the inhabitants of the planet Aruka. The professor replied that everything said was correct. The director smiled evilly and said that it was probably time to teach these arrogant elves a lesson. The professor said that since they were close allies with the elves, they should be careful. The director replied that no alliance lasts forever and added that the elves could also attack them at any moment. The professor said there were many other problems that needed to be solved before the venture could become profitable. The director said that crime among the awakened is growing, and mutual relations with the elves can end at any moment. Toddler tried to argue, but the director said that the time when levels would become equivalent to power was coming soon, and they needed a way to control it. The professor put the phone away and thought that the problem was that Steve's strength was 8,000. Would that be enough to put an end to monsters like him? And Steve didn't even suspect what was happening and flew on a wyvern to take revenge. He wondered how Hero dared to invade his territory and decided that he would destroy him. Meanwhile, in Steve's guild, Donnie was asking what he said and Chad just sighed heavily. Chad showed the phone screen and said they could be in big trouble. The boys were surprised by this answer, and Munch asked what he said. Chad held the phone closer and the boys stared at the screen in horror. There was one message on the screen from Steve: a special training session for those who were guilty. The guys grabbed their heads in shock and screamed, "Why and what did they do wrong?" Donnie tearfully asked what they could do with a first rank who could easily handle even a C rank. Suddenly, a photo appeared on the TV screen, where the three of them were standing in front of Hero. Commentators under the video wrote that this was a disgrace for the guild, called the monk an imposter, and suggested leaving the country. Donnie said it was a still from his video, and Chad sadly said that they called them weaklings. He added that these were comments left on the Heroes Guild forum, and Jim said that people really are terrible. Chad said with tears in his eyes that no one is on their side, even though they are the victims here. Jim asked Donnie why he uploaded the video, and the guy replied that he wanted to condemn Hero. Monk said they could not in any way refute comments that what happened was a disgrace. Donnie sarcastically said that he shouldn't drink all night like some people, then get into a fight with civilians and get caught by the Bureau, to which Munch turned away, blushing. The monk said he was helping a small business when he met monsters in human form. Chad said that they wouldn't be safe either way because Steve was really angry. Munch responded by saying that everyone had left the guild to wait out the storm of condemnation. Jim asked what the awakened Bureau had said. Donnie replied that there was one article that said they were sorry. The boys turned to look at Donnie in shock, not believing that was all the Bureau had said. Jim screamed that a foreigner had entered the country illegally, encroached on the guild's territory, attacked and caused damage. But they did nothing, but should have held him accountable. Suddenly, Donnie shouted that there was an article here that said that Hero had returned back to his country. The boys were shocked to hear the news, not believing that they had just let him go. Munch folded his hands and began to pray to the Buddhist god of mercy. Jim said he couldn't stand it and was going to talk to the Bureau about it. Chad suggested that they calm down. The Bureau would most likely say that if they interfered, it would be a problem, and they would suggest that they deal with it themselves. Jim asked if Hero was a member of the security agency and hoped it wouldn't lead to personal vendettas. Monk said that those who are truly humiliated are the officials who dump burdens and responsibilities on the citizens. Jim said the most shocking thing is that everyone is against them, even though they are the victims here. Donnie read an article from the US that said Steve's guild should move to a superpower so they could protect them. Chad said they were right. It wasn't because they were weak, it was because their country was weak, they had to emigrate. Donnie said that Steve had to handle all of this and asked if that bastard's eyes had seen everything. Hero, covered in blood, told them to bring Steve to him in 10 days or they would all die. The boys stood shaking in front of Hero, and Chad stuttered that they would like to, but could not contact Steve. Jim tearfully said that he was so scared that his body turned to stone and he could not take a step. Donnie said that if they had fought, they would have died. Chad said that if they had fought and died, Steve would have been even worse off, and they agreed that they had done the right thing. Donnie asked how Bill was because the monks were clearly shocked, and Chad replied that the boy was fine. He said that Bill doesn't talk much and spends his days in his room watching TV, although he used to wander around the area, and even the wolves were afraid of him. Bill was delighted with Hero and was glad that someone so cool appeared in front of him. Donnie suggested waiting for Steve to return, as he would undoubtedly grind Hero into dust. Chad turned to Donnie and said that they had something they needed to do before Steve returned. But the boy didn't understand what they were talking about and asked again what the matter was. Soon he and Chad were walking through the area, and Donnie asked why him and Chad replied that he had nothing better to do than the others. The guys were walking around with metal detectors. Chad said they definitely buried it here before they left, and Donnie complained that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Chad got a call and he answered, saying hello. Melissa thanked them for their continued cooperation and said that they were only able to explore the dungeon thanks to them. Chad replied that they had signed a contract and there was no need for gratitude. The girl asked not to blame the government for what happened earlier. Chad responded tactfully and said goodbye to the girl. He approached Donnie and offered to move to the animal farm, but he immediately refused. Chad said that these people planted listening devices in important places. Donnie asked not to be too strict with Melissa, since she was looking after them all the time. Chad said that was true, but added that there is a saying that the enemy is usually closest. Donnie said he was right, adding that there was nothing wrong with being careful. There were many different animals on the animal farm: a pack of wolves, an elephant, a bear, a rabbit, birds. Looking at all this, Chad said that there were a lot of them here, and Donnie agreed with him. Below, a huge bear and an equally huge black rabbit were fighting. Looking at this, Donnie asked if they were playing, but Chad didn't answer him. The guy said that the family was growing and the owner was not there, and asked where he was. Donnie is a rock that the article says he was seen riding a humpback whale somewhere near China. Chad said that if he was in the Sea of Japan, then he was very close to home. He asked if there was a pond on the farm, and Donnie replied that he had been taming animals even before there was a farm. Apparently, Steve leveled up his taming skill during his journey. He froze the sea to kill the monsters. Suddenly, Chad froze and said he hadn't seen them before, looking somewhere in front of him. Donnie's eyes widened when he saw what Chad was talking about. There were two little monkeys sitting on the tree, and they were also looking at the guys with interest. Donnie asked if those weren't Japanese monkeys. Suddenly, the guys realized at one point what was happening and said with horror that it was impossible. The news report said that Steve had attacked the town where Hero lived. The guys read this news in shock, reading the headline in one voice. A wyvern flew over the city and people looked at it in surprise. Steve landed on the wyvern and people recognized him, shouting that he was a dragon knight. Suddenly, the wyvern flapped its wings and people ran in different directions, shouting that it was a monster. The live broadcast said that Steve had attacked the city, and the commentators under the video were all aggressively opposed to our hero. Steve shouted loudly for Hero to come out quickly, getting his attention. Chad and Donnie watched the live broadcast in shock, and the kids said it was just like him. People discussed what was happening, wondering why Steve had come to take revenge. And Steve again yelled at Hero to come out and called him a bastard. The news said that the Dragon Knight was in the center of the city and was looking for Hero. They received a report that he had entered the country illegally. Although Steve's appearance had blocked traffic, it had not caused much damage. The awakened Federation Crime Task Force has arrived on scene. The reporter was surprised, saw the car and said that it seemed to be Lieutenant Cyrus's Team 1. The man walked ahead, and behind him walked several more men in uniform, and the people around began to discuss that it was Cyrus. The reporter said that Team 1 was on its way to the scene, and the comments began to say that Steve was now finished. The reporter said they had just received news that a Type 10 tank battalion was heading to the scene. An unmanned aerial battalion is also heading towards them. Looking at all this technology, Donnie said in shock that it seemed Steve had real problems. Meanwhile, everyone was urgently gathered in the building of the local Ministry of Defense. It was quiet in the operational headquarters, but everyone worked very quickly. One of the workers said that the tank battalion team was ready. Another said the combat drone battalion was ready. A wyvern appeared on the screen, and a huge red circle was drawn on its back. Another worker reported that the combat satellite had detected a target. Two men in the operations room watched what was happening on the screens. The awakened Federation's deputy commander told the Minister of Defense that his people were trying to recruit Steve to their side. The minister replied that Cyrus had already arrived and suggested that they observe for now and see if he was up to their level. Meanwhile, Cyrus arrived at the place where Steve had landed and walked towards him to the sound of enthusiastic cries. Steve continued to yell for Hero to come out when Cyrus called out to him. Our hero turned towards the voice and looked with interest at the man who approached. Cyrus said he was under arrest for trespassing, causing fear and other public nuisances. But Steve seemed to ignore his entire speech and asked if he was Hero. The man said his name was Cyrus from the police department, and he asked Steve to get off the wyvern and surrender. Our hero looked at the man and said that if he was not Iroh, then he had better get out of here. The crowd was shocked by this answer, because he refused to cooperate with Cyrus. Suddenly, the wyvern and Steve found themselves entangled in some black threads that came from the red circles on Cyrus's hands. The crowd cheered and shouted that this was it, the famous Cyrus tie-up. Steve looked at his body, tied with black threads, and chuckled in surprise. Cyrus shouted at him not to move or the vine would tighten even more. And our hero was still looking at the black threads in surprise, spreading his arms out to the sides. Cyrus jumped up, preparing to strike Steve, and shouted that now he would be taken by force. Commentators wrote that it took Cyrus 1 minute to deal with Steve and said goodbye to him. However, the one who got hit in the face was not Steve, but Cyrus. Steve hit him with such force that the man flew into the sky, and the vine that had enveloped Steve broke into pieces. The crowd gasped in shock as they watched their hero Cyrus fly into the air. He landed not far from Steve, landing on his back. But it was a tricky move. He immediately stood up and activated the trap skill. But he still couldn't understand what had just happened, and his nose started bleeding. Steve smiled and said that that was right. Since your territory was attacked, you had to defend it with your life. After these words, the wyvern flapped its wings and broke the bonds, letting out a loud roar. Hearing the growl and seeing how easily they dealt with his bonds, Cyrus said he was scared. He said that everything was as expected from a dragon knight. He was as strong as the rumors said. If he hadn't created the debuff the moment he got hit, his face would have been crushed. Steve said that everything was like that, and since he knew it, he better leave. But Cyrus went on the attack again and said he would face another charge of assaulting a police officer. Our hero looked at the policeman with disdain and said that he was an annoying guy. The policeman jumped up and shouted, "Die!" and was about to hit Steve. And at that very moment, our hero activated the air whirlwind skill, raising his hand up. Streams of air emerged from his hand, picking up a surprised Cyrus. The crowd gasped again, but this time not in surprise, but rather in fear. The Minister of Defense and the Deputy Commander of the Awakened Federation watched in shock as what was happening. And at this time, the air currents lifted Cyrus, spinning him in a whirlwind even more. He flew out of the whirlwind and crashed hard into the corner of the building, smashing it into tiny pieces. And then he was thrown to the other side and crashed into the windows of the building opposite. The men watching from headquarters looked at what was happening in horror. Chad was shocked that Steve sent him flying, and Donnie said that it was expected from their brother. Steve shouted for Hero to come out himself and not send his minions, and at that moment the wyvern released a column of fire from its mouth. The soldiers who had surrounded the building started shouting at Steve not to do this, because they were just protecting civilians. Commentators were shocked that Cyrus was being treated like a doll and were surprised by Steve's numbers. The defense minister said he was even more amazing than he thought and added that Steve seemed like a better asset than Hero. The Awakened Federation's deputy commander said that Steve had sent them an invitation and they would accept it when air travel was open. And Steve shouted that if they didn't bring Hero, he would burn everything within a kilometer radius. The crowd, hearing this threat, became frightened and people began to run away screaming. One of the soldiers sitting in the headquarters said that the townspeople were in danger and they needed to get rid of the Dragon Knight with the help of a satellite. The minister said with a smile that this was getting interesting and asked why everyone was so nervous. He asked the deputy commander of the Federation what was next, and he replied that Lieutenant Messi was getting ready. Suddenly, someone behind Steve shouted at him to stop and he turned around. A large man in uniform stood in front of our hero and looked at him boldly. Steve saw his information window, which said that he was an ordinary person. Steve asked the man in surprise who he was, and the wyvern threateningly released a stream of fire. The man did not appear frightened and said he was Lieutenant Massey of the police department, adding that it would be good if he stopped. Steve responded by telling them to bring Hero here and that he was giving them 30 minutes. Messi replied that Hero couldn't come here now, and our hero asked why. The lieutenant said menacingly that he was now in the 7th level dungeon. Steve said out loud that he had gone hunting and asked the man where exactly he had gone. Messi said he couldn't see him now because it would take Jiro 10 days to return. Steve was shocked that he was provoked by someone who needed 10 days to clear the dungeon. The lieutenant was confused by these words and said that this was still a 7th level dungeon. Steve said he would be back in 10 days when Hero returned. Messi asked to do it this way and added that Steve should pay for everything he did today. Our hero replied that it was their mistake and added that stealing young animals or eggs while the leader was hunting was the lot of petty thieves. The lieutenant smiled ominously and promised to pass on these words. The wyvern flapped its wings and they flew up into the air, while the frightened townspeople watched them go. At headquarters, they said they couldn't let Steve escape like that. It would lead to worldwide humiliation. But the minister replied that it would be even more damaging to use the army's forces against one awakened person. The man recalled that Steve had promised to return and had asked the Air Force to see him off. Our hero flew home, ignoring several helicopters nearby. Suddenly, Steve turned around in surprise, seeing a huge black portal on the ground. As he flew past, he thought that this was probably the gate to the planet Kuchan. And while Steve was returning home, the news was already full of headlines that he had declared war on Hero. Seeing this news, the guys from Steve's guild shouted joyfully, raising the bottle. They said that was what was expected of Steve. He made them pay everything back in full. It was also reported that Cyrus was taken to the emergency room with a concussion after being hit once. The government has treated this incident as an attack and demands that Steve be handed over or they declare war. The ministers gathered at the emergency meeting have not yet made any statements. The commentators were divided again. Some asked to hand over Steve, some asked what bad Steve had done, since Hero even killed wolves, and others were afraid of war. Donnie said that it seemed like there really was going to be a war over Steve, and Chad asked excitedly what they should do. The boys suggested moving to the USA. They can't start a war with them. Jim suggested that they talk about it seriously when Steve returned to the guild. Suddenly, they saw a dove flying past the window, making a loud squeak. Then everything outside the window began to shine with a blue light, filling the room with it. They heard Bill's voice shouting that his uncle was back, and the boys tensed up at this news. Steve angrily asked where the answer and the bastard uncle had gone, to which the kid replied that they were drinking in the office. A couple of seconds later, Steve opened the door and his look did not bode well. The boys got nervous and Chad was the first to speak, saying that his brother had finally returned. Steve's eyes began to glow blue as he angrily asked what they were doing. Someone shouted, "Run!" and all the boys rushed to the window, trying to hide from Steve's anger. "Stop right there!" Steve shouted in rage as he watched the boys scatter in all directions. But the guys couldn't be stopped, and they jumped out of the window, breaking the glass. Meanwhile, in a large residence somewhere in the mountains, many people had gathered. The men in yellow t-shirts were arguing. Some were saying that they should send him away, others were asking why they should give in, and someone else was shouting that then let them send Hero to them. The foreign secretary believed that this happened because Steve had gotten away with everything, so he thought he was somebody. The Minister of National Security believed that Hero started everything and asked why he blamed only Steve for everything. The foreign minister became angry when he heard these words and asked him again what he had said. The men started arguing, and someone sitting there asked why they didn't go outside to argue there. Suddenly, a guy in a black suit said that the president was here. Another man in a yellow t-shirt sat at the head and all the men stopped arguing and fell silent. The president asked if Steve and Hero knew each other. The assistant secretary replied that there was no common ground between them. The president asked why he tried to do something like that, but they never found any reason. He said he heard that Hero started it all and asked why someone who betrayed his country would want to get into a fight with Steve. The head of the bureau said they have two theories on this matter. First, he envied Steve's recent rapid rise in popularity outside the country. To this suggestion, the man said that he then did not know what Hero was doing at the top of the rankings, acting so childishly. The president asked the Secretary of Defense if it came to war, could they win? He replied that if they went back 10 years, they would have a chance if they got a big budget and could prepare for 10 years. After these words, the president, without hesitation, told them to give Steve to them. The Minister of Defense became nervous and asked if they could do such a thing. Everyone started saying that this was the best solution, that if the war started now, everyone would die, and that they should think about the well-being of the citizens. The man approached the head of the bureau and told him to prepare Steve for deportation from the country. But the head of the bureau approached the president and said that their second assumption was more realistic. The president asked in surprise what the second assumption was. The head of the bureau said that it might be a plan by their government to get them to give up on Steve. The president said that if this is so, then the threat of war is just a trap. The bureau chief said that in the current situation, both countries have exhausted their resources and war cannot be avoided, but they definitely need Steve. The president asked if Steve was really that strong, since he wasn't even brought back like Hero. The head of the bureau said that Steve was a little different from the others. The reason why many countries are trying to get Steve is because of the skills he has. The president asked what skills Steve had that everyone was so reckless. The leader said that he was on his way to mastering the power of all elements that the High Elves possessed. The number of those who came to Aruki after learning Steve's powers had grown, and there was no one among them who possessed area magic. All the ministers were shocked when they heard about the possibility of using regional magic. The Minister of Agriculture asked, speaking about the magic of the High Elves, he hints at an instant harvest. The head of the bureau said that everything was so, and Steve was a lottery ticket that could bring them a huge amount of money. After these words, the president and the ministers agreed that they must protect Steve, even if a war began. The president ordered the Minister of Justice to put Steve on the VIP list and ban him from leaving the country, and the head thought that where there is money, there will be war. Soon, a news article appeared stating that ministers had refused to extradite Steve. Another article stated that the DGB was planning to build a large grain storage facility on Steve's guild property. The black car sped along the highway, and the person sitting in it came to the conclusion that it was all about money. The chief asked why Melissa was saying that and said that he was the one who saved Steve from being sent away. The girl asked if he was talking to Steve, and the boss said that there was no point in him refusing help, because he was saving him from prison and giving him the opportunity to earn money. He asked me to tell Steve that they would soon raise the guild to level 6, so they needed to focus on increasing their farmland, then their country would become a breadbasket instead of a ruka. Melissa said that they had already agreed with Max and would meet with Steve tomorrow. The head of the bureau was surprised that they agreed on a meeting so quickly. He said that the guy smells money and added that he relies on Melissa, and the girl responded by saying that she always cleans everything up on her own, to which the boss was indignant and said that he would take care of everything later. And at this time, near area number 2, the Locust dungeons are level 3. A half-dead Donnie and Chad tumbled out of the portal, and Chad immediately fell to the ground. Donnie couldn't take it anymore either and collapsed, and Jim followed and fell on top of the guys. Soon, the monk fell out of the portal, and Steve looked down at them. He yelled at the guys to get up because they still had 10 rounds to go. But Chad didn't even show any signs of life and seemed to be quietly snoring. Steve was starting to get even angrier when he got the call. It was Grandma, and our hero immediately asked what happened. Granny asked if he was making them exercise during lunch, to which Steve replied that the brats had already eaten enough while he was gone. Grandma said she was handing the phone to Melissa and asked to talk to her. Melissa said she heard they were doing high-intensity training in the dungeon for the 3rd day in a row. Steve said it was true and asked what she wanted. The girl asked him if he knew that the country's reaction was very serious and added that they had a good solution. Steve listened to her silently, watching the boys lie on the floor, not moving. He thought that people had their own laws and he forgot that ignoring them could cause pain. After thinking, he said that he suggested meeting at his home and discussing everything. Above Steve's guild house, the tree grew higher and higher, plunging the house into pleasant shade. There were 3 people standing under the tree: Melissa, Steve, and another man. The girl introduced him as the head of the SPFC branch, Max. The man greeted Steve and said that he was very glad to meet them. Having sat down at the table, our hero immediately asked what the SPFC needed from him. Max said that not long ago the champion challenged him to a duel and quoted Hero's words that he wouldn't even have to fight to win. Steve was surprised by what he heard and asked if Hero really said the truth. Melissa was surprised by Steve's reaction and asked if he didn't know about it. Our hero said that he seemed to have heard something like that and asked why he did that. Max immediately replied that it was all to make money. He added that if the fight took place, he would receive an unreal amount of money and suggested not to waste energy on thinking and just agree. Max said that if he agreed, he would be able to both earn money and prevent a war, 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Steve remembered David's words about Hero being a psychopath and a killer, and that it was best to avoid him. Our hero asked if he could legally kill Hero if he agreed. Melissa and Max were confused by this question and couldn't even answer it right away. The man said that according to the rules, they would not blame Steve if something happened, but they did not encourage murder either. Melissa told Max that she would contact him after she spoke with Steve herself. The man agreed and added that he hoped that they would make the right decision. The car drove away and Melissa waved her hand after it, seeing Max off. She told Steve that if he didn't like it, he didn't have to agree, because the war wouldn't start anyway. To which our hero replied that he really wanted to agree. The girl said that the goals of Hero's country are crystal clear, either to lure him away or destroy him. But Steve replied that he didn't care about their motives. Hero was just asking for a spanking. And he added with a smile that, as long as it doesn't contradict the law, everything is fine. Melissa asked him what he thought about donating all the proceeds to Hero's country to gain their favor. Steve took Melissa's hint and immediately agreed. The girl smiled and said that she would tell Max everything herself. She said there was one more thing, an official order received from the government. Melissa handed over the document and said that once a year, all guilds of level 6 and above would gather together. Steve was looking at the documents, and the girl said that she planned to invite him there. Our hero was surprised and said that his guild was not yet level 6. In response, Melissa handed him a figurine with the number 6 on it and said that their guild had officially been promoted. The girl also added that this certificate was issued by the Bureau, and the entire job region will be handed over to them, along with autonomous rights to the territory. Steve was surprised by this news and asked again how this could be. The girl said that after the infrastructure was created and people began settling in, this area would be handed over to Steve's guild as the 13th district. Steve asked playfully if Melissa meant it was time for him to act. Returning to the office, our hero told the guys about this news, but all 4 of them were against this idea, believing that the government did not protect them and abandoned the land. And now, they are forcing them to protect it. Steve said that everything had already been decided and the government was interested in building the city. Chad asked in surprise if Steve had taken the bait, adding that they could use them. Steve replied that they could be in a demilitarized zone and expand their farm in peace. Donnie responded that it was disappointing and suggested that they simply take the money and emigrate to the United States. Steve said that he would leave this area as their headquarters, and in the future plans to divide the new area into sectors. Donnie asked in surprise if Steve planned on them leading them. Jim said that it turns out that whoever runs the sector will be the mayor, and if Steve appoints sector leaders instead of mayors, then he will be something like a lord. Donnie really liked the phrase about the castle manager and enthusiastically repeated the title of the position. And Monk read the news that thanks to Steve's lands, their country would become the world's grain center. The boys wondered if they could match the agricultural industry of Aruka, which has trade gates all over the world. But the produce is very expensive. Donnie said that if that happened, Steve would become a lord with territory earning astronomical sums. The boy asked if our hero had signed the contract. He needed to keep 2 copies so that they couldn't say anything against it. Steve responded by saying that they couldn't even protect their own home, which of them were the castle's managers, and if they were done eating, it was time for training. Suddenly, Donnie doubled over and started screaming that his stomach hurt and he needed to get some medicine urgently. Steve slowly began to lose his temper at this scene. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by Jim, who read the news that Hero had come out of the dungeon. The guys immediately started making sarcasm, saying, "Welcome to hell, Hero," and that he's finished. The news said that Hero's team had reduced the time to clear the 7th level dungeon to 8 days. Another article published Hero's response to Steve's taunt. "I'll teach you some manners." The news also showed news about the upcoming fight between Steve and Hero. In one of his interviews, the former world champion said that going one-on-one is not like emptying dungeons. The SPFC commentator said that Steve had absolutely no experience fighting against an awakened one-on-one. Another article said that 240 million was the top bet on Steve. The guys read the news in shock, surprised by the amount, and Munch said that they would not have received such a sum even if they had gone through the dungeon 100 times. Suddenly, Chad asked Donnie to move the article down a bit, noticing something. Another article said that Steve donated the entire amount to Hero's country. Donnie screamed in shock, what was wrong with him? Why give his hard-earned money to another country? Chad suggested that it was to prevent a war, to which the kid said that it didn't make the mean comments go away, and Munch added that there was still a winner's payout. Donnie remembered that the amount paid to the winner was double, and Jim asked if that was even possible. Suddenly, Steve appeared from behind and coldly asked what they were doing here. The guys pounced on Steve with questions about why he was giving away all the money if his life was at stake. Steve said that if they had finished eating, then they should follow him. He was going to see Job's lands. The head of the bureau told the president that of course the amount had been adjusted. If they handed out 5 billion each, that would be enough. Just in case, they made an agreement that Steve would donate his winnings to the national funds, which would stop rumors of war. The head of the bureau, with a sly grin, told the president that this was just the beginning and that as soon as Steve achieved success in agriculture, he mysteriously fell silent. Steve was already flying to his new lands on his wyvern to see how things were going. He remembered Melissa's words that there used to be a headquarters building here, and if they renovated it, it would accommodate about 100 people. Our hero saw some buildings on the ground and realized that the girl was talking about him. Melissa and the workers were already waiting for Steve and noticed the wyvern descending. He almost landed on the ground and a strong wind arose from the flapping of his wings. One of the workers asked if the wyvern had really gotten bigger, and another said he was simply shocked when he saw them in person. Steve climbed down from the wyvern and it immediately went into the open portal. Melissa greeted Steve and asked him how the view was from the top, to which the guy replied that it looked good.